if you don't have a secure border, if you don't have a clear immigration policy, and you've really thought through as a state what you want and what you don't want from immigration, whether it's economic or otherwise, then it can be very difficult to draw your attention to all the other issues that need solving, because it tends to dominate the political debates, understandably, and it can become a lens through which every other policy is viewed. So I think the quicker the UK resolves what its medium to long-term immigration policy will be in general, the better. The one thing that the UK has struggled with is a continual problem with border security and with the problem of illegal immigration, which is actually a separate question in some ways to its appetite for legal migration. And it's at the top of the agenda, there's no doubt. It's interesting that you say it's also at the top of the agenda in India. I think that's something I hear increasingly when I'm traveling. I don't think it's something that's particular to so-called Western democracies. I think it's an issue now that's actually affecting a lot of states.
Yes, every country is dealing with it now. One question which I want to ask you, which I think you'll have to wear all your three hats: foreign policy, politician, as well as media. And we're talking still about immigration and stuff like that. India's long grappled with this issue that, under the garb is something which is a very sharp comment, but you have these protection of media laws, and under that umbrella, there are some people who do these protests in your country who are seen in India as secessionists and who are promoting secessionism in India. And those protests are quasi-violent. There are people who have attacked the Indian High Commission, burnt the Indian flag, but then it comes under this free speech umbrella in your country. It does harm, at least on the street. Indians do not like the idea, and there's an aggression that Indians have regarding Britain, and it's only because of some elements like this. Is there no way that this can be stemmed in some manner?
I'm certainly familiar with the issue that you're raising. It's something that, again, the domestic internal politics of India are, as an outside observer, like any country in the world, including the UK, they can be complex, and there can be issues in that domestic political picture. I'm afraid my view is that they shouldn't be played out in the streets of the UK. That's my view. Now, notwithstanding the fact that there are important rights in the UK around free speech and the right to protest, which I would always defend, actually, my view is that it's not beneficial for society in general in the UK, and I think this is also something that a lot of younger people are thinking, frankly, for the domestic politics of any country in the world to be played out, for example, in London. I'm sorry, but that's just not what we should be doing anymore. It's not going to be the stage on which every single internecine political issue around the world, of which there are many thousands in every country, London can't be the stage for all of that, I'm afraid. So I think we're going to draw a line on that one soon. There have been some attempts to make sure that those factional issues are not affecting, the kind of everyday peace and stability of the experience in the UK. But it's one of the things I think is very important. That said, it's not for me to take a particular view on any of those issues, because actually I'm a believer that those issues are for Indians to determine. They're not for the British to determine. That said, the security of what's allowed in London and what's allowed in the UK is an issue for the British to determine, in my view.
All right. One question on social media. What is your view about the impact of social media on the population of Britain, on generally what is happening even with the war, and so much of disinformation which is put out there in the social media? Do you feel regulation is the way, or self-regulation, or there's some way to control the amount of disinformation which is out there? Last question, because I think we're running out of time.
Well, it's a happy happenstance that we're both in media, and I find the media economy in India to be completely fascinating, and it's been a wonderful thing at NXT to be around your talented young journalists across all of the channels that are here in India. It's a vibrant media economy, and actually I think the Indian hunger for news is extraordinary. In social media, I can just say a few things that have happened in the past couple of weeks, in fact months. For the first time recently, the number of monthly views or monthly audience for YouTube in the UK exceeded the monthly audience of the BBC as a whole. That's a very big shift for media consumers in the UK. It's now the case that I think 50% or so of the videos that go viral in the UK on YouTube, they look like they have a traditional TV format. So it's almost as if the traditional forum or the traditional setting of a TV news channel is now transposed onto YouTube, and the distribution mechanism has completely changed. And I think that's a technological shift that probably won't reverse.
Do you see an anti-India sentiment in social media or traditional media increasing in Britain, or do you see it balanced?
It's not something I'm happy to say that I've noticed in particular, but the reality is that many of the social media platforms that are most used in Britain, they're not British platforms, they're US platforms, and they're regulated in Britain to an extent, but they're not fully controlled in any sense by the government of the UK. And actually, I'm one of the people who think that that's probably a good thing. There has to be a sensible balance when it comes to regulation. And, you know, if you want my personal view, I think the UK is currently in danger of over-regulating the social media space rather than the opposite problem. The UK has a very long and proud tradition of free media and free speech, and that's a wonderful thing. But I think the thing that hasn't really been understood by the politicians at the moment is that, as we were saying earlier, the platforms have just completely changed. I mean, you know, it's going to be the case that many more consumers are now going to consume news that's basically AI delivered and AI driven. They will want to have conversations with their chatbots to deliver their media consumption. And I was reading the traditional newspapers here this morning, which were, you know, delivered to my hotel room, thinking, I wonder how long it will be before some of those formats are completely revolutionized by AI. It's definitely coming in the UK. And as with everything, a bit like the shift from print to web, it's just about getting the balance right. It's not a technology that can be stopped. And, you know, my view of the media is fundamentally a technology business in lots of ways. It always has been dominated by the medium rather than media. And, you know, what's happening here in India is fascinating because the pace of change and the pace of adoption of new technologies in the media market in India is fascinating. And organizations such as yours and everybody involved in the NXT Summit, I know, are at the absolute forefront of that, delivering for the Indian media consumers. So it's fascinating as a sort of media thinker, I hope, in the UK to come and see how things are working here in India.
Thank you so much for speaking with us. It's been a great conversation. It's been fun, as well as talking about the alternative reality that we are on the bridge of, on the cusp of. Interesting times we live in. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much to both of you for joining us for this inaugural session on day 2 of NXT 2026. Lord Kemsel, thank you for your time. And Smita Prakash, thank you for your moderation. Of course, we know her due to ANI, but as we were saying, it's good to have the face of a person from an agency as well in front of us. All right, let me quickly now switch our segment to Next in People. People-to-people ties are important in building bridges between countries, and in fact, the next panel does have individuals from multiple countries together. We're very happy to discuss the theme of the future of local governance to call on stage now member of the House of Representatives from New Zealand, Mr. Tangi Utikere. Member of Parliament, could we please have you on stage? Mr. Utikere, welcome. Also with us is member of the Riki Kogu, Estonia, Andrei Korobenik, Liga. Mr. Korobenik, welcome. Thank you very much for joining us at NXT. Arjuna Sujiva is also with us live. Member of Parliament, Sri Lanka. Mr. Sujiva, thank you for being with us. Good morning. Let's please have you on stage. Also, Dr. Martin Daly, member of the Irish Parliament, joins us as well. Tekadela. Dr. Martin Daly, let's have you on stage as well. Dasho Sangye Khandu also joins us this morning. Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly of Bhutan. I warmly welcome you back to the stage of NXT, Dasho Khandu. And this session will be moderated by a very erudite speaker himself, the founder of India Foundation, Sri Shaurya Doval. Sri Doval, I hand the floor over to you now.
Thank you. Good morning, and welcome to all the delegates. Welcome to India. This panel is very short. It's been given 25 minutes, and I think I have a very distinguished panel of 5 people. So I don't know, I'll try and do justice to all of you in terms of the questions I ask of you. But the topic is so complicated that I'll have to give a little bit of context. So I'll try and be as short as possible. But I just need to bring to the attention of the audience that today we are going to talk about the future of local governance. And local governance remains a very important issue for most governments, for most societies, for most economies. In India, for us, India's local governance is empowered by the 73rd and the 74th Constitutional Amendment, which talks about issues like urbanization pressures, fiscal constraints, and digital divides. The 3 big issues that local governance faces in India. Under this government and under our 16th Financial Commission, we have allocated over 4.5 lakh crores towards local governance in projects like the Smart Cities mission. Yet the challenges remain. In India, our biggest challenge is fiscal dependency. Out of the 29 devolved subjects like water supply, sanitation, etc., which are given to local governance, by the fact that local bodies generate 60% of our GDP, they only receive 0.6% of their own revenue, hence relying completely on state grants. So while they are the generators of the productivity, they have no control over their fiscal. They have no fiscal autonomy. The second problem that we have, which we call as the 3 F's devolution gaps. These urban local bodies or gram panchayats and local governance don't have neither the functions, nor the funds, nor the functionaries under their control. That is also with either the state government or the federal government. Then we have these urbanization strains. As India becomes increasingly urbanized, we find that many villages, etc., the local bodies have no jurisdictional authorities over these suburbs. And then, of course, the participation is very low because there is an elite capture of these institutions, and digital exclusion limits the impact of people's participation. So it is in this context, gentlemen, that I will ask you that, are the challenges that are being faced by India, which range from at the local body level, from climate change, adaptation and resilience, to rapid urbanization, to, as I talked about, financial constraints, digital transformation, technology and workforce shortages, and even now cybersecurity and emerging risks. So how does this work in your relative economies and countries would be of great interest to both me and the audience today. So I will start with Mr. Andrei Korobenik from Estonia. And I'd like to ask you, sir, that Estonia is known worldwide for its advanced digital governance system. And it provides Estonia with an experience of how Estonia can help India digitize governance against our 25 million panchayats. So how can Estonia's digital governance model, you think, help countries like India that are trying to deliver digital services at a very large scale?
Yeah, thanks a lot for having us here. Estonia has slightly different issues comparing to India. It's a tiny country, and in rural areas there is not a lot of people living. So for us, the issue is that the state services are not always there. And what we do, I think, is the challenge for a lot of European countries. We try to help regions to provide the services from the large cities online. So we have online medicine. Every citizen has an access to e-government services. So people in Estonia don't go to physical banks, for example, for, I don't know, 30 years already. So they do everything online. They don't have to file tax declarations on site. They do it online. You can even marry or divorce online. So and you can vote online as well, which is actually pretty convenient because on both local and state elections, more than half of population actually vote using computer or mobile phone instead of going to cast a ballot manually. So that saves a lot of time and effort. But all those issues you mentioned are there. So, for example, local governments don't have enough money. They produce a lot of GDP, but they don't get it back. So what we do, we introduce different types of sort of like resource taxes. So if there is solar panels, wind farms, any other ways of like producing value, then local governments start to get money back. That helps them, to make peace with all those maybe not that nice ways of producing values. Like people don't like wind farms, but if they start earning money from that helps. But of course, the challenges you face are probably pretty common for all the countries in the world. People move to large cities. People don't live in the rural areas anymore, and it's really hard for the state governments to help those areas to, be successful.
And in your own experience in Estonia, what did the government, in your view, did right to allow this adoption of technology and digitization to happen at a quick scale? How did you get scale? Yeah,
it's a bit long story, but in short, we have this underlying infrastructure that is essential, because otherwise you have really a bunch of different fragmented services. We call it X-Road, and it's used by several countries. Finland, for example, is using our system, and India can do it as well. It's free. You just implement it, and all government services start to talk with each other using this system. We never ask for data twice. So if you once submit, for example, your home address, it's there. The other services don't ask for it. And another essential thing is that you have to use some sort of digital ID. So every citizen has to, have something that helps him to log in into those services, and that's it. On top of that, you can build whatever, and it works. I know, UK and partially New Zealand as well are really advanced in this. So that's important that you do those steps before you start building services, because otherwise it's going to be a total mess.
Thank you, Mr. Korobenik. My next question is to Dasho Sangye Khandu from Bhutan. Bhutan has a very strong tradition of community-centered governance and environmental protection. Local governments often play a very key role in maintaining this balance between development and environment. How can you explain how does in Bhutan local governments work closely with communities to protect the environment while also ensuring that development is not affected?
Thank you very much. It's all about the responsibility the individual takes. It's not about inside-out approach, but outside-in approach. See, in Bhutan, the Article 22 of the Constitution says the local government should remain all the time apolitical. And His Majesty the King has always stressed that the local government is the nearest government to the people. You see, the people works with the local government day in, day out. They are elected. So no matter whether you go digitized or whether you remain traditional ways of doing things, it's about the accountability. It's about how people can hold the leaders accountable. First thing is the notion that the people should have inculcated in their brain, in their blood, that the environment, socio-economic development, whatever, culture, whatever, is so important for us. So how do we maintain this? It boils down to, see, as an elected individual, it's very difficult to balance it. We are driven by so many interest groups. There are so many people approaching us with certain requests and all, so on and so forth. But ultimately, it boils down to the individual whether to really take a risk and face the people and be able to answer to the people. And people are not willing to really agree to the answer that is baseless. So it is about how we manage the things. Our people in Bhutan are responsible. There should be a self-policing. I think you understood me. A self-policing. No. Individuals are all police. They don't need another policeman to police them.
But so, what if a conflict happens? Sorry. But what if sometimes, as in life, if a conflict happens between development and communities, then how do you balance the two? Who decides and how does it work?
See, there are always a trade-off. So whenever we might have to compromise certain things to achieve something. We have to compromise one thing to achieve another sometime, if it is better. But if it is not doing good, we have to sacrifice it. We have to do it away. But we balance it in a way that, suppose like yesterday during my keynote address, I said, we are constructing so many farm roads all across the society. We want to make sure that all the houses are reached with at least the road access. We have a hydropower coming up, 20,000 megawatts. Of course, it's going to damage so much of trees and environment. But we are equally planting million trees to supplement it, to substitute it. But we are again planting the trees that are better than those trees that we have damaged already. So these are the things how we are balancing. And these are convincing. When we tell this thing to the people, people are really convinced. And people agree to it. And people cooperate. So there's no way out there that there is a controversy between the leader or the decision maker or the electorate. But there are sometimes we, as a leader, as a legislator, might have to take some stringent action, which may not, of course, immediately be absorbed within the people, but definitely people realizes later on that this was the right thing that we have done. So these are certain things that, but this is a very difficult question. I think we need quite a lot of time to explain it, if you give me at least an hour, I think I'll be able to explain.
Thank you so much. I wish I had that time.
Because this is, I'm talking out of, like, I was in the public service at the age of 16, and I'm now 50. So it has been almost 34 years of experience. I've seen the world in different perspectives. I've seen the level of development from zero to where we are today. So this is a very complicated question, and there will be so many questions in between, and there will be answers and answers and answers, of course, but we have maintained till today.
Thank you. Thank you so much. It was a very good segue into my next panelist, Mr. Tangi Utikere from New Zealand. New Zealand's, just building on this, New Zealand's own governance framework includes mechanisms that ensure representation and participation of indigenous communities. How can local governance systems, in your experience, better include indigenous and local communities in decision-making?
Namaste, tēnā koe, tēnā tātou katoa, kia orana. It's great to be here at NXT Summit 2026 in New Delhi. And New Zealand is a far way away. Our nearest neighbour is 3 hours by plane. So it means that we are somewhat situated somewhere in the world that might seem isolated to some, but it means that we value the relationship with our Indigenous community, with our Māori people, really, really well. The issues that you explained in your introduction are no different, actually, to the issues that we experience in Aotearoa, New Zealand. For us, it's around ensuring that local government works in partnership with central government, despite the healthy tension and otherwise tension that does exist from time to time as well. But when local government is able to focus on the well-beings of a community, and I agree with our colleague from Bhutan around the community and the collective, that's where you can see some real difference and some real change. Focusing on outcomes now, but also into the future around our social opportunities to ensure that our communities are housed, that they're safe, looking at economic opportunities around employment, ensuring that businesses are backed, Indigenous businesses are backed as well, focusing on the environment. And for us, our Indigenous community, our Māori community, have a really strong and special historical link with the environment, with the world around them. And so ensuring that alongside that focus on that cultural sense of well-being as well. Cultural identity is extremely important to us as a nation, given where we are. And it means actually that at a community level, all decisions are local decisions. And so ensuring that we're able to do that in partnership, not just with central government, but with all the different communities of interest is always very, very important. It's something that we have worked on for quite some time, and I have no doubt we'll continue to work in that space into the future.
But Mr. Utikere, it's when as a nation you plan some big, the central government or the federal government plans some big initiatives, how does it build local community participation in it? Sometimes even it maybe go against the cultural preservation of these communities. So either it's building a road or building a big power plant or just big infrastructure works that have the potential of disrupting local communities. How does that get reconciled in New Zealand?
Yeah, that's a real live point where in New Zealand there is a huge focus at the moment on the need to lift our game when it comes to national infrastructure, so roads, hospitals, looking at what the building's going to be like for the future. Now the easy option, of course, would be to just railroad a particular piece of infrastructure or kit right through an area without any consideration for the cultural heritage, the cultural value that exists. Now, the approach in New Zealand has been built up over generations, and a lot of the expertise is actually initiated in an oral sense, was passed down from generation to generation. So my take on that is it goes back again to the key value of relationships and how we value communities of interest, and ensuring that when we work through a process that we don't fast-track things, we don't rush through things. Things need to happen. They need to be timely. It's not saying that things need to, you need to apply the brakes on everything all the time, but you do need to take the time to ensure that everyone understands what it is what's sought to be achieved here. And at the end of the day, if you're able to do that in a process, then it ensures that everyone's on board, that you are able to end up with a project that is, unique and special. If I can think of an infrastructure piece of kit in my own area in Palmerston North, where it's just a highway that was proposed, but working with local iwi, with the local Indigenous community, we ended up with a far superior piece of road experience that is something that's pretty spectacular. So it is fundamentally about partnerships and understanding.
Thank you very much. My next question is to Dr. Martin Daly from Ireland. Sir, in Ireland, local governments also play a very important role in supporting the regional economic development. How do you think local governments, from your own experience, contribute to economic growth and a balanced regional development? And what role can they play proactively in shaping outcomes of not just communities, but in sync of that of the entire nation? What has been your experience in Ireland?
Ireland has a particular experience in that Dublin is our maiden capital city, and it dominates the country. 1.5 million of the people live there out of a population of 5 million people. Our west coast is very undeveloped. I just want to go back to a principle here. This goes to the heart of democracy, involving people at local level in decision making. And there's a natural tension between central government and local government, and it goes in cycles. So we inherited a very centralised system when we gained independence 100 years ago from the British, and some of that culture is still there, that centralisation, and we've tried to break away from it. And of course, there was more decision making at local level 20 years ago. A number of planning scandals happened, and central government took that back or divested it to non-elected officials who are local, and our elected officials have less say in what's going on. Also the creation of, for example, water utilities board and an electricity board, which are unelected and not answerable to elected officials except at national level. And that is a real difficulty. We've also relied on the European Union to encourage regionalisation and subsidiarity in terms of investing in regions, and we've gained a lot from that. But coming back to that, for example, for a country of 5 million people, we have a 2% population growth year on year, a big growth in our economy, not enough housing, not enough water and wastewater infrastructure, not enough electricity infrastructure. We're about to spend 7.5 billion euros on wastewater treatment plants for that population in the next 5 years, 13.5 billion euros on our electricity network. But the problem is we have difficulties delivering that infrastructure quickly. So there's a reform of our planning laws going on at the moment. There's also a reform of critical infrastructure delivery happening at government level. But I have to say, we do need to get back where we give locally elected officials more say in what's going on locally, because that disconnect is not just an Irish issue, it's an issue internationally, where people feel disconnected from the political system. Many working people feel underrepresented, and then that allows a vacuum at the extremes for people who come in and give simplistic solutions for what are complex problems. So we really do need to involve and empower people locally to be involved in that decision making. And in order to do that, you've got to give them the funding to do that, the budgets to do that. But we have an issue in Ireland at the moment where we have unelected quangos delivering major utilities which are unanswerable to elected politicians like myself. And politicians did that to themselves maybe 20 years ago because of particular delivery issues. And I think we need to go back to empowering local politicians, empowering local people. We have a very good local electoral system to our local authorities, and it is easy to get on a ballot paper to get elected, but we need to give real power to local politicians. And I think that disconnect we have to address. It's not just an Irish issue. It's an emerging issue where people feel disconnected from politics, don't feel represented, and that creates a vacuum for political extremes.
Thank you. You mentioned very interestingly that, you also, like us in India, inherited a system from the British, which was over-centralized because it had only one objective of revenue extraction, right?
Control.
So, so how did in your own experience in Ireland, if you could help, if you can think of one or two big things that you were able to do to sort of reverse that. One, of course, happens through democracy, and but any specific actions that Ireland took over the last, 75 or 880 years?
I would say this about our politics. It's very local. I'm a national politician, but I do 2 or 3 local clinics every week where I sit in my constituency and people come in with all sorts of problems, seeking health services, housing, seeking access to special additional educational needs, looking for the rights for people who are living, say, with a disability. So I feel very connected. I'm a GP, I live in my constituency, and so I'm very easily accessible. And I think that is one of the strengths of our politics in Ireland, is that most of our national politicians live in their communities, are elected out of their communities, and are connected to their communities. And that's extremely important, and that doesn't happen in every jurisdiction. So I think that's I need to emphasize that strength. But on the other side of it, I do feel that we have politicians have divested themselves of accountability for major things like housing, infrastructural development like wastewater treatment, electricity and energy, and we need to get back to being accountable, but also then empowering local politicians, because you can't be accountable unless you've been empowered to make the decision in the first place.
Thank you. Thank you. And then I will come to my final panelist, Honorable Arjuna Sujiva from Sri Lanka. Sir, like India, Sri Lanka and many other developing countries face this challenge of local governments, again, depending heavily on national grants. A mismatch between their generation of revenue and yet no fiscal autonomy. How do you think, from Sri Lanka's experience, local governments can strengthen their own revenue sources and become more financially sustainable?
Well, I think they have to be innovative. Basically, it's the local government, they manage the streets, wastage, public health. So from birth to your death, the basics are handled by the local government. But as you say, we don't have a system for the local government to be progressive, and they don't work much on development. So they have to think out of the box. So being a leader of a constituency, and what I would always tell them is to be innovative. For them to find their own methods of doing business, to make it to the private sector, and as much as possible, because the system doesn't allow them to get any other grants from the government. It's a basic limitation that they have. So they have to think out of the box, and fiscally, I don't know whether we are allowed to do that, but we have to think of new innovations, how they can get involved in the development process, so they can get some money out of that as well. Especially one area that they could concentrate, actually, waste management. We started in certain areas to collect the waste and manufacture electricity out of it. So, but that even those income goes to the central government. So it's not allocated to the local government. So they find it difficult to get out of their comfort zone, but we have to think of innovative ways to do that. It's not easy.
Thank you very much. I'm conscious of the time, so I want to give each of my panelists one minute each before we wind up. But I want to open a question to you all. And particularly from us, from Indian context, you've come all the way to India, and for India, it's very important to learn from your experiences. India, today we have a population of about 1.4 billion people. We have add in about 3,000 plus, or maybe 3,000 to 3,500 public representatives between the federal and the state governments. But we have a bureaucracy of about 30 million people, right? So we have a big challenge with local governance, because as the democracy wants to push local governments, we have to deliver to 1.4 billion people, but there is a mismatch between 3,000 people and a 30 million structure that supports it. I'd be very interested, and give you all one minute each, to, from your perspective, and I know each country is different, what do you think, from your country, there's that one unique example that could be of relevance, that you think you could be very proud of in terms of the local governance that you have been able to achieve in them? So may I start with the panelists at the extreme left, and we'll just go one by one.
Constitution, from the Constitution, if I read, it is to facilitate the direct participation of the people in the development and management of their own social, economic, and environmental well-being. First thing, that's the very important thing. Okay, now the notion of having the local government separately is something very big. But we need to give a financial independence. But at the same time, I should be very proud of saying that in our society, our people are so responsible. They can hold we have given the government, the central government have given the financial independence to the local government. But it is, again, the people who should hold the leader accountable and make the leader make use of the funds allocated for them to the optimum utility for the benefit of the people. So I think it boils down to what sort of leaders, local leaders, they are going to elect, and to what extent they can hold accountable. So I think that it boils down to the same thing again.
Thank you.
That's my final say.
I would say, while maintain the parameters of efficiency, good governance, accountability, I think you must give them autonomy for the local government to grow, for them to get into business, to privatize, and set up laws so they can be financially self-sufficient. I would not always think that the central government should always pump money. So the local governments would be, they'll have the autonomy to decide for themselves, and for them also to make sure that they also have a system to make some money and be more self-sufficient. And that's what I would think, because the basics are quite in place at the moment. So you have to think, I think, far ahead how they can improve the other areas in the constituency.
Dr. Martin Daly.
I suppose there's this tension about public service and private service and productivity. I think sometimes there's a sense amongst the public that public service is less productive than the private sector. Now, they're different creatures, but we must ensure that if we invest in our local government, that it must be productive. So we need to use digitalization, AI, and that to improve efficiency. But we need to do that. One of our big organizations, our health organizations that run our public health services, has had an increase over the last 5 years, because the economy's been doing well, of 45% in personnel, and yet we've invested as a government very heavily in AI and digitalization. We're not seeing the productivity, and that's the challenge, because then local government falls into disrepute. So if we're going to invest money, it's got to be into efficient, representative local government, but we have to see returns for that investment, and it must be efficient and it must deliver for people in local areas.
Thank you.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think the future is that central government can help local governments to help people directly. So currently in Estonia it's pretty easy to get online services, but what we are missing is that when someone is getting issues, like maybe is running out of money, have trouble with education and so on, in the future local government can actually prevent this by offering help in advance. When things are still okay but are going south, then local government could intervene using AI instruments Now it's not there, but I think it's like 2 or 3 years in the future. And the second thing is certainly trust. People actually have to feel that the local government is there. We try to achieve that with different direct democracy instruments. People can easily make petitions to the local government. We need 1% of signatures, and that happens online. So we have a lot of initiatives coming from people to the local city councils using this. And we also have participatory budgets where people can offer ideas, and those ideas that win by the population vote, they are funded with the local government budgets. It helps people to understand that they are actually part of the process, and it works. So if you vote for, I don't know, local whatever school extension, and it's there in a couple of years, then you feel that it's your thing. The local government works for you, and I think the trust is the most important factor in the nowadays world, because people sometimes feel that local government and central government are really far away.
Thank you.
And I think for us it's also about that sense of transparency, and certainly using online digital AI platforms is a huge part of that. But fundamentally I also think it's about ensuring that local government and central government don't see each other as competitors, but work together. There seems to be often a lot of blame that goes on between local and central government. The people that lose at the end of the day are the communities that we're all elected to serve.
Thank you. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for such a lovely panel, and thank you for your time. It was lovely to have you on this. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much to all of you who were discussing, of course, the future of local governance there in that panel discussion. All right, a quick photo op, and then we will move on to our first keynote address of the day. We are, of course, continuing this segment on Next in People. Rather, we are, of course, switching that a bit. We're now going to be talking about Next in Civilization. And in this segment of Next in Civilization, to give an address on the Gelephu model, we have with us Senior Communications Officer of Gelephu Mindfulness City Authority from Bhutan. In fact, Sherup Dorji is with us. Sherup Dorji, many thanks for joining us. Let's have a round of applause, please, for our next speaker at NXT 2026.
I'll be honest, if I knew my picture would be put up on the screen like that, I would have sent a better picture. Dignitaries, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I would like to convey the warm greetings and best wishes of His Majesty King Jigme of Bhutan. Good morning, Kuzampolo, everyone. I want to thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity to present a special project emanating from the Himalayas. Gelephu Mindfulness City is GMC in short, is a royal vision of His Majesty King Jigme Geshen Namgyal Wangchuck of Bhutan, and conceived under the direct leadership of His Majesty the King. So in the course of my presentation, I will I hope to convey at least what GMC stands for, and more importantly, the tremendous opportunities it holds. Before I dive into what GMC is, perhaps I want to take a minute to talk about my country, Bhutan. Okay, so yep, this is what we tell people, foreigners, and this is how foreigners see Bhutan. Young, handsome king, beautiful queen, tradition, culture, landscape, and all of it. Bhutan's image and reputation is very much steeped in our history, in our culture and heritage. In Bhutan is basically a cultural hub. We are one in 10 countries which has never been colonized in the world, and it is also home to gross national happiness. It is our socio-economic development philosophy where we prioritize happiness over gross domestic product for our people, and it remains as one of the world's most pristine biodiversity hotspots. But this is where GMC comes in. This is where we tell the world that Bhutan is young and bold and dynamic, innovative, entrepreneurial, and this is where the story of Gelephu Mindfulness City comes in. As you can see, Bhutan is strategically located in the center of a large land economic corridor connecting the Middle East, South Asia, and Southeast Asia. Now, if you look at if you calculate the population in this area, India, China, and the Indian subcontinent, the population comes to around 3.3 billion people, which translates to 45% of the global population. So, GMC's, the Gelephu Mindfulness City's catchment area is almost half of the world's population, and we want to leverage this geographic and economic opportunities that we foresee for this region, and we want to attract investors, we want to attract businesses, and we want to attract people to live in GMC, be residents of GMC, while preserving Bhutan's unique assets. So, see, in an ever-changing world underpinned by geographical uncertainty, technology and economic progress, climate change, and all other macro challenges, Bhutan as a country now stands at an inflection point. So for a small country like Bhutan to survive, His Majesty King Jigme realizes that we must harness our strengths and demonstrate the boldness and dynamic spirit to ensure we create new economic pathways. And this is where GMC comes in. This realization resulted in this novel, radical, innovative plan in Gelephu Mindfulness City. It's a special administrative region that we have created. Now, how do we go about doing this? We go about doing this through the diamond strategy as envisioned by His Majesty the King. The vision allows for a one country, two systems model through the establishment of, like I said earlier, special administrative region. So what happens is, for the first 20 years, Bhutan and GMC will develop independently with GMC having a distinct governance framework. And 20 years after the first 20 years, the convergence begins where GMC will gradually reintegrate with the rest of Bhutan, culminating in this unified national system, one country with one system. So what happens is this allows GMC to be catalyst for reform, and ensures Bhutan modernizes in a structured manner while safeguarding our values and our traditions. Like I said earlier, GMC is a special administrative region. What that allows is it makes us a highly autonomous region where we are equipped with unique sovereign instruments. GMC authority will have legislative, executive, and judicial powers to customize policies that foster a highly competitive business environment at the Gelephu Mindfulness City. Now, what a special administrative region entails, what this legislative, executive, and judiciary autonomy entails is that it gives us it means that the Prime Minister of Bhutan, for that matter, the Parliament of Bhutan, the judiciary of Bhutan will not have any say in how things are done, how regulations are set, how works are being done in Gelephu Mindfulness City. So now, as you can see, GMC has adopted Singaporean common law for its corporate, commercial, and company governance matters, and the Abu Dhabi global market regulations for its financial services matters. What that allows is it provides investors familiarity, confidence, and assurance, and this business environment that is known throughout the world. So at GMC, we want to be fast, we want to be dynamic, we want to be entrepreneurial, and enact all these progressive policies, progressive legislation, processes, and systems. Think of GMC as this ultimate sandbox where, as an ultimate sandbox, as an economic engine, a launchpad, and this vibrant gateway for the world to engage with South Asia and vice versa. As for those of you all who are familiar with the geography of Bhutan, Gelephu Mindfulness City currently sits in the south central part of the country. We are currently at 2,600 square kilometer demarcation, but we are going to over 4,000 square kilometers, which roughly is 5 times the size of Singapore. It is, as I said, situated in the southern foothills of Bhutan. We have started construction of an international airport, which is expected to be complete by December 2029. The airport is being built by Changi Group from Singapore, one of the best airports in the world, and one of our co-CEOs, Mr. Lee, was the CEO of Changi Group, Changi Airport, for 10 years, so he is personally involved in the construction of the airport. And we're also connecting the nearest Indian city railway of Kokrajhar with a railway link to Gelephu. The government of India has been kind enough to set aside 40 billion rupees to construct the railway link between the two cities as well. And as Bhutan transforms and as Bhutan develops, we plan to invest to build over 25,000 megawatts of hydro, solar, geothermal, wind, and other renewable sources of energy. Now, to the economic engine behind the Gelephu Mindfulness City, we are focusing on 8 core industries, which are spirituality, health and wellness, education and knowledge, agri-tech and forestry. Then we have green energy and tech industries. Then we have finance and digital assets, and aviation and logistics. So in the interest of time, I will focus on finance and digital assets and aviations and logistics. So at GMC, we want to be a leader in financial and digital assets, including the crypto industry, including the digital banking systems, innovation, and we want to integrate these banking systems, digital banking system across crypto markets and real-world asset tokenization. For example, we have already launched a gold digital token known as TER. TER in Bhutanese is directly translates to treasure. So you can go to the website of TER and already start buying fractionalized gold as gold token, which is backed by physical gold. I can see the time is up, but I'll just quickly take few more minutes. And finally, the Gelephu International Airport is also a transformative vision, transformative project which is central to the Gelephu Mindfulness City vision. The airport has already won 2 international awards, the Wholesome Foundation Awards, which recognized Gelephu International Airport design for its sustainable design and construction. It has also won the Future Project of the Year award at the World Architecture Festival last year. So we've already bagged 2 prestigious awards. And if you look at the picture, the airport will feature glue-lamp timber technology with modular structure so that we can easily add on or remove the structures as and when needed. The rooftop of the airport will be fitted with solar power so that we minimize our carbon footprint. Basically, the airport itself aligns with GMC's and Bhutan's commitment to remain carbon negative and set this new benchmark for eco-friendly aviation infrastructure, the practice that we are starting to see globally. The airport is not just functioning, it's not just for landing and taking off and taking a plane and go to someplace else. It is deeply spiritual. Gelephu Mindfulness City's international airport will be deeply spiritual. It will weave traditional Bhutanese arts, carpentry, carving, painting, and weaving. All of these things will be integrated throughout the airport structure. It will have spaces for yoga, for meditation, for sound healing exercises to create this meaningful, mindfulness-driven travel experience, which is truly unique to Bhutan. And the design itself ensures that every traveler feel immersed in Bhutanese culture right from the moment they arrive until the moment that they leave Bhutan. Now, this is one picture that we took during the construction of the Gelephu International Airport. When the airport construction was announced, His Majesty the King told the Bhutanese citizen that he himself will come and work at the airport, not just work, but he'll also bring his wife, the Queen. He'll also bring over his children, the prince and princesses, to work at the airport. And this is exactly what we saw. And just recently, in February, His Majesty brought along all the royal family to contribute voluntary manual work at the airport to work together with the people of Bhutan. Like I said, the airport will be completed in December 2029. These are some of the pictures of His Majesty the King and the royal family engaging in voluntary manual work contribution at the airport construction site. And they really came down to the airport construction site to really work, not just for photo opportunities. And the city will seamlessly integrate all the urban spaces with nature and wildlife. We have also identified biological corridors for the Asian elephants to some of the areas in the city landscape, city infrastructure itself has been identified as biological corridors for the elephants. You know, part of the biological corridor is we're also now making watering holes, salt-licking areas for the wildlife so that we coexist with nature as the city expands. And you can also see the design of the city will ensure that it embodies Bhutanese values, mindfulness, and futuristic design. Right, that is it. When the airport opens in December 2029, I invite you all to be on the first planes to land in Gelephu International Airport. I invite all of you to explore investment opportunities in GMC, to come live in GMC, and to come work in GMC. I invite you all to connect with us, to connect GMC to people in your network who would like to know about and invest in GMC, to let your contacts in people or in the media houses back in your home country to know more about GMC and write about GMC. And I invite you all to come visit GMC now and be an early witness to a new, sustainable, and mindfulness city that is being built. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you for listening. Kadin Shela.
Thank you so much, Sherub Dorji, for your presentation there, and of course, invite as well to our NXT Summit attendees. Okay, let's switch our focus now to India, Australia once again. For next in India, Australia, we have now with us the representative of Australia in India, the High Commissioner himself, for a keynote address, His Excellency Philip Green. OM, could I please have you on stage, High Commissioner of Australia to India. Let's welcome him with a round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, thank you. Good morning, namaskar. Distinguished guests, dear friends, it's a great pleasure to be here on this key podium. Let me start with a simple proposition. You don't need to be a security policy expert to know that our contemporary world is sharper and more contested. More people are displaced. More people are hungry. And there is more conflict, not least the perilous situation in the Middle East, on top of an illegal and immoral war waged by Russia in Ukraine. We live in a rapidly changing world, a world where the major powers more frequently flex their muscles through military action, economic coercion, and cyber attack. Relatedly, we are experiencing an increasingly challenged world order. The change in the landscape is permanent. The disruption, the contest is permanent. In these uncertain times, reliability is a virtue. No longer is reliability a given. Reliability achieves a greater salience in a world that is disrupted. And it's on the subject of reliability that I want to speak to you today. I've been a diplomat for 40 years. During that time, I would have identified a number of characteristics of Australian diplomacy: active, problem-solving, creative, innovative. And Australian diplomacy still is these things. But in a different global context, being reliable is a virtue, and a more salient one. It's a virtue that has implications for all our important partners, for those closest to us, our family in the Southwest Pacific, for our partners in Southeast Asia, where respect for the rule of law has never been important, and our shared economic security and our prosperity, and for India, which has more regional and global agency than many of our other partners, but which also, I confidently identify, values reliability in its partners. India is a leading power in the region and the world, and Australia is a proud middle power. The world we want today, and the world that we want to inherit, to our children to inherit, is not only a matter for the great powers. Middle powers must be active and exercise their agency to secure a strategic balance, even as the majors more often and more intensively express their influence. We want a region of balance, a region where no country dominates and no country is dominated. Against this background, the Australia-India partnership has never been more consequential. Nor has the Australia-India partnership ever been in such good shape to engage in constructive regional diplomacy. To put it simply, no other Australian foreign partnership has come so far and so fast as Australia's relationship with India has over the past 5 years. That's not happened by accident. There are three key drivers that impel our partnership. One, our increasing strategic alignment, the convergence of our security interests and actions. Two, our economic complementarity, which has been potentiated as both countries seek greater diversification and as India pursues greater economic openness. And three, the human dimension of our partnership that has more salience now as the Indian population of Australia tops 1 million. But despite these tailwinds, as the tectonic plates shift, we cannot afford to stand easy. In these uncertain times, we need to work even more closely together. We need to sweat these three drivers and make them work harder for us. Allow me to explore these three drivers of our relationship in turn and demonstrate how we can use them to greater strategic benefit. First, our strategic convergence. The Indo-Pacific, our region, where both India and Australia reside, is the world's future, it's where the world is being shaped, and it's where we have most on the line. It's also where we can have most effect. Our relationship is crucial for the region. In fact, I'd go as far to say as that we have an overriding responsibility as middle powers to support peace, stability, and prosperity in the Indo-Pacific. We can help build a region we want, a region in balance, where sovereignty is respected. Australia and India are using all the tools at our disposal to do so, working bilaterally, through the Quad and other minilaterals, and through regional institutions. We have increased our security and intelligence cooperation. Just looking at defence, the frequency of our military exercises has tripled over the past 10 years. India is now one of our very few top-tier defence partners. Through the Quad, we are supporting maritime domain awareness in the region and building our capability to respond to regional challenges. And our Prime Ministers have challenged us to produce a maritime security roadmap bilaterally to advance our maritime cooperation. Australia and India have many interests in common, but where our interests most intersect is where our geographies overlap, notably in the northeast Indian Ocean, where there is a lot of air and sea to monitor in this vital economic highway, and we can do that best if we work together. The second driver of our partnership is our economic complementarity. As some states weaponize trade and undermine supply chains, our work together to support economic security must continue to strengthen. For the past 8 decades, the world has relied on the architecture like the WTO, trade agreements, and the rules-based order to underpin growth. But these institutions and norms we worked so hard to build are being questioned, and the rules we wrote are being challenged. Australia is a medium-sized open economy. We rely on being able to send our produce, resources and human capital to the world. Our response to these challenges has been to double down on our trading networks, not to resile from them. We are fortunate to have already strong connections via our 19 free trade agreements with 31 partners covering 80% of our two-way trade. But there's more work to do, including with India. Our Economic Cooperation and Trade Agreement, ECTA, which was signed 4 years ago between Australia and India, is driving economic growth. ECTA is saving hundreds of millions of dollars in tariffs for Australian and Indian businesses. And the 1st of January this year represented a landmark in our trade relations. From that day, 100% of Indian goods enter Australia completely duty-free. No asterisk, no fine print. Everything produced by India enters Australia with a zero tariff cost. That you can rely on. We both benefit from trade liberalisation. For Australia, if you take out lumpy items like coal, our exports to India have risen by around 90% since ECTA came in force just 3 years ago. And India is benefiting. Think about this. Over the past 5 years, India's exports to the world have grown by more than 40%. Sounds good, right? But in that same period, over the last 5 years, India's exports to Australia have grown by 200%. That means that India's exports to Australia are growing 5 times faster than India's exports to the rest of the world. But given the scale of the opportunity presented by our economic complementarity, there is much more we can do. That's why we are now negotiating to upgrade ECTA to a comprehensive economic cooperation agreement. There are many ways in which they can benefit us both, but let me just highlight one. India is on track to become a green manufacturing powerhouse, from batteries to solar and the wider clean tech ecosystem. but that relies on minerals and metals that Australia has in abundance. Australia is the world's largest lithium producer, with the second largest reserves in the world of nickel, copper and cobalt. We are uniquely positioned to support India's transition. Let's take copper in particular. Australia's high-quality copper concentrate can power India's accelerating growth in EVs, renewables, manufacture and infrastructure. But at present, copper products from Australia face tariffs of between 2.5 and 10% on entering India. That's the sort of drag on our new economy that we can ill afford. The third and final driver behind our reliable partnership is what our Prime Minister's called the living bridge, the more than 1 million people of Indian origin who now call Australia home. For Australia, our domestic resilience, including our economic strength and our multicultural democracy, contributes as much as our diplomatic efforts and our military capability to our national strength. Modern Australia is multicultural Australia. They're the same thing. At a time of increasing global uncertainty, we need to protect and strengthen social cohesion as we navigate divergent views. Diversity strengthens us at home. That's why we're delighted to have people of Indian origin who are making Australia a richer and more diverse place. Let's look at the economic relationship and how that benefits us both. Australia is pleased to have over 140,000 Indian students in our tertiary institutions this year. That builds friendship, long-term connections. It's good for Australia, it's good for India. But education shouldn't be a one-way street. And that's why Australia has led the world in responding to India's invitation for high-quality foreign universities to establish branch campuses here in India. 2 Australian universities, Deakin and Wollongong, were the first 2 to set up world-quality campuses in India, with another 5, that will be 7 in total, committed to opening campuses in India. That's more than any of India's other partners are offering. So, across the strategic, the economic, and the human domains, in these uncertain times, reliability is a virtue. More than ever, it's a virtue we should prize, something that's increasingly rare in this contested world. Whether that's in our work in the Indo-Pacific, supporting our shared economic security, or nurturing the connections between our people that make us stronger. In the face of all the challenges that we face today, I'm optimistic that Australia and India, working closer together, can protect each other's security and economic prosperity and make benefit for the region and the world. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you, High Commissioner, for that address. And now let's quickly, of course, move on to our next segment, where we're going to be talking about the hospitality industry. For next in hospitality, we have a Power Pack panel with us, and to discuss the theme of IHCL, of course, one of the pioneers in the space in India. From aspiration to acceleration, IHCL. To discuss this, we're joined, in fact, by the CEO of Taj Hotel, Resorts and Palaces, Mr. Puneet Chhatwal. Could we please have you on stage? CEO, Taj Hotels, Resorts and Palaces. Thank you very much, Mr. Chhatwal, for being with us. Also with us is CEO, BW Communities, Mr. Bhuvanesh Khanna. Welcome to NXT 2026. And this session is going to be moderated by Senior Executive Editor of NewsX, Megha Sharma. Megha, I invite you on stage as well and hand the floor over to you. Let's keep the applause going, ladies and gentlemen.
A very good morning to you all, ladies and gentlemen, in what a special August company I'm in. I'm being joined by Mr. Puneet Chatwal, the CEO of IHCL. There is no introduction that is needed, but I also have with me Mr. Bhuvnesh Khanna, CEO BW Communities. You know, Bhuvnesh, let's start with a few words and then go on with our fireside chat.
First of all, Puneet is the managing director of IHCL, which is the owner of the Taj brand and all that comes with it. But Megha, thank you for having us over here. Thank you to Aishwarya, Kartikeya, Rishabh. You know, doing this session is extremely special for an industry which is going places. For those of you who've not tracked the Indian hospitality industry, I would urge everybody to look at it as a serious career, because this is where you look at places which you can never imagine and meet people you can never imagine. And Indian hospitality has yet to start in true earnest, and the beginnings have already been shown by the man who's sitting to my right, Puneet Chatwal. He's India's biggest hospitality export, and he's come back. And come back how? Puneet, thank you for being here. Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, good morning. When I started writing the script, it was evening. Few leaders in global hospitality have managed to honor the legacy while simultaneously re-engineering the future of the company and the economy. When Puneet Chatwal took charge of the Indian Hotels Company, a Tata enterprise, in 2017, the organization already possessed a power brand, Taj Hotels. But what we have witnessed since then has been nothing short of strategic renaissance. I call it strategic renaissance from where it's in under 9 years. I think Puneet joined in the November of 2017, Puneet. IHCL has strengthened its balance sheet, sharpened its brand architecture, embraced an asset-light growth strategy, and built one of the most dynamic pipelines in the industry, which he shall speak about. From heritage and luxury of Taj to the reinvention of Ginger Hotels, IHCL today represents the full spectrum of Indian hospitality, combining Indian heritage, global excellence, and sustainable growth. Many would say that if Indian hospitality today is flying higher than ever, IHCL has become one of the power engines that has led to its ascent. And I'll speak about the ascent in terms of engines of growth in a bit. But for now, let me welcome Puneet Chatwal. Welcome to the show, Puneet. Megha, the first one goes to you.
Yeah, the first one goes to me, and of course, the turnaround story.
But the segment we begin with is, of course, called...
That has been, historic. 2017 to 2026, how did you go about taking this challenging task at hand and delivering time after time after time?
Well, thank you, Megha and Bhuvnesh. I think it's three simple words I would say that describe our journey. The number one is belief. That belief came with the product we had, almost 120 years of, or 115 at that time, of legacy, as the word used by Bhuvnesh. So there was an inherent belief that this is what your roadmap should be. And in order to do that, the second word that describes is a strategy, which includes all the metrics you put in and includes the talent and the people who are going to deliver on that promise. And finally, I would say relentless execution. So we say we promise, we deliver. Ideally, we deliver a bit more than we promise, and we deliver it in a little less time than we have guided for. That worked very well for us, I would say, except for 6-7 quarters of COVID, where the sector was shut down. And thanks goes to all our forefathers who created that wonderful platform, starting with Jamshedji Tata, who built in 1903 the Taj Mahal Palace and Tower, opened in Colaba, consistently acclaimed as one of the best hotels in the world. And then in the 70s and early 80s, when we got all the palaces, the Rambagh, the Lake Palace, Udaipur, later followed by Jodhpur and Falaknuma and, we have it all. And then the question is, how do you capitalize on it? And how do you align it with a changing India? India was not only about just, foreign tourist arrivals coming in at a luxury end of the market or just the luxury traveler. As India has become an emerging strong player on the global stage, we need all customer touch points. And that's how we went on reimagining our brandscape, launching new brands, acquiring some existing ones to get today to an active portfolio of 12 brands, although we are still very happily known for the Taj, and we would like to be known for the Taj. And to just end this on a very small anecdote, I would say, we were always known for the rose petal rain in the palaces, where the petals of roses would fall when the customers would come in. So we have, I think, found the right balance from roses to ROCE, which is return on capital employed. So as a sector, we have taken charge, and I think very well understood by the rest of the sector in India, and this is a sector to watch for Viksit Bharat 2047.
Couldn't have been better put.
Puneet, that transformation could not have happened by chance. It was clearly powered by a set of underlying strategic engines. Engines is very important for me when I chat with you. Let's talk about the Rolls-Royce engine analogy. You've been powering the industry's flight path. Some observers compare IHCL today to the Rolls-Royce Trent engines that power long-haul aircraft like the Airbus 380, 350, efficient, powerful, and defining the performance of the entire ecosystem. My question to you is, what are the underlying engines of IHCL's growth today? Is it the brand architecture, the asset-light strategy, the capital discipline, or the cultural transformation within the organization? You're the best person in place because you're the architect of what's happening.
Actually, you answered it yourself, so I think it's all of the above that you mentioned. But I think foundation of any service business is your brandscape. So our transition from a branded house where everything was Taj or by Taj or a bit of Taj to a house of brands, making every brand an important business in itself was the starting point. The second is obviously the right capital structure from a very highly leveraged company with a lot of debt. We went into almost net debt-free company today with very large cash reserves, which are larger than the highest amount of debt that we ever had. The third is obviously the service excellence. We have tried to put our operational excellence that we had with the Taj into other brands for those relevant customer points. The fourth, which is also very critical, is your core values. So the first three cannot be delivered if your core values are compromised. And our core values very simply are the same as for Taj, for all other brands, where we say Taj is defined as the trust, the T for the trust in all our stakeholders, A for the awareness of the communities we live in, work in, operate in, and joy is the J in doing whatever we do. So I think these are the core values. We can change business strategies, we can change plans, we can change capital structure, we can change capital light, asset light, capital heavy, owning asset, not owning asset, every second year. But what you can't change is your value system. So if your value system is strong, it helps you navigate through all the strategy. And then comes the last most important pillar, which is we are a people-intensive business. So whether it is our customers or it is the people serving our customers. And I think the old saying still works very well. You take care of your people, they'll take care of your customers, the customers will take care of your top line and the bottom line, and they'll keep coming back and you'll keep growing.
Absolutely, and I do remember, you know, the tragic incident that happened, the unfortunate 26/11 attacks, and there were a number of those anecdotes where the service staff would not leave the hotel because, you know, when the very essence of Taj, the principles that they followed, it was to serve the customer, to save them, to protect them. And that's the essence, that's the core value that you talk about Taj. How does IHCL build that when you hire these employees?
I think there is a series of programs people go through. So first is walking the talk. I think the people who are in the system have to exude those values. If they are not exuding, you can teach anything in theory, then in practice it will not work. Then we have a program which is called Taj Swagat, then we have a Tajness training, then we have those Tajness attributes of leadership, then we have the code of conduct. Our staff magazine is called Tajness. Very much this month, on the 24th of March, I don't know how many people will remember in the audience, 24th March, 4 years ago was the year of, 6 years ago, was the year of lockdown. True. When the sector was locked down, 22nd of March was the Janta curfew. So we took cue from that, the way the hospitality sector demonstrated resilience, served the frontline workers, hosted them in hotels when they were not welcome in their homes. We called it the Tajness Day, and so every 24th March we celebrate that across the world, not just in India. We celebrate it across the world. We combine it with some form of ESG plus initiative, and let this year also be a surprise because you'll read about it in the next few days about what we are going to do. I don't want to give that story away. So every year we do that. We celebrate the families, we celebrate the people, the staff from morning till night in our properties, from starting with breakfast to lunch to high tea to dinner, cultural programs, etc. So I think it's those values, the way you live them, the way you exude them in your 365 days and 24/7, because we never shut down. Right? Like any other sector, our machinery keeps working for every hour of the day, every festival of the world, and Christmas, New Year, we are always on. So I think that is the relentless demonstration of customer centricity, people centricity that helps you get through.
Absolutely, that's so good for an industry which is a 24/7 industry. But tell me, you know, Taj clearly, under your charge, IHCL seems to have thought through as an engine of growth the capital and ownership of this industry. So let's talk about the asset-light pivot, re-engineering capital and growth. One of the boldest structural shifts has been the move from asset-light portfolio to a predominantly from an asset-heavy portfolio to an asset-light portfolio, which has helped unlock great value. My question is, how difficult was it to change the mindset of historically asset-heavy hospitality company, and what lessons would you share about balancing ownership, management contracts, and partnerships in a market like India?
Well, Bhuvnesh, very interestingly, you know, we did communicate on Capital Light that we'll have a balanced portfolio. We have not ever walked away from owning assets. So we still own a significant number of our assets. When we turn the clock back to 17-18, we were at maybe 70% asset heavy or capital heavy and 30% capital light. Today is the other way around, is 30% capital heavy, 70% capital light. But very important, our portfolio has grown 4x. From 150 hotels portfolio, we've gone to 600 plus. So the amount of heavy has also grown. However, under the premise which I would call own selectively, partner widely, and manage globally. So I think we took that as a mantra. We had mature brands. There was a time to leverage the brands, to go into service-driven business, so you get the best of the operating leverage from the owned and still have margin expansion through the capital light model, and that makes you more resilient for the next downturn if and when it would come. So I think the relentless execution, which I said at the outset, was the key, and it would not have happened if we did not have the proper brandscape. And doing growth by brand, by geography, by contract type is an art and science which I think we have practiced pretty well and have become a benchmark which others are following also now, definitely in the Indian subcontinent.
So Puneet, along with the financial transformation, what really stands out is the way you've done the transformation of your brand universe, if I was to say. Let's call it the reimagining of the brandscape. IHCL today arguably has one of the most strategically led brand architectures in hospitality, spanning Taj, Selections, Vivanta, Ginger, and newer collections. My question to you is, when you look at the IHCL brandscape today, what role does brand play in your long-term strategy, and how carefully do you guard against brand dilution while expanding scale?
If you have clear segmentation, then the brand dilution does not happen. As an example, we did launch Ginger, but it was never done for a variety of reasons in a way it should have been done, because the world changed post 9/11, then India went through the 26/11 crisis. Also, we had the global financial crisis, and we had gone international, so we were, not doing that well on the international assets. But holistically, looking at Ginger, I never used to say it before, but today we can very proudly say at the end of this year or the coming financial year, will be 250 Ginger hotels in India. Now, this positioning scale matters. When you do a luxury hotel like one Taj, it's not that important to have scale, but it's very important to have that luxury quotient in it, that feeling of being special and unique. But Ginger has a potential to be 1,000 hotels in the next 10, 20 years. Every district capital in India could have a Ginger. We could have 20 Gingers in the city of Delhi NCR. So that's one. Second is getting dominance in certain markets. So as we are in Delhi, as we are in Bharat Mandapam, if I try to circle the heart of Delhi from the Ambassador to the Connaught to the Taj Mahal, which is popularly known as Taj Mansingh, to the Ginger in Chanakyapuri, which was the Daman Bhavan initially, to the Taj Palace, and on the outskirts of Vivanta and Dwarka, we have a very strong dominance, especially in Lutyens Delhi. And not to forget, we added exactly 1 year ago, this month, last year, the Claridges. So if you look at the heart of Delhi, IHCL is the dominant player with all kinds of brands. As Connaught and Ambassador would feature into our collection, which is called IHCL Selections. The two Taj properties, one known for conventions and conferences and big weddings, the other one possibly the best boutique luxury offering in India today. This is Taj Mansingh. Together with Claridges, it just controls that part of the market with the biggest surprise element of having a Ginger in Chanakyapur.
True.
So I think there is always, as I said, the art and science of growth, how you grow by brand, by geographic dominance in key metros and in key markets. I mean, not many people would know, if I add homestays to our thing, we have a brand called Ama. In Goa, today we operate almost 50 plus properties. So the first luxury hotel of Goa was the Fort Aguada, which came up 51 years ago. Yeah. And today we have almost 16 or 18 hotels under various brands in operation, plus another 30 plus homestay properties. So I think that is the key. It's a dominance in key markets of India. We have iconic assets to affordable, priced upscale, mid-scale segments, including homestays, and all done with purpose, all done with responsible growth, all done, as I said before, the A of the Taj, which is awareness of the community, keeping the community at the core of anything that we do. You know, the very famous quote of Jamshedji Tata, that community is not just another stakeholder, rather the purpose of the existence of any business.
True.
So I think that has worked over a century for us. I see no reason why it would not work for the next century for us.
Absolutely.
You know,
I'm out of
moment,
time. I would have wanted to speak to you for hours together, but what an insightful session. Puneet, thank you very much for joining us, speaking to us, and giving us this insightful, transformative story of IHCL. And of course, congratulations and all the best wishes for the next 20 years.
Thank you. Thank you for having me, and best wishes for this conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Puneet. Thank you, Megha.
Thank you all very much for joining us at NXT 2026. And let's now, in fact, turn our focus to the segment of Next in Healthcare Tech. Next in Healthcare Tech will be our next segment, and to speak about the theme of rehabilitation robotics, we have a keynote address by a very special guest who's with us in this grand hall at Bharat Mandapam, New Delhi. We have the Director, Roll Laboratory, Columbia University, with us now in the room, and Professor Sunil K. Agarwal. I invite you for this keynote address. Let's welcome him with a round of applause, please.
First of all, thank you for this kind invitation. It is a pleasure to be here among such distinguished people from all around the world. I will share with you today about a sub-area of medical robotics called rehabilitation robotics, where the goal is to use robotics to improve human functions. All of us every day, let me just try it. Yes. So all of us everyday tasks, we do everyday tasks such as walking, standing, turning, and so on. These are simple tasks for all of us. However, think of someone who has had a recent stroke, or a spinal cord injury, or born with a cerebral palsy, or older adults. These simple motor tasks become a challenge for them. There are usually no pills that you can take to regain these functions. Motor practice is the prescribed medication, and it requires time and intense practice. The scientific framework behind motor practice is neural plasticity. The nervous system has the ability to change its activity in response to its intrinsic or extrinsic stimuli. Practice reorganizes the structure of the nervous system and its connections. Motor principles that are used in retraining of the nervous system include progression, repetition, and challenge. So our robotics and rehabilitation laboratory at Columbia University uses robotics to measure movement of the human body and apply appropriate forces on the segments to change the difficulty level and train the nervous system. I'll give you a number of examples today in my talk today. Our robots are like the training wheels on a bicycle when children are learning to bike. The children use these until they improve the skills, and then they throw these away. So this is how we see these rehabilitation robotics. So let's kind of go through some concrete examples. So in the United States, there are about 7 million survivors of stroke, right? And I'm sure that there is a similar ratio here in India as well. A clot develops in a blood vessel, and blood supply to the brain gets affected. Survivors of stroke continue to have weakness in one side of the body. They walk with a limp, and on the weak side, they have a foot drop. They drag their toes and hike their hips to clear the ground. So in order to rehabilitate people with this impairment, we developed a robot called ALEX. It's an acronym for Active Leg Exoskeleton. And it applies assist-as-needed forces to help the subjects to walk. And of course, there is an important engineering design process. We are not going to get into that today. But with these devices, the subjects underwent 15 training sessions over 6 weeks. And overground walking speed was one of the outcome measures after your training was finished. And what we were able to show that the overground walking speed for a group of individuals who were trained with robot, they were able to improve their walking speed from the baseline to the post-training. And the group retained these changes 6 months later and even further improved it. This is consistent with published works in stroke rehab. Once the change is initiated in the nervous system, the participants further improve it with practice. Subsequently, our group created and tested other exoskeletons like ALEX-3, which is a bilateral exoskeleton, a cable-driven exoskeleton, where cable tensions are controlled to apply torques at the joints. And this is motivated by puppeteering, where puppet masters are able to move body segments around. So all these machines were tested with stroke patients. And in fact, these are all published works that you can look up if you're interested. And these demonstrate the efficacy of these technologies. And there's a potential to bring these technologies to the global market, because stroke is not something that happens only in the United States, but there is about 2 to 3% of population in the world actually is living with after effects of stroke. Let me move on to another group of individuals. So cerebral palsy is a brain impairment at birth and affects about 500,000 children in the United States. It is a lifelong condition. Many children are on wheelchairs and have deficits in trunk control. We created a trunk support trainer, we call it TRUST, and you'll see that in operation and some of the studies that we have done with these children. And what it does is it simulates forces applied by a therapist's hand using motors to help retrain the trunk movement. Now here is data on the left that you see with 3 children who were trained with this TRUST across 12 training sessions and with a 3-month follow-up period. The plot shows how the workspace area changed across the training and evaluation sessions. Children progressively expand their sitting workspace during and after TRUST intervention. Okay, not only does it improve, no, sorry. Can we go back, please? Yeah, and just,
We came from Florida, so it was a long way. Everyone here is so kind, made her feel so at home.
I liked all the games.
She plays a lot more with you guys, doesn't she?
She can throw balls better.
If she's eating, she would be able to stand up on her own and then reach over the table and grab some stuff. And she used to not do that at all. And she does her hair in the mornings now.
Well, as you saw, not only does these devices improve the workspace of these children, but also affects the children in their daily tasks. For example, you heard from one of the participants that the child could actually comb her hair. And if you were to think back a little bit, combing of your hair really requires a lot of your trunk activity, which these children did not have. So let's go on to the next segment. Okay, and this is about patients with ALS. So there are about 20,000 people with ALS, which is also called amyotrophic lateral sclerosis, in the United States. And ALS is a neurodegenerative muscle disease. Some of you may remember Stephen Hawking when he was alive. One of the challenges that ALS patients face is head drop. That means the inability to move your head around, just like what you are doing right now. And this affects their ability to swallow, breathe, and communicate socially in the dropped head position. So we have developed these robotic neck braces that allow to characterize the motion of the head, neck, along with measurements of the electrical activity of the muscles. The assist head-neck motion in patients with ALS to mimic motions, as you are seeing here, the patients are mimicking the motion of an avatar on a screen, but by themselves they cannot control the motion of the head. So let me kind of move forward here. In this video, I would like to share with you the results of a study that we have done with Parkinson patients. According to data from Michael J. Fox Foundation, there are about 1 million people in the United States who are living with a Parkinson's disease, right? And I know that this ratio, 1/350, is even higher in India compared to the United States. Now, patients with Parkinson's disease show poor balance control, including something called freezing of gait. So what we did is, I'll show this video here, we call it a T-pad, and I'll give you just a little preview before you can see the video itself. So T-pad was programmed to deliver force perturbation pulses randomly in 4 directions: forward, backward, left, and right. And the intensity of the perturbations was increased in each training block. The results show that Parkinson's disease patients increase their stability similar to healthy controls. So let's see the video.
It looks a little like Harry Greenwald is getting ready to go skydiving, or maybe bungee jumping. But this is actually part of a study to prevent potentially serious falls. Very important because Harry has Parkinson's.
There have been times when I could feel my forward foot not quite grasping the next tread on the stairs. And there are times when we're walking down the sidewalk, I have to remind myself, for posture issues, I should be raising my head and looking ahead because Parkinson's has got me looking down a lot.
40% of people over age 65 suffer a fall at least once a year. That number is much higher for people with Parkinson's because the disease affects their gait and balance. So Dr. Sunil Agrawal at Columbia University has devised a system to teach Parkinson's patients how to keep from falling by training them to recover when this elaborate contraption tries to disrupt their sense of balance.
We give them the experience of being able to recover better from this momentary loss of balance and be able to train their neuromuscular system to be able to be more responsive when a fall appears.
In fact, Dr. Agrawal's study showed that just one training session substantially improved Parkinson's patients' balance and ability to avoid falls. The harness prevents Harry and others from actually falling, of course, and the better they get, the stronger the jolts come, and from different directions. Although Harry had to learn to trust the device.
I relaxed a little and said, okay, I'm not really going to hit the ground here. Hey, it works. The harness really is going to keep me up.
Now, Harry says he's more confident now walking and especially going up and down stairs. The balance disruption system is just at Columbia for now, but it could be rolled out to other medical centers. You only have to prevent a couple of serious falls in Parkinson's patients to make it all cost-effective. You learn.
So, as we saw here, imbalance and falls is quite common in older adults. These occur with decline in the quality of the sensory signals or due to inability of the central nervous system to integrate these signals properly. According to the Center for Disease Control in the United States, there are about 69 million people in the United States who have sensory dysfunction. In our daily life, we waste signals from our eyes, ears, and muscles to estimate our pose in space. When walking to the toilet in the night, we rely more on the vestibular and proprioceptive signals. In addition, dual tasks, for example, walking while talking on phone, they take away our cognitive resources from the brain reserved for that walking activity. And we can use the head-neck brace, as you are seeing here on the picture here. So let me just kind of, okay, please go back one slide. Yeah, if you can go back to the previous slide, please. Yes. So we can use the head-neck brace and virtual reality to introduce controlled noise within the sensory channels of our sensory system and evaluate how this affects balance and gait during walking. And this slide shows the results of an experiment where a group of young participants and elderly subjects from the community walked under two conditions: oscillation of the head. Okay, maybe we can go back here, please. Oscillation of the head or combined oscillations of the head and visual perturbations. Our results showed that older adults have higher variability in gait and balance parameters compared to young adults, to both head oscillations and head visual oscillation condition. These experiments can help discriminate patients and explain their particular sensory deficit. Vestibular rehabilitation is important in geriatrics, where robotics can play a strong role in the future. So let's come to this slide here, which is already on the screen. Okay, we know that when children are growing, so think of an infant who is 6 months old, right? The self-generated mobility is important for their development. This development is multifaceted. For example, spatial awareness, visual perception, posture, and social interaction. Now, these special needs children, there are special needs children who are born with cerebral palsy, or Down syndrome, or autism. And many of these children have delayed development due to lack of motor or cognitive ability and miss out on the developmental milestones. So our thought was, why not bring some of these technologies, such as robotics, to bear on these children? And these are 6-month-old babies, and we wanted to see if they will learn to drive a robot, right? And this is the first time when you put the baby on the robot, the baby really doesn't know the association with this joystick and being able to move around. However, if you are persistent with the child, okay, you will see that very soon they would learn to drive the robot by themselves. So these are 6-month-old babies, you have to keep that in mind. And what this mobility does is allows them to be around in this environment. In fact, we have done a study with almost 25 babies, right? And what we were able to show that these babies can actually learn to drive. I mean, you show them a toy, they will come down and drive and come to you. But the goal here is not just to kind of show them this ability to drive around, but to see how we can integrate these babies within a social environment. For example, one of the studies that we did is we took these babies who are with cerebral palsy and tried to see if we can integrate them in a classroom, right? If you think of a typical classroom, all of these babies all the kids with impairments are sitting in a corner while the rest of the class is doing their wonderful things. And the goal was that through this mobile technology, how could we actually integrate these children within the classroom and eventually in the society. So a few takeaways that I have from my talk today. Okay, according to the World Health Organization, there's 1 billion people in the world who need assistive or rehabilitative technologies, right? So it's a big number that we see around here. Now, we also know that the elderly population, which is typically defined as 65 years or older, is expected to double in the next 25 years, right? There'll be more people among us who are older individuals, and there are less people who can take care of them. And that's where the technology comes in to fill that role. And this longevity brings many challenges in terms of the quality of life. Now, in my talk today, I give you statistics about what happens in the United States. But it turns out to be that these impairment statistics are very similar all around the world. I mean, we have some colleagues, we have some close colleagues who we work with in Africa with cerebral palsy, and we know that some of the numbers for them are a little bit higher than what we see in the United States and the typical developed countries. So all of these ideas and technologies that I am describing to you here can actually be adapted, right, to the Indian scenario or to the Asian scenario or to the African scenarios and so on. Now, we also saw that small improvements in daily function can result in significant improvement in quality of life, right? If you think about that girl who was able to stand on the table and reach out for food, right? What we did was really a training in terms of her ability to move around and move her trunk. But that increased her quality of life being able to comb her hair or put on a t-shirt, and these are big milestones from the child's perspective. Now, as you may have seen robotics as really a vehicle into manufacturing, right? And so I'm a roboticist by training. Now, robotics, of course, has made big inroads in manufacturing, right? But I think the time is right for the robotics to take the next step, right? Not only to facilitate what happens out in industry or making some of these autonomous machines, but it can be sort of wrapped around the human body, right? What could be more important, right? We as citizens or we as people to see how we can create technologies to help the people and the loved ones. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor Agarwal, for that very futuristic and, of course, also thought-provoking address and presentation. Okay, we are going to, of course, be quickly now turning our focus to our next segment today, which, of course, is going to be part, of course, of the Next in Global Affairs theme and, of course, special segment. To talk specifically about the future of BRICS and more, we are very, very privileged now to be joined by Professor, Institute of China and Contemporary Asia at Russian Academy of Science. We have with us, of course, now on the stage, Professor Georgi Toloroya. Professor Toloroya, welcome. Thank you very much for being with us. We're very excited for your address. Let's encourage him a bit with some applause.
It's a pleasure and honor for me to speak to this distinguished audience on a topic which I find to be of crucial importance for the future of the world order. Because BRICS, I think, it's the instrument which can be used to create a new multipolar world order, which wouldn't necessarily be more just or stable than the current one, but we're going to move there. And BRICS is too young to fall down from a jolt, as Professor Gawe have shown in his presentation. So now BRICS experiences the stress test. But we should first ask, what are BRICS' advantages? It's a model which is based on the network, not hierarchy. It's evolutionary in nature, not created according to some blueprint. It's based on a function rather than set form. And it is based on polycentric, not dictatorship ideals. So the benchmark of BRICS are sovereign equality, flexibility, pragmatism, renunciation of hegemony, and consensus decision-making. So this is what makes BRICS a very promising platform for the countries of the global south, for the countries of the developing world, to develop new ideology, to develop new cooperation model, to make all the interests and their ideals to be taken into account. I show here some principles and how they evolve. I won't elaborate on this to take time. But now I would say that BRICS is a little bit too broad to be fully operational and functional, because new members which have been taken into the BRICS in 2024, they're still in the process of getting to work together as a team. And this creates some problems. So now we actually have several tiers, like the principal founding members, original 4 plus South Africa, then the newly accepted members, and also BRICS plus partners, some of which may join BRICS later, some may as full members, some may not. So this is the situation. And now, as I've mentioned, BRICS is experiencing a stress test because the Middle East events have become an ideal firestorm. First of all, it's the instance of a direct conflict between two BRICS members. Iran and United Arab Emirates are now exchanging missiles, and there's direct conflict. This is sort of a big blow to the BRICS modality as a geopolitical alternative for security and consensus and compromise building. So this is a very hard lesson. Of course, we had similar conflicts, for example, between China and India, but China and India are well-established, mature powers which know how to settle their conflicts. And by the way, BRICS was one of the venues for both parties to negotiate and to find a solution to their conflict. But in this case, I think it's more of a significance for the future of the BRICS. Also, this current conflict, it brings a heavy blow against the BRICS spirit of non-interference. And United Arab Emirates and Saudi Arabia are forced to rely on Western air defense rather than BRICS-based defenses. And of course, BRICS so far have not managed to make any moderation efforts. Not to speak about the economic volatility and economic blow, record high oil prices and damage to the BRICS oil exporting members, weaponized finance, which are used by the United States. The dollar is used by the United States to punish these countries as BRICS members. So this is maybe one of the goals of US to weaken the BRICS, on which Donald Trump has several times spoken. So actually, even inside the BRICS, we have some kind of three camps. One includes Russia and China, which in fact support Iran against the aggression. Pragmatists like India, Brazil, and South Africa, they are sort of neutral. And also the conflicting members are just on the front line. So what would be the evolution of the BRICS given this situation? One is sort of fragmentation, becoming just a venue for meetings. Then in this case, BRICS can stop pursuing a political security agenda and reverts to a loose economic forum. It may become Sino-centric, with China will play the central role. This is something that's not acceptable for India, for example. Or it may become a sort of a two-speed group, a co-group like China, Russia, Iran, with a hard anti-Western rhetorics, while others maintain a more balanced approach. One issue which we may address is that BRICS may be in need of institutionalization to overcome these challenges. So far, we don't have any administrative structure. Every country has a chair. This year, India is a chair. They carry the function of a secretariat. So it makes it very difficult to form a joint position. For example, still we don't have any BRICS statement or position on the Iranian conflict, which would have been quite very relevant. The efforts are being taken in this direction. I cannot elaborate more, but so far we have none. So I think that it would be a good idea to have at least a technical secretariat to have the intersessional continuity and prepare the meetings and have the implementation of the resolutions monitoring mechanism, to track progress on summit decisions, and to have a sort of legal personality, so there would be a mailbox of BRICS where you can just address with some ideas. This is how I define the possibilities and the opportunities for BRICS to progress, to overcome the current crisis. And it's both fortunate and unfortunate that the major power like India is in charge this year, because it's exactly India which is known for its initiative and ingenuity for proposing new ideas on BRICS. For example, the New Development Bank idea was first proposed by on the expert track held here in New Delhi. I was a part of it 11 or 15 years ago. So I think that India, Bharat may produce new ideas, new concepts for BRICS, which would invigorate it, would bring a new life into this very promising and maybe the unique platform which could bring the humanity to a better future. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Professor Tolaroya, for that address. Of course, it's very, very important. You are in India, so we have to, of course, speak about BRICS, and you delved on that, and of course, a lot more. Thank you for that address. Okay, now it's time for another much-awaited session, actually, of today. It's time to call on stage now another familiar face who we had at NXT's inaugural edition last year, and of course, he's back with us today as well to speak in the next segment, which is Next in Nutrition. We have first for a keynote address on Bharat Nutrition and Lifestyle Classroom, holistic nutrition, integrative and lifestyle medicine expert and author, Shri Luke Coutinho. Could I welcome you on stage? And let's have a round of applause for him, please.
Hi, good morning. Good morning, everyone. It's good to see so many of you here. A lot of students from medical colleges around. I like that. Today we have a very exciting session. We have a panel of doctors and discussing our Prime Minister's vision on reimagining health, the future of medicine, lifestyle, and prevention. But before that, you're at this amazing platform, NXT. The purpose of this was brainstorming ideas and putting them into action. You see, in today's world, there are a lot of ideas, and there's a lack of execution of great ideas. I want to start off by telling you what happened last year at NXT. Our Honorable Prime Minister asked us to create a Bharat-inspired nutrition and lifestyle framework for the country. The belief of made in India and heal in India. And what's happened under the mentorship of Sri Kartikeya, who is also the brain behind NXT, and we have Dr. Aishwarya Pandit. We launched something which was spectacular, the Bharat Dish and Lifestyle Tips inspired by our Prime Minister. We also had the Bharat School Menu and Lifestyle Plan, where every month, every school in our country, every household in our country, and every university has access to a vegetarian and a non-vegetarian meal plan for the entire month, with a focus on the macros, with a focus on nutrients, and a focus on using Indian local foods to improve nutrition and lifestyle at the grassroots levels. Then we created the Bharat Nutrition and Lifestyle Classroom. Our Prime Minister has a very simple vision. While we treat disease too late, how do we make health creation early? For that, we created the Bharat Nutrition and Lifestyle Classroom, and today we're going to talk about the amazing preventive cancer screening initiative. We had the Bharat Dish that launched out. If you see this little QR code over here, right now if you take your phones out and you click this QR code, you will have access to every menu that's been ever made for the country, and you will have access to the Bharat Nutrition and Lifestyle Classroom, which you can play for yourselves as well as your children or your schools. On the 31st of May and 1st of June, the Bharat Nutrition and Lifestyle Classroom was a free session for children between 7 and 10. We had sessions over the whole country in English and Hindi. This has now moved into an expert-guided classroom where we have experts from across the country who have broken down the classroom into nutrition, movement, sleep medicine, emotional wellness, and the integration of yoga, pranayama, and movement. As we speak, children across the country have this played for them in schools and by their parents at home. Our Prime Minister's vision is that education should be digital, and it should be able to reach any one of our citizens across the country. We broke this down into nutrition, into exercise, into sleep, into yoga, because for the longest time we believed that only nutrition can actually fix the health crisis. But today we understand that there's a lack of physical activity. One of the strongest pillars in lifestyle medicine is sleep, and that is something that all of us have to improve. It becomes now a clinical pillar in integrative and lifestyle medicine. And while the world is looking for complicated exercises, which we can do, we should not forget our tradition of yoga and pranayama, how our own system of scientific breath work becomes the #1 way to reduce stress levels and regulate your nervous system. The curriculum is built on balanced nutrition, exercise, sleep, emotional wellness, and yoga. We have schools across the country who have embraced this right now, and it continues to be embraced. Over the last couple of days, we had schools from across the world, Indonesia, Vietnam, and Australia, reaching out to understand how this program works so that they can run it in their own curriculums in school. Now we expand the vision, the Namo Shakti Rat Breast Cancer Screening Initiative, which our Honorable Prime Minister spoke about. This is an initiative, again, of Sri Kartikeya and Dr. Aishwarya, where healthy women and empowered families, we look at prevention as key. They picked up a Guinness Book of World Records for doing the most amount of screenings in 24 hours. 20 mobile screening vans ensuring timely screening and early detection. The ITV Foundation achieved the Guinness World Record for the most AI breast screening across states in India, and this will soon become a nationwide affair. Prevention is always better than cure, and that's why it is imperative that we focus on early symptoms and then the right treatment. In collaboration, we will now integrate nutrition, lifestyle habits, and daily routines amongst all of our people across the country to strengthen the model of healthcare. We have to move from a model of sick care to healthcare and prevention, and that is absolutely the vision. So the future of healthcare begins early. Right knowledge. How many of you get all of your knowledge from Instagram and social media? Put your hands up. It's okay, put your hands up. How many of you are confused? Keep your hands up if you are. It's the same amount of hands. We don't need confusion. We need right knowledge and we need action. If there's one thing that's missing today in our country, we have a lot of information, we have a lot of knowledge, we have a lot of content, we have platforms that bring amazing people like you together. But there's one thing that's missing that is forming a major dent in our healthcare system. That is the lack of action. While you continue to learn, while you continue to absorb more information, it's extremely important to put it into action, because we only get the results of great knowledge when we add action to it. So thank you everyone for listening. I would advise all of you to invest in prevention, keep following the Bharat Nutrition Lifestyle. All of you over here, we can contribute in one way. When we unite as a country, all of us may not be doctors, nutritionists, and engineers, but we have a human heart and a human brain to share the right knowledge and share information amongst our communities and societies, so together we educate and together we enable people to move into action. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Luke, for that inspirational address, of course. And yes, as you said, you have translated a lot of your thoughts into action already. And that's what really NXT is about, isn't it? Like we mentioned in yesterday's chief guest's address. Okay, let's now move on very, very quickly. Staying with this segment of Next in Nutrition, we now will be having a panel, in fact, on Next in Nutrition. And in fact, to speak about the theme of the future of nutrition, we have a very, very holistic panel that we've drawn together for you. So I want to quickly call on stage now, one by one, all the panelists. Professor Shilpa Bhupati Raju, could we please have you on stage first? From Harvard, T.H. Chan School of Public Health, Professor Bhupati Raju, I invite you on stage. Also, joining us for this session is Dr. Shashank Joshi, endocrinologist. Dr. Joshi, welcome to NXT. Dr. Manveer Bhatia is also with us live, neurologist and sleep specialist. Dr. Manveer Bhatia, please come on to stage as well. And oncologist Dr. Garvit Chitkara also joins us now at the Bharat Mandapam in Delhi. And once again, coming back on stage to steer this conversation forward in the role this time as a moderator is holistic nutrition, integrative and lifestyle medicine expert and author Luke Coutinho. So Luke, handing the floor over to you once again.
Welcome back, everyone. Today we have this amazing panel of very, very busy experts who have taken time out of their schedules. Some of them we have a professor who's traveled in from Boston. We have doctors who have traveled in from Bombay to share the next 25 to 30 minutes with something that will help us to reimagine the way medicine, lifestyle, and nutrition now starts to work. We have a health crisis in our country right now. Is medicine treating just the symptoms, and is lifestyle fueling disease? Is our medical system fragmented? And if it is, how do we integrate it together to bring the best experts together to move from a model of illness to wellness, to have prevention before prescriptions? Before I sit today, I want us to understand that we're living in a country where we have expert doctors, we have nutritionists, we have personal trainers, we have nutrition, we have alternative medicine, but yet we're the diabetic capital of the world. Yet we have people dying from cardiovascular events when they shouldn't have. And we have cancer that's sprouting all over the country rapidly. What's going wrong? What is the problem? Is it that the medicine is not good enough? That's not true. Or is it that we're not treating lifestyle disorders? Today we have an amazing panel. I want to start off by introducing Professor Shilpa. Thank you for coming in all the way from Boston. Assistant Professor of Medicine and Nutrition, Harvard Medical School. We have Dr. Shashank Joshi, Padma Shri Awardee Consultant Endocrinologist at Leelavati Hospital and HN Reliance Hospital. We have Dr. Manveer, thank you so much for being here, senior neurologist and sleep specialist, Director of Neurology Sleep Center, New Delhi. And we have Dr. Garvit, Associate Director of Breast Surgical Oncology at Nanavati Max Institute Cancer Care. As you can see, we have a very diverse panel that looks at metabolic disorders and lifestyle diseases. And today, we're here to get into their brains and understand how we can all, we have a lot of medical students out here. You're here at the right time to mold your brains in a particular way that is now going to be the future of medicine. Professor Shilpa, I'll start off with you. For decades, we focused on calories, nutrients, but today we're seeing rising metabolic disease everywhere. Is it the problem of food, or is it modern lifestyles? And have we disconnected from the whole ecosystem of lifestyle and healthcare?
Thanks, Luke. It's an honor to be here. For very long, nutrition is very complex. So we've often taken a very reductionist approach. So looking at calories, from carbs, from fat, and we've actually moved away from that. We're looking at foods, and now we're looking at overall diet patterns, because nobody eats a single nutrient or a single food. We eat an overall diet. And so research has really focused on looking at these dietary patterns and how they are associated with chronic disease risk. And again, food doesn't exist in a vacuum, right? So what's available to us is shaped very much by structural determinants of health. It's something that we talk quite a bit in the public health space. So, along with food, your lifestyle, how much are you moving around? What does your food environment look like, right? If you want to change diet, but the environment is backed against you, you are losing a battle, right? There's no way you can compete with, the big food giants that are pushing, marketing these ultra-processed foods on us. So I think we need to take a more systems-level approach to NCD prevention, and absolutely diet is very central to that. And of course, lifestyle, sleep. When we're in a better mood, we tend to eat healthier as well. So I think it's time for us to move away from a simple calories in, calories out, carb counting, to looking at what does my plate look like? Is it filled up with the foods that are protective? What does my overall dietary pattern look like?
Absolutely. Thank you so much for that. And we also want to use the NXT platform, which is a platform for brainstorming new ideas. You mentioned a beautiful word, ecosystem. While we need an ecosystem, as a country, we also need cleaner air, cleaner water, and we need to break this cycle of adulteration of food, which is also affecting our health in a big way. And because we have so many powerful minds at this session, we're hoping that these problems will eventually be solved for our country and our people. Dr. Shashank, such a pleasure to have you here. India is called the diabetic capital of the world. I know you hear this all the time. Is it purely genetic, or are we witnessing the consequences of rapidly changing lifestyles and food habits?
So, Luke, thank you for having me here, and congratulations to you and Kartika Sharma ji for this wonderful conclave. Unfortunately, we are the world's capital of diabetes, but we want to be the diabetes care and the prevention capital of the world. And you asked a very pertinent question, do we blame it all to our genes? Probably the genes load the gun, but the lifestyle pulls the trigger. So if your father or mother both have diabetes, your likelihood of getting diabetes is 90%. If one parent, it's 70%. One relative, it's 40%. But you can prevent it by appropriate lifestyle. And we are having the perfect storm. Because as we become affluent, and I call this affluenza, not the influenza, because we are in the NCD explosion, clearly as we become affluent, we become sedentary and we become physically inactive. And then we are exploded with this entire spectrum of ultra-processed foods, which are wrong foods. We eat too much. There is calorie bombs all over. And I'm mindful that, we have barriers between food for all of you all in the audience and everybody around. But clearly we eat too much. We are eating too much of carbs and fats, too little proteins. We are physically inactive. Today is the World Sleep Day, and we have a world expert in sleep here. we sleep less, we are always stressed out. So we are actually, lifestyle is pulling the trigger in a perfect storm, which is not only making us put on weight, but is causing type 2 diabetes and insulin resistance. And unfortunately, over centuries, we are blessed. It's a polygenic disease. So we have the genes, the guns loaded, but the trigger is pulled by the lifestyle. And that's really the truth. And therefore, it's very, very important that we go to the root cause. And I think the root cause is in lifestyle. Because even if we are genetically predisposed and disadvantaged, there are two things. One is, on planet Earth, there are 8 billion people. 1.46 billion people live in India. Around 100 million people live with diabetes. 136 million people live with type 2 diabetes. So we are world number 2 right now. But we would like to be the world number 1, as our Honorable Prime Minister said, in care, in prevention, in policy. And I think we congratulate you and your entire team and Kartikeya for this next generation vision. Can we tap our resources and create and build a movement around physical activity, around mindful eating, around appropriate lifestyle, so that even if we are having a genetic disadvantage, can we make a lifestyle change? And small things. Can we sleep a little better? Can we move a little more? Can we do the extra 1,000, 2,000 steps every day? Can we take better breath? So I think it's important that we ensure that we don't pull the lifestyle trigger on a genetically loaded gun of Indians, and we are all thin fat Indians, unlike our Caucasian brothers and sisters or our African brothers and sisters, we have little extra fat in our body. And that's actually the trigger, because it's going in the wrong sides, like the vessels, the heart, the liver, the kidney. And that's really pulling out all this trigger of the entire NCD spectrum, not just type 2 diabetes, but a little bit of fatty liver, a little bit of heart disease, and cancer, and so on and so forth. So it's important that we can make a change on the lifestyle, so that even if we are genetically disadvantaged, and now we have genomics, we have AI to screen people who are at risk. But even if you know you are at risk, we need to make a change. And who is at risk? Any person who's got a family history positive for type 2 diabetes, or if your waist circumference is more than 90 centimeters for a man, 80 centimeters for a woman, after the age 20 you should start screening. Because for every one person living with diabetes on planet Earth, another person doesn't know that they have diabetes. We don't screen. 50% people don't know that they have diabetes. And in rural India, almost every third person doesn't know that they are living with type 2 diabetes, and they'll end up with complications. So we need a world free from complications of diabetes. We need to detect it early, and we need to be aggressive, but we can even prevent it. And therefore, I think, though we are disadvantaged genetically, which is your question, I think lifestyle triggers make the change.
Thank you. Thank you, Doctor, for focusing on lifestyle and prevention. Today is World Sleep Day. How many of you have slept for 8 hours? Put your hands up. Hands up. Anyone slept for 8 hours? 1, 2, 3. I can count these numbers. Anyone slept for less than 6 hours? Put your hands up. Okay, not so proudly, just put your hands up. I'm kidding. Let's introduce you to Dr. Manveer. Thank you so much, a sleep specialist and a neurologist. Doctor, I have a question for you. India is increasingly sleep deprived. We can see these repercussions in medical reports. Like, you can look at a report today and tell how much a patient has slept. How serious is chronic sleep deprivation as a driver of disease? And what is the one habit that we should first fix meaningfully if we want to improve our sleep and hence our health?
Thank you so much, Luke. And I think it's wonderful to talk about the disorders or issues which we can come up with a lifestyle modification. And yes, sleep happens to be, we talk about the 3 pillars of health: nutrition, exercise, and sleep. But the sleep specialists say it's the foundation. So if your sleep is good, you will make what is called as good choices for eating, and you will also get motivated to walk. So that's one thing that we always like to say. Sleep deprivation, and I think he has already given a good demonstration by the number of hands which went up. So less than 6 hours per night on a regular basis is called sleep deprivation. How does it impact the health? And I think we'll start with the younger people. What does it impact them? And then we'll talk about the other issues, because that's more pertinent to them. A lot of people talk about this word which has become very popular called as the brain fog. So it kind of came up during COVID, it came up a lot during post-COVID, and it was thought, is it like a neurological symptom of something called as post-COVID? But we do know that sleep deprivation causes this brain fog. And for the youngsters here, they know or they understand that word, that basically your concentration, ability to focus, creativity, productivity, everything is impaired. So they say they sit at a workplace, but they're not able, they know that that's not their best that they are performing. So that's one part of it. Second is, which I want to talk about, especially again to this, pertinent to this population, is emotional liability. People are just very aggressive, very angry, very rash, and they can see it that my personality was not like this. So there is something which happens to you when your sleep is not adequate. The emotional centers in the brain, the emotional regulatory mechanisms start failing. So you are spiking off, or we call it a short fuse. Very easily people are sparking. So that's number two. Number three is all the metabolic problems that we talked about. The diabetes, obesity, high blood pressure, strokes, heart attacks, which was shown by the previous speakers about the robotics for the stroke. We have enough number of strokes in our country. So I think there's a very big chunk of the whole metabolic problems. I'll just talk a little bit more about the relationship with weight. So weight or body weight, as it's become like a big thing now about obesity or the nutrition, is that we make wrong choices, what we eat, and the timing of food that we eat. So we have these two hormones which control what we eat and how much we eat and when to stop. Just to say, both hormones have gone haywire. So you tend to eat a lot more, and the message doesn't go to your brain that you are full. So you'll keep eating. And you also want to have, the craving is for these carbs, the ice creams at night, the fried foods at night. And of course, adding to that is our 24-hour supply system. I had a patient yesterday, and the father said, I think every Swiggy person and every Zomato person knows my son. And the son was 120 kg, 35 years old. So I think that's the kind of issues that we are sitting with this sleep deprivation.
Thank you so much, Doctor. Dr. Garvit, cancer is often seen as something random or genetic, but increasingly we hear about lifestyle, inflammation, and environment. How much of cancer risk is actually influenced by how we live?
So to put it very easy is that there's only 10% of breast cancer that we are seeing today is genetic. In India, maybe it's a little higher than 10% and it's about 15%, but rest of the breast cancer that we are seeing in India is technically a lifestyle disorder. It is because of what we are eating, what we are breathing, what we are trying to do, whether we are sleeping adequately or not, how obese we are, what is our exercise level. So these things make a lot of difference in our body's repair mechanism. The cause of all cancer is DNA repair mechanism, which is where we go wrong when we are not doing the necessary things just to keep our body in shape. And it is not, body in shape does not mean pumping iron in the gym. It means a lot more than that. It means a lot, it means whether we've slept adequately or not. It means what we are eating is correct or not. It means whether we've been able to calm our mind and whether we've been able to do whatever is necessary to go through the day in a calm state of mind. And if that does not happen, it increases the risk of all lifestyle disorders, whether it is diabetes, whether it is neurological problems, or whether it is cancer.
Thank you, Doctor. We have to end this amazing panel, but before that, 30 seconds each, you have the whole of India watching you right now. Professor Shilpa, what is that one lifestyle or habit change tip that you would like to give our country?
I guess eat a balanced diet. Make sure the quality of your diet matters, just not the quantity. You know, when you're thinking about carbs or protein or fat, the type of carbs matter, the type of protein matters, and the type of fat matters. Fat is not bad. We all need fat, but the type of fat we consume is important. And we've shown that, you know, when you make small changes, they don't have to be big, they don't have to be dramatic, that can actually reduce your risk for chronic disease in the long term.
That's amazing. Thank you. Dr. Shashank, your one lifestyle tip.
So I think my prevention mantra has always remained universal. Eat slowly, eat on time, eat right, walk more, do physical activity, do yoga, sleep well and smile. And all of us are digitally intoxicated, so do 1 hour digital detox every day.
Very cool. Thank you. Thank you so much. Dr. Garvit, your one lifestyle tip for everyone watching today.
So we have experts from all over the world here, and you will see the common thing between all of us. So to prevent cancer, decrease your weight, have a healthy weight, have a calm lifestyle, and exercise regularly. That's.
Thank you. I see commonalities between everyone's advice. And like I said, we have the knowledge, but we have a lack of action. That's one of our big takeaways for today. Action. Dr. Manveer, your lifestyle tip for the country watching right now.
So I think consistency.
Beautiful.
Consistency is the key. Do not fluctuate, and a relaxed brain at the bedtime. So we are just in this 24-hour society. Too much connectivity is what's creating a problem. People are saying we can't shut the mind. So have a gap, end the day and start the night, and keep it consistent. You will get good sleep.
Thank you so much. This is such an amazing panel. We have top doctors from across the country, flown in from different parts of the world, and none of them prescribed you a pill. And I hope you never need that pill, because you're going to start your new investment, like, SIPs, long-term. It's consistency with your lifestyle changes. Compound. All of you know the power of compounding, right? Just move away from the financial model and make it your health model. The power of compounding. Thank you, doctors. Thank you so much for such an amazing panel. Can we have a warm round of applause for our amazing panel of doctors, please? Thank you.
Well, that was a very interesting and inspiring session, wasn't it? In our segment of Next in Nutrition. All right, now it's time to talk about the soft power of India, and that, of course, is cinema. It's time to turn our focus to the film industry, to the entertainment sector, for our next session, which is Next in Cinema, and to talk specifically about the theme of future of cinema in the era of AI movies. What is going to be the impact of artificial intelligence on films? Well, for that, joining us now for a very special panel is Ms. Medha Jayashankar, award-winning filmmaker and president, Walk Mix by Audio Futures. We also have with us R.S. Prasanna, film director. Joining us also live is Guneet Monga, film producer. She's, of course, made us proud by winning an Oscar. Shri Rakesh Om Prakash Mehra, very well-known filmmaker, also with us on the broadcast. And joining us live to moderate this session, a new avatar for him today, we have with us the co-founder and director of Wizcraft Group, Shri Sabas Joseph. And we are, as NXT is looking forward at the future, this is also a very futuristic session, because our panelists are there physically and they're also there virtually. It's a hybrid session. So for this special hybrid session, I hand the floor over to you, Sabas Joseph.
Good morning, everybody. And just as we walked onto stage, it's good afternoon. So good afternoon to all of you. Good afternoon, Shashi sir. Good to have you here with us. Next represents a thinking and a platform. Right in the heart of Next is X, which signifies for me crossroads. And I think it's at those crossroads all of us stand, all of us sit, and delighted to be moderating this panel. You've heard panels and panels during Next this year. I refer to this one as the Rockstar panel, because we've got 4 rock stars joining us on this panel, which really means we are redefining not just the past, but we're redefining the present, looking at the future. And Guneet Monga, multiple Oscar winner on this panel. You can look up her entire repertoire of work and you'll realize how blessed we are to have her on this panel today. There's Rakesh Om Prakash Mehra, fantastic filmmaker, made films and films, Rang De Basanti, Bhag Milka Bhag, Delhi 6, and Bhag Milka Bhag has had us all running for a long time. There's R.S. Prasanna, He's dealt with all kinds of everyday problems, from erectile dysfunction to inclusivity, and made great films out of it, from Shubh Mangal Savdan to the Tamil version which preceded that, and then the recent inspirational blockbuster, Sitare Zameen Par. And then you've got Medha Jaishankar. She really is the symbol for this rockstar panel. Travels across the world, lives in India, lives in the US, lives in Canada, lives in UK, and through those 4 lives that she lives a life that is one that's made of dreams. The creator of WalkMix, which is a platform and a tool that is redefining 360 degrees spatial audio, filmmaker, story writer, storyteller, all wrapped in one, worked with some of the biggest stars in Hollywood, some of the biggest technicians that are only dreams made of, and Oscar winners there. And she looks like she's jumped out of a Pink concert done by Prince. And the pink is her signature, and she represents all of us here with pink hair downwards. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our rockstar panel. Put your hands together. My first question to my friends here is very simple. What will cinema look like 10 years from now? What will cinema look like 10 years from now? And I'm going to start with R.S. Prasanna first.
Sabha's opening batsman is very tough, especially, but it's easier when you're opening with a rock star team like this. So, you know, even if you're duck out, you have like really good guys coming up later. So, I don't know what cinema will look like, but I can only tell you that what cinema will feel like. I think cinema after 10 years is going to feel more human. And we're going to go back to basics. There's going to be lots of, like you have AI slop, you'll have a lot of cinema slop, media slop. But I think eventually the cinema that's going to stick is going to be the same old thing. The cinema that tells a story, the cinema that makes you feel emotions. And I think we are living in a world where the Navarasas, the 9 emotions, as we say,
yes,
is even more valued today. So people are going to outsource their emotions to cinema. They say, cinema is going to make me fall in love. Cinema is going to make me feel patriotic. Cinema is going to make me feel like a hero. I think that's already happening because a lot more robotic lives are being led. But Charlie Chaplin made us laugh during the Depression. So it's always emotion. It's going to be always. So cinema, how is it going to look? I don't know. But cinema, how it's going to feel? I think it's going to feel even more human.
Medha, over to you. What's your look and outlook for the next 10 years?
Well, if you look at the history of cinema, I began out in caves in France. You can maybe jump over to Edison, moving images, then sound, then color. And now technology is evolving so fast. I don't know what's going to happen in the next 10 years. But I'm a little biased because I'm in the business of immersive media and in the business of selling tools for immersive media. So if you'd like to join the train for technology, I benefit greatly. But I think the cinema-going experience is going to change a lot because for whoever is listening here, I have no idea who is listening or not listening. Raise your hand if you've been to the cinema more than 5 times this year. Oh, there are only, how many people do you think have raised their hands? 20 or so?
About 20, yeah.
Okay. Well, this gentleman
in a hall
actually,
of 1,020.
This gentleman's last movie was a very, very unique distribution strategy that I think is very relevant for the next 10 years, to get people to watch cinema. And what is the definition of cinema? That is actually the question you should be asking, because is it the traditional going to a theater, or is it me wearing a VR headset with earphones, experiencing the world of Avatar, or whatever the immersive world is? So to answer your question, I think in the next 10 years, cinema is not going to be just one standalone film. It's going to be the film and the world around it, whether it's social media, games that derive from it, TV shows that derive from it, conversations online that derive from it. So it's not just one entity and one piece of IP, it's a whole universe.
Thank you, Medha. Thank you, Prasanna. Guneet, I'm coming to you.
Yes,
You've been the master of bodiless storytelling. What are you seeing as the next big change that's coming to filmmaking itself?
You know, I feel the power of cinema, and cinema at large is not going anywhere, you know. There has always been a threat. VCR आ गया, कभी digital आ गया, कभी, you know, film से digital जा रहे हैं हम, कभी कुछ. There's always been this fearful audio आ गया, you know, but the sense of community experience and I think is not going anywhere. I think technology will help us in various aspects of filmmaking to enable us to tell our stories. I am I'm a proponent of technology. I would love to use any technology for distribution, for access to distribution, like, you know, language dubs and getting our piece of cinema from India to around the world. I think that is, I feel the purpose of my life. And at that journey, I dedicate my life to. So I would use technology to double down on any aspect of filmmaking, be it looking at sets, be it looking at how AI can help. But at large, cinema is not going anywhere. It's a much needed cultural connection for all of us to live, eat, breathe. It's not like it's going to die. It will shapeshift. It will always adapt, but it's not going to go anywhere. It's here, the way it is.
Thank you, Guneet. Though you're far away and she's been stuck with some personal pressing matters, despite that, you've taken time out to join us here. Thank you, Guneet. Really appreciate it.
I'm so
Thank
sorry
you.
I was not there.
Missing you.
Yes. Off to you, Rakesh ji. Future audiences are growing up in a world of constant visual storytelling. Your competitor is your audience for every filmmaker. Every Instagram reel is a story. Every film is dying to be made out of each of those stories. Where do you see this going, and how does cinema remain powerful in this new world that has emerged?
We'll have to go to an astrologer to understand the future of cinema, I guess. But as far as my limited view goes, I feel the future will depend on the present. The kind of stories we tell now are going to influence the future filmmakers, the next generation of filmmakers. It's all about storytelling, and it's not about technology shaping it up as such. We'll adapt to that. That's not a problem. Again, the kind of storytelling will depend on the socio, cultural, political, economic, the collective consciousness of the nation and nations as such. How fearful or how fearless the voice of cinema will be now is going to define what's going to happen later. Also, conversations around cinema, I think, have been there. They have died down right now. They will resurface. There will be a resurgence. So the critiques around cinema, the journalism around cinema will play a very important part as to how open the cinema is. And I think the scissors finally will play a big part. It will play a bigger part than AI. So censorship has to be looked into. So these are my views, and I see like the doctors have spoken before us. I see a generation that is dying to express. I see a generation which is quite angry. I see a generation which is sleeping less. I see a generation which is addicted to the phone. Something will give, and that will reveal the stories, and that will be the future of cinema. I think अभी घड़ा भर चुका है, तो पानी तो बाहर छलके गए. Thank you, Sparks.
Thank you. Thank you, Rakesh. Over to you, Medha. Cinema storytelling is evolving. I'm going back to the way to your answer in technology playing a big role in the storytelling. Interactivity, the lack of the linear narrative, and the interactive narrative being the new story. Can you elaborate more and tell us more as what your experience has led you to believe?
What has the, sorry, I'm trying to figure out what's the best way and for this audience, what I should articulate at this aspect that you're...
In terms of gaming and cinema, how are you seeing interactivity? Are you seeing audiences coming into a cinema theater with their consoles to play with the content and be able to develop their own new narrative? Please go ahead.
You know, it's been interesting. I've been going to film festivals for the last 20 years, so is Guneet, and I think everyone here, actually. And when you go to a gaming conference, it's very, very interesting because it's not just the elite class. It's all sorts of types of people from different socioeconomic classes, different backgrounds. You'll see families, and so many more people than a traditional film festival. I think we're being elitist by thinking that there's a gaming universe that's so small compared to the film world. No, it's massive. It's massive compared to what's happening in film. I think they can coexist. They do coexist to a certain degree, but they will merge much more in the future. I hope that answers your question for this audience.
I think so.
Does anyone play video games here? Can we get a show of hands? Oh, as many people as those who go to the theater.
Okay.
I think you should ask, does any of their children that they know play video games? Then a lot more hands may go up.
Prasanna, to you. Where do you see the inspirational aspect coming in, especially with regard to intimacy versus spectacle?
Wow. You know, when we were scoring the background music for Sitare Zameen Par, Ram Sampath, who's, of course, a wonderful music composer, but a wonderfully, I find him a very beautiful mind. So, in fact, when we were scoring we were doing the background score for Sitare Zameen Par, he said, what you're looking for, Prasanna, is epic intimacy. And you use the same phrase. So, I think the spectacle is very often confused to be scale. But actually, what matters is the person who's there on that flight. Like when you go on a roller coaster ride, right? You have to make sure that the guardrails are holding you in position in safety. So I think, yes, there is the spectacle, but the spectacle is meaningless without consciousness, without somebody, kind of distilling that for you as an experience. So I think what we're looking at is when you, the epic or the spectacle and the intimacy and all of that, I think even if you take a movie like, let's say, Bahubali or an RRR or Rajamouli or a Spielberg, they have this unique ability to place you in a spot of danger or in a spot of massive visuals where you feel small or you're flying. So I think it's experiential. So again, going back to what Medha was saying, taking from video games, from comic books, you see the point of view of a person is so important, right? So I think if movies can retain the personal and take you on a journey through this exotic world, then you have magic.
And sorry, just very quickly to add to a term you used just now, guardrails. In the face of AI, I think it's the wild, wild west right now. And I'm part of an organization called C2PA that's trying to standardize human authentication in the form of creation. So when we as creators create, we can add metadata to differentiate between AI content and human content, and therefore give different royalty rates to human versus AI content. So I just wanted to add that on to what you were saying. We can create
That's
that
amazing.
intimacy, and
That's
that,
amazing.
yeah, we should talk about it a bit more.
Gurit, this one is for you. AI is a collaborator, AI is a competitor, AI is your partner. Where do you see AI tools helping cinema makers, independent filmmakers and studios move into the future? Faster, slower, or making all of us obsolete? Where do you see this?
I think there is an answer in your question where you say AI tools, and that is exactly what that is. I feel AI is a tool, and we are all figuring how best to use it. I don't think जो यहाँ है, जो अंदर है, वो कोई भी लेके जा सकता है. Forget AI, So there is a sense of value that a filmmaker, a writer, a creative mind, AI is a derivative of information that is fed by human beings. But human beings have a capacity to imagine beyond that. I mean, we have been making robot taking over the world films, I mean, in the West, in the pop culture. So for a very long time, right? And that's, and then the goodness, the bad, the evil, using robots. I mean, from lots of ways of telling stories with technology. And what I'm trying to say is that was also imagined by humans. So AI for me is a tool which can maybe help us innovate distribution, and I'm fascinated about that. AI for me is a tool that can maybe innovate large-scale set designs. I'm fascinated. I want to know more. How authentic they are, how real they are, because our eye will only crave more natural things. There is a sense of plastic and artificial that nobody likes. So the human experience is what only humans can create. So if AI can come into processes, pre-production, production, post-production, what is the process that can be of assistance to creative minds, to creators, is definitely on the table to discuss and to create and to be part of, and how best to use them. So I feel like AI is additive, and it is threatening not for creative jobs, it is threatening for process-oriented jobs, and that all of that we will down the line see.
Okay.
I hope that.
We're going to our last question, and my request to my panelists is to keep it down to 5 words, maybe maximum 10. I'm giving you a statement. Now we've got Shashi sir in the house, so you have to keep it even simpler. Everyone give him a round of applause. Come on, we've got Shashi Tharoor in the house, let's celebrate him.
And Scott.
The future of cinema will belong to those who. You're filling in the blank. The future of cinema will belong to those who. And we're starting with Prasanna.
The future of cinema will belong to those who continue to be human and continue to be crazy.
The future of cinema belongs to Gen Alpha.
Guneet, to you.
The future is audacious, and the future is here, and it belongs to people who dare to dream.
Rakesh, over to you.
10 plus 5, 15 words, yeah. So the future of cinema will belong to the present of cinema, I must say, and the people who will embrace life with all its pop marks will tell better stories.
Wait, what's your answer?
Cinema has constantly evolved. I think cinema will belong to storytellers and the audience. The format you use will keep evolving. We'll move from silent films to talkies, from theaters to streaming, from theaters to home theaters, from cameras to algorithms. But one thing will remain unchanged. The world will always need stories. The question is not whether cinema will survive. The question is, what new form will storytelling take? Please put your hands together for our Rockstar panel, and let's give them a really huge round of applause, not just for those of us in the room, but for the two who are out there on their screens, putting aside their personal challenges to be here with us. Thank you, Rakesh. Thank you, Guneet. Thank you, Medha. Thank you, Prasanna.
Thank you.
Stay awesome. Thank you.
Well, we really enjoyed that session, of course. Future of cinema was the topic, the theme, and of course also, it was also the future of panels that you saw. It was a hybrid mode with half on virtual and half physically in the house. All right, well, we're turning now to our next segment, our next very special segment. Again, this is one of the most awaited segments of the day and of the summit, because now, for next in the Indo-Pacific, we are very happy to be joined by the 30th Prime Minister of Australia, Honourable Scott J. Morrison. They will be talking about navigating a new world order, and in the avatar today of a moderator, we have with us the very erudite Member of Parliament Lok Sabha from Bharat, Dr. Shashi Tharoor. Thank you both for being with us. This will of course be followed by a special address as well, the Guest of Honour's address by the 30th Prime Minister of Australia. So first we'll of course be having the interaction that will be followed by the Guest of Honour's address as well. Dr. Tharoor, I hand the floor over to you for this session. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and delighted to see you all. I'm excited by this entire concept of NXT, and seeing all of you from a large number of countries. I've forgotten the exact number, but it's great to have you here in Delhi. And we're really privileged to have with us the redoubtable Scott Morrison. He was joking to me that now that he's no longer Prime Minister, he's happy to talk about anything. But we're going to focus as much as possible on the Indo-Pacific, which is, of course, an area of great interest to both our countries. But before we got there, I mean, I will call him very respectfully Mr. Morrison, but you all know that he was widely known, even in his own country, as ScoMo. And right. On a memorable YouTube interaction, he demonstrated his proficiency at making ScoMosas. Now, you've got to tell us who taught you that trick.
Well, it was a bit of self-taught, and it's something I've been doing for many years. I actually had breakfast, so it's something I love about Indian culture, and it isn't just cricket and movies and all of these sorts of things.
It's high carb, as you probably know.
It is very high carb, particularly the way I make it.
Well, I'm looking forward to the time when we can share a samosa together, Mr. Morrison, especially one from your hands. But when you're in Delhi, you'll get various and perhaps not of as good a quality as you will produce in the Australian outback. But we've got you here today at an interesting and challenging time in the world. And though we will have to move to the Indo-Pacific, which is where our main focus is, it's difficult to escape the reality of what's going on in the world today, the torrent of drones, missiles, and bombs, which has dominated the periphery of Iran since the 28th of February. Today we're now on the 13th of March. That's 13 full days of conflict that have gone on in the region. Number one, where do you see this heading? And number two, what are the consequences for our countries, yours, mine, and the broader region?
Well, the first point I'd make is, regardless of what plans any of us might have when we're in government, events and opportunities usually come crashing in and will start determining what you might have to deal with more immediately. But that said, what's happening in the Middle East, I don't think is off strategy, particularly from the point of view of the United States. I mean, for more than almost 50 years, what Iran has been doing in the Middle East has at best been a nuisance and worse been terrorising their neighbours and the rest of the world. It is hardly a positive regime, and it is a regime that has threatened everything from oil supplies to the livelihoods and indeed lives of people right around the world, and in particularly in the United States and elsewhere. So the opportunity to be able to degrade and as far as possibly destroy their capability to continue to do that is an important objective for which, particularly after the 12-day war, there was an opportunity to do that in partnership with Israel, and that's what we're seeing played out. A window of opportunity has presented itself, and I think the United States, together with Israel, is taking that opportunity. What I think is different to what we've seen in the past, and I know there has been a plethora of narratives that have sat around this particular conflict, but if you look back in the strategy documents of the United States, you will see that there is not a proclivity to want to be engaged in the sort of boots-on-the-ground extended conflicts that we've seen in the past. We saw that, I know it's not the same thing, but in Venezuela, where there was a very quick action, the message was sent, the issue was dealt with. This is a far more complicated issue. It is one involving a far larger regime with a greater military capability. And you will see the United States, together with Israel, seeking to degrade that capability as far as possible and as much as possible up until the point in which further escalation requires them to go effectively off strategy and involve boots on the ground and things of that nature. So while regime change would be desirable, I don't think we can set it up as an objective of success of these strikes. It may well come in the future because of the weakening of the regime, but to expect it to happen within 2 weeks of strikes, well, it'll be the first time that has ever happened in world history. So let's be careful about how we judge the success criteria. I would say the United States, together with Israel, has done more to deal with the menace of Iran than any previous administration.
Fair enough, but Australia has traditionally been a strong upholder of the principles of international law. Surely they've all been breached in initiating this conflict. It's a violation of the Charter, a violation of the sovereignty of Iran. There's been this case for so-called preemptive self-defense, but then the Omani negotiators who were meeting at the very time the first bombs fell, they've been saying that the Iranians had already conceded completely that they would not have nukes, they would not enrich, they'd have zero stockpiles, and all they were waiting for was structured sanctions relief from the US, and the deal was about done. Now, if that's true, then preemptive self-defense also doesn't make any sense. How do we justify an unprovoked assault under international law?
I don't think it is true, is the point. And I'm not surprised that that narrative has emerged afterwards. That has been the narrative, and that's been what we've seen in the Middle East for decades. It's throwing a...
This mic, I think, needs some adjustment, folks, because we're losing Mr. Morrison's voice periodically. But yeah, maybe hold it closer, sir. Yeah.
I'll try that again.
No, I think we need
what we've seen in the Middle East, I'm just trying to say...
They're coming to you with an alternative mic.
What we've seen in the Middle East, I think, is the use of international systems, the use of international norms as a cover to enable illiberal terrorist regimes like Iran do what they've been doing. The President of the United States is not an orthodox politician, as we were talking about, and to expect him to be behaving in an orthodox way would be unrealistic. And so where international norms and systems are being used to continue what has been an abominable practice, then how on earth can we support them? How on earth can we support them when, if you go back to October 7 and what Iran was able to support with the worst day of massacre of Jews since the Holocaust in a single day. I mean, if we're talking about a breakdown of the international order, that's a pretty good place to start. And so we are dealing with a criminal regime. And when you put it in that context, then I think the United States sought to broker a deal on nuclear, but the Iranians are never going to give that up. They're never going to give it up. And the President called it out, as did Bibi.
One other question on this is, let's take your point as given. The other aspect of this, Mr. Morrison, is that We all know you can destroy things from the air. You can't build a new government from the air. There was much talk of regime change when this action happened. But they're not able to deliver that. And we've got the son of the slain supreme leader now in his place. What has been achieved with all this destruction? Will you really be able to put an end to this regime just from the air and from these assaults?
Well, I don't think that is the objective, certainly in the course of the airstrikes, and I don't think it ever was. Its objective was, as they were sitting down to talks, is to have them abandon their nuclear program, to walk away from their ballistic missile capabilities, and to end their support of their proxies in the region who were destabilising. All three of these things had been consistently rejected for decades, including most recently. That was the objective. And what has added to it, quite successfully, was pretty much the destruction of their conventional naval capability, which has occurred. And so what we have seen is the most significant degrading of Iran's military capabilities in any time during the revolutionary regime. Now, regime change would be better, but we know how that would have to be achieved, and that isn't a path that I think anyone would want to encourage the United States to take. I find it a bit odd that in some of the commentary that I've seen, whether in the US or elsewhere, they're almost saying, well, you have to achieve regime change, and you have to go in and put some boots on the ground to achieve that, but if you did that, that would be a big mistake. I think it's a very convenient way, and I often see this in the commentary on current administration behaviour, that if it had been anyone else than Donald Trump actually doing this, then I suspect there may be a different way of assessing what the success criteria is. I mean, the President could walk away today, if he chose to, and declare massive victory. The idea that Iran is stronger today than it was a year ago is absurd. It is a deeply weakened state. And that was true before these attacks. How do I know that? Well, you only got to look at the stance taken by Gulf partners when it came to how they may continue to engage with Israel. The idea of the Abraham Accords, for example. I think the Saudis now would see Iran as a diminished threat, and as a result, the idea of a closer relationship with Israel to hedge against Iranian threat, well, that's moved on. Iran is not what it was, and there's one reason for that, and it's still happening now.
It's still happening. Finally, you and I mean, Australia and India, both of us, neither of us is in power in government anymore, but we both follow national policies very closely. We both need trade, and though we're not overwhelmingly dependent on trade through the Straits of Hormuz, we're both significantly dependent on it. How do we shield ourselves and our friends, other neighbors, from the consequences of this ongoing conflict, and do we not have a common interest in seeking it ended as soon as possible?
Well, the short answer to that is yes, and I would think that the end of these hostilities is probably not that far away, and the President has been hinting as much in his most recent statements, and the new Supreme Leader is, I understand, severely injured as we speak. And I suspect both Israel and the United States will seek to maximise what they can continue to achieve in the time that they have remaining. But I think there is a limit to that time. I think it's dangerous to put a specific time on it, because that only shows your hand to your adversaries, and they may seek to wait elements of that out. But when we're talking about things that are going to affect the world for the next 10 years, the Straits of Hormuz could be open in 3 weeks. And yes, that means that in the short term there's been a tremendous impact. But these can rebalance quickly, not immediately, but it can rebalance quickly. And if that happens as a consequence of being able to remove one of the most destabilising elements in the Middle East for a more stable future of the Middle East, well, that's got to be a plus. So yes, we do, and I'd be shocked if there was no consciousness of this, that the Americans didn't understand that this would have an impact on oil prices. Of course they did. The question is, for how long, and to what end, and the balance of assessments about when you cease those operations and go into a different phase.
Right. Well, the prices have been seesawing, as you've seen. 65 before the war, went as high as 120, came down again below 100. We'll have to see, but as you say, it all depends on when it ends, and we'll certainly want to hope, I think, that this happens sooner rather than later. Let me take you back to the Indo-Pacific, to the region. You've been Prime Minister when in some ways the Quad was achieving its peak. I think the first Quad Summit was on your watch. If I'm not mistaken, there was a sense that all 4 countries were equally committed to an emerging architecture of cooperation amongst us that was interested in keeping the sea lanes of communication open and in preserving a certain strength, a certain force that might, this is where you may correct me, please, that might have been seen by some as an effort to counterbalance the growing menace of China. How would you rephrase that?
I wouldn't.
Okay.
I wouldn't rephrase it. It may not be the public declaration around these things, but undoubtedly the 4 major maritime powers of the Indo-Pacific in constant dialogue from the leader level down, with everything from Malabar exercises to demonstrating, I think, through public good diplomacy and support in the region by democracies. When I was there, it was about COVID vaccines. Today, it's about humanitarian assistance in crises and so on. I think that remains an important part of the Quad. But I think the Secretary Rubio, with Jaishankar and others after the change of government in the United States, has refocused it, I think, well. I think the Quad was getting a little unwieldy, and I think refocusing that agenda with a strong security base, but understanding economic security as part of security, keeping the focus on maritime domain, keeping it on critical minerals and areas and critical technologies where the 4 can work together. I think space is an important area where the 4 bring unique capabilities and contributions, which can be part of that. But it's very important, I think, for the Quad to be meeting again. I think there's been a range of practical and other issues over the past year which has prevented that. That's unfortunate. But I think at a working level, the Quad has busily carried on with its tasks. Foreign ministers have continued to meet. But it is important, having been a founding member of that as a leader, for those leaders to meet. They don't sit there and work over communiques and all the diplomatic tool-making that goes on at a lot of these summits. What they have to do is candidly talk about the issues that are going on now. I think there's the need for a greater focus on the Indo part of the Indo-Pacific. I think the security in the Indian Ocean, the malevolent and growing influence of China in the Indian Ocean is something that means, I think, a great deal. But it also means a great deal to Australia. It means a great deal to the other maritime powers in the Indo-Pacific. So I look forward to that happening. I think it will. I think there have been practical issues that have distracted. Obviously, there have been issues around trade and other things that have diverted leaders' attention, but I do commend India and all the Indo-Pacific countries for the way they responded to that, stayed focused on task, didn't get caught up in a sense of offence, got the job done, and let's get back to the relationships.
But if you were still PM of Australia, how would you react to the indefinite postponement of the Quad Summit by Mr. Trump's failure to agree to attend one that was due in November of last year? You've had 5 summits, I think, or 6 summits, pretty much without any, ever since COVID, there's been a summit every year without any glitch, and suddenly the summit that was due last year never happened because Mr. Trump didn't want to come, and it's still not been scheduled. How do Australia and Japan react to that?
Well, President Biden did the same thing with Australia and pulled attendance at one of those as well. So that isn't the first time that's occurred. And that was because of shutdown issues on that occasion. So, when you're working with the United States, these things happen from time to time. The issue is what is their level of genuine practical interest and commitment to the Indo-Pacific? And when you read their national security strategy and their national defence strategy, the Indo-Pacific and China are almost the unspoken word on every single page. It is clear that they understand that as this region, as the defining region for the future of geopolitics and the world order. And the fact that he would prioritise, as I think he's wise to, the meeting with Xi Jinping, which is in a few weeks, that is providing a very important safety valve for the tensions that are there. I suspect those meetings will stay pretty much focused on things within their red lines, not beyond them. They'll focus on trade, they'll talk about Boeing jets and sorghum and soybeans and all of that sort of thing, and NVIDIA chips and so on. But on the broader issues, I think that dialogue is keeping a stability. Now, that's an opportunity for the rest of the Indo-Pacific, because whether it's the Quad, indeed whether it's AUKUS from our point of view, whether it is the work that is done bilaterally, I mean, the relationships between each of the Quad partners bilaterally, I think is as important as their combined relationship. And I'll make a few remarks about this later, but Australia worked very hard under my time to take the India-Australia relationship to a whole new level, and that's been maintained. But equally, we did the same thing with Japan. The United States was doing similar things with Japan under several administrations, but I can tell you who drove it. It was Shinzo Abe. And so the knitting together of the network and map of alliances, like-minded partnerships, whether it's the Philippines, whether it's digital trade agreements with Singapore, whether it just goes on, and ensuring that where you can, you're supporting the strategies we're seeing played in Taiwan to defend themselves, should they have to, then the Indo-Pacific is getting stronger from the point of deterrence, not weaker.
But when you were PM, you endured a bit of a trade war with China. If I'm not mistaken, they tightened up on beef imports from Australia, and you had some consequences. How did you work through that?
We held our ground. We held our ground and said no more. I think one of the issues, particularly in Southeast Asia, is for too long, and this goes back to the Obama administration, when China continued to press out in the South China Sea, turning atolls into installations which are now effectively stationary aircraft carriers. Unless you say stop, and unless you say no, then they will continue to encroach, and I think India understands that as well as we do. And that's why I think it is important to collectively be very clear about these things, and to hold your ground when you have to. And yes, was there pain? There was. But ultimately, we were able to find alternative markets for our barley, and lobsters got a bit cheaper in Western Australia for people to have at Christmas. And I always thought these things would eventually come down. We took them through the WTO. The following government suspended those actions, but those illegal trade sanctions eventually came off. But I don't think the world can go, and particularly China, can go too long without drinking Penfolds red wine or Grange. The Wuhan Pinot is nowhere as good as what we offer out of South Australia.
All right. Well, look, we are running out of time, and I have one last question for you before you get a chance to lay out your vision of the world to the audience here. And my last question is very simple. How do you see the future of the Australia-India relationship? And I won't talk cricket at all. I'm as much of a cricket tragic as any Australian, but I think we're looking forward to that a little later next year. What do we do politically, geopolitically, commercially, trade-wise, the whole lot?
I'm very excited about the relationship. I was when I was in government, and I was thrilled with what we're able to achieve. I'm thrilled that it continues. I think the nexus between Australia and India is incredibly important, not just for the region, but for the Quad, the relationship with other alliances. And I think Australia is in quite a unique position to both comprehend and work with India. I think neither of us effectively threaten or each other. I think there's an easy relationship. I think there's a lot of overlap in terms of our institutions and these types of things, but increasingly how we look at the region and what the risks are. I think Australia has and continues to show India a lot of respect, understands that we both need room to have this relationship. We have a much closer binding relationship, alliance relationship with the United States. India has a different history with some partners that we would have nothing to do with. But that doesn't mean that disqualifies the closeness of a relationship. And that's what I certainly had with Prime Minister Modi, a very good friendship, similar to the one I enjoyed with the late Shinzo Abe and his successors. You could have a strong relationship, and I think that we have now got an incredibly solid foundation. And, in the past, it was all about cricket and curries. And that's nice, and it's good soft power things, and it's a lot of fun, and I think, India and Australia set the standard in cricket the world over, and the rest just try and keep up with us. And congratulations on the T20. We had a shocker, but you know, we had a pretty good series with India not that long ago. But I think it has gone well beyond that now. It is now in security, it's in defence, it's in economics, it's, I hope, more in space, it's in supply chains, it's in all of these things. And I think the Australia-India relationship provides an anchor, a very solid anchor for alliances and partnerships in the Indo-Pacific, to which the United States, to which Japan, to which ASEAN and so many others can link to. And so I'd say we're part of the foundation, and that makes me very positive about the future. I'm excited about what's happening here in India, and I think that is going to have a positive flow on for Australia.
Great. Well, I think that's a very positive note on which to, I won't say end, but pause this conversation, because you're in for a special treat. You'll be hearing from Prime Minister Morrison on his vision of the region. He was gracious enough to agree to conduct the conversation first so that I could head off to the airport, and I will be leaving you. But please focus on the larger message which is going to emerge, particularly, I think, taking off from the last portion of our conversation. With those words, thank you very much, Scott Morrison. Enjoyed that. Thank you all for being such a wonderful audience.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Tharoor. And of course, thank you for that session, Honourable Scott Morrison. Dr. Tharoor is, of course, as eloquent in asking the questions as he is in answering them as well. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite on stage for the guest of honour's address, the 30th Prime Minister of Australia. Could we please have a loud round of applause for Honourable Scott J. Morrison? He will, of course, be focusing on next in the Indo-Pacific.
Well, thank you, everyone. It's wonderful to be here. Namaste. And to join you here with this very excellent event, and I wish it well for its future. If you spend 5 minutes scrolling the headlines, you could be forgiven for thinking that the world was falling apart. The Middle East is on fire, as the US and Israel pound Iran and their proxies day and night. Shipping lanes are cut off, causing oil and gas prices to skyrocket, disrupting economies, threatening food production, escalating already strained costs of living and inflationary pressures. The war grinds on in Ukraine at great human cost, as it does in the Sudan. Dictators have been dramatically taken down and spirited away in the middle of the night, as their sponsors elsewhere have sat silent and stunned. US trade protectionism has been straining friendships and alliances while increasing tension with China. At the same time, Chinese overproduction and economic coercion has similarly impacted trading partners, which India and Australia know a lot about. Sharp words are being exchanged between Western allies, raising doubts about trust, reliability and the future of those alliances. Even threats to sovereignty in Greenland have not been immune to this. And then there is the return of great power rivalry. China now casts a significant and increasing shadow over the Indo-Pacific, the global economy and global institutions. China's economic miracle has fueled the largest peacetime military build-up in world history, and it has every intention of going further, including reclaiming Taiwan, creating the single most significant geosecurity flashpoint in the world today. Critical minerals, rare earths, critical technologies are being used as choke points to press geopolitical advantage, while the space domain is becoming increasingly militarised under the cloak of dual use. And this is just geopolitics. At the same time, tectonic shifts in demography, technology, capital markets are redefining the future. All of this will bring more disruption, some good, some bad. Some of this is enduring change, like artificial intelligence, while others, such as closed shipping lanes in the Straits of Hormuz, that could be resolved in a matter of weeks. So is it all just chaos, or is there some method or thematic to this alleged madness? Are the walls of our global rules-based order really collapsing in an age of rupture, as Prime Minister Carney recently described it, ushering in a new cold world? Or is a better future attempting to be being built? The chaos narrative, it is a compelling story, but I'd argue it's incomplete. Outside the broader enduring megatrends in demography, technology and capital markets, much of the disruption of the past year has been driven by the Trump administration in the United States. That is undeniable. But disruption is not the same thing as disorder, nor is it evidence of strategic incoherence. Instead of the US bringing down the international order and allowing us to enter in a soulless world of great power politics, I would argue there is a deliberate and genuine work of reset underway. The goal is to return the world order to a trajectory that better favours liberal interests and human freedom from one increasingly influenced by illiberal states acting in concert and international institutions untethered from their founding liberal values and mission. The system needs a reset, and I believe that is what the US has embarked upon. To understand what is happening, you only have to start with the Trump administration's own stated objectives. Firstly, secure the foundation of the US homeland and its regional approaches. Second, prioritise the Indo-Pacific as the decisive theatre of long-term strategic competition. Thirdly, rebalance burden sharing amongst allies. And fourthly, rebuild US and industrial defence sovereignty. Seen through that prism, events across the Americas, Europe, the Middle East and in the Indo-Pacific begin to look less like chaos and more like reset. In Washington's hierarchy of threats, homeland security and the vulnerabilities are paramount. Drug trafficking, mass migration and hostile influence within the Western Hemisphere are treated not as peripheral irritants, but as direct national security challenges. The operation to remove Nicolas Maduro was emblematic of this approach. Venezuela had become more than a narco state. It had functioned as a platform for adversarial influence, sanctions evasion, illicit oil trading and military cooperation with Russia and Iran. The message of absolute resolve was simple. The United States will no longer tolerate hostile infrastructure in its immediate neighbourhood. Even the Greenland controversy, while needlessly provocative in its prosecution, reflected similar logic. Arctic approaches matter. The North Atlantic is no longer a benign environment. The disagreement was over process, I think, not purpose. The strategic objective of hardening northern defences remains legitimate and shared. The pattern is clear. Restore control of the hemisphere, close vulnerabilities and reassert deterrence close to home. In Europe, the United States has acted to reset burden sharing. This has been jarring and abrasive. For decades, Europe over-relied on US military predominance as a constant. Declining defence spending, industrial capacity thinned, strategic risk was discounted, Washington demanded higher NATO spending and for Europe to assume primary responsibility for its own security, including in Ukraine. Despite rhetorical protest, Washington has catalysed change that polite diplomacy failed to achieve for years. The irony is striking. European leaders now speak proudly of greater independence and sovereignty in response to US pressure. That is precisely what Washington demanded. Turning to the Middle East, for almost half a century, the Iranian revolution regime has built influence and tormented the region through proxies, missile forces, marine disruption and nuclear ambition. Hezbollah, Hamas, the Houthis and other networks allowed Tehran to project power while avoiding direct confrontation. The result has been persistent instability that has threatened governments, shipping, energy prices and injected volatility into the global economy. The campaign now being led by the United States and Israel is being fought to break that pattern. While the disruption has been and will continue to be significant in the short term, in the long-term goal of a stable region free of Iranian hegemony is far more conducive to what Condi Rice used to describe as the world order that favours freedom than what we had a year ago. Destruction, degrading and denial of much of Iran's capabilities, including nuclear, conventional naval strength, ballistic missile launch, production and interception capability, and weakening of their ability to support their proxy networks, already represent big wins. They have secured air superiority for the US and Israel to strike deep into Iran at will, which we see every day and night. This will make Iran a far more manageable force in the region than they have been at any time in their modern revolutionary history. Regime change would be better, but at the cost of escalating into another forever war and rendering short-term economic impacts more enduring, this would be counterproductive and off strategy. Even now, President Trump has achieved what all of his predecessors have been unable to do and some unwilling to do. The achievements to date are already significant. They should be maximised in the time remaining, claimed and banked, in order to allow the US to stay on mission and turn their focus to the Indo-Pacific, which is a priority element of their strategy as articulated. Now, while the US security and defence strategies go out of their way not to mention China and even Taiwan by their name, their unspoken presence is unmistakable. There is no doubt that the US welcomes resistance to China in the region and the stronger alliances this can foster to support their deterrence. However, US strategy is to deter, not provoke. This requires careful lines to be walked as Chinese are easily provoked. The upcoming leaders' meeting between Xi and President Trump will be a further opportunity to ensure that tensions are managed. Neither leader has anything to gain by exacerbating tensions. However, this does not mean either will abandon their red lines or programs to enhance their capabilities and compete for global dominance. This includes continuing to build credible collective deterrence with allies and partners in the Indo-Pacific theatre to prevent conflict and achieve stability. This means combining continued US security leadership with regional alliances and partnerships that are also willing to lift their rate of effort on burden sharing, especially in relation to their spending on defence, security, intelligence capabilities, integration and interoperability. Now, while the Indo-Pacific does not have a NATO-style architecture, and nor does it seek one, it does have a working and comprehensive web of bilateral and multilateral alliances and like-minded partnerships. This includes Japan, South Korea, Australia, Philippines, India and ASEAN states, covering both economic and military security. This includes the 5 power defence agreements, the CPTPP, the Quad and even AUKUS. These networks are only as strong as the bonds between each of their members. As Prime Minister of Australia from 2018 to 2022, my government worked assiduously on these relationships, especially with Quad partners, including the AUKUS agreement and the Japan Reciprocal Access Agreement for our defence forces. We achieved the first comprehensive strategic partnership with ASEAN of any nation on the planet. But it was with India where we also saw a dramatic step up in our bilateral relationship. Together with my friend Prime Minister Modi, who I was pleased to see again last night, we took on our bilateral relationship and raised it to its highest level ever, as we saw a convergence of outlook interests and uniquely responsibilities in the Indo-Pacific. In 2020, this culminated in elevating the relationship to a comprehensive strategic partnership, binding Australia and India to work together more closely on defence, intelligence, maritime security, technology and on securing the supply chains that underpin our economies and our sovereignty. We also put in place the mutual logistics support arrangement, enabling our defence forces to cooperate together more seamlessly. We strengthened cooperation between our security and intelligence agencies. We expanded our naval exercises, including through the Malabar exercise with our Quad partners, the United States and Japan. And in 2022, after many years of effort, we concluded our economic cooperation and trade agreement, opening a new chapter in our economic relationship. Now, during this time, the Quad was also revived at leader level. And Prime Minister Modi and I stood together with our counterparts in the United States and Japan to ensure that our region remains open, stable and sovereign. Now, while the Quad got off to a great start, it does now need a reset. A year ago, Secretary Rubio sensibly refocused the Quad agenda, which I'm pleased included critical minerals cooperation, which I first highlighted at the first in-person Quad meeting in Washington in 2021, as well as maritime domain awareness and infrastructure, such as sea cables and ports. Space would be a great inclusion as well. This reset also needs to happen at the leader level, though. Prime Minister Modi is the only remaining foundational member. New leaders in the US and especially in Japan, most recently, provide a great opportunity to refocus the Quad's efforts at leader level, to lift the tempo of engagement and increase its intentionality. At a leader level, it must meet more frequently and provide for greater unscripted engagement and dialogue to review and set priorities and candidly address current issues within the region. This should include China's increasing presence in the Indian Ocean and India's neighbouring states in Pakistan, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka and the Maldives. I would extend that also to Myanmar. I trust the next meeting in India, I hope, will be scheduled soon or elsewhere, and bring a greater Indo-focus to the Quad's Indo-Pacific dialogue. In conclusion, it is true we live in uncertain times, but the prevailing chaos narrative misses the structural shift underway. The United States is not withdrawing from the world, it is resetting it. The US is demanding that allies carry greater weight. It is rebuilding industrial capacity. It is concentrating strategic focus where long-term competition is most acute in our region, which means the Indo-Pacific. In the Americas, homeland security in the past year has been reinforced. In Europe, burden sharing is accelerating and becoming a reality. In the Middle East, adversarial influence has been and continues to be degraded. And in the Indo-Pacific, the priority has been established and deterrence is front and centre. The distinction between disruption and decline matters. When that disruption is intended to achieve a positive reset to a more favourable balance in our global order, it should be appreciated and supported by like-mindeds rather than feared and derided. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Honourable Scott J. Morrison, the guest of honour at NXT 2026. Thanks once again for your address. The 30th Prime Minister of Australia speaking to us there on Next in Indo-Pacific. Okay, well, we are now turning to a very special segment for which we are already being joined by a sitting Union Minister of the Government of Bharat to speak about Next in Science. In our next segment, we are very privileged to have with us Union Minister of Bharat for PMO, Department of Space and Atomic Energy, Dr. Jitendra Singh. Dr. Jitendra Singh ji, welcome. Thank you very much for being with us at NXT 2026. We will, of course, be speaking about Next in Science. The session will be moderated by Editor-in-Chief of NewsX, Rishabh Gulati. Also moderating this session will be Senior Executive Editor of NewsX, Megha Sharma. So I, of course, hand the floor over to you, Rishabh and Megha.
Thank you. And at the outset, I must appreciate our heartfelt thanks and appreciation. Dr. Jitendra Singh is a person who understands where this country is going under the leadership of Prime Minister Modi, and the true practical, important necessity of finding solutions for Indian problems the Indian way. So much progress is being made, so much interesting things are happening, and so many of the scientific departments doing them are, of course, in the ministries that he leads. Dr. Jitendra Singh, welcome back to NXT 2026. Great to have you with us.
Thank you very much.
Sir, you know, we have the astronauts with us, and there's so much to talk about on the space sector, but you handle so many things, interesting developments, which not only our Indian audience, but our international audience must know about. In a practical sense, we have seen so many developments taking place in genetics, in genetic cures, treatments, preventative healthcare, can you give us an understanding of the very exciting opportunities and research being done in India?
At the outset, thank you, Rishabh. Thank you for this opportunity, and also I must compliment you for the second consecutive conclave, which is unique of its kind. I think you've introduced a new concept in organizing such meets, and it's earned a very spontaneous popularity among the stakeholders, so, which is quite visible. So I have to compliment you before I say anything more. Now, having said that, as you rightly mentioned in your opening remarks, Indian solutions for Indian problems, Indian data for Indian interventions, and relating to the question that you have put across, Indian treatment for Indian patients. And when we look at genes, of course, India has a huge, huge genetic pool. We have about 4,000 to 5,000 distinct communities living in a single peninsula. Of course, we don't have the racial breakup in the census, but the last racial breakup was done sometimes the early 20th century during the British time. So they also identified 6 different races. So it's such a wide pool to gather data from. And this is an interesting phase from the point of view of genetics, from the point of view of the futuristic tools and futuristic options of medicine. And I, for one, feel particularly gratified on 2 accounts. A, professionally, being a medico, I think I belong to a generation which has seen this transition happening. Transition in the sense that when we were undergraduates, India was beset with the issue of infections, tropical diseases, and the dictum our seniors told us was, if you read syphilis, you read medicine, which means it would affect every other organ. By the time we were into post-graduation doing our MD, etc., the dictum became, if you write diabetes, you read medicine. But now, particularly post-COVID, we are beset. Now we are confronted with both. We have non-communicable diseases, we have communicable diseases as well. And there's so much to read and so much to learn, but luckily you have the AI tools to assist you. And now we are seeing the next transition to the next phase of medicine and the medical practices, the medical solutions, which I would say would be largely, if you try to describe it in a single sentence in technical terms, it is going to be an age of multi-omics. You will have genomics, you will have transcriptomics, you have proteomics. And when they integrate, they enable you to study the disease processes, also to determine the appropriate interventions at the appropriate time, even before the clinical symptoms have appeared. So this is going to be a huge breakthrough the world over. And I have coined for myself a single line definition for this. Tomorrow's medicine is going to be A, personalized medicine, B, precision medicine, and C, prescription for me. In the sense that there are 3 patients of diabetes having a similar clinical profile, but you might require to have 3 different prescriptions depending on the genetic profile, depending on the environmental factors, the lifestyle. But what is heartening is that India is already into it. And thanks very much to Prime Minister Modi, because he has enabled us, because the Department of Biotechnology also with which I am associated. We are among the first in the world to have rolled out an exclusive dedicated policy called BioE3, which in other words means biotechnology for economy, for employment, and for environment. So, and now into genes, we have different sets of programs. We have Genome India, we have Phenome India. You'll be glad to know we have already finished sequencing 10,000 Indian individuals drawn from different races, different communities. Our initial target is 1 million. We have already qualified in coming out as a preventive healthcare provider, for instance, and that gives me a particular gratification because India was never taken seriously for its healthcare practices. Even if somebody felt sick, they waited for 3-4 days for the divine blessing to happen. So if the patient survives, they would say "Maa ka Ashirwad." If it doesn't survive, they would say "Pichle janam ka karma." So they had their homemade placebos. But here we have. Now, we came out with the first ever DNA vaccine for COVID. Again, it was genetically driven. We have come out with a papillovirus vaccine, which is useful in cervical cancer prevention. And a host of other vaccines now they are in the pipeline, with malaria, tuberculosis. So a country never taken seriously for even curative healthcare is now being hailed as a global leader in preventive healthcare. A. Secondly, if you talk of our success stories, I'll just cite 1 or 2. One of them is hemophilia. We've already come out with a successful trial of therapeutic cure through genetic means of hemophilia, which is a bleeding disorder caused by the deficiency of clotting factor 8. Now, Prime Minister has hugely inspired our research works with the Atmanirbhar Bharat, the Vishwabandhu, and I think all those mantras are incorporated in this. I'll tell you how. Hemophilia is a disease which was first reported from Great Britain. And it is said that one of the first victims was a cousin of Queen Victoria. So for a long time in the 19th century, also the early 20th century, it was also known as Queen's disease. But the remedy has come from tropics. Remedy has come from India. Similarly, sickle cell disease. I'm glad that is also our CSIR institute, whereas this one is from biotechnology. So and we are deeply into this. We have also now gone into space medicine. I think we are among the first in the world who have signed a proper MOU of the space with biotechnology, that is of the space department with AIMS Delhi. And I can see Suhanshu sitting there where he went up, the 6 sets of experiments which were carried by him. 2 of them were dedicated primarily to life sciences, the study of myogenesis in the space because it is zero fact. And that will be applicable not only for the future astronauts, also for those who, for many of the other conditions as well, because when you have a fracture also and you stay immobilized for a couple of weeks, you then have to go through physiotherapy. So how does all these mechanisms work of myogenesis? Then the other set of experiments was also very contemporary. The cognitive effects possibly happening as a result of the continuous watching of electronic gadgets. So we are, unlike in the IT sector, where we were lacking about 1.5 decades back. For example, if TV happened in America in the 1950s, here in the capital city, we got to see our first Chitrahar in 1970. But it's no longer so now. In many ways, we are ahead as far as our genetic breakthroughs are concerned and our futuristic medicine solutions are concerned. We have also emerged as among the top nations in biomanufacturing. Only in this budget, and I'm glad, as I mentioned, Prime Minister Modi gives such a huge priority. In this budget also, we had a dedicated mission announced called Bio Shakti, Biopharma Shakti, with a dedicated 10,000 crore to begin with. So we are already ranking number 3 in Indo-Pacific as far as biofacturing is concerned. We rank about 12 or 13 across the world. And we have emerged as a cost-effective standard healthcare destination in the world. And we are already into the futuristic modes, which will be, of course, the treatment of disease before the disease happens, intervention at the genetic level before the gene starts misbehaving. So all these things we are already quite deeply into this.
Yeah, I also had one question to ask you about Prime Minister and the emphasis that he lays on the life sciences and biofoundries as major future job creators. What industries do you think will emerge out of this?
Yeah, certainly. And it has been because of the Prime Minister's patronage and Prime Minister Modi's personal interest and his intervention that we have now a biofoundry grid. We have dedicated biofoundries across the country. We have also now coming up with bio-nest incubators, which means biotechnology or bio-nest for nurturing and scaling of technology through biotechnology means, because the considered view the world over is that the next industrial revolution is going to be biotechnology driven, like the earlier one, the last one, which was IT driven. But when that happens, as I was saying a few months back, we would not be lagging behind. We are already into this. We might be leading that biotechnology-driven IT revolution. So it'll be based on there's going to be a paradigm shift even in the economy, from the earlier manufacturing sectors to the regenerative processes, to the genetic processes, to the recycling process, and there also from waste to wealth, we are way ahead of other countries. We have even in our science programs, we are now turning even the hospital waste into some useful commodity, and so I think, and they are mostly now genetically driven and also sometimes chemically driven. So as Prime Minister rightly points out, that is in keeping with the global trends. And one good thing that has happened after 2014, after the present government took over, is that now we are now following the global benchmarks. We are no longer satisfied by saying, look, I am better than you or you. So our benchmarks are global, our parameters are global, and our strategies are also global. So if we have to determine a sustainable global role for ourselves, and that was the global leaders, I think, and the world is looking up to us for cues. Like, as I said, in the case of vaccines, we have a whole queue of vaccines lined up, which will be happening in very near future.
So, sir, as you're aware, sir, our foundation is now running one of the world's largest, the world's largest breast cancer screening mission, which is, you mentioned, also on the diagnostic side, when we're talking about Bioshakti, on the diagnostic side, because some, of course, of these diseases, in this case cancer, breast cancer is treatable as long as it's caught in a reasonable amount of time. But also then you have access that, yes, all the big hospitals have the mammography, but the technology which is emerging from thermal imaging that uses AI models that are trained on Indian patients that can be taken in an ambulance to the villages where it's no touch, no radiation. How important is it to take this diagnostic capacity like the breast cancer screening mission, which we're calling Namo Shakti, to the people on the ground, to their doorsteps?
No, I'm glad you asked that. You're very right. Just adding to what you said and agreeing very much with what you said. At the outset, I have to compliment you for having made the Guinness Book record for.
Yeah, to Aishwarya ji, I think, is here, and Karthik ji, yes.
Yeah, so compliments to Karthik ji also for having screened more than 5,000 breast for breast cancer. 5,000 patients for not patients. That will not be fair. 5,000 subjects. Yes. For breast cancer, and having found about 2 to 3% new detections as well. So that's a huge service to the society as well, and also I think an inspiration for others to follow. Now, having said that, of course, if you detect earlier, now of late there's also a category of cancers which is now being classified as curable cancers, and breast cancer is one of them. So you do a huge service when you detect some of these cancers early. But again, as we were discussing in response to the earlier question, when we are into the genetic medicine, of course, which will be aided by AI, you rightly mentioned, because otherwise the process are very long, tedious. So AI driven, machine learning driven, that will be that will be helpful in creating a digital platform or a digital ecosystem of health solutions for the future, where given by the screening processes, driven by the genetic methods, we may not even have to wait for the first symptom to appear. So that is going to be very fascinating. So I mean, it's going to be very fascinating times going to happen for medicine and also for the practitioners of medicine. So when you detect something imminently happening or possibly, potentially happening at the gene level, you can pick it up even before the symptom has appeared. A. B. You can also intervene before it starts troubling. So we are now actually going to move into the next phase of this through multi-omics and all these processes. And of course, AI is going to be a huge, huge enabler. Like, for example, it's very difficult to do the sequencing of the individuals in a very given time span or something like, or even through the usual methods. But AI makes the task far more easier. Even for usual cultures, which earlier took several days, now it's just within a few minutes. So I think, and that's going to be applicable even in plants, in agriculture, though we are not discussing that part. But what I'm trying to say is that biotechnology and these phenomena are going to revolutionize the entire concept and the entire understanding of how things happen.
Right. I also want to get your perspective. We just spoke about a while ago that there are 100 members of parliament from all across the globe, different continents, that have participated in the NXT forum. What would you hope that these parliamentarians forum works on in terms of global cooperation?
No, I'm sure they'll go back enriched from India, because India has so much to offer, which is not there. In fact, a few years back, till in the pre-COVID times, I think in the till about 10-15 years back, we used to get interns at AIIMS, New Delhi, from UK to study tropical disease. They would be posted in the tuberculosis ward, in leprosy ward, because they don't get to see all that over there. So when we are talking of life sciences, we have a huge, huge pool to do research with it, to also study. In fact, the other day there was a group of young medicos from one of the European countries. They just came to look me up and they said, we want to seek your guidance on what disease project should be undertaken. I said, you name a disease and I'll give you one. So India is a great, research lab for any subject. And I must compliment you for having constituted this forum of parliamentarians, which I was trying to go through, represent, I think, 3 or 4 continents. So I'm sure when they go back home, they'll be able to enrich their natives also from what they have picked up from India, the inputs that they have picked up from the subcontinent, and they would also be able to share this with their fellow parliamentarians in the house which they represent. So I think this is a great initiative and unique of its kind.
That's an excellent idea. I know our time is limited and we have a lot of representatives to speak on the space sector. So before I let you go, sir, one last subject I want to touch upon. Yes.
1 second. Just to add to what your first question, when you were talking of cancers, I also wish to add that very recently we come out with the Shanti Act.
Yes, I was about to ask you.
Okay.
So there is, in the nuclear sciences, which has a bearing on cancer studies as well. Of course, the Shanti Act, which is, opening India's nuclear sector to the private space, that has a correlation connection to small modular reactors, power generations. So the nuclear field emerging in India, can you tell us a bit about the Shanti Act and what its intention is?
No, I think it's something, it's a huge breakthrough, something which nobody had even imagined till a few years ago, that India will open up its nuclear sector to private players. And I think the compliment and the credit goes to Prime Minister Modi, because he has the courage of conviction to break the taboos of the past, to take out-of-box decisions. Even the stakeholders never expected, even the private partners never expected that tomorrow they'll be expected to come forward and participate in our nuclear-related ventures. And there are very few countries in the world which have done so. So through this act, as you rightly mentioned, the private sector, or shall I say in a larger sense, the non-government players will also be able to become partners, or as on their own indulge in setting up nuclear plants. But related to the questions that we were discussing earlier, one aspect which has gone slightly underreported in the media as far as the Shanti Act is concerned, that even the research in nuclear medicine has been opened up to the private players. We have a huge human resource. We have no dearth of talent. If we see the kind of research which is happening in Tata Memorial Center, the Cancer Center in Mumbai, or the Adyar Center in Chennai, it's amazing. And the Tata Center has recently come out with a remedy, again, nuclear medicine driven remedy for acute lymphoid leukemia, which is a sort of a blood cancer for children, which is quite fatal. The mortality is very high. So that's a huge breakthrough. But of course, the constraint is that of the funds. So once we are opening up to the private players and we have a larger collaboration of the public-private sector, our capacities of conducting nuclear medicine research, particularly in relation to cancers and other diseases, is also going to scale up. They've also come out with a possible remedy for fatty liver, which is rampant in India now. Every 3rd patient reporting in the hospital is said to be having fatty liver, just as till a few years ago it was said every 3rd or 4th patient reporting in the hospital for any other symptom also has an underlying diabetes. So when we have the private involvement as well, we are suddenly going to scale up in a quantum leap.
It is exciting. So nuclear medicine, biosimilars, genetics, nuclear sector in terms of small modular reactors, where India has opened up to majority private investment from abroad for the first time in its history.
And there I'll also use this opportunity to clear this kind of a myth or sometimes misconception happening in certain sections. They say, if you open up the nuclear sector, then what for us? It is only for big houses. You must have seen the media reporting, even naming some houses. This has been opened up for that house, that house. It's not so. As you are rightly mentioning, when you have small modular reactors, when you have small reactors, you can have smaller players as well. They can form a group of startups, they can form a group of entrepreneurs, they can start a company, they can partner with the government. Government is giving them all the support, technology, technical as well as the financial support. We have now also recently floated RDI fund, 1 lakh crore, to accelerate the private sector. So, and the liability slab has also been, divided depending upon the capacity of the reactor that you intend to set up. For a smaller reactor, the liability may be just 1,000 crore. of rupees for the larger and larger. So it's not that the nuclear sector, if it's open up for private players, only the top big houses within the country or outside are going to benefit for it.
Yes.
It's going to be a huge source of employment, shall I say, or huge source of livelihood even for others.
Yes, so the rationalization of the liability clause, which was a major impediment in the past for investment, which we haven't seen in 15 years in the nuclear sector. Dr. Jitendra Singh, we can have a conversation on so many subjects, but as always, sir, thank you for,
thank you very much.
India's
Thank you very
story.
much, and it's very fascinating discussing these futuristic themes. Thank you. Thank you.
Pleasure,
Rishabh.
pleasure was all ours. Thank you for
Thank you
having
very
us.
much for joining us.
All right, thank you very much for your time, Dr. Jitendra Singh, and for being with us at NXT 2026. Of course, Next in Science was the focus of that session, and we are going to be expanding that as we, of course, see these visuals of this meeting, of course, of the Union Minister of Bharat for the Department of Space and Atomic Energy with, of course, for Gaganauts, a special photograph there as well. And now, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we are turning to that segment that we have all been waiting for, one of the biggest highlights of this NXT 2026 second edition. I'm, of course, talking about the segment Next in Space. I've had so many people come up to me since the morning and ask, when is this session? When is this session? When is this session? Well, this session is finally here. Joining us now at Bharat Mandapam, New Delhi, for his keynote address on Artemis and beyond, we have with us NASA astronaut Captain Scott Kelly. Captain Kelly, let's have you on stage. Let's have a big round of applause for Captain Scott Kelly. Welcome.
Thank you. Well, good afternoon. It's great to be here at the NXT Conclave in India. Actually, after a year in space, it's great to be anywhere with gravity, which, by the way, is humanity's greatest invention. So when you look out at planet Earth, there are a couple of things that are immediately evident. First, our planet Earth is extraordinarily beautiful. And second, you probably shouldn't try to get parking in Delhi. On my, I had the opportunity to fly in space 4 times. My background is very similar to your Gaganauts that are here today. I was a military fighter pilot, later became a test pilot, and in 1996 I applied to be an astronaut, which recently I learned, I was studying up a little bit about India, and believe it or not, the odds of becoming an astronaut, based on the number of people that apply and are selected, is higher than becoming a civil servant in India. I was one of 35 American astronauts selected out of about 8,000 people, which is a 0.4% success rate. People often ask me about flying in space, and they say, what is the best part about being an astronaut and having the privilege of being able to fly in space? Is it the launch, the landing? Is it floating around at zero gravity? Is it looking out at our planet Earth, which is incredibly beautiful, like I mentioned? But what is the best part about this job for you? And for me, all these things are great, but what I really enjoyed about my time, my 20 years at NASA and flying in space, is that it was a really, really hard and challenging thing to do. And that's what I want to talk to you a little bit about in, I think, the 10 minutes that I have, is about doing the hard and challenging stuff, not the easy stuff. Anyone could do that. I'm not going to talk about the challenging things that I was able to do in my career. And for me, the hard things always involved having a goal and a plan to get there. It was about taking risk, being willing to make mistakes, at times even being willing to fail. It was about focusing on the stuff I could control and ignore what I couldn't. It was about testing the status quo and about working as a team. Because in my experience, when I was able to put all these things together, what I learned is that the sky is not the limit. Cliche, I know, but absolutely true in my case. Now, unlike probably these 4 Gaganauts out here, I was not a good student growing up. You know, I was a kid that sat in the back of the room, looking out the window, looking at the clock, trying to make it go faster, and being an astronaut was not something I ever thought I would be able to do. And for me, it involved some inspiration that I found in a book, Tom Wolfe's The Right Stuff, that inspired me to eventually fly in space. And like I said, I applied to be an astronaut in 1996, and I flew my first flight, space flight, in 1999. And I can remember looking out the window, my first 20 minutes in space, and I saw something on the horizon. I didn't even recognize what it was. And I said to one of my crewmates, I said, "What is that? That thin film on the surface?" And he said, "That's our atmosphere." And I saw how incredibly delicate and fragile the surface of our planet is, almost like a contact lens over somebody's eye that protects every living thing we know here on Earth. And that film is a lot thinner than you think. You know, from orbit, you don't see politics. You don't see religions. You don't see political borders, with few exceptions. I mean, you see the Indian-Pakistan border at night, and you can see the DMZ, and that's about it. For the daytime, during the daytime, it looks like we are all part of one big planet Earth. And that perspective, it changes you. But also connects you to something very old. You know, in Indian philosophy, there's this phrase, and I'm going to probably butcher it, but Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. And it's a word. Thank you. I'm sure I butchered it anyway. But it basically means that the world, our planet, is one family. And from orbit, you know, that's not really a philosophy. It's really just geography. Because the Earth doesn't look like one place. And that's one of the reasons why human spaceflight matters so much. Because it's not just about technology or national prestige, which is very important. It's about expanding our perspective as a species. You know, long before rockets and satellites existed, you know, Indian scholars, they were already studying the cosmos. Astronomers like, again, I'm going to butcher it, Aryabhata, more than 1,500 years ago. You know, he was calculating planetary motion and describing the rotation of the Earth, which means that India was doing orbital mechanics about 1,400 years before NASA even existed. You know, right now, we're living in a really remarkable moment in the history of space exploration. You know, more countries are going into space more than ever before. More people are becoming astronauts. We have a few right here in the room today, and I'm very proud to be able to share the stage with them later. And more nations are continuing to commit to humanity beyond Earth in low Earth orbit. And India is a great example of that. You know, over the last decade, ISRO has achieved some incredible milestones, launching hundreds of satellites, sending the Chandrayaan missions to the moon, and landing near the lunar South Pole, which is something has never been done before by anyone. And now India is preparing for its first space missions. Gaganauts will fly that mission here in a few years, which is a huge step, not just for India, but for all of us. Because every time a new country, a new nation launches humans into space, it expands the community of explorers working together to push the boundaries of what is possible. The International Space Station, where I spent 340 days, is probably the best example of that cooperation. I launched for a mission about 11 years ago and landed 10 years ago from the International Space Station. And more than 20 years, the past 20 years, we have had astronauts from very different countries, including our partners from Europe, Japan, all around the world. Teleprompter guy, get you every time. But we have astronauts from Canada, Japan, Europe that have been living and working together in orbit, conducting research and learning how humans can survive and thrive in space. We learned how to live off the Earth for long periods of time. We learned how to live, to work together in extreme environments. And we learned the challenge of exploration are easier when we solve them together. Now, these lessons will matter more in the future because the next chapter of human exploration is already beginning. Humans are going back to the moon. The Artemis crew are launching here, hopefully in early April. The first few days we have a launch opportunity. There are 4 crew members from 2 different countries, United States and Canada, that are going to fly a rocket around the moon and go further and faster than anyone has ever gone before. Just the other day I was talking to, actually yesterday, Reed Wiseman, the commander of the crew, and he said they are ready to go. So when I was leaving the space station for the last time, and this is a place, keep in mind, that I've spent over 500 days of my life on, but I was leaving the space station for the very last time, and I'm looking out at the part you could see out the window. I'm sitting in a Russian Soyuz, and I'm thinking, you know, we built this International Space Station while flying around the Earth at 17,500 miles an hour in a vacuum in extremes of temperatures, plus or minus 270 degrees, built by an international partnership of 15 different countries, different languages, different cultures, different technical ways of doing things, that this is the hardest thing we've ever done, harder to going to the moon, and if we can do that, we can go do anything. You know, eventually we're going to go to Mars, and when that happens, it's not just going to be one nation, it's not going to be one culture, it's not going to be one religion, one country. It'll be an achievement of all humanity, with countries like India, with incredible engineering talent, a growing space program, and a long tradition of scientific curiosity will play an important role in the future. Exploration has always been one of the things that moves civilizations forward. You know, thousands of years ago, people crossed the oceans in wooden ships. Today we cross space in rockets. The distance has changed, but the spirit is exactly the same. It's a human instinct to look at the horizon or look up at the sky and wonder what is out there, and then build the tools to allow us to get there. You know, someday when humans set foot on Mars, the people who make that mission possible, like I said, are not going to come from one country, one place. They'll come from everywhere, and I'm willing to bet some of them will come from India. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thanks indeed for that very inspiring and, of course, invigorating address, Captain Kelly, of course. But we are keeping with this theme of Next in Space. And now, another special moment, of course, is going to be seen on our NXT stage. We're going to be having a lot of them over the 3 days, but this, as I told you, is going to be one of the biggest highlights. Because with us is not just one, not just two, not just three, but all 4 Gaganauts who are all set to make the country proud. They already are, but of course they're all set for that big leap up. We're going to be speaking more about that and also about how to build a world space organization, because we're going to be seeing former NASA astronaut Captain Kelly return to the stage for this next session. So I invite you back on stage, Captain Scott Kelly, for this next session, of course. And with us now in the room, could we please have a loud round of applause for Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla. Gaganaut, could we have you on stage, Group Captain Shukla? Welcome. Group Captain Angad Pratap is also live with us. Gaganaut. Also joining us on the NXT stage is Group Captain Ajit Krishnan. Gaganaut. And finally, we're also being joined by Group Captain Prashant Balakrishnan Nair. Let's welcome him on stage as well. Thank you all for being with us. I'm sure we can do better. Let's give them a louder round of applause. Such moments don't happen very often on a stage. And this session will be moderated by Senior News Editor of NewsX, Devika Chopra. So Devika, I hand the floor over to you.
Thank you, Uday. I don't think I've ever been so excited to moderate a session. And I'm not just saying that because you're all sitting in front of me. What a dream, what an honor to be here, sharing this stage with you. Of course, I'm not an astronaut. I'm not a pilot. And I've been desperately trying to think, do I have anything in common, besides, of course, that we're all human? Do I have anything in common? And, of course, with the Gaganauts, I share our nationality. We're all Indian. And, Captain Kelly, you've given me something, a little bit of a link, because you applied to be an astronaut in the same year that I was born, in 1996. So you've been doing this for as long as I've been alive. You've been serving humanity for as long as I've been alive. And therefore, it is truly my privilege, my honor, and our entire NXT family's honor to have you with us in India. Thank you so much. I want another round of applause for our astronauts. I must begin this by asking, starting the conversation with Captain Scott Kelly, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but you've spent a total of 520 days in space. Correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
Yes.
So and I often, when people ask me that, I also like to point out, because my twin brother Mark is also an astronaut, but
yes.
He's only spent like 50 days in space.
Oh, okay.
Compared to my 500.
Yes.
It's funnier when he's sitting next to me, but he's not here today.
Yes. So just for a little bit of a briefing and a background, Captain Kelly was a part of a NASA study where he spent a year in space mission, almost spent a year in space, and his twin, who was back at home on Earth, they were studied for any genetic differences and any genetic updates in DNA and the impact of living in space on human beings. So Captain Kelly, thank you so much. Like I said, that's a service to humanity. You really changed the course there with your time spent in space. Given that you have so much experience, and we have our 4 Gaganauts who are also preparing to go into space, I, of course, want to ask you on their behalf, what is the advice that you would firstly like to give them as someone who's been to space for so long? They're preparing for the maiden Gaganyaan mission. What's the one thing being in space has taught you, which no simulator could?
Well, being in space has taught me a lot. A lot about teamwork, a lot about preparation, a lot about, always being prepared and having a backup plan when things go wrong, and a backup plan to the backup plan. And you can never know too little about the systems that you're working with. But like I said in my talk, the best part about this job is that it's a hard thing. And there are many other hard things that you can do. You don't have to fly in space. And I often tell kids, choose to do the hard things, not the easy stuff. Anyone can do that. And the hard stuff is where you're going to find satisfaction and fulfillment and make a contribution to humanity.
So let me, on that note, bring in our Gaganauts as well. I want to begin with Group Captain Nair, if I may. Group Captain Nair, you are all elite pilots as well, fighter pilots. And I want to understand then from your perspective, how does the cockpit of a spacecraft really differ from that of your fighter jets? And what was the most surprising thing that you learned during your time when you were doing the simulations, I believe in Star City in Russia.
Thank you a lot for calling us, and thanks, Scott, for coming here. And I realize the seating, two bald guys and the beautiful guys in between us are sandwiched.
I promise you, we didn't plan it like that. It's a coincidence.
It's the bald and the beautiful, yeah.
This is the perfect hair for space, by the way.
Yeah, I know.
I've watched a lot of people deal with their hair in space, and it doesn't look like it's very much fun. So
their hair is the zero-G toy, you know, so that seeing float. We don't have a zero-G toy, so we need to carry something with us. So as far as our own transition out here, like even Scott is saying, all four of us are fighter pilots, and including Scott. And one thing which I can say is that in a fighter cockpit, you're alone. You take most of the decisions alone because per se you're supposed to be like that. The one thing that happens when you start training for a space mission is that we fighter pilots almost have to start unlearning certain things and start collaborating more. The cockpit gets bigger. From that one person, you have many more people. So it's almost unlearning certain things. And the first thing that we did when we went to Moscow and we did our initial training there was that the four of us really bonded as a team. And we realized that most of the things that we had to do and all the training sequences were programmed in such a way that it involved 2-3 people to do that action. It's like a check and a challenge, so that there are many things that are happening. But along with the four of us, we also realized that team doesn't stop there. It also extends to the mission control center and to the entire ground support team and the trainer. So when you're there, it's not a single person taking an action. Vis-a-vis, it'll be an entire team. So this is the broad thing which I learned in the astronaut training and as part being the astronaut core, that we need to do more things collaboratively, whether it's in a cockpit or whether it's transnational, like what you're saying in the future. It's a collaborative Earth effort.
And I'd love to come to that in just a moment, but I want to get Group Captain Krishnan's views on this as well. What was the most surprising thing for you when you were doing the trainings, and something that you found perhaps different, difficult, an adjustment, something that you can share with our audience? Given that none of us have had the privilege of doing this training.
Well, ma'am, I would like to add to what Papa said. A fighter cockpit, it's like you're preparing, preparation is individual preparations. Like you prepare at home, you think of what you are supposed to do. I'm supposed to do X, Y, Z, and that is what is my job. Whereas the moment it comes to flying a spacecraft like Soyuz or maybe Gaganyaan as well, so the first thing is you're not alone. And it is not just that you and the crew sitting with you. It's a whole team. It's like a team of the crew sitting inside and the crew who's outside. And they are as important as you are. That's what we realize. And the second thing is, most importantly, I realize though in a fighter aircraft, we are worried about who's shooting you and whom you are shooting. Here, that's not the problem at all. Nobody's firing at you. But then, there are a lot of people gunning for you. Yeah, so it's like there are so many eyes on you, and every time you fly a fighter aircraft, it's not like aspirations of so many people are what you're carrying there. It's like, yeah, a regular routine thing there. But here, whenever you fly, it's like hundreds and thousands of people, their aspirations, their dreams that, yeah, look where India is going with you. So that's a big thing. That's what I think.
Group Captain Pratap, same question to you, sir. If I can just understand from your perspective, what was the most surprising part of your training?
Okay, thank you for inviting me to this event. I have not many other, way more different perspectives, but I would like to maybe add to lesser important things than the ones that the other two gentlemen have already covered. One of the biggest things in the transition from a military pilot to that of an astronaut is two things that I would like to highlight. One thing that I feel being a military aviator any which ways is the biggest unknown element that you're fighting is your opponent. But here in space, and you're never really fighting the environment as such, but here in space, it's the extremity of the environment and the number of unknowns which are there, which will unfold in the mission as it progresses. which we are really preparing most of our time for. So it's really too much about technology, understanding space science, and applying all the math and physics that you can understand. Of course, you can get a lot of science from the military aviation world and infuse there. And the second thing is that you get a great opportunity to become an explorer, and the capability that, I feel astronautics is probably the only profession in the world which gives you a very, very rare opportunity to work as an equal with multiple other professions in the field of space sciences. Yeah. Thank you.
Group Captain Shukla, you've already had the opportunity of being in space. What was the biggest transition for you, or what was the biggest adjustment, something that perhaps your time on Earth had not prepared you for, and you really had to deal with those challenges while you were there?
Thank you for your question. But
My apologies. Can I just ask everyone in the back to settle down quickly? Yes, go ahead, sir.
Before I start, I would like to mention that Scott was saying that he has spent 500 days, and then Mark has spent 50. So I am somewhere, here, like with 20 days. So not a lot of experience, but what was surprising for me initially during the training days is, as a fighter pilot, the traits that are required out of you are very different. You learn to take decisions individually. You have to be really confident in your abilities because you're going to fight someone, borderline arrogant, I would say. But when you get into this training, like what Scott was mentioning, that you really learn to work in a team. Not just the team which is on board, but the extended team which is on the ground. So that is the one very, important part of the training. For my mission, I would say from launch till recovery, till splashdown, almost everything was a surprise because there is only training, can prepare you only so much. The actual environment cannot be simulated. So when the liftoff happens, when the ignition happens, it is a delta. It is not the same as you've experienced in training. So that was a surprise. And then when you reach orbit, again, you practice that in the zero gravity flights, but it's not the same. So there is always a delta which is attached to the entire training. And I heard this during our mission, that there is a saying in a spaceflight community that you are ready for a space flight when you finish one. So because of all the deltas, when you have done one, then you realize, okay, this is what I need to do. So yes, there were a lot of surprises during this entire mission, but I think it taught me a lot, and bringing back all those experiences with me. Thank you.
Can I just add to that, to give you a little bit of maybe a better perspective, how unexpected things are. And that is, I flew in space a couple of years before my brother Mark did. And during that time, I tried to explain to him what the launch on the space shuttle was going to be like. Now keep in mind, he's also a former test pilot, carrier aviator, flew in combat, trained astronaut. And we talked about it a lot. And then when he flew and came back and landed, when the hatch opened, I was standing right there. And the first thing he said to me when he came out of that hatch, he goes, I had absolutely no idea what that launch was going to be like. On the space shuttle, it is just...
And I can actually vouch for this. This is exactly the same feeling I had, because I had an expectation in my mind. But when it actually happens, it is totally different. It is not the same. So there is a lot of delta that you cannot practice for or prepare for while you're on ground for the simulations. It's not possible.
And I'm sure, of course, like I said, most of us sitting here have not had the privilege of either the training or going into space. But I'll come to that just a little bit later, how that's opening up for the rest of us as well. But Captain Kelly, your talk right now was all about cooperation and how if the space sector has to move forward, it has to be together. Even though there's a lot of chatter about space wars and who's ahead, we still see that most space missions require an intense level of global cooperation. So our Gaganauts have trained in Russia. You also have a Russian link where I believe you flew to the ISS aboard one of the Russian spacecrafts. Do you believe that today there is then a need to have a world space organization? Is that a concept that should be pursued?
Absolutely. The United Nations has a space organization that I was a part of at one time. But, you know, spaceflight is so challenging, so expensive, and also when you have a team of people that are different, when they come from different countries, different cultures, basically different whatever, they provide skills and insight and solutions to problems that teams that have people that are very much the same do not share. When I was in flying fighters in the US Navy, basically it was a bunch of middle-class white guys flying airplanes. And it wasn't until I got to NASA and I saw the value of having people that are different and what that brings to the team is so, so powerful and important that's why I think for those reasons, an international space program is really what's going to be necessary to go to Mars someday, because I don't think any one country is going to be able to bear the cost, and they're probably also not going to have maybe the technical abilities to do it by themselves.
So on that note, Captain Kelly, because progress in space is very critical to the future of humanity as well, a lot of important studies take place in future. It's not simply about just sending people in space to observe the Earth. And of course, you know, you've been there, so you know exactly what I'm talking about. But in that spirit, then I want to understand from you, how important is it for countries to continue cooperating in the space sector, even when tensions on Earth are high?
Yeah, well, certainly we see that with the United States and Russia, how we're able to still cooperate despite, you know, significant differences with regards to what's going on in Ukraine. You know, I'm of course not happy that we're in that position, but we are in that position. But I think spaceflight needs to be an environment that we all own, we all participate in, and we do it in a peaceful manner. And I hope it stays that way. We don't really have a good track record of not militarizing things as humans. But I'm hopeful that we won't do it in this case.
All right, and on that note, I also want to come to perhaps the future and what the future of space looks like. Group Captain Nair, coming to you, sir. India, and you know, Captain Kelly was just talking about the exponential costs that are involved as far as space programs go. But India has a very good, clear reputation of managing and conducting very successful, high-stakes space missions at possibly 1/10 the cost of what it may cost anywhere else in the country. One of the key examples is Chandrayaan, which was a very successful mission. It cost less than a Hollywood movie. So I want to understand from you, what's the biggest thing that you've taken away from our frugal innovation mindset? Does that impact your training in any way?
So the short answer is no, it doesn't impact our training. Because, you know, there is a saying that when you've got unlimited resources, you don't require any strategy. You just need to throw the stuff and, you know, eventually you'll win. So here, since our resources are not unlimited, and we have to be very sure what we select, what's the cost that goes into it, what's the kind of technology we put into it, and thereafter whether it's going to be dual use tomorrow from industry point of view, there's more thought that goes into it. So when we work closely with our scientists and with the other programmers and people who are being part, because you know the vessel or Gaganyaan space capsule is being built as we speak with all those tests. It's very interesting to see how all these challenges are being met. So it's only when the resources are limited in time and in cost that you're allowed to do more innovation. So as far as the training is there, we have, you know, we're thankful to the government for sending us to the people who are actually at the forefront of this space journey, that is both the US and Russia. We learn from the best. So we have taken those best practices and we do what we Indians always do best, right? We take it and we make it our own and we add something even better to it. So I think this is the gift that we give back to everybody, that we collaborate with everyone and make sure that the technology we give back to everyone is for everybody. And I would say that's going to be a big moment for us also, that when we use these kind of things and give a separate protocol and we show that we can do it in this different way, it sends out a message to those other people who have not been able to send their human beings to space till now and maybe in the future. And they know that if we maybe piggy bank on India once we have this capability also, it will allow their own countries also to go to space with us and achieve what they want to do. So I think that's what we bring to the table.
That's very beautifully summed up, and I think that's also the core of what Captain Kelly was talking about in his speech. And I think India really does focus on taking the best of innovation, adding our own flair to it, and then making sure that it's available to the world. And that's really the Indian ethos, which we see in our space program. But Group Captain Krishnan, I wanted your thoughts on the same as well. Is there something about, just our sheer ability to achieve what we do in our space mission and do it at the costs that we do? What has that really taught you personally?
Okay, so now that we are talking of being frugal in space, maybe I can take an example from the previous talk, let's say biotechnology, vaccines. India is producing generic medicines, and these generic medicines are now the source of, health for the rest of the world because they are so cheap. We have people from across the world coming to India because we sell medicines cheap. We have cheap medicines. The same is with vaccines that we produce. And now, the same thing translates to space, is what I think. By being frugal and cutting down cost, we are showing to the world that probably it is possible for everybody to be able to achieve what countries with deep pockets are able to. So that itself, if we can do it, then probably to smaller countries it gives them that we just need that endeavor to go ahead and push. Money is not really a big constraint. That's what it goes to show, is what I think.
And I believe truly, Captain Kelly, you were also pointing out that we're going to be, we've reached the moon. There's a lot of talk about inhabiting the moon one day, but there's now suddenly a lot of chatter about Mars as well. So we've not yet landed on the moon, but we're already preparing for Mars. And of course, it's great to have those aspirations, and perhaps India will play a big role in that. But I want to genuinely understand from you, when we talk about our ability to live in space, in your assessment, what's a possible timeline for that, and who do you think will be the key players in achieving that?
Well, that's a very good question. I've flown in space 4 times. My first flight was 8 days. My second was 21, then 154 days, and then 340. And some smart person told me if you were to graph that, that's a second-order polynomial. And if I was to fly in space a 5th time, it would have to be for 5 years to match that curve. And what I learned is how I felt when I got back was very much matched that line. The longer I spent, the worse my symptoms were. On my last flight, I mean, when I got back, I would stand up and I could feel the blood just rushing out of my head, and my ankles would swell up like balloons, and I lost 25% of my heart mass while I was in space. I had, effects on my DNA, my immune system, my vision has been affected. You won't see my brother wearing glasses. He doesn't need a distance correction like I do because of his 50 days in space. You ever heard of the humble brag? That ain't it. It's the full-on brag. But, so I think going to Mars, whenever we decide to go, long-term goal, absolutely no problem from a physical standpoint. It's 250 days to get there, less than the time I spend in space. When you're on the surface, some of your, these negative physiological effects will be hopefully return closer to normal, and then it'll take you a similar time to get back. So I think we're going to really run into issues when we try to go beyond Mars, and that's not something I think we need to worry about. But if you were to go to like a planet or a moon of Jupiter and Saturn someday, and you wanted to, I don't know, maybe go down to the surface and be at all functional, you would have to have some type of zero gravity, because otherwise we would just, our physiology, I think, would just be really messed up without it.
Okay. And I hope everyone who's talking about that is, listening to you as well, because like I said, chatter is good, ambitions are good, but there's also a very real side to a lot of these promises that are made. But Gurukam Shukla, your thoughts on the same as well. When we talk about settling humanity on moon, your thoughts?
So I think Scott has very well explained the challenges that we are going to face, physiologically and otherwise, and the environment is very difficult. But I think I would like to address the other side of it. The question that you asked probably, 2 questions earlier was that how do we want to do this? So if we want to explore and go on moon, I think that we should not carry the problems that we have on Earth to another terrestrial body that we have, like to the moon. And that is what is going to be a bigger challenge. What would be the kind of society that if you want to land on moon and create? What would be the policies that would govern how people would live on moon? Is it going to be the same way that whoever reaches first will set up a fence and declare that this is what my area is, or this is what my land is? I think that is going to be a bigger challenge, to set up an organizational framework of understanding how is it that we want to do this exploration. Because once you step outside the planet and you look at it from the outside, and let's say you meet someone, which will be scary, but if you happen to come across an alien and you have to introduce yourself, you would be saying that I'm from planet Earth. And so in a sense, you become the citizen of this planet. And so when you go to some other place and you try to set up a colony there, what are the frameworks? What are the ground rules that you're going to set on that place? I think that is going to be equally important as compared to the technical challenges that we have to overcome to be able to go there. So I think we need to start working on them now, because it is happening. People are going back to the moon. So I think these are also very important discussions to be had when we go there.
Absolutely, and that's such an important point that you've raised, that who's going to govern what happens in space. And that's why I had asked Captain Kelly on that question about the World Space Organization, that, as per my research, there are over 70 national and regional space agencies, but there's not one World Space Organization. And that's a concept that we've been pushing for at NXT as well, where space is a key industry that we look at. And why is there no World Space Organization to govern the rules of space?
I got an idea, maybe a name, Starfleet.
That's nice. Okay, done.
Someday.
Yes, okay.
Starfleet, Star Trek.
But, Group Captain Pratap, I want your thoughts on the concept of a World Space Organization as well. How critical is that for our future as far as the space industry is concerned? And what would your appeal be then to policymakers, to governments? Because, ultimately governments are also run by human beings. And we let so much of what our problems on Earth are really impact our decisions for humanity for the long term.
Okay, I'll probably talk about this from perspective of the kind of science we do once we reach space. Okay. We as a humanity, as a race, have to realize that most of the science that we have done so far is in the domain of Newtonian mechanics, which we understand, that when I throw a stone here, it'll reach there and stuff like that. But there is science beyond the classical science that we understand while living here on planet Earth. Most of the science that we've understood so far is by observing phenomenon here on planet Earth. If we want to understand higher sciences, we have to go beyond planet Earth. For that, there is a very big requirement of course, extending space exploration. But whenever we talk about space, the moment you hear the word space, people are like, oh, that sounded expensive. And that's it. The balloon is burst right there. So one of the things that this World Space Organization can indeed do is it can collaborate by the collaborative efforts of this multinational body, make space much more affordable in furthering the cause of space sciences. It'll be like a single mall in which you just enter and you buy everything. You don't have to go through long procedures of going through multi-government levels and stuff like that probably. So the best thing that it can do is, one, further the cause of space exploration by way of making it way more affordable. And talking of the frugality thing, that's what India is showing an example of. Yeah.
Yes, and in all sectors, as far as India and frugal innovation is concerned, it's all sectors. I'm being given a very stern eye by my colleagues to wrap up. as we have to move forward. But I've asked for 5 minutes because I have to ask one last, very quick questions. I'm going to leave the last word with all of you, but I want to start with the Gaganauts quickly. Group Captain Nair, and the same question to everyone. You're going to be carrying the aspirations of 1.4 billion Indians, of course, with the rest of the world as well, but particularly of the 1.4 billion Indians. When Gaganyaan does launch and takes off, what's your hope from this historic milestone that we will soon achieve? And I'm saying that today here from this platform, that we will achieve it.
So I think what India brings to the table, and like what Scott said, and he didn't butcher the name too much, Aryabhata, that we were always there in space since long time back, and we just took a break so that US could catch up. So now we're going to be coming back there and, take over. And I think that, we right now, I think what the world slightly lacks, whether it's geopolitics or anything, is that everybody's technically brilliant at the tactical level, but some strategic incoherence is missing. And I would say, being a Vishwaguru, being, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, what we bring, that consciousness fact, which even Kartikeya ji was talking yesterday, like, why AI can never be conscious and we'll always be the human element. I think India symbolizes that, we bring that element. And, when COVID was there also, we gave vaccines before we ourselves had it. That sends a big message, The same way here also, when we go to space, we'll say that even before we get it, we'll give it to the rest of the world. And once we reach to space, we'll hold the fort for the rest of the people. When the new space laws are being written, we're going to be there for you guys. That's what
Absolutely. That's beautifully summed up. But Group Captain Krishnan, quickly, 30 seconds, your hopes.
Yes, you said that we would carry the aspirations of 1.4 billion. I hope it also inspires the 1.4 billion to do the hard stuff, to put boots on ground and do what is right, not just in space, everywhere.
Group Captain Pratap, same question to you, sir.
Yeah, ma'am, I would like to just resonate along the lines of what Grupi Krishnan said. Once this thing is going to happen, it's going to be a very big thing. Let's all of us understand this. The capability to send a human being to space is going to be a monumental achievement. We are going to be the 4th country to achieve it. Nevertheless, it's going to be something big. There are countries more advanced than us, more developed than us, who failed that while doing. So walking that path itself is something which talks about the kind of courage and national bravery that we are trying to exhibit. And in the process, every Indian on the road is going to be feeling so much more confident about himself and his capabilities. The kind of thing it'll bring down to that one teacher also who's teaching that student in the classroom. I mean, that what is the capability of that average Indian? You can understand maybe, yeah.
Absolutely. Group Captain Shukla, on this question, I'll leave the last word to you, and then I just have a quick question from Captain Kelly as well.
Yeah, I don't think that it is a hypothetical question. It has actually kind of partly already happened. You guys covered the mission that we flew, and I did not expect it, but ever since I came back and I landed in India after this mission, you get a number when you go to space. So I was number 634. I'm sure Scott would be much higher up the chain. When you first time cross and you get the number. And if you are 634 on any list, it is not significant. What's the big deal about it? There are so many people who have gone. But the kind of support and love and enthusiasm that I have been witnessing after I have come back to India, it has been unprecedented. And this is when we flew from US soil. Now just imagine what would happen when it is going to happen from your own soil, in your own rocket, in your own capsule. I think that the entire nation supports this. When somebody tries to accomplish something very audacious, the entire country comes together to support it. And like what Angad sir was mentioning, each and every person feels proud. I have given a lot of selfies after I have come back to India, ever since I have returned. But I haven't felt tired at all. Because whenever I go out for a selfie, I don't just see that people want to click a picture. They want to be a part of this mission through that picture. So I think that this is the uniqueness that we bring, that we Indians, we love to celebrate together when we are able to do something extremely complex and extremely difficult task, which is what is going to happen when we finally fly on Gaganyaan mission. And I hope that it happens very soon for us. Thank you.
Absolutely, and that's also an answer for literally everyone I know. All my colleagues have come up to me and said, we would like a picture with everyone. So you've answered. there's your answer. You may approach with their permission after this session. But Captain Kelly, there are people watching us virtually. There are young people in the audience as well. If someone wants to join the space sector, wants to become an astronaut, what's the best way forward?
Yeah, so what I tell kids often is, you got to find the thing that inspires you, work hard at it, never ever give up, and to follow on what these guys were saying. The whole idea of you can see it, you can be it, and when people see Indian astronauts flying into space, it'll inspire them. And all of them are not going to fly in space today, but they're going to do some incredible things that are important to society. So I am really excited about India's future in space, and I look forward to maybe I'll get an invitation to the launch someday.
No,
Just throw that out there.
100%. We will try to make that happen as well. And thank you so much once again to everyone for joining us and gracing our stage with your presence. It's been an incredible, incredible honor.
Thank you.
Thank you all very much. Let's have a show of hands. How many of you wish you had become an astronaut after hearing that session? Look at the hands. Go up there. Okay. Quick photograph, and then we, of course, conclude that session on global space collaborations. The World Space Organization was the theme of that session, but staying with the segment now of Next in Space, we're going to move towards our next session as well, where we are going to be, of course, talking about India's space orbital shift. Yes, absolutely. For the topic of India's space orbital shift, and to continue this conversation on Next in Space, I want to call on stage now Mr. Suyash Singh, CEO, Galaxy. Thank you very much for being with us, Suyash Singh. Let's have you on stage, please. Also with us is Sanjay Nikanti, CEO, Dhruva Space. Sanjay Nikanti, welcome to NXT. Also with us is Anirudh Sharma, CEO, Dijantara. Anirudh Sharma, welcome to Next. Let's have you on the stage as well. And this next session is going to be moderated by the DG, Indian Space Association, Lieutenant General A.K. Bhatt. Lieutenant General A.K. Bhatt, could we please have you on stage? Thank you very much for joining us and for doing the honors in moderating this session. Let's have some energy for them. A round of applause, please, for our next speakers in this next session. Lieutenant General Bhatt, I'll hand the floor over to you, and I will just ask for some decorum in the room, please. I'll please ask for people to take your seats. I know you want pictures, you want to have conversation, but we can do it in some time. Let's take our seats and get ready for the next session. Please, over to you, Lieutenant Bhatt.
Thank you. It's a bad time to have a session when you have crossed the line for lunch. And the topic, of course, is very interesting, India's space orbital shift. So when did it really take place? Most probably in 2020, when the historical decision was taken to open up space to the private sector. And that, of course, was followed up with the 2023 space policy, and thereafter the FDI policy in 2024. And in this space orbital shift, what has been the most important thing? Private space becoming a stakeholder in India's new space journey. And here I have with me three panelists who have led that India's new space journey. There is Anirudh from Digantara, there is Suyash from Galaxy, and Sanjay from Dhruva. I won't introduce them. I'll ask them to very quickly tell you about what they do, what are the companies they represent. I will start with Anirudh. Over to you.
Thank you so much for...
Anirudh, closer. Yeah, it's working.
Thank you so much for this opportunity, sir. My name is Anirudh Sharma. I represent this company called Digantara. We are a space domain awareness company. What we essentially do is work towards building an infrastructure for space that yet do not exist. We've seen over the years a lot of satellites being launched. From 1957 to now, we have over 17,000 active satellites in orbit. We build a solution more or less like maps, but for space to essentially track everything that happens in the orbit.
Thank you, Anirudh. And Shwash, you have come into a new domain. I think your sensor is a unique one, a very different one. Just tell us about your journey, how you started, how did you get this idea, and what are you going to do after you launch your satellite very soon?
Sure, sir. Again, very thankful for the opportunity. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. Next. So quickly, I think what we do at Galaxy is we build Earth observation satellites that are Earth observation in many ways. We do surveillance, rain or shine, day or night. I think our idea is to look through clouds and do nighttime imaging as well. The sensor that we're building, like you mentioned, is world's first of its own kind. It is a patented technology which is also patented in the US, in India, and in Europe very shortly. Our idea is to launch 10 odd satellites in the next 3 to 4 years to do constant coverage of the Earth, bring imagery almost every day of any place on Earth, and can be used for dual use purposes, maybe for armed forces and also for other applications such as agriculture, utilities, insurance, and whatnot. The idea or the underlying idea behind this is, we have been reliant on foreign imagery for a very, very long time. And in the West Asia conflict, we have seen Planet to be restricted for not giving data for almost 14 to 20 days and whatnot. And I think these situations will always come. Our idea is to kind of, do something in India which is not just only affordable or cheaper to build, but also make something which is unique to India, unique in the world, but also that serves the purpose of sovereignty, as well as the unique geographical constraints of what India has. So I think, that's what we do. 5 founders started back in 2021 from IIT Madras. So this is the last 5 years we've been doing this. And in the next 5 years, we hope to build a constellation and share data around the world.
Before I ask you the question, I'll switch over to Sanjay, because he uniquely represents a startup which is the oldest. And much before India even thought of allowing private space to come in. And the most important part of he still being there and going along proves that the Indian space sector is moving forward. And the startups are there for it to continue to make it effective. My compliments to you for that. And now you call yourself a full stack company. So to start with, you tell us, what do you mean by a full stack company, and what all are you doing presently for this new space in India?
Sure. Thank you very much, sir. Thanks to NXT for having me here. We call ourselves as a full stack space technology company primarily because we focus on the foundational pillars for any space program. So if you look at any space mission, there are 3 foundational pillars. The first one is the space segment, which deals with manufacturing of the satellites itself. The second is the launch segment, which deals with the rocket carrying the spacecraft and deploying it into orbit. And the third is the ground segment, which deals with operating the satellites once they're in orbit. I think today we are in a rapidly changing market environment, geopolitical environment. People have moved away from building few satellites every year to building tens, hundreds. And I must definitely say that the policies set up by the government of India are definitely acting as a phenomenal game changer. We are definitely looking forward to the RDIF fund which has been set up by government of India to enable technologies to be developed in India to build for the Indian space stack or the defense stack. So I do believe that maybe in the next 3 to 5 years, the percentage indigenous content will move from 60% to over 80% and eventually hitting the goal of over 95%.
Thank you. Anirudh, the first time when I met you guys, you were talking of making a Google for space. And from there to what you have done in SSA and launch your first satellite, now you look at much more and even missile defense. Tell us about how your journey has been, firstly in India, and the new phenomena which has now come as you are looking at global coordination and even going out to America and Singapore and other places. So just tell us about this, because SSA is a domain which is definitely global. Apart from serving the Indian strategic sector, you have to be available for global usage. Just tell us about that.
So when we started this company, we more or less focused towards building the base infrastructure for everything that happens in space. Initially, we used to talk about building Google Maps for space because that was the easiest analogy that we could perhaps give when we had to explain this to anybody who wants to understand about what we are developing. From there, I think we did a very huge transition or an evolution from what we were developing. We started as a company understanding where space debris is, to now working towards tracking adversary satellites for defense, for government agencies across the world. One thing that has changed quite a bit in last couple of years is geopolitics, geopolitical stability around the world. That's one thing I think that has led to us evolving more into a space domain awareness provider where we work with multiple foreign-friendly countries to our host country, which is India, given we are an Indian company. We started collaborating with agencies and government entities across the world, including the United States, where we are working towards building missile defense solutions for them. So initially when we started, our base infrastructure was to build and launch satellites that could potentially track other objects in space, starting with space debris. But then the optical systems that we were developing, that's where our core competency is at this point in time. We realized we can use and extend the same technology towards missile defense because we're already tracking objects that are at hypervelocity 7 to 10 kilometers per second. Given all the geopolitical shifts, we've seen that latency matters in a situation like a war or a crisis, and intelligence also matters. So for deterrence, you need to build certain technologies that can enable you to even foresee such threats much before. So that is something that we started to work towards. So as a company today, we build solutions across the value chain of space domain awareness, starting from building sensors, mostly infrared sensors that can track objects in space, also missiles. And then you have data processing stack that helps us to identify what these objects are, almost near real time. We have built GPUs or GPU-based systems that can process these data at edge and then give you insights about what's happening in space, or when a missile is being launched, where is it being launched, how does it fly, mapping out the entire trajectory. So these are certain solutions that we've already built. The last part is our intelligence tool, which basically is to enable tactical operators to understand how they can use these data sets and the intelligence that we provide in the form of analytics that can help them in a crisis or a war kind of a scenario. One example that I can talk about that has changed the course of our journey was Russia-Ukraine. During Russia-Ukraine crisis, we saw a lot of satellites being maneuvered over Ukraine, particularly to understand how do you launch a missile for navigation purpose, So these were certain pattern changes that we observed. So that led us to building solutions towards maneuver detection. Later, we've also seen the same thing happen during Operation Sindoor. I think Operation Sindoor was the first time in the country where we saw space being actively used for warfare. Even before it happened, there was commercial satellite imagery being fed to one of our adversary commercial company was purchasing satellite imagery. So these pattern changes can tell certain things that can happen much before it happens. So that's the kind of solution that we started to build. And we started working towards building this. We were probably one of the top 3 or top 5 companies to work towards space domain awareness, and we've evolved since then. So I would like to say most part of our journey was right time, right place. Because when we started, we had around 1,700, 2,000 satellites in orbit. Today, around 17,000. And that's the kind of economical and the transformation that we have seen in space sector, both from the opportunity standpoint, also number of satellites standpoint in orbit.
So Anirudh, going ahead, what do you see your biggest challenge? Technology, finances, manufacturing capability? What would be the biggest challenges for you? For primarily, as I see you operating from India.
So I think one of the challenges that we initially had was to work towards building prototypes and systems that required large amount of funding, which now is solved for. And what we've realized is when you build technology that is much ahead of its time and you support using this technology, crisis or a war kind of a scenario, which becomes an imperative part of national security, funding automatically flows in. So we have solved for funding. The biggest challenge that I see going forward is the opportunity for everything that we are building, given its national security. Okay. How many countries we can service this solution to, and how does it govern? And I think, like in the previous panel, they mentioned there is no single governing body that addresses problem for space. So I think that's one challenge that I see, but I think it's solvable.
Okay. So you will definitely look forward to government transfers if possible. That will definitely help you. Suyash, you have talked of what you are going to do in the next 4 or 5 years. Where do you see your company in 5 years? If all goes as per your plans, what would you be providing to India and to the world? And where do you see your company in the best case, which we definitely want you to be there.
No, thank you so much for the questions. I think, I mean, the solutioning that we are trying to do across all the offerings that we have is, to impart or rather, provide the best surveillance technologies to the country and to the world. The surveillance technology, of course, starts from sensors, even on Earth. When we talk about space for Earth, you need to find out what is the most appropriate way to find out the situation on ground. Deterrence through drones and all takes a lot of time. That intelligence consolidation is a bit more challenging today. So I think, one is surveillance across the board, from sensors to data to analytics. Today, we have one of the largest analytics database that, of course, I can't talk here in public domain, but, where we can identify objects in an imagery with the foundation models that we have built. Right? And that feeds back into what kind of sensors we need to build in future in the next 5 years. And that feeds back into what kind of manufacturing we look forward to. So I think in the 5 years, certainly our conservative thought process is to launch 10 satellites. But, if momentum allows us, we will want to build 50 of them for ourselves, right? Not looking for an RFP to kind of, move forward and build for it. So I think that is the goal. And secondly, I think, I'm a big fan of Made in India and for the world. I truly want to take it to the world. We don't want to be purely buyers of components from outside. We want to build it indigenously with the Indian supply chain. and take it to the world. I think these are the two goals broadly that I have.
I would like to end here by saying when this policy decision was taken in 2020, many had doubts that what could the Indian private sector do. But these three young men sitting here, they have proved that much more is possible than what was expected. In all the domains of where they are working, they are taking the Indian space journey far forward. Please, all of you should need to record that you were able to hear them today, because they are going to take India far ahead in the space domain, where ISRO was a leader for many years. But in the next decade, it is these young men who are going to take India forward. I end here. Thank you to my panelists for being here. And we have a lot of expectations and hopes from you. Not only me, but India.
Thank you so much.
Thank you all very much. Thank you for joining us. Appreciate those thoughts and, of course, perspectives on the India space story from our panelists there. And with this, we are now, of course, concluding the Next in Space segment. It has really been a fascinating conversation, really, hasn't it, spread over those 3 sessions. Okay, we are now turning to our next segment. Our next segment focuses on Next in India, Germany. And to discuss this, who better than the ambassador himself? And I invite on stage for a special keynote address, His Excellency Ambassador Philip Ackermann, the ambassador of Germany to India. His Excellency, welcome. Thank you very much for being with us. I invite you on stage for your keynote address. In fact, we're going to be conversing with the ambassador. In fact, we're switching things around a bit, trying to make it more conversational. It's the time of afternoon when slowly people start to get a bit drowsy. So we're going to wake you up with this next interaction that we're going to have, of course, with the German ambassador. Thank you very much for being with us. Let's have a round of applause for Philip Ackermann, His Excellency, the German ambassador. And in conversation with him will be Senior Executive Editor of NewsX, Megha Sharma. Megha, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Uday, and thank you very, very much, Your Excellency, for gracing us at NXT 2026. Our conversation continues from last year because that was the inaugural session of NXT, and you graced us. You had a conversation with me, and the world has changed since then dramatically in 365 days. Interesting times that we live in.
Well, I think you are right in every way. Interesting times, and that's diplomatic enough not to get into judgments here, you know.
I'm going to start, specifically, this is what the world is dealing with, the energy crisis, whether it is Europe, whether it is Asia, or whether it is United States of America. The Iran war, the war that has been waged by Israel and United States of America on Iran, has caused upheavals across the globe, particularly in Europe and in Germany. How is Germany looking at countering and sustaining itself in these times of vagaries?
So you are completely right when you say we are feeling, we are sensing the impact this war has on our daily lives. What we see here in India with the gas we have with fuel in Germany. So in the last couple of days, at the fuel stations, prices have gone up, and that's something that has a direct impact on our economic performance, obviously. And after a long time of recovery, because we changed our complete energy mix because of the Ukraine war, the Russian war in Ukraine. We now, for the second time, see the fact that there is a shortage of oil, a shortage of petrol, a shortage of fuel. So basically, when you ask the German public, they would say, every day this war ends, every day that makes this war shorter is a good day, basically. So we hope, and very, very strongly, that we'll come to a quick end of this war. I'm not overly confident because you see what Iran does. They want to involve many other countries in the region into this war. We see all the Gulf countries now somehow concerned and having an impact, the war having an impact on them. So I think we are in a very difficult situation, and I can only hope that this situation will end very quickly.
I want to also bring focus to the recent visit of Chancellor Merz in India. Very important, very significant, very interesting. Also the FTA that has happened between India and Europe, how does that bring about a paradigm shift in India-Germany relations?
So Chancellor Merz came early in his tenure. You know that we have had a change of government last year, and he decided to make his first trip outside the Western world, as it were, to India. And that's a clear commitment to the Indo-German relations. And I think the gesture by the Prime Minister to welcome him in Ahmedabad, in his hometown, in the town where he began his political career, was very well received from the German end, by the German end. So basically, what we saw was a very friendly, warm meeting between the Prime Minister and the Chancellor. They had a long day in Ahmedabad with a lot of events on the side next to the substantive frogs. They went to see the Kite Festival. They went to see the Gandhi Ashram. So I think it left a deep impression in when the Chancellor on him when he left after a short visit to Bangalore also. So I think in Chancellor Merz's mind, India is one of the strategically most important countries outside Europe, and I would say that we'll see much more of this relationship in the coming month. Let me tell you that this is an important year for our bilateral relations. It's the 75th year of our diplomatic relations. We celebrated year through, and the Chancellor's visit was the beginning in January. And by the end of this year, we have the great honor to receive the Prime Minister and parts of his cabinet for the intergovernmental consultations, an institution, a format that India and Germany agreed upon about 15, 16 years ago. And every other year, there is a meeting of the two cabinets, and this time it will be in November or December. Dates have not been set yet, in Berlin. So that is a wonderful umbrella under which we will celebrate these 75 years. I can tell you with all conviction, Indo-German relations are at an all-time high. They have never been better, and still there is a lot of potential.
So is that an indication that the Indian head of government is visiting Germany? Okay, that
is the plan. It's not a secret, because 2 years ago, in 24, the German Chancellor and the cabinet came to Delhi, and every other year then the location changes, and this year it's Berlin, and it will be by the end of the year. Dates will be set in the near future.
That would be fantastic, and of course a new era in India-German relations, and of course the next 75 is what we are hoping and wanting to celebrate and reach those transformational milestones as well. I do want to delve deep into the EU-India trade deal that has happened. Do you think India has become irreplaceable in the new world order and a pivot in global south, where Europe and other parts of the world, other countries of the world, are looking towards India, and an association, a partnership, a trade deal with India is something that is inevitable in today's times?
Yeah, I think it is highly commendable, I would say, that we did it, and it's in a way logical also, because this is a huge market. This country is enormous. You have an annual growth between 6 and 8%. Middle class growth. There will be a new market for many products from Europe in the coming months and years. And therefore, I think investing in this relationship, also trade and economic relationship, is extremely important. I'm very proud of this free trade agreement, because it's a tailor-made free trade agreement for India and Europe. It's a free trade agreement which was negotiated in a relatively short time. And I think it covers all the important areas, and very important, it also leaves out the areas where we are not compatible. For example, agriculture. I think It's very limited, the agriculture chapter. And that is wise. It's, I think, intelligent to do it like this. And I think that if this FTA goes through European Parliament by the end of this year, and that's the intention, I think we can be very proud of a very quickly and extremely sound, quickly negotiated and extremely sound FTA that will lead to more prosperity on both sides of the partners, so in Europe as well as in India. So I'm very happy about it.
There were a lot of restrictions that have been laid out by the US administration when it comes to students, professionals, skilled labor, traveling to America and building a life over there. But that seems to be an opportunity that has been grabbed by both hands, with both hands by Germany and other countries as well. What are the prospects of it?
Look, I'll be very honest with you, Megha. We have now 60,000 Indian students in Germany. And most of them are really doing a great, great job. Our universities are very, very happy to take Indian students on. They are ambitious, they are hardworking, they are dedicated, they are committed. It is a pleasure to work with them. And the deal we offer to these Indians is you get an almost free education, higher education, but we also offer you to stay in Germany after that and work, at least for a couple of years. In your specialization. And that works well. And therefore, I think we'll see an Indian diaspora grow. We see more Indians in Germany. We work with the government on the center level, but also on the states level to have fair and legal migration into Germany in the areas where we need skilled labor. And you know what is the most fascinating part of it is that the 3 lakh something Indians we have in Germany now, average-wise earn 20% more than the average German does. And that shows how successful, once again, I would say an Indian diaspora is. So count on us. We are very eager to get Indian skilled labor in the areas where we need it. We are very, very open for Indian students. But I also have to say here, many students walk in a trap when they get agencies that are not really good enough and do not choose the right places. So my clear advice to all, I see a lot of young people sitting in the audience, is look out for a good agency, don't trust your agent, and make your own choice. It is sometimes that's way better than listening to only one source of information.
What are the other aspects of the India-Germany relationship, trade relationship? I would particularly want you to focus on the defense deals, you know, the submarine deals. What's happening on that end?
So submarines for us is a huge thing. No? It's I think for both our countries, if they go through, and it looks like this will be the case in the not so far future, I think we'll be bound much closer, to an Indian company, MDL, and a German company, TKMS, joining hands to build submarines for the Indian Navy. We are very happy that that seems to be the case now. I think it will improve the capacities and capabilities of the Indian Navy big time, and I think that that shows that Germany has started a new relationship in the defense sector with India. It's not only submarines, it's all sorts of technology that India is looking at in Germany, and I would say it should also go the other way around. India has a very, very interesting defense production, also privately driven defense production that also is interesting for the German armed forces. So I think we'll see in the next years a closer relationship between the German defense sector and the Indian defense sector, and that's to our mutual benefit once again.
Also, there are so many German companies that have set up their plants over here. Are there more of these startups, more of these foundations, more of these organizations that are likely to open up, diversify, and build supply chains in India, and vice versa?
Yeah, I think what we see is a clear pattern. We have over 2,000 companies having set up shop in India right now. That's by far the biggest from any European country. And the number is growing. And through the FTA, the interest in India has become palpably bigger. So you see already now that medium-sized small companies are thinking of India through the FTA lens. So that's a good sign, But I want also to stress that Indian companies more and more invest in Europe. So we have 750 Indian companies, good companies, powerful, globally very strong and performing companies, having set up shop in Germany. And we are welcoming that big time. So we are very happy that we have such a good Indian presence in Germany. And this is how we see the relationship. It's always a two-way relationship. It's not one imbalanced trade volume. We have, and that's rare, a relatively balanced trade volume. Now we have about $50 billion trade volume per annum, per year, and it's 50-50, you know. And that's a very healthy relationship, and I'm very proud of that. I'm happy about that.
Where does China fit into this entire picture? Obviously, there at this point of time have been a difficult association that countries have had when it comes to you know, fear of building supply chains, and then also the problems of expansionism that we are seeing in the Indo-Pacific. And does this also help in other countries, including Germany, including the continent of Europe, looking at India as an alternative? Or are these two aspects run parallelly and have no bearing on each other?
So China, of course, is for us hugely important, and German business private sector is very much invested in China, and that will not change in the near future. But what we feel is that there is an appetite within the private sector to diversify, you know, to de-risk, let's put it that way, or not putting all eggs in one basket only. And there India comes to mind, of course. You know, this will be a market which will be much more interesting in the future. This is a market that for us is through the FTA now very, very closely linked to Europe. So I think India will be a very, very interesting alternative in the years to come for German business. Having said that, China will still be high on our agenda for the foreseeable future, with all the, you know, upsides and downsides that brings. You know, we see the danger, but we see also the opportunities.
I want to come back to the heavily tariffed oil. Up until recently, there were tariffs that have very recently been lifted by the United States of America on India in purchasing the Russian oil, and the war continues, and there's a second one that has again started up in Iran. Do you think tariffing countries is the right way to go?
No. Answer is no, I don't think so. I think that, you know, Europeans, we are free traders. We think that the more you open your markets, I mean, in a regulated way, obviously I talked about agriculture before, the better it is for both sides. I think that, I mean, you know, my government, the whole European Union thinks that tariffing is not the way forward. It is not a good tool. So we have to try to reduce tariffs and non-tariffs impediments. So basically, so that we open up the markets in a way that is mutually beneficial for both sides. That means that you can't open up everything completely. That would be unfair and would not be right for both sides. But there is, and this free trade agreement shows it, there is ample opportunity to improve your trade and business relationships by opening up for free trade. And therefore, I think Europe has made a very, very clear stance saying that we want free trade agreement with India. And I find it extremely noteworthy that only 10 days after the FTA was concluded, the Americans also came with a trade agreement, not a free trade agreement, but a trade agreement. I found that very noteworthy.
But do you think then the US administration led by President Donald Trump was in the wrong in acting in a manner that it did, to come out with blanket tariffs to the tune of 40%, 50%, 60%?
So we have also agreed, we have an agreement with the US. The Europeans have an agreement with the US that imposes 15% of tariffs on European goods. We were not very happy about it, but now that's the way it is. I cannot comment on politics of other countries, but what I can state time and again is that in our view, tariffs are not the right way to move forward. The abolition of tariffs is the better way to move forward.
And finally, before I let you go, Ambassador, what does the future hold for India-Germany ties? You said there is a high likelihood that the Prime Minister visits Berlin later in the year. What are the new avenues? What are the challenges that both leaders are going to look to overcome?
So we spoke about business and defense, we spoke about the free trade agreement, we spoke about the academic exchanges, about people to people, we spoke. But there is so much more we do, and you would be surprised to see how granular our relation has become. I just want to flag that, you know, Germany and India bilaterally work very well together when it comes to climate change and the fighting of climate change, the adaptation, mitigation. We have this unique partnership for green and sustainable development with India, which I'm very proud of, which is a wonderful partnership, full of ideas, full of creativity. And we have what I find very, very remarkable, a very sound academic cooperation. You'd be surprised how many partnerships between Indian and German universities there are, how many Indian researchers work in Germany in research institutions, what great performance they show and how they contribute to the research results. And I would say that we are growing closer on every level, and not only the government to government, but also the people to people's level. And that's where a relationship really grows, not only between the capitals, but also on a grassroots level. So I'm very happy about that.
Your Excellency, thank you very much for joining me on this platform, NXT Forum, and I look forward to many more of these conversations.
Thank you, Megha. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you.
Thank you, His Excellency Ackerman, for joining us, and of course talking about the next in India-Germany ties. Let's move on now to our next segment, where we are focusing on next in defense. And joining us for the next panel is a very special, of course, set of individuals. We have with us Pankaj Chadha, Executive VP and Head Marine Platforms, Equipment and Systems, L&T. We also have with us Mr. M.V. Reddy, Joint MD Astra Microwave Products Limited. Also joining us for the next panel is Smit Shah, President Drone Federation of India, and Stephen M. Mora, Emeritus Adjunct Professor of Public Policy, UC Berkeley. Thank you all for joining us. Let's have a round of applause for them, please. And this session will be moderated by Senior News Editor Devika Chopra. So Devika, let's quickly hand the floor over to you, and you can take forward this conversation on next in defense.
Thank you so much for that introduction, Uday. And along with space, defense is a particular interest of mine as well. So I'm very, very happy and glad that you could all join us today to take this conversation forward, because we have a very good mix today, I'd like to say, of panelists. We have industry leaders, industry experts, and we also have an academic expert as well. So a lot of diverse perspective is expected out of this conversation. And defense is a sector that really needs constant conversation, especially given the current geopolitical climate of the world, where you fall asleep and the next day you wake up and someone's declared war, right? So it seems, unfortunately, that there are more and more wars today. And what does that truly mean for humanity? What does that mean for the industry? What does that mean for government? And what does that mean for overall policy? And we'll try to touch upon all these aspects. So I'd like to begin by focusing on, as I mentioned, the geopolitical landscape. And my first question is to Professor Stephen Mora. So given your background in public policy and homeland security, we've now seen in the past few years Europe really struggling with its reliance on external alliances as far as defense is concerned. There's now a reawakening, one can say, in Europe, especially in a great defense power like Germany, that there's a realization that we must build on our own and we must be as self-reliant as possible. So I want to understand from you, is Europe a cautionary tale for nations that have in the past relied too heavily on defense alliances?
Well, is it on? We know obviously that Europe has all sorts of industrial assets and wealth, and given enough time, right, they can certainly mobilize that, and presumably they will now. There is a slight timing issue, as you say, the wars have broken out, but there you are. I mean, history is littered with examples of countries that had to get their act together very quickly, and when they have resources the way Europe does, then one bets on Europe, I think.
All right. Then to Mr. Pankaj Chadha, I want to understand from you as well on the same, just a little bit on the same question before I move on to the next, that has Europe become a cautionary tale? And I want to get the industry perspective on that. You can go ahead, sir.
Yeah, hi. First of all, thank you for giving this opportunity to be available on this
The
panel.
honor is ours, sir.
Yeah, and you know, as far as you brought up this issue of Europe, I had visited, you know, with my National Defense College to Germany in one of the visit, and when the Ukraine war had started, and we could see that somehow the security was kind of taken as guaranteed. You know, they had the kind of relationship with the US, and over last few years, the whole thing has changed. And then suddenly now Europe is trying to become kind of self-sufficient as early as possible, and a lot of money and a lot of regulations are started coming in. So I think that's the way the geopolitics is taking shape. It is becoming the defining era for self-sustaining, self-reliance, and I guess all regions and all countries are moving towards that, including us.
Okay, so Mr. Chadha, then I want to understand from you, with the pace of global conflicts and the way we see it today, in your assessment, what truly is, as far as the next in defense is concerned, and are we looking now at an era that is comparable to the Cold War in terms of how quickly countries need to stockpile?
So I would say that stockpiling may not be the right answer for countries like us. USA prints its own money, so you know they have that kind of capacity and capability. For us or for countries, other countries, the question is, it all depends. Depends upon what kind of risk assessment which they carry out vis-a-vis the geopolitical scenario they are in. But the most important thing, and which Vice Chief of Naval Staff brought out, is the ability to create a surge capacity, right, to sustain the war. So if we look at Ukraine, the war has gone on for a long time. Operation Sindoor was for a short time. Now, as a country, how do we build this surge capacity, and how do we maintain that? And of which kind of, I would say, whether it is ammunition, whether it is platforms, because everything costs money, and money is in a short supply. And it is not only platform, it is also the integration layer which needs to be kind of built in. So, if the initial part is the air side, but we have a very long coastline, so we may have underwater drones, surface vessels, unmanned surface vessels. All those things are all right, maybe for 15 days, 21 days, because there's a cost even to stockpiling, how much, where we keep that kind of a work. So, and it also again boils down to the kind of sovereign capability which we should have, whether it is the material, whether it is the design, whether it is the execution in a very short time. I guess all this needs to be well integrated, well thought of, and we should look for that if the time comes, are we able to sustain it for a long time? Do we have that sovereign capability? I think those are the questions which needs to be asked, and that is what is the next which is there for all the countries as well as for the defense firms.
Okay, then I'd like to swiftly move to Mr. M.V. Reddy on that note when we talk about the next in defense. So how quickly then do we need to move from importing to say 100% indigenization of our defense supplies for our own security? Because today we're also in a state where if a country decides it can block all supplies to you, It can block all transfer of technology to you. And that's something that we've really struggled with, right, as far as some of our aircrafts are concerned. And of course, we're working towards 100% indigenization under our current government. But as far as the technology is concerned, I think France is the only country that has now agreed for some level of technological and informational transfer as well. But as far as the rest go, and for good reason, they don't want to share how they made the aircraft or what's the technology that's going in it. They'll just simply train you how to use it. So given the current geopolitical climate, how crucial is it? And in your assessment, what's the timeline?
Yeah. Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity being given to us. Well, actually, we represent electronics industry. So I talk most, about electronics. But in general, as you said, achieving 100% indigenization is really a dream. And in fact, if we could achieve that, I think, no one can stop us. But I would say that, it is to some extent impractical also because of lack of availability of some of the raw earth materials, some of the raw materials and all. Even in US, China, or even any other country that matter, they do depend on some of the global supply chain and some of the components, though they claim 100% the localization, but they have been sourcing some of the materials. So when it comes to the India, especially in the electronic segment, the major challenge what we have been seeing is the indigenization of semiconductors is going to be really challenging. And as we have seen during the COVID times, it is not only the defense segment, but every segment, like including automobile or even other segment, which has got affected severely because of lack of semiconductor devices. The government started immediately the action of setting up foundries here in India. And as, the foundries are taking up a shape, I think over a period of next 5 to 8, 10 years, I'm sure, we will achieve, let's say today we achieve about 40% indigenization. I think maybe down the line, after 10 years, we would probably achieve 80 to 90% of indigenization. So it is a gradually building process that will happen over a period of years, but government is really working hard to build as many as infrastructure here to take care of these are all the components, the raw materials, where we were largely depend on other countries.
But just to follow up before I come to Smith, how crucial is then AI in terms of helping accelerate defense technology, any levels of production, manufacturing? Is there any sort of AI integration that is taking place?
Yeah, this is the area where, the countries, not only in India, but even in every country is now been focusing to integrate AI tools to the defense platforms. AI tools have been developed. Now the challenge here is how to integrate with the defense platforms, and all is going to be a challenge. Many companies, including our companies, working in that particular domain. Like, for example, you take a radar system where with the radar, we target the particular object. Now, with using this AI, how we can, get the bulk of data in a fraction of seconds, this is how it's going to be improve the efficiency, speed, and, the perception. So the AI definitely is going to be useful, but the integration is something which will happen soon, and the tools are now being developed by many companies in India now. So what we, as a defense company, what we are trying to do is getting those tools and to integrate with our platforms and our products to offer a much better solution to the user.
Okay, interesting. And Smith, quickly coming to you, I want to discuss the future of warfare with you. You're representing the drone ecosystem on our panel, and we've just seen during Operation Sindoor, we saw the use of drones and the successful use of drones by India. And now we see it, of course, in all the other wars as well. The conflict in the Middle East, a lot of use of the drones. So I want to understand from you, as far as the future of battles is concerned, in your assessment, is that going to be more and more of a contactless system of defense and warfare where it'll simply be fought via drone swarms? Is that something that we're ready for? Or are we looking at something like humanoids who'll be fighting our wars? What's the future?
First of all, thank you for having me over. I think very valid and very pertinent question in how wars are unfolding across the world. I'll give an example to explain what I'm trying to say. First wars in the world were fought with two people and two weapons, and both the people and the weapons were very close to each other. So people were fighting by hands or by sticks. And then as war evolved, people started going away and weapons started becoming complex and intelligent. And if you apply just that theory, that I want my weapon to be more lethal, more complex, and I want my person operating the weapon to be at the least risk possible, drones is the clear technology that comes in and says that we will have AI-powered, fully autonomous, fully GPS denied, RF jamming proof drone swarms that will go and that will determine targets, that will identify them, that will verify them, and then destroy those targets if required. And what better systems would someone want than these, where the humans who are going to operate these drones will be sitting far away in the hinterland and will be giving high-level commands. You don't even need to control the drone. You just say, I think there is an enemy in this area. Why don't you go find, verify, and if verified, fire and sort of go ahead. And all of this, if you can do with the power of AI and with the power of drones, why would you need anything else? And this will be true not just for aerial drones, but also for underwater drones and surface drones, and also for border patrolling at the ground. So when we talk about drones, it's going to be across all domains. And again, the future wars, of course, are going to be contactless, fully autonomous, AI-driven. And mind you, AI will not just be for sensors. AI will be for instructions, where the future soldier will instruct an objective and then the system will take over and perform the objective at a very high level, natural language conversation perspective.
And I'm assuming that there's already a lot of study that's being done on this. Is there any study in terms of how much of the human error element is eliminated with the integration of AI?
So I think more than the error perspective, imagine when you have one drone covering a particular area, you need one operator to look at the video feed and then identify a few things. Today, drones help you look at a particular area, find objects, and then they ask you to intervene. With AI and autonomy, you will be able to task 10 such drones. Well, the drones will do their task, and maybe when they identify the target, they just come back and say, by the way, I have identified one target, do you want to fire?
Which is precisely what Pakistan was doing during the war as well, or that was the information that was being supplied from the outside.
AI-generated videos showing AI drones.
That drones were coming in to map out certain areas, certain parts of India. And that, of course, is a critical aspect. And I'm sure that's going to continue on as far as warfare is concerned. See, Professor Mora, coming back to you, I want to understand from you, there is a slightly perceived darker side of the defense industry or defense manufacturing, where a lot of people say that wars are manufactured to benefit the defense industrial complex. I just want your quick thoughts on the same.
Well, it's in the nature of things that most conspiracy theories are false, at least if the society is functioning reasonably well. People do get paid to continue doing what they've been doing. So if you create a large industrial establishment, or I guess in the American phrase, when you have a new hammer, the world seems full of nails. But I don't think they want to fight wars any more than anybody else does. They would like to be thoroughly armed in peacetime. One can make a story that, up to a point at least, that's a formula for not having wars.
Mr. M.V. Reddy, bringing you back into the conversation, so since I am talking about wars a little bit in this panel, there's also a lot of conversation now about, while we're already in multiple conflicts on Earth, there is now, of course, a space race. It's not new, but the race is more today about conquering the orbits by launching as many satellites as possible. Your thoughts on the same? Where is that headed? In your assessment, what are the drawbacks of such a race? Does that require more global cooperation?
Yeah, This is, I think, the excellent question, I would say. Yes, you are right. See, future, that is going to be the, war. War in the space to have a control over the orbit. That's going to be a major war. In fact, if you see, many countries have a, of course, though authenticated reports are not available, but we've been seeing many reports and all, like countries have been developing many deterrents, like, to build, to damage or to, kill the satellites of other countries. Like, some of the countries, they're following soft kill options, like they're building jammers in their satellite to jam the satellite of other countries. And few countries are developing missiles which can hit the satellites from the orbit. So it's a very high, long range kind of a thing. So yeah, this is, as we have been seeing, the many companies are coming out to establish data centers in the space to have the full control over the data, the complete control over the data and the communication. And they will have, whichever the country they set up in this space, I think they'll have uninterrupted, the command over the complete data. So obviously when war comes out, that is something which the other enemy, they'll try to hit that. So that is something which may happen. And yes, this is something which it is an interesting thing to be looked into that. But yeah, obviously, future, like, to be frank, like, 2 decades back, we never expected drones like a bird will damage in such a big way. Today, what we are being seeing, that during those days, we have seen only missiles. Now today, the small drone, like, what we have been seeing in the ongoing Iran war, like, drones are killing, like, to counter it, the other countries have to launch a very expensive missiles and all. So, like, these are all, like, technology revolution, and at the same time, the war will take to the next level only in this space. This is what I do believe.
Ms. MP Reddy, I'd love your thoughts on the same as well, that we're barely managing on Earth as far as territorial control is concerned, and there's already talk about who's going to conquer the orbits. So are we now very seriously looking at a war over our orbits, and what does that future even look like? Because I'll tell you why I'm asking that question, because I see usually a lot of cooperation as far as companies are concerned. So, for example, we had our space companies on a panel before this, and they have cooperated with, say, private firms in the US, in Europe for their launches. So when it's a private firm to a private firm sort of a deal, there is a lot of cooperation. But defense is a sector, space is a sector where governments are also critically involved. And the moment governments are involved, that sort of makes it a slightly murky territory, in the sense that, one day you would want to conquer a certain aspect of land or space for your nation. That's the context of my question. What's the timeline? Yes.
So I would say the point which you brought out, that it is when it is private sector to private sector or company to company, it is easy. When government comes in, it becomes murky when you say want to occupy some space. But I guess as a country, all of us have to follow the policy or the intent of what government wants to do. We are not free to go and do what we want to do. And I believe as far as India is concerned, while the technology and all these concepts are moving very fast, we need to catch up. And that's where whole of the nation approach is needed. So we need government, we need, let's say, private sector, public sector coming in. And if I give an example, though it is a little bit different, but it is a model. So we want AMCA, right? So as a L&T has tied up with Bharat Electronics, right? So it is a typical public-private partnership, or we are doing involving DRDO also into our light tank project. So I guess that is the way we would be going, and it will not be a individual company-driven, aspiration to go and have some land at Mars, just to say that.
Right, absolutely. And I think that of course, the context is more applicable to the space sector because, like I said, I know of all the companies who are sitting here and they've worked with SpaceX and they've worked with a lot of the private firms in the US for their launches. So one does wonder that if there is a government-to-government fallout at some point, where does that leave you? And that was the larger context even for defense, that if there's a government-to-government fallout, where does that leave you? But I'm running out of time, and I want to leave the last question to Professor Mora and to Smit. We have a lot of young people watching us virtually and also in the audience. Let me begin with Smit. Smit, if I'm someone who wants to now enter the defense space as an entrepreneur, because there is a lot of opportunity, what is the best way forward in your assessment? What advice would you give to young people who aspire to be entrepreneurs in the defense sector?
I think for young people who want to join the defense sector, it's very important to build with patience. You can't really sell to the defense forces in 6 months and 12 months and all. So realization of who your customer is and when will they buy and how will they buy is first step. Second, I believe people should not aspire to make something that someone is already building. It's a very bad analogy to start copying or start catching up with technology where other countries or other companies in the country have spent millions and billions of dollars. So think of leapfrogging, think of new solutions which are not built before, think of problems from first principles perspective so that you are solving a new problem in a new dimension rather than catching up someone's R&D that they've spent last 5 years, 10 years and billions of dollars. And of course have a lot of capital because defense is one sector where you need to continue spending money, continue doing core R&D and build in India. Today's world is a multilateral world. People are aligning with multiple countries. They're also not aligning with multiple countries. So it would be very poor choices of decisions if you build something for the defense in the short term while importing something from outside and while having very less capital. I think we need to do the exact opposite of these three. Build with more capital, build only in India and build something that people are not building. And I think that is going to be the success strategy for someone working in the defense sector.
I think that's excellent advice for our young audience as well, because yes, there is truly a threat today of the global supply chains collapsing at any point. And we've just seen that in the past 5 years. Professor Mora, last word to you, sir. In your assessment, same advice from a policy perspective, and what in your assessment is the next in defense?
Once again?
What is the next in defense that people need to be watching out for, and what are the opportunities in the defense sector?
I'm not going to comment on the opportunities for individuals. There are 3 people who know more about that on the stage than I do. I do think from a policy standpoint, there is a observation, right, that the world is increasingly dominated by private companies in terms of manpower and knowledge. It used to be that governments owned all the WMD technologies to 3 decimal places and they could just order what they wanted. I think you are going to see things moving more and more in the direction of companies doing their own regulation because it's too hard for government to do it from the outside. They don't know these technologies. It's violently obvious in AI. And the odd part is that companies have been governing themselves for over 100 years. The insurance companies in the 1890s set up fire codes because you couldn't sell insurance otherwise. The companies joined because they couldn't buy insurance otherwise. And all of that is now codified word for word in American law in all the 50 states. So there actually is recent experience in which companies that make artificial DNA adopted a standard that is substantially higher than the federal government's, and they did it over a competing standard by American companies which was much lower. So that it turns out that did not stick because the American government decided to tell people it was the lower standard was acceptable. But it's a kind of existence proof that industry is used to setting standards for itself. That's a strategic lever on the problem that doesn't occur to government, but it should, because this is an important enough problem that you can't leave any part of the solution on the table unexamined.
All right. Mr. Chadha wants to make, if you can just add to that as well.
So I could not hear him properly, but what I just, since a lot of young students are there, I think as a country we need a lot of expertise in basic sciences. So whether it is a physics or mathematics, because when we are talking what next is artificial intelligence, it is directed energy weapons, it is hypersonics, it is quantum, right? That's where the defense is going. And that's where we need to develop as a country our capability. That's where the students will get highly benefited. And also they could create, their own startups. It would not need much capital. That's where I will end up. Thank you.
Right, absolutely. With that, I've completely run out of time, but thank you so much once again to all of our guests for joining us at NXT 2026. What a fabulous conversation we've had on one of the most important industries of the day.
Thank you, indeed. Yes, of course, next in defense, a very important session there, because these days it's all about strengthening one's defense, a robust defense setup with, of course, the conflicts as well that one is seeing around the world today. Okay, well, we're turning our focus back now to Europe and India ties, and in particular, India and Italy ties, because we're very happy to have with us now for the next session, which is themed Next in India, Italy, His Excellency Ambassador Antonio Bartoli, the Ambassador of Italy to India. Who better to tell us about the India-Italian partnership than the Ambassador himself? Welcome, His Excellency Bartoli. Can we welcome him with a loud round of applause?
Namaskar. Good evening. A special thanks to Honorable Shri Kartikeya Sharma for inviting me to this 2026 edition of the next conclave. It's a great event, and I must say that we need the people to look at and shape the future, and it's good to see so many young people. Yesterday there were 3 Italian MPs that joined, even if remotely, because of the present geopolitical situation and the consequential parliamentary commitment, but I'm pleased that they could share their thoughts anyway. And I'm here, as it was said, to give you an overview of what's next in Italy-India relationship. It's a pleasure to see the program, because this program spans geopolitics, economy, finance, defense, innovation, space, and many other important topics. And I must say that this multi-platform, multi-sectoral platform perfectly matches with the nature of the relationship between Italy and India. It's a partnership covering all the main areas. India is a strategic priority for Italy, and the chemistry between the Prime Ministers Meloni and Modi reflects a strong convergence of interests between the two countries. The reasons are clear. You know the numbers of India that make India so interesting for us: the 4th largest economy, the fastest growing, 1/6 of humanity, the 2nd largest food producer, the 3rd in unicorns, with more than 200,000 startups, the 4th on the moon, and so on and so forth. But the point now is why Italy matters to India. I think there are reasons for to be found in history, in geography, in economy. Italy is Europe's 2nd largest manufacturing powerhouse in industrial powerhouse in Europe. We are the world's 4th largest exporter, also explorers. 1st in the world for diversity of products we export, so an incredible variety, and leading position in many of the sectors of our export. To name a few, packaging machinery, industrial valves, advanced manufacturing technologies, cruise ships, all the yachts and super yachts, ceramic tiles, medical devices, wine and agri-food, many other. Italy has a leading world position in export. And we combine industrial strength, technological expertise, and creativity. And there are many areas where we can match our competencies. for example, auto components and advanced manufacturing, industrial machinery, a sector that is worth 150 billion euro in Italy and represents 40% of our exports here. Italy is also a European leader in agri-food industry, 42 billion euros in revenue, agricultural machinery, precision agriculture, food processing, cold chain, sustainable packaging, applied research, but also circular economy, food and waste to energy, renewable energy. More than 50% of our national electricity production comes from renewables. Italy is also at the forefront of defense industry with global champions like Fincantieri, a world leader in shipbuilding, both military and civilian, or Leonardo, which is a leading conglomerate spanning from helicopters to and cybersecurity to aerospace and electronic systems. We design and build half of the pressurized modules of the International Space Station. So our space industry covers the entire value chain from launcher to satellites. And these are only a few sectors where Italy and India can build powerful synergies. In 2025 alone, we organized 3 business fora, engaging more than 900 companies, and now we are working on more sectoral missions, space, fashion and port logistics, but also biomedical technologies, food processing, creative industries, auto components, infrastructure, and engineering services are some of those in the pipeline. Our companies are more and more interested in India, not only to sell, but to invest, joint ventures, co-production, co-design, co-development. We set up some instruments like a 500 million euro financing line dedicated to India to support companies in market access and joint ventures. We have the target of 20 billion euro trade exchange by 2029. And we hope, of course, that the swift entry into force of the EU-India free trade agreement will boost volumes in the 2 directions. Because more trade means also more investments, and more partnership means stronger and more resilient and integrated value chains. That is what we want to build, integrated value chain, and reinforcing the role of both Italy and India in the global economy. I was mentioning history and geography, apart from economy, because Italy and India share centuries of exchanges, mutual interaction, reciprocal influence from the time of the Roman Empire to now. Our countries have always been natural bridges into the across the broader Indo-Mediterranean region. Once it was called the Golden Road. With the monsoon, it was easy. In 6 weeks, you could go from India up to Egypt, the Roman Egypt, through the Red Sea, and vice versa. So there was a connection, the Golden Road, and now we call IMEC Initiative, but is revamping something that existed already 2,000 years ago. India launched this on the occasion of the G20 presidency, and Italy strongly supports this project. Next Tuesday there will be a business forum dedicated to IMEC to show companies, operators, and private stakeholders collaborations and opportunities in sectors like infrastructure, digital connectivity, and energy. Yes, digital connectivity because and connectivity in general, because Italy and India, of course, want to enhance the collaboration between their ports. We intend to create a fast-track custom corridor with preferential and digital procedures between our docks.
We soon complete the installation of a high-speed underwater cable between India and Italy, so a highway for internet. Italy and India ties go beyond trade, investment, and infrastructure. So history means also ancient civilizations, means we boast more than 100 UNESCO World Heritage Sites, and culture is our common language. In cinema, we were guest of honor of Indian International Film Festival last year. We hope to see more co-productions and Bollywood movies shot in Italy. We have a generous tax credit and an incredible diversity of landscapes. In the arts, we'll soon see the return of the Indian Pavilion at Venice Biennale. We want to share our great masterpieces with our Indian friends. We brought for the first time Caravaggio last year. We will bring Botticelli next year. This year, we are planning events highlighting design, fashion, working on artists in residence programs, collaboration in heritage conservation, archaeology, museum technologies, and cultural festivals. And we have a growing relationship accompanied by also a greater mobility of talents, students, researchers, innovators. We launched a few months back a science and innovation dialogue. We signed 2 memorandums on joint research projects. We organized a symposium on physics, and many others are coming. We will launch an innovation center, an Italian innovation center in India, to boost startup acceleration programs, collaborations between technology-oriented companies, and joint initiative between university and research institutes. We are working to enhance MOU between universities, double degrees, exchanges of professors, of students, and of course mutual recognition of academic titles, so open doors for you to come and study in Italy. Scale up your skills, fulfill your professional ambitions, and also experience having a very nice life experience, not only academic experience, but life experience. Concluding, we are living in an increasingly complex and unpredictable global environment, and so we are partners and we share the same goals also in security, stability, growth, prosperity. Italy considers India a global player and an indispensable partner, a responsible power, committed like us to resolving crises and conflicts through dialogue and respect for international law. Political dialogue and strategic convergence are today stronger than ever. At the end of 2024, our leaders adopted a joint strategic action plan, identifying 10 priorities, areas of collaboration, and this is our roadmap. We are implementing it to initiatives in all areas, from technology to innovation, to culture, people-to-people exchanges, from mobility to tourism, from science to economy, connectivity, space, and defense. We are feeding and expanding this roadmap with further ambitious initiatives. And to synthesize, we want more India in Italy. Don't forget that we have the second largest Indian community in Europe, and we want more Italy in India. We are investing a lot,
Thank you, Your Excellency, for that address, of course, on India-Italy ties. The Italian ambassador to India addressing all of us. And remember, of course, Europe and India ties has really been the focus this entire first quarter of 2026, hasn't it? All right, well, we're very privileged now and honored to have our next guest amongst us already. for a special session. In fact, we have with us now the Union Law Minister of Bharat. We are turning to our next segment, which is Next in Law. In this next session, we're going to be speaking about India's legal modernization revolution. And for that, I want to invite, without further ado, on stage, the Union Law Minister of Bharat, Shri Arjun Ram Meghwalji. Shri Meghwalji, could we please have you on stage? Let's keep the applause going for the Union Law Minister. And in conversation with Shri Meghwalji will be the Editor-in-Chief of NewsX, Rishabh Gulati.
Thank you, Uday. What a treat it is. I've had the privilege of interviewing our Union Law Minister a few times, and it is a treat. Arjun Ram Meghwalji, आप हमारे साथ इस NXT मंच में आए हैं. आपका बहुत-बहुत स्वागत.
धन्यवाद.
अर्जुन राम मेघवाल जी, हमारे पास जैसे कार्तिक जी बता रहे थे, करीबन 40 देशों से 100 से ज़्यादा सिटिंग मेंबर्स ऑफ पार्लियामेंट इस मंच से जुड़े हैं, हमारा पार्लियामेंट्री फोरम से जुड़े हैं. थोड़ा भारत की कहानी मैं बताना चाह रहा हूँ आपके द्वारा. पिछले कुछ सालों में ऐसे 1500-1600 कानून हैं जो अंग्रेज़ों के ज़मानों से यहाँ हमारे कोड में पड़े हुए थे. क्योंकि किसी ने ध्यान नहीं दिया, किसी ने सोचा नहीं, तो बस वो पड़े हुए थे. ये कैसे कानून थे जिसमें हमने इनको साफ करा है और अपनी ईज़ ऑफ लिविंग को हमने बढ़ाया है?
देखिए, आपने सही कहा कि 1633 कानून जो अंग्रेजों के समय हमारे नागरिकों को कंट्रोल करने के लिए, नियमित करने के लिए, उनको दंड देने के लिए बने. और वो उनका कोडिफिकेशन शुरू होता है, अगर मैं हिस्ट्री के पन्नों को पलटूं तो 1773 से पहला वो रेगुलेटिंग एक्ट लेके आते हैं. 1608 में वो सूरत में ईस्ट इंडिया कंपनी व्यापार के लिए आती है और धीरे धीरे 1757 का प्लासी का युद्ध वो उनके लिए माइलस्टोन होता है. उसके बाद 1773 से हमारे यहाँ कानून बनने शुरू हो जाते हैं, जिसको हम फर्स्ट रेगुलेटिंग एक्ट कहते हैं, 1773 एक्ट. उसके बाद एक्ट बनते गए और 1857 में एक यहाँ पे हमारे स्वतंत्रता संग्राम का पहला आंदोलन हुआ, जिसको अंग्रेज़ों ने म्यूटनी कहा, गदर कहा. उसके बाद 1858 से हमारे यहाँ कोडिफिकेशन शुरू हुआ. लॉर्ड मैकाले जब आते हैं तो वो, हम अधिकतर लोग समझते हैं कि वो हमारी शिक्षा व्यवस्था को डिस्टर्ब करने के लिए शायद उनका योगदान है. उनका एक भाषण है ब्रिटिश पार्लियामेंट में, वो ये कहते हैं कि हमारी भारत की शिक्षा पद्धति हम चेंज नहीं करेंगे तब तक हम लंबे समय तक हम शासन नहीं कर सकते. लेकिन वो कोडिफिकेशन पे जोर देते हैं कि कानून बनने चाहिए. तो आपने देखा होगा कि आईपीसी हमारे यहाँ उसी पीरियड में बना, हमारे यहाँ सीआरपीसी भी उसी पीरियड में बना 1898 में, 1860 में हमारा आईपीसी बन गया. ऐसे हमारा इंडियन एविडेंस एक्ट भी बना. ये सब वही पीरियड है, 1857 के बाद का पीरियड है जहाँ अंग्रेजों ने कोडिफिकेशन शुरू किया. आप जो मेजर, जिसको आप NXT नाम अपने प्रोग्राम का दे रहे हो, नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने भी इस प्रोग्राम में ये कहते हुए कहा कि हम 20वीं सदी के जो कानून हैं उनसे हम 21वीं सदी की प्रॉब्लम को सॉल्व नहीं कर सकते. हमें 21वीं सदी में जो नागरिक रहते हैं उनको न्याय देना है, उनको गुड गवर्नेंस देना है. और कानून हमारे 20वीं सदी के होंगे तो हम न्याय नहीं कर पाएंगे हमारे नागरिकों के साथ, गुड गवर्नेंस नहीं दे पाएंगे, हम डेवलपमेंट नहीं कर पाएंगे, हम उनका ईज ऑफ लिविंग नहीं दे पाएंगे. तो उन्होंने जो अंग्रेजों के ज़माने में बने हुए कानून थे, आईपीसी, सीआरपीसी, इंडियन एविडेंस एक्ट,
उनको बदला, और खाली उनको ही नहीं बदला, 1633 ऐसे कानून थे जिनकी आवश्यकता नहीं थी, उनको भी समाप्त किया। और मैं इस विषय पे ये कहना चाहता हूं कि अंग्रेजों को भारतीय नागरिकों को दंड देना था, इसलिए वो दंड संहिता लेके आए। नरेंद्र मोदी जी को भारतीय नागरिकों को न्याय देना है, इसलिए वो न्याय संहिता लेके आए। ये चेंज है, यही फर्क है।
It's been a revolution, ladies and gentlemen. So the entire penal code, the legislative code in terms of the application to criminal laws have all been changed in the past 2 years. They've all been modernized, enhanced. It's called the Bharatiya Nyaya Samiti. Sir, 660 crore, that's just under 7 billion pages. 660 crore pages of court procedures, court documents digitize किए गए हैं। ये इसको सर्च करने में, रिसर्च करने में, इससे क्या सहूलियत मिलेगी अब आगे पीढ़ियों को?
देखिए, अब कोई फैसला कभी कलकत्ता हाई कोर्ट में हुआ, कभी इलाहाबाद हाई कोर्ट में हुआ, अब वो उसका रिसर्च पेपर कहीं स्टोर में पड़ा है, उसको कुछ चूहे भी खा गए, कुछ साई भी फैल गई, तो वो जो रिसर्च करने वाला है या जो हमारा एडवोकेट है, वो उस फैसले में जज ने क्या लिखा, क्या आर्गुमेंट हुए, वो देख नहीं पाएगा ढंग से। इसलिए हमने डिजिटलाइजेशन के काम को बड़े पैमाने पर हाथ में लिया। और जैसे आपने कहा कि आने वाले समय में अगर कोई आदमी, जब से हमारा यहाँ कोर्ट सिस्टम शुरू हुआ है, इवन हम पहले से भी हमारे यहाँ जो हमारे भारत में ग्रामीण क्षेत्रों में जो पंच व्यवस्था थी, उनका भी कोई ताम्रपत्र है तो हम उसको भी डिजिटलाइज कर रहे हैं। कारण क्या है कि भारतीय न्याय व्यवस्था उस समय भी बहुत अच्छी स्थिति में थी, ऐसी बात नहीं है। जब हम स्वतंत्र नहीं रहे, परतंत्र हो गए, तो हमारे पर दूसरी एक न्याय व्यवस्था थोप दी गई। तो हमारी जो न्याय व्यवस्था थी, जिसको हमने पंच परमेश्वर की न्याय व्यवस्था की, वो हमारे से लुप्त होती गई। तो हमने मैन्युस्क्रिप्ट्स के माध्यम से भी उनको ढूंढा और उन सब का हम डिजिटलाइजेशन करा रहे हैं, जिनका लीगल इंपॉर्टेंस है। ये आने वाले समय में ये बहुत बड़ा क्रांतिकारी कदम है न्याय के क्षेत्र में।
7 billion pages of court records from all over the country. सर, ईज ऑफ लिविंग की मैं बात कर रहा था, प्रधानमंत्री भी इसकी चर्चा करते हैं, क्योंकि नागरिक के लिए, सिटीजन के लिए, दैट्स व्हाट मैटर्स। जब हम स्कूल में थे, कॉलेज में थे, कुछ एप्लीकेशन फाइल करने के लिए या कॉलेज में एडमिशन करने के लिए सब कुछ गजेटेड ऑफिसर से अटेस्ट कराना पड़ता था। अब सेल्फ अटेस्टेशन है, ऑनलाइन फाइलिंग है। सो ईज ऑफ लिविंग से जो कानून घट रहे हैं, डिजिटलाइजेशन हो रही है, और नागरिक में जो हम कॉन्फिडेंस दिखा रहे हैं कि आप सच बोलते हो एंड वी ट्रस्ट यू, इससे ईज ऑफ लिविंग की क्या बढ़ोतरी हो रही है?
देखिए, हम अगर लीगल फील्ड में बात करें तो हमारे यहाँ ई कोर्ट प्रोजेक्ट फेज 1, फेज 2, फेज 3, अभी 3 में हम चल रहे हैं। एक मैं लिटिगेंट के नाते बात करूं कि अगर मेरा केस चल रहा है और मेरी अगली पेशी क्या है, तो इस प्रोजेक्ट से पहले या तो मैं वकील साहब को पूछता या मैं रीडर को पूछता मेरी नेक्स्ट पेशी क्या है। लेकिन नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने नागरिकों को सुविधा देने के लिए, लीगल क्षेत्र की बात कर रहा हूं, कियोस्क बनाए, सेवा केंद्र बनाए, और वहां जाकर के उस मशीन में टच स्क्रीन के माध्यम से वो अपना केस नंबर डालेगा, तुरंत ही आ जाएगा कि इस कोर्ट में आपका मुकदमा चल रहा है और उसकी नेक्स्ट हियरिंग डेट ये है। यही ईज ऑफ लिविंग हम हर क्षेत्र में लीगल फील्ड में उपलब्ध करा रहे हैं।
अर्जुन राम मेघवाल जी, थोड़ा एक टेक्निकल सवाल पूछूंगा, क्योंकि आप इस पे चर्चा बहुत करते हैं, दिस कॉन्सेप्ट के लिटिगेशन कम हो, ऑल्टरनेटिव डिस्प्यूट रिड्रेसल मैकेनिज्म्स की बढ़ोतरी हो, इस पे क्या भारत में काम चल रहा है?
देखिए, एडीआर, अल्टरनेट डिस्प्यूट रेजोल्यूशन मैकेनिज्म, एक कंसेप्ट जो था, उसको नरेंद्र मोदी जी के पीरियड में बहुत काम हुआ है। हमने मीडिएशन को बढ़ाया है, हमने कंसिलिएशन को बढ़ाया है, और हमने आर्बिट्रेशन को बढ़ाया है। और इसके द्वारा हम चाहते हैं, और प्री लिटिगेशन सिस्टम को भी हमने ठीक किया है, कॉमर्शियल कोर्ट हमने मजबूत किए हैं। इससे जो पेंडिंग मुकदमे हैं वो निश्चित रूप से कम होंगे। ये हमारे, और उसके साथ साथ जो हमारा ई कोर्ट प्रोजेक्ट 3rd है, उसके माध्यम से सपोज करो कई बार दिल्ली में क्या होता है, एडवोकेट ट्रैफिक में फंस गए और कोर्ट नहीं पहुंच पाए, उनका केस सुनवाई के लिए आ गया, तो उस समय तो वो अपनी आर्ग्यूमेंट ही नहीं कर पाते थे, पहले एक टाइम था। अब हमने वीडियो कॉन्फ्रेंस के माध्यम से भी आप अपने केस को आर्ग्यू कर सकते हो, ये सुविधा दी। हमने ई फाइलिंग की सुविधा दी। ये जो नए एक्ट जिनको आपने कहा कि आईपीसी की जगह हम भारतीय न्याय संहिता लेके आए और सीआरपीसी की जगह हम नागरिक सुरक्षा संहिता लेके आए, इंडियन एविडेंस की जगह हम भारतीय साक्ष्य अधिनियम लेके आए, इनमें हमने ये प्रावधान किया कि आप घर बैठे भी ई फाइल कर सकते हो, और अगर आप कहीं रास्ते में हो और कोर्ट नहीं पहुंच पा रहे हो तो आप अपना कंप्यूटर खोलिए, आप लैपटॉप खोलिए और कोर्ट से रिक्वेस्ट करिए कि मैं वीडियो कॉन्फ्रेंस के माध्यम से मेरे केस को आर्ग्यू कर सकता हूं। ये ईज ऑफ लिविंग है इन लीगल फील्ड में।
सर, एडीआर के साथ साथ आर्बिट्रेशन का भी मुद्दा होता है। नो, ये थोड़ा तकनीकी सवाल है, लेकिन कभी कभी आर्बिट्रेशन भारत से बाहर चले जाता है। लोग कहते हैं सिंगापुर जाओ, दूर जाओ। भारत ये आर्बिट्रेशन का हेडक्वार्टर कैसे बन सकता है?
देखिए, ये आपने बहुत सही सवाल उठाया। 4 ऐसे आर्बिट्रेशन सेंटर हैं जिनकी आप क्रेडिट कहिए कि पूरे इंटरनेशनल मार्केट में काफ़ी अच्छी बनी हुई है। उसमें आपका सिंगापुर आर्बिट्रेशन का सेंटर है, इंटरनेशनल सेंटर, आपका दुबई का है, हांगकांग का है, लंदन का है, और नरेंद्र मोदी जी की ये इच्छा भी है कि हम आर्बिट्रेशन हब बनाएंगे भारत को, क्योंकि उसमें हमने केसेस देखे हैं कि काफ़ी केसेस होते हैं जो भारत से संबंधित ही होते हैं। एडवोकेट भी कई बार भारत के होते हैं, कई बार 1-2 बार तो ऐसा समझ में आया कि जज भी भारत के हैं। तो भारत आर्बिट्रेशन का हब बने, इसके लिए नरेंद्र मोदी जी आर्बिट्रेशन एक्ट में भी संशोधन किया, मीडिएशन एक्ट में भी संशोधन किया, और एक और संशोधन आर्बिट्रेशन एक्ट में प्रस्तावित है। और मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि एडीआर को, अल्टरनेट डिस्प्यूट रेजोल्यूशन मैकेनिज्म को नरेंद्र मोदी जी जिस तरह से जोर दे रहे हैं, आने वाले समय में भारत भी आर्बिट्रेशन का एक मजबूत हब बन करके उभरेगा।
ये बहुत खुशी की खबर है दैट इसको हम फुल डायमेंशन, फुल 360 से देख रहे हैं। मेघवाल जी, एआई के ज़माने में हाल ही में भारत में अभी एआई इम्पैक्ट समिट हुआ है। विश्व भर के 40 हेड्स ऑफ गवर्नमेंट थे यहाँ पर, सारी एआई कंपनीज के सारे फाउंडर्स सब यहाँ पर आए थे। एआई की गवर्नेंस की लीगल फ्रेमवर्क में भारत क्या मार्गदर्शन दे सकता है?
देखिए, जो अपने एआई ग्लोबल समिट की बात की जो भारत में हुई, ये इंडस्ट्री 4.0 का एक कंपोनेंट है। हम अगर थोड़ा पीछे चलें तो जब इस दुनिया में स्टीम के इंजन का आविष्कार हुआ तो उसको इंडस्ट्री 1.0 बोला, और जब इस दुनिया में बिजली का आविष्कार हुआ, पावर का, तो इसको इंडस्ट्री 2.0 बोला, और जब इस दुनिया ने कंप्यूटर का आविष्कार किया, आईसीटी, इंफॉर्मेशन टेक्नोलॉजी, तो उसको इंडस्ट्री 3.0 बोला। लेकिन अब जब हम इस युग में प्रवेश कर गए हैं, इंडस्ट्री 4.0, तो उसके मेजर कंपोनेंट आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस है, 3D प्रिंटिंग है, रोबोटिक टेक्नोलॉजी है, आईओटी है, मशीन लर्निंग है, ब्लॉकचेन टेक्नोलॉजी है, ये सब उसके पार्ट है, और हम इसके बिना रह भी नहीं सकते। इंडस्ट्री 1.0 आया था, तब भी कुछ लोगों ने विरोध किया कि नाव चलाने वाले क्या करेंगे। इंडस्ट्री 2.0 आया, तब लोगों ने कहा लालटेन बनाने वाले क्या करेंगे, पेट्रोमैक्स बनाने वाले क्या करेंगे। और इंडस्ट्री 3.0 आया, तब भी लोगों ने कहा कि बहुत से लोग बेरोजगार हो जाएंगे, लेकिन कोई नहीं रुका। इंडस्ट्री 1.0 भी आया, 2.0 भी आया, 3.0 भी आया, और नागरिकों के जीवन को आसान करते गए, और रोजगार के अवसर भी बढ़ते गए, रोजगार के स्वरूप भी बदलते गए। तो अभी जो ग्लोबल समिट हुई थी आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस को लेकर के भारत में, उसमें निचोड़ ये निकला कि माना ये हमारे लिए चैलेंज है आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस, इसमें साइबर केसेस बढ़ेंगे, क्रॉस बॉर्डर टेररिज्म के कुछ केसेस बढ़ेंगे, चैलेंज है, लेकिन इस चैलेंज को हमें अवसर में बदलना है। इसलिए इस समिट में ही तय हुआ कि रोजगार के अवसर कम नहीं होंगे। एआई टेक्नोलॉजी आने के बाद रोजगार का स्वरूप बदल जाएगा, जिसके लिए हम तैयार हैं, जिसके लिए भारत तैयार है। और नरेंद्र मोदी जी अपने गवर्नेंस में इसकी प्राथमिकता देते हैं कि इसको हमें, भारत को इसके लिए तैयार रखना है। और आपकी आज की कॉन्फ्रेंस, आपका सेमिनार भी इसी को ही इंगित कर रहा है।
मेघवाल जी, इसी मामले पे और इसी मुद्दे पे, आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस पे, इसकी लाइन कहाँ है, हद कहाँ है कि आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस, क्योंकि आजकल लॉ स्टूडेंट्स इस्तेमाल कर रहे हैं उसे ऐसे रिसर्च करने के लिए। कुछ लोग कह रहे हैं रिसर्च करना एआई से अच्छा है, सही है, लेकिन एआई आपका पेपर लिख रहा है वो गलत है। इन द लीगल फ्रेटर्निटी, विद इन द प्रैक्टिस ऑफ लॉ, लाइन क्या है? क्योंकि कुछ लोग तो बोल रहे हैं कि ऐसा जमाना आएगा कि भी कंप्यूटर ही जजमेंट भी पास कर रहा है।
कुछ देशों में इस तरह के प्रयास हो भी रहे हैं, लेकिन इसके बावजूद भी हम कहते हैं कि टेक्नोलॉजी अपनी जगह है और मनुष्य का दिमाग अपनी जगह है। ह्यूमन बीइंग का स्थान कोई टेक्नोलॉजी नहीं ले सकती।
ऑन दैट वेरी फिलोसफिकल नोट, अर्जुन राम मेघवाल जी, हमारे साथ इस मंच पे जुड़ने के लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
थैंक यू।
आपने बहुत क्लैरिटी दी है कि क्या लीगल रिफॉर्म की स्पेस पे यहाँ पर भारत में चल रहा है। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। लेट्स हैव अ राउंड ऑफ अप्लॉज, लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन।
थैंक यू।
That, of course, was our special segment on Next in Law. We will return to it shortly with another panel discussion as well. But for now, I want to quickly turn our focus to Next in Finance. Yes, of course, at the end of the day, it is very important to have a robust economy and equitable finances. But what is going to be the impact of artificial intelligence on this sector? Well, for this segment, as part of Next in Finance, and to talk about the theme of AI and finance, we have a very erudite panel that is with us already in our Bharat Mandapam venue, which is, of course, hosting the NXT 2026. I want to quickly invite on stage Ameya Prabhu, MD NAFA Capital. Ameya, welcome. Also with us is Amar Shah, MD and Head of Global Markets, NFPR for Bank of America. Amar Shah, welcome as well. Mr. Bipin Babu also joins us now. Founder, Grow QR AI. Could we please have you on stage as well, Bipin? And this panel is going to be moderated by Dr. Namit Choksi, CEO of Tend Health. So, Dr. Namit, you have to put on your moderator hat for this session. Thanks for doing the honors, and over to you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Such a pleasure to be here, and we have a August gathering and a great, panel discussion here. The focus of this panel will really focus on what's next in finance. We have a regulator here, we have a family office allocator here, and we have someone who works at the intersection of AI in a lot of things in finance. So, going to be an interesting afternoon. Let me actually, start with Amay. India is often described as the next major growth story. And as an investor who operates in India and also outside, where do you think the most compelling opportunities will lie in the next 5 years and in the next decade?
Thank you, Namit, and thank you for having me here. I'd like to thank the entire NXT team and Kartikeya ji to having invited me here on this august platform. I would disagree when people say that India is the next growth story, because India is the current growth story. It is not only today's growth story, it was also yesterday's growth story, it is tomorrow's growth story, and it's also day after tomorrow's growth story. I think today, if you see, I always tell people that India is not an emerging market, it is a re-emerging market, because if you look at history over the last 2,000 years, and the Honorable Ambassador Bartoli spoke about the relationship between India and Italy and of Rome and India in those days. India has always been a global economic powerhouse. We have always been up to 20 to 25% of global GDP. Of course, today we are 2.2% of global GDP, but in the last few years, thanks to our government, we have massively expanded. So India is today's growth story, India is tomorrow's growth story, and India is a growth story which will remain at least for the working lives of all of us in the audience who are here. I see a lot of young students here who are listening to us, and I think for all of your lifetime, your country, your economy, and your passport will become increasingly more powerful, because ultimately, when the economy becomes powerful, your passport becomes powerful. And I think that is very true of India. Secondly, you asked me which are the sectors which will do well. You know, India is like an ocean. And when the tide goes up, every ship in the ocean goes up. So similarly, today, if you ask me, every sector, I mean, if you ask me, I cannot pinpoint one sector. You are from the life sciences and pharmaceutical sector. Yesterday, we had a great panel on that with Dr. Kakkad, yourself, amongst others. Life sciences is one space. Agriculture is another space. Today, due to the geopolitical instability, we are all talking about defense. Defense is another space. You know, we have the second largest standing army in the world, one of the largest air forces and navies in the world. Defense is another space. Then you have industrials, you have steel, you have AI. So I think when the tide goes up, and India is a rising tide, the entire economy will, I would say, in a secular fashion grow. And of course, at the end of the day, every device, the human body needs water, the economy needs finance. You know, finance is the lifeblood of water, and this panel being relevant on that. So the finance industry, not only does it have to keep pace with the growth of the economy, it has to stay one step ahead, so as to not only meet the challenges of today, but also the challenges of tomorrow and day after.
Very well put. And I really echo that, right? Like, we have a lot of these, that India's time is right now. And in my head, I was like, India's time was there always, you know, and it will continue being our time. Let me switch gears a little bit. We have Amar joining us from New York, and he's a regulator. And, you know, as someone in finance, we have a love-hate relationship with regulators. So onto that, you know, since 2008 financial crisis, you know, the global financial system has seen a massive expansion, really, in terms of regulation. Now, someone who sits, you know, at that intersection of regulation and finance, has the regulatory architecture, you know, actually made markets safer, or has it made it significantly more complex and increased the cost of doing business?
Very good question, Namit. First of all, pleasure to be here. And again, I thank you, NXT Conclave, to invite me all the way from New York. It's been a pleasure here, hearing all the guests. Coming to the regulatory framework, right? I think the financial crisis, and I was in the heart of the financial industry back in New York when all of this fell down. Very bad time back in the day. Post 2008, I think the market definitely has become safer. The regulatory architecture put together, not only by the US, but by the global regulators and the central banks around the world, have really made the market very, very safe for the investors and also for the financial community. Things like increased capital requirements, increased regulatory liquidity standards, adding stress testing to global financially important institutions, building regimes like resolution and recovery planning, all of that has significantly improved a lot of regulatory burden for the financial institutions. So you're right, it is kind of counterproductive to deploying more capital, using more capital, but at the same time, it has risen the investor confidence significantly. An average investor has more confidence in the market post-2008 than what it was. It is evident by the market volumes, the growth of new products and sectors across the world. Cross-border movement of capital has increased significantly because of that. Along with that, there has been a lot of expansion on transparency. The reason why the 2008 crisis came into light is a lot of people didn't understand complex financial products, right? So derivatives market is very opaque to a lot of people. So a lot of transaction reporting frameworks have been established globally, and that has resulted in significant improvement in transparency for the entire community. It does add a little bit of inefficiency if you think about it, but in the theme of AI, which we're going to talk about, I think this complexity that has been created will be oversimplified by the newer tools available, both to the investors as well as the financial community, that can decipher this information and can actually make better decisions using the information that the regulators provide. I think it's a win-win for both the community, the investors, as well as the promoters, if you will, for the company.
I see. That's very helpful, right? And I mean, to protect public capital it's become so increasingly important because it's all your hard-earned money, you know, out in the markets. And I echo that. You mentioned AI, which I think is a perfect gateway to a question for Bipin. You know, AI is increasingly being used now for, you know, research, trading, portfolio construction. Do you believe AI will fundamentally outperform human investors, or will the best investors be those who combine AI with what they do day to day?
Thanks, Ramit, you know, it's a great honor being on this stage, and thanks to our friend and honorable MP Kartikeya Sharma. To answer your question, Namit, I believe that for traders, for investors, AI will always remain to be a tool that actually harnesses their strength much more. And I firmly believe that whatever SLM models we build, you know, whatever AI diffusion we do, be it in finance industry, be it in any other industry for that matter, humans would actually should remain, you know, at a level where they use this tool and make their decision-making power much better. And anything around analysis or anything around processes, they should let the model do. They should let the AI tool do. And it actually makes you more powerful. It's like, you know, Arjun getting an avatar, you know, getting a Vardhan to do better in the battle. So that's what I see, you know, AI as. And I think, you know, the winning companies or winning enterprises or winning countries would be the one which actually ensure three things. One is definitely infrastructure, which, you know, a lot of us are doing, thanks to the government of India. We're solving the infrastructure problem, be it chips, be it compute power. Second is going to be talent. That is the winning element in this entire game. And last is access. So the more access we give to the first two, the more possibility of winning becomes for us. So I think we as a country, we as startups or enterprises or larger organizations, I think these three things have to be in place, and that will, you know, keep the human element also alive.
So, you know, I'm a physician turned investor, and so I think what I'm hearing is AI will not, should not completely replace that human heart that we bring to investing, but it'll always be used to augment all that we do, very similar to healthcare. On that note, you know, Amay, you're someone that I've also looked up to greatly and, you know, learned a lot of my investing principles from, right? For those young investors out watching us and in the audience, one question that I really have for you is, what separates great investors from average ones? Experience, you know, access to deals, speed of decision making, or simply temperament?
I'd also add one more thing to that is luck. But, no, I think it's a mix of all. I think, you know, I think ultimately it's time that teaches you who's a great investor, who's not. Again, what I mean by that is, you know, sometimes, you know, we have a public markets fund. And I think public markets is a very unforgiving place for those who don't manage to, you know, ride the test of time. So sometimes, as we say Hindi mein, jab market mein tezi hoti hai, so sab log bazaar mein paisa banate hain. So when there is a rising tide in the market, everyone makes money. But you need to see a few cycles of a market to differentiate who's a great investor and who's actually a average investor. And I think the difference also comes in not just picking the right companies, be it in public or private markets, or if you look at debt, investment is a large spectrum and horizon. You know, we have someone very senior from BOFA here, they've seen the world, but you have infra investing, you have project finance investing. But I think ultimately it's time which teaches you, number one. Number two, temperament, knowing when to hold, knowing when to sell. I think knowing when to buy, I think that's also something which comes with experience, as with everything else. And I think if you ask me in the list of things, I think ability and knowledge, I would say, maybe comes third. Because I think today, if you see, when our parents were young, access to information was a very big differentiator. Because there's a lot of asymmetric information in the market. By the time we got into, say, career, by the time we got into colleges, you had the internet, so access to information became a less of a differentiator. Access to knowledge was the big differentiator. Today with AI, even access to knowledge has now stopped becoming a differentiator, because literally if I want, before this question and my next question, if I anticipate what you're saying now, I'll have all the best knowledge and I can sound like an expert, even though I know nothing about it. You know, if I can just look at my, you know, Gemini or my Chat GPT or Anthropic, you know, or on Claude. So point is, access to knowledge also is becoming, so what really differentiates is your temperament, is your ability to use that knowledge, and over time, which teaches you, who, you know, as they say, it separates the boys from the men. And I think that's what essentially shows, or the girls from the women, because that's what essentially shows, you know, the thing. So I think ultimately, you cannot make, you have to give time for anything.
I see. No, very well said. And you know, investing is, I always think of it as an art more than science, right? Like there is, technical knowledge can only get you to a certain place, and you got to mix that with your emotions, your temperament, your experiences, your networks. You know, talking about temperament and, you know, thinking about where we are at as India, Amar, one question for you. You know, as someone who sits at a more global scale, if India wants to attract deeper pools of, you know, institutional capital from, let's say, pension funds, sovereign wealth funds, corporate banks, what do you think are the structural reforms that would matter the most, right? Would it be transparency, enforcement, reporting standards? If you can kind of walk us through that and maybe kind of prioritize that in an order from your experience.
A great question and a great segue. And I want to echo some of the enthusiasm, right? I mean, this has been an India great story, India next. And sitting at where I sit in both around regulatory compliance, it's very interesting to see some commonalities, right? So you gave me 3 themes saying, okay, transparency, enforcement, and reporting standards. I would say predominantly, definitely all of them are important, but I think the enforcement is more important. If I was a global player, I would definitely respect a lot of good laws being there in the financial market, so we know the structure is in place. But if enforcing the law and making sure it's a level playing field, both for a global institution plus a local market player, gives me more confidence to come in the market. I have an equal chance to actually succeed and survive. And there builds more trust on the local market and the local regulatory body. Reporting standards, absolutely there is going to be a lot of divergence, and it's usually a divergent pool of resources that work towards that. Every country has lawmakers and policymakers. They have the best of the intentions to create the best, transparent reporting standards for their jurisdiction, their country. But having some level of level playing field, be it accounting standards, be it the standards on which you report capital liquidity, those things really help significantly for a foreign institution to come in and say, look, how do I gauge a Indian market to put my capital in versus some other country? Because at the end of the day, you want to benchmark yourself against a global level playing field, right? Because return for my investors and my shareholders for a global institution, how do I make a choice? And the choice is very important, right? So if I were to summarize, right, I mean, I would still say enforcement with good laws and consistent reporting standards. It's a mix of everything, but in that order will really make India much more attractive, in the coming days. It is already very attractive, but it'll make it more attractive for the future inflows, given all the things that's going around the world, right? Yeah.
Well, so what I'm hearing is a lot of kind of, reporting standards, enforcement, et cetera, help with de-risking, and that's kind of essential for us to be a trusted partner in that order. And I do think that the government is doing a lot of work in that direction under, Honorable PM's guidance and vision. Switching gears a little bit, Bibin, back to you. We talk about risk, and everyone's really excited about artificial intelligence and, all the good things that kind of come along with it. And as someone who's, incubated and grown so many beautiful companies in this space, one question I have for you is, AI systems are only as good as the data they train on, right? As someone who runs a bunch of AI companies, Especially looking at this finance panel, what do you think are the biggest risks of relying on AI-driven models in financial decision making?
I'm quite an optimistic, guy in terms of technology. So I rather see this as de-risk, for the entire industry and anybody, who uses it, be it larger organizations, larger capital ones, or startups, or individuals for that matter. Because if you look probably 10 years back or 5 years back, a small trading firm or a small investment firm would refrain from doing investments into large cap things or large investments because they don't have that kind of a capability or that 50-member analyst team or anything to take a decision. And on top of it, then comes the compliance which they have to fulfill once they do that, right? And then there is risk.
Be careful, Amar is watching you.
So I think what AI models have done well, and so what I was mentioning is it's a level playing field for everybody. So in fact, I met a trader yesterday. He said, today because of AI, I'm as good as the largest trading firms in the world because I have all the analysis that needs to be available. And best is that there are also companies that are building SLM models, which are region specific. So that's actually a problem for the larger companies. You have tougher competition now. So so somebody sitting in Pune, or maybe Kozhikode or Kochi, has equal information and access, of what you guys have or larger firms have. But before I close, I wanted to have this one bunch of kids who came and met me, and they said they were worried about jobs thing. So I'll just maybe with your permission, right? So this bunch of kids are asking that jobs are being destroyed, jobs are being destroyed. So one thing which we all should realize is that whenever there has been a technological revolution, there has always been disruption of jobs. So, this is to, give you more confidence, guys, that it is only disruption, but I'll also be very realistic that, yes, there will be a lot of jobs that will be destroyed. All jobs will be disrupted, and some new jobs will be created. So the opportunity is there, and since I see a lot of students, I think all that we need to do is to ensure that we navigate our career and navigate our skills in the right manner. Technology is not the challenge, navigation is. So if you're able to navigate that, you guys are through. I'm sorry to deviate.
No.
But 7, 8 of them came and I said, I should address
Great
this.
question, and I think Amay wanted to add to that.
I wanted to add one quick point to that. We have my father was a chartered accountant back in the day, and he had an office in Canara Bank building in Ballard Estate in Mumbai. And I remember as a kid, when I was 6, 7 years old, early 90s, when I used to go, every time there used to be a bank strike against computerization. कि computerization नहीं चाहिए banking industry में, jobs जाने वाले हैं. अब always होता था, anti-computerization, anti-IT. Today, can you imagine the banking sector without computers? They said the computers will kill our jobs. Today, computers and IT created thousands of more jobs, I would say millions of more jobs, tens of millions of more jobs. I can guarantee you, similarly, there was to be hartal against cars back in the day because horse carriage industry was against it. What will happen to the horses? What will happen to the horse breeders? What will happen to the guys cleaning the streets of the horse, feces? But that also car industry created millions of more jobs. I can guarantee you today we have an insecurity ki jobs kidhar se aayenge. We'll have so many jobs in AI because see, the AI itself tells you it's artificial, boss. We need someone natural to manage that artificial intelligence by definition. So don't worry.
And I mean, even as a PE investor, I'm often jealous of those young AI engineers who come in and it's like, I want this package. And I look at them and I'm like, oh my God, when I was your age, I probably had a package that was 1/10 this size and I was still happy. So definitely, yes, not. AJ, you have some comments?
So the last thing, and I echo to everything what they said, right? What I would say to the younger generation is like, no matter how much AI comes in, what we typically use in our company is we always need a human in the loop. And without the human, the machine can only do so much. So you are the human in the loop. The job you do today might change, but that's evolution. And let's be ready for it, right? So the same message, yeah.
Well, great message. My last question, as we kind of wrap up this panel, it could be 2-word answer. As we think about future of investment, I want to ask each of you, what is the one investment trend today that you think is completely overhyped? I'll start with you.
AI, because it's who I mean, and despite all of that, there are other things as well, in life.
But I think every industry had a hype, right? But for me, I think it's the LLM models that has super hyped.
Okay, so you're also saying AI.
I'll go with the trend.
Well, gentlemen, it was such a pleasure being with all of you this afternoon. Thank you again for your time, and thank you, audience, for being such a wonderful audience. Well, let's get together for a picture.
Thank you very much for your time, gentlemen. And now we move to, of course, our next segment and our session on the future of the blue-collar economy. This is part of the Next in Trade session and segment. For this special address on the future of the blue-collar economy, I would like to call on stage Member of House of Commons, United Kingdom, Honourable Dan Carden, Member of Parliament. Dan Carden, could we please have you on stage for your address? Welcome to NXT 2026. Let's keep the applause going for the Member of Parliament from the United Kingdom.
Conference. It's a real honor to be here, and I'm delighted to see so many young people here, and I hope you're enjoying the contribution from all of the panelists that we've heard from. And can I also say thank you to the Honourable Kartikeya for his innovation in bringing this event to life. I'm a Labour politician from the United Kingdom. I'm going to give a political speech, and I hope you'll forgive me for that. And I want to tell you a little bit of a personal story, because my father worked on the docks in Liverpool, and I'm from a working class family. He was a shop steward, a union man, a man who believed in the dignity of work, that it was worth protecting even at personal cost. And my experience as a young boy was when my father was pushed out of work because of industrial action. He never stopped believing that work and the dignity of work had a place in his life and in the world. And I think about my father when I think about technology, and in particular artificial intelligence, and what it's going to do to our economy, your economy for the future. Not because I'm afraid of technology, I'm not. I think about him because I want to ask a question that's not being asked enough. But it's, what do we owe the people who built what we have today? And I want to answer the question by talking about two people that many of you in this room, I imagine, will not know. But I hope at the end of this, you'll know a little bit more. The first is a man called Ernest Bevin. He left school at the age of 10. He grew up in the countryside of Somerset in the United Kingdom with nothing. No money, no connections, no education. He built the Transport and General Workers Union into the most powerful labour union in British history. And he became Winston Churchill's Minister of Labour during the Second World War, putting the entire British economy on a war footing. And after the war, as Foreign Secretary, he helped design the world order, the international world order. He was one of the architects of NATO. And yet he had no formal education. And the second man is Clement Attlee. He led Britain's Labour government after 1945 in the Second World War. The country was exhausted, bombed and bankrupt, and every conventional political instinct said, recover slowly, manage decline, ask for sacrifice. But Attlee's government looked at the situation and chose a different path entirely. In 5 years, they created the National Health Service. They built over 1 million homes. They established a welfare state. And they did this not because it was popular or affordable in the narrow sense. They did it because they believed the purpose of government is to organize the resources of a nation in the service of its people. Bevin and Attlee were not optimists in the comfortable sense. They'd lived through world wars, the Great Depression, the hunger marches, grinding poverty, and early industrial Britain. They knew what it cost when societies failed working people. And they chose deliberately and at great political risk to build something that would outlast themselves. And I tell you that because I believe we are in that moment again. Artificial intelligence and the rapid onset of technology is not just another change. It is a revolution. It's the most profound transformation of the conditions of human work since the Industrial Revolution. The OECD estimates that 27% of jobs in wealthy nations are at risk of automation. The IMF puts 40% of jobs in play worldwide. The World Economic Forum projects a net global loss of 14 million jobs by 2027. These numbers are already arriving in specific, visible ways. Just outside of my constituency of Liverpool, a factory employed 400 workers 2 years ago. Today it employs 60. An AI scheduling system replaced the rest. Some of those 340 people are my constituents, and I know what happened to their families. But it's not only blue-collar workers. The junior lawyer who spent 3 years reading case files is being replaced by AI research. The accountancy graduate, the university leaver who studied to enter a profession is finding that the entry-level rung has been automated away before they could even stand on it. And there is another version of this story, the positive version, because a surgeon can use AI diagnostic tools to make her 10 times more effective. She can see twice as many patients, catch conditions she would have previously missed. The same technology, but a different outcome. The trade union movement that my father belonged to and that I belonged to believed in 3 principles: educate, organize, agitate. And I'm going to finish by touching on these 3 points as I think they apply today. In education, we're making a mistake in most of our school systems when we're not teaching the next generation how to use the tools that will define their working lives. AI literacy, not computer science for the elite, but practical, accessible training in how to work alongside AI is the single most important skill for the new economy. And it's not being taught at scale in the schools that serve working class communities. Before we talk about anything else, every government in this room should ask one question: does your Ministry of Education have a plan? And if the answer is no, it's time to find one. But education reform means something more specific than AI training. Britain spent 30 years telling every young person they should go to university. We built an economy of graduates while our manufacturing base was hollowed out. Our skilled trades went unstaffed. Our infrastructure crumbled for want of engineers. The electrician, the plumber, the machinist, the toolmaker, these were not the consolation prizes for those who failed to make it to university. They were the people who kept the country running. And here is what AI tells us about them today. A skilled tradesperson with AI tools becomes dramatically more productive. A trained engineer with AI design assistants can do in a day what they used to do in a week. These are the jobs that cannot be offshored, cannot be fully automated, and become more valuable as the AI transformation happens around them. It's not simply more education, but it's the right education for the economy we need to build. And secondly, organize. The data that powers AI was generated by ordinary citizens like every one of us. Every search, every purchase, every hospital visit, every financial transaction. That data today has huge commercial value, and it's currently captured almost entirely by a small number of technology companies. So we need a framework, data trusts, public data funds, mandatory royalty arrangements that ensure that the people who generate economic resource receive a share of its value. India has already shown what organized public digital infrastructure looks like. UPI, the payment system that now processes more transactions per day than Visa, was built on public infrastructure, owned by the Indian people, designed for inclusion rather than extraction. That is the model. That is what it means to organize around the AI economy, rather than simply be subject to it. And finally, agitate. No matter how much the economy changes, there must be a floor below which no worker falls, not just in income, but in security, in dignity, and the sense of being valued. That means stronger employment rights, not weaker ones. It means portable benefits that follow workers across jobs and platforms. And it means unions that can represent gig workers and platform workers as well as employees. And it means governments that are willing to say plainly that the productivity gains from AI must be shared, not accumulated at the top, while the people who generated the underlying data receive nothing in return. So agitation in the trade union sense means refusing to accept that this is all inevitable. And I believe the way we respond to AI will determine whether our generation passes the test that our previous leaders met. In 1945, Attlee's government was asked, what do we owe to the people who won this war, who built this country, who gave everything? And the answer was the NHS, 1 million homes, a welfare state, a commitment that no one who works and contributes should be abandoned. It wasn't a modest answer. It was not a convenient answer, but it was the right one. And the AI economy is asking us the same question about the generations of today. What do we owe to the warehouse worker whose job has been automated, to the accountancy graduate who cannot find her entry-level role, to the young engineer in Bangalore, Lagos, or Liverpool who is brilliant and willing but cannot find work because the system has changed faster than the institutions that were supposed to protect them? Bevan and Attlee answered their version of this question with everything that they had. The question for every person in this room is, can we answer our question today? Because AI will not decide the future of work, politics will. The question is whether the politics of today is quite up to that moment. Thank you very much for listening. I appreciate your attention. Thank you.
Thanks indeed, Right Honourable Member of Parliament, of course, of the United Kingdom there, Dan Carden, who was speaking with us, of course, and was looking forward at the future of the blue-collar economy. We'll also be hearing from him in another special panel in just a bit. Okay, well, let's turn our attention back to our special segment, Next in Law, because we are now extremely humbled to be joined by a very special individual, a sitting judge, of course, of the Supreme Court of India, Honorable Justice J.K. Maheshwari. He is with us at NXT now, and I invite you on stage, sir, for your keynote address as part of our Next in Law segment on dispute resolution and the future of law. A round of applause for Justice Maheshwari.
Good evening, distinguished dignitaries, our guests from abroad, delegates, professionals, gracious ladies and gentlemen. It's a profound pleasure to be present in this august gathering, a hall filled with architects of our collective future, lawmakers, business leaders, academicians. Decision you make now will have lasting effect over decades to come. We meet today at a crucial inflection point in human history. As we speak, geopolitical tensions are simmering, economics are being stressed by their breaking points, markets are on a free fall, resulting in a commercial uncertainty and disputes. But perhaps most significantly, there is an increasing sentiment of institutional fatigue, a growing sense that our traditional mechanisms of justice are perhaps struggling to keep pace with velocity of modern conflict. We are witnessing a paradigm shift where the old command and control concept of law is being tested by a globalized world that moves much faster than a court calendar. In these circumstances, can we afford a stick to adversarial dispute resolution instead of embracing the era of problem solving? First, I will say evolution of disputes resolution. As we embark upon a discussion about dispute resolution and the future of law and the role of courts, arbitration, mediation, and technological advancement shaping the future of justice system globally, in order to understand dispute resolution, we must first define the problem. What exactly constitutes a dispute? Every dispute begins with a gap between the expectation and reality, a perceived injury. In the foundational wisdom of Indian scripture, we find Sanskrit principle that satyena rakshet dharma. Truth protects the law and or the dharma protects the truth. The Supreme Court of India, the most consequential apex court in the world, guardian of the aspirations of the largest democracy over 1.4 billion people, has adopted a similar principle in its motto, reminding us that victory is not the trump of might, but inevitable crowning of dharma. It is motto is yato dharmas tato jaya. Where there is a dharma, there is a victory. Truth is the tool which sustains dharma, and the path of dharma is what leads to jaya. The ultimate victory, which is no longer just about winning a case, it is restoration of balance. Dharma is alignment of reality with justice. Then a dispute is the fracture of that alignment. When the truth of one party no longer aligns with the truth of another, a claim is made and it is rejected, is when dispute is born. Now, here the role of courts come. In the journey of the adversarial to problem solving, however, the courts will continue to stand as ultimate guardian of rights and the rule of law. But they can no longer be viewed as the only source of justice. Development of multi-modal dispute resolution system is perhaps the best decision we can take for our progeny and for future. This evolution of justice from litigation to resolution requires a concerted effort from all of us by approaching the understanding of courts as an essential service instead of physical location. Professor Frank Sander, Harvard Law School, way back in 1976 proposed what he called a multi-door courthouse model. Back then, it was viewed as a radical academic proposal, but it has come to a blueprint in 21st century justice, where cases are screened at the initial stage and routed to the most appropriate process, whether mediation, arbitration, neutral evolution by conciliation, or traditional litigation. This ensures that the resolution mechanism fits the specific needs, costs, and desired by the formality of the parties involved, while so ensuring that justice is not delayed. This is the need of our party-driven dispute resolution, where parties retain a great level of control over their own fate. And is enabling this. The courts of the future must not merely be arbiters, but rather they must be the directors of justice, truly getting to the core of dispute and understanding the best approaches to resolve it. Now, what may be a role of IDEA in the future dispute resolution? Alternate dispute resolution is said to be future of dispute resolution. But I truly believe that it is now. IDEA has witnessed a paradigm shift in the 21st century, and wherein the various mode of dispute resolution have become appropriate rather than merely being an alternative. While courts and traditional justice delivery system shoulder the constitutional responsibility of interpretation of the law or application of law and to resolve interpersonal disputes, the IDEA process offers parties the flexibility to arrive at solutions which meet their unique requirements, needs, and interests. Lack of rigid procedural shackles, which are usually a limiting factor in litigation, makes the mediation process more accessible to the parties. Unique sense of collaboration in IDEA also allows a party to preserve their relationship, be it familial, business relations, or between neighbors. The mediation process encourages parties to be hard on the problem, not on the person, which helps parties recognize that they can work together to solve the problem at hand rather than seeing each other as the problem. Now, coming to the arbitration, our jurisprudence today recognizes a fundamental truth. When a party chooses the arbitration, they choose finality, and court must respect that choice. Arbitration has become a preferred method for resolving commercial dispute at a global scale. With the increasing use of resolving labor disputes, environmental disputes, and other disputes, the International Chamber of Commerce, ICC, reported a record high total caseload value, 354 billion, by the end of 2024, involving parties from 136 jurisdictions. Our domestic law, Arbitration Act 1996, codifies minimal intervention as a letter of law in Section 5, which contains a powerful non-obstante clause stating unequivocally that notwithstanding anything contained in any other law for the time being in force, in matters governed by this part, no judicial authority shall intervene except so provided in this part. With the recent Constitution Bench judgment, Central Organization for Railway Electrification versus ESI, popularly known as Core 2, India has become one of the first jurisdictions globally to delegitimize unilateral arbitration appointment. The majority judgment reasoned that such clauses violate principle of equality and equal treatment of parties enshrined in Section 18 of the Arbitration Act and cast justifiable doubts on the independence and impartiality of arbitrators. The court held that even though party autonomy is fundamental tenet of arbitration, requirement of fairness and impartiality are also sacrosanct. India is positioning itself as a sophisticated, cost-effective, and neutral alternative and traditional Western hubs of arbitration. With rampant economic growth and increasing inflow of foreign money, India is rapidly overhauling its legislative framework of transition from litigation-heavy culture to a pro-arbitration regime that mirrors global best practices. The Indian judiciary, particularly the Supreme Court, has made it clear and concise shift towards party autonomy, respecting the sanctity of the agreement to arbitrate between the parties, minimal judicial interference, restricting the scope of reappreciating evidence or treating award as subject for appellate review, the separability of clauses Even if contract is challenged, the promise to arbitrate remains as sacred and independent. Finality of arbitral award ensuring that the end of the matter is indeed the end. Coming to the mediation is currently experiencing its New York Convention movement, though the implementation of the Singapore Convention on Mediation. By providing a uniform legal framework for the cross-border enforcement of mediated settlement agreement, the convention removed one of the primary historical barriers to the use of mediation in international commerce. The fear that settlement reaches in one jurisdiction would be unenforceable in another. In India, we have introduced a mandatory pre-litigation mediation through 2018 amendment in the Commercial Codes Act 2015. The Supreme Court of India in Partial Automation versus Rakheja Engineering has held this requirement to mediate prior to litigation in a commercial suit is a mandatory requirement, and non-compliance must be met with rejection of the plaintiff. We have codified our Domestic Mediation Act. Although most of the sections are not yet notified, yet a visionary law, its intent is explicitly articulated in the preamble to promote and facilitate mediation, especially institutional mediation for resolution of dispute, enforce mediated settlement agreements, provide for a body for registration of mediators, to encourage community mediation, and to make online mediation as acceptable and cost-effective. The key introductions such as granting mediated settlement the same enforceability as court degree, given them legal force and ensuring parties negotiate seriously. Second, protecting confidentiality of discourse. And third, embracing online mediation collectively create a secure and accessible and modern framework for dispute resolution. With the advent of online dispute resolution, ODR, the technology is great equalizer of the future, increasing access to justice and ensuring that justice reaches those who are located at the remote parts. The greater challenge globally, however, is to ensure that virtual sessions comply with high standards of confidentiality that online dispute resolution mandates. Intermingling to process of arbitration, mediation, arbitration, dispute resolution clauses have also undergone insignificant development with time, with innovative multi-tiered dispute resolution clauses being introduced in contracts by parties in exercise of their autonomy. The practice such as arbitration, mediation, arbitration is the best example of evolution of the dispute in future. The human ingenuity has led to us such innovative ways to resolve dispute. Section 30 of our Indian Arbitration Act provides so. This model truly is the best of both worlds, since it offers the procedural certainty of arbitration along with flexibility of mediation, a powerful combination of complex disputes. Now, coming to the conciliation, which is not a part of this, but I feel it is one of the proactive mode. The conciliation serves as a proactive bridge between the neutrality of mediation and finality of arbitration. It empowers a neutral third party to go beyond mere facilitation by actively proposing an agreement when a compromise is in sight. Earlier, conciliation was governed by Arbitration Conciliation Act, while under new Mediation Act, the definition mediation includes in conciliation for all intent and purposes, making even more robust. Where a mediation or conciliation fails, the binding arbitration process serves as a trustworthy mechanism to resolve disputes. A pertinent example arose before me recently when a municipal corporation of Greater Mumbai reported 3 days back in a judgment I authored and delivered day before yesterday. The court declined to set aside the arbitral award, affirming the sanctity of the process of the arbitration. In this sad case, the parties has temporarily held the arbitration is in abeyance for explore a potential settlement through conciliation. The conciliation proved to be non-starter. The parties were delegated on binding arbitration process, which ultimately culminated in a definitive award. There is an increasing realization among parties regarding inherent values and compromise and settlement. This shift in mindset acknowledges that litigation is often a zero-sum game, whereas ADR offers a spectrum of resolution. Coming to the technology and the evolution of justice system, the world generally and India specifically is undergoing a digital revolution at an unimagined scale. While technology moves fast, the law must move with principled deliberations. As the whole world builds and adopts digital infrastructure at scale, the legal profession must ensure that technology remain a servant of the values of justice, not their substitute. With the rapid integration of AI into commerce and governance, we are witnessing a fundamental shift is how automation influences our life and law. AI can optimize decision-making and draft complex instruments, but does it retain the capacity of understand justice? Certainly, AI can draft 100 pages merger agreement in seconds, but it can understand the underlying interest of the parties, their positions, their bargaining power. That human element is what truly converts a 100 pages document into a true contract. What is vital role played by legal professionals in this era, which must be recognized by evolving justice system. Chief Justice of India, Justice Suryakant, yesterday shed light on the initiatives being taken by the Supreme Court to adapt to technology advancement. It's a concerted effort by the Supreme Court of India, which judges collectively acknowledge. In our view, justice involves more than just logic. It requires empathy, discretion, and the ability to navigate the gray areas of human conduct. AI can't see the number of witnesses, will never understand, and plight of litigants. To let a machine substantively adjudicate upon the rights of the liabilities to parties, a distant and controversial goal. A recent survey by White and Case, an international law firm, underscores this hesitation. While 77% of practitioners were agreeable with the using AI to calculate damages, only 23% agreed AI giving decision on merit. However, the justice system must adopt rather than resist this technology interface. AI can serve as an excellent scriber or calculator, making life easier for judges, advocates, and court staff alike. By acting as human in the loop, the legal professional can delegate routine, repetitive tasks to machine while maintaining the vigilant oversight and empathy that only a human can provide. As I look forward to the future, however, I hope that the global justice system in its push towards technology remains cautioned of the inherent risk of uncritical reliance. While AI can process vast amount of data, it remains inept at the rigorous verification of facts. Even dedicated legal AI lacks the scrutiny required to discern the validity of its sources without human oversight. This leads to what people in tech are calling hallucination. This results in automation bias, where judges or advocates may overall trust computer-generated outputs as objective truth, doubting their own professional institution. Furthermore, we must confront the algorithmic feedback loop, because AI is the reflection of the data. It consumes any existing social or systematic biases fed into machines are not merely mirrored, they are magnified. Without the human in the loop, the break of this cycle, we risk automating the very injustice we seek to resolve. In conclusion, the future of law and dispute resolution is bright and is rest on good hands. The level of innovation and thought which is being put into dispensation of justice is unfathomable. Lawmaking has become increasingly empathetic and cognizant of ground realities. As we stand at this digital crossroads, we must remember that our progress is not measured by sophistication of our tools, but by our fidelity to the values they serve. The values to access to justice, rule of law, and empathy must guide us into future. Let us not meet future with resistance. Let us instead embrace change, the only true constant. As the ancient Greek philosopher says, that a man cannot step into same river twice, because it is not the same river and he is not the same man. Thank you very much for giving this opportunity to me and share my views on today's topic. Thank you.
Well, a huge round of applause for the Honorable Justice J.K. Maheshwari. Thank you very much, sir, for those insightful words. Truly, the future of law is something that he has encapsulated in his speech. All right, shifting our focus to yet another very insightful, interesting, intriguing session. We are talking about the future of legislating the law. And to join us for this discussion, we have Right Honorable Dan Carden, who's member of the House of Commons, United Kingdom. We have Senator Adela Sipova, who's a member of the Senate of Czech Republic. We also have Honorable Rachel Brooking, who's a member of the House of Representatives of New Zealand. We have Mr. Mikhail Ahmed Nassam, who is a member of Parliament of Maldives. I would request all of you to please come on to the stage. To moderate this session, I am going to invite my colleague, Senior Editor Uday Pratap Singh, on the stage.
Welcome back to those of you who are still with us at NXT 2026. Hello and welcome to those joining us now as we continue these special panels. And this is also part of our special segment, Next in Law. And it is very fitting that while we talk about Next in Law with legislators, we have a member of the judiciary as well with us, a senior judge of the Supreme Court of India. Let's have a loud round of applause. This is a true executive legislature relationship happening right here. Let me begin by asking you, Dan Carden, if I can, on what the relationship in the United Kingdom is of the executive and the judiciary.
It's a very good question, because our history stretches back many hundreds of years, and we have an uncodified and unwritten constitution, and things have changed over time. But we now have a Supreme Court that's only a couple of decades old. Our Supreme Court used to be inside the legislature in the House of Lords. So we have evolved and modernized in recent years. But I suppose the important thing about British democracy is common law. So much of our law comes about because of rulings that take place within the court system. So you have a sovereign parliament, and you have common law.
Let me, in fact, take that to you as well, Adela, on the situation in your country, of course. What is the relationship there in the Czech Republic of executive, of judiciary, the relationship that is shared by them, and the balance that the two offer each other?
Thank you for inviting me here. I'm very glad for that. Thank you for the question. Yes, Czech Republic is maybe some of them you don't know where it is. It's in middle Europe, and it's a small country which is a part of European Union, very proud part of European Union, and that's very crucial for us. And for your question, I would like to ask that the constitutional system in Czech Republic is quite stable. We have the judicial system is stable. It's very, very independent, and in charters we are very high of that. I am, as a professional, I am an attorney at law, so I really am proud for our judicial system. Maybe I would like to talk about the topic is about future, and I think I'm very glad that there are so many young people here, because if we talk about future, then we talk about about decisions that will influence their lives. So thank you for that. I have seen so many young people here. Thank you.
Yes. Rachel Brooking, coming to you next. If we talk about New Zealand, tell us a bit about the relationship there and the system, of course, which allows the executive and judiciary to balance out each other. What is the relationship between the two entities? As they say, these are the pillars of any democracy, and New Zealand is one too.
New Zealand is indeed a democracy, and we have followed much of what Britain gave us in terms of that separation of powers is very important, but also, like Britain, New Zealand has no written constitution. Unlike Britain, it does have a Treaty of Waitangi, which was an agreement made in 1840 by the Māori chiefs in New Zealand and the British Crown in Queen Victoria's name. So that is an important difference, an important part of our constitutional arrangements. And we're also very clear on that separation of powers between all three, being the courts, the legislature, and the executive. So we talk a lot about that separation between the executive and the legislature, as well as the difference with the courts. So we are careful as politicians not to impugn any decisions made by courts and to respect those. But an unusual feature in New Zealand is that we only have one House of Representatives. So we have no upper house, and we have no written constitution, so we have no constitutional court. And we can change laws in New Zealand very quickly. So how that is relevant is that the court might make a decision that the government, the executive, does not like. So the government will get the parliament to make a law that effectively overturns that court decision. And that can happen quite a lot in New Zealand, and it can happen in a day, which is quite unusual.
Absolutely. Mikhail, coming to you, given the fact that you come from the Maldives, I'm sure you must be having some of the most prettiest court locations, of course, in the world. But, tell us about the system, of course, there and the relationship that executive and judiciary share in your country.
Thank you for having me on the panel. Given that Maldives is a very young democracy, we only had true separation of powers in 2008 with our new constitution. And we have so far had a very difficult relationship, I would say, between the executive and the judiciary, with judges being impeached depending on who's in government. We saw that in the recent months too. However, I think that as time goes by and as our democracy matures, that the strength of our institutions will come into being.
How do we also ensure this, the Member of Parliament from the Czech Republic said, of course, that the youth is here in big numbers, and how do we ensure for the future, Dan Carden, if I come to you, that this respect for the judiciary continues amongst the young as well? How is it happening in the UK?
It's a good question. I think there's many challenges that we face in our politics in terms of how we rebuild a new social contract between politics, which includes all the institutions of government and judiciary, and the next generation. And I used my opportunity to speak to talk about the importance of politics in the transformation that we're now living through. And you often hear at events like this that borders no longer matter, sovereignty no longer matters, technology is global and therefore states and nations are less important. And I fundamentally couldn't disagree more with that. I think as this transformation takes place, and actually the politics of the last decade and longer has shown us that many multilateral institutions have been losing the confidence of the public. Publics are turning to their states and their governments to demand more action and more sovereignty over their borders. And therefore, we mustn't think that because so much happens globally and internationally, that states no longer matter. And I think the next generation will be demanding even more of their politicians, not to be caught up in multilateral institutions and demands of quangos, and we call them quangos, sort of semi-governmental autonomy. They want democracy. They want to be able to demand things of their politicians, and they want their politicians to be able to deliver, and that's sovereignty.
You know, we of course heard from the Honorable Law Minister of India just earlier this afternoon, and here also in a segment as part of Next in Law, spoke about how India has modernized our laws very recently. And, you know, we've enacted a new code as part of the Bharatiya Nyaya Sahita, as it's been called in India, the BNS. Earlier it was the Indian Penal Code, the IPC. Now it's become the BNS, and this was sort of shedding the colonial, era laws of the past and upgrading them to make them more relevant to the India of today. At the Senate in the Czech Republic, how recently have you upgraded your laws? Is there a need for overhaul of laws, do you believe, over time?
I'm not sure if I understand the question, but as I said, Czech Republic is a part of European Union, and European Union is based on values on the same values for all the countries, and these values are human rights, supporting democracies, the rule of law, equality, and also supporting the civil society. So these are the topics which we in our parliament are focused on. So as our colleagues from European Union. And I must say that I think that we as politicians in Czech Republic, as I see it, we sometimes have a problem that we are somewhere on the top and we don't know what people are solving in their homes. We don't know which problems they have. So there is a lack of trust in us politicians. So I think that in our policies we have to cooperate with people. And as maybe I can remind you, Václav Havel, who received, that was our former president, he was persecuted by communists during the communist time. He was a leader of our Velvet Revolution. And this president, our beloved president, who's unfortunately not with us, he trusted in people, and he said that democracies are as strong as we communicate with people and with the civil society. So this is, for me, his model is for me, he made me some guidelines how should our parliament work on legislation in the future, how we should help supporting and developing human rights for people and help them live how they want to be much more happy.
Also, after joining the EU, how much has that influenced lawmaking in Czech Republic?
Yes, it influenced very much, and we are not against each other. We cooperate with European Union very often and every day. I am a member of the Committee for European Affairs. So, me as a senator, I am in a very intensive contact with the European Commission, and I must say that for us, for Czech Republic, the membership in European Union is very good, because we can find how our partners in European Union solve problems that we sometimes have. I think all of the countries have solved the same problems, and these problems are housing, services. These problems are jobs, as we solve it here at this conference, AI, of course, and sometimes also the losing of the trust to these democratic institutions. So these are things we are solving in the Senate in cooperation with European Union.
How important is this, Rachel, to keep modernizing laws, our legislation, overhauling them from time to time? Of course, AI is something that the Honorable Representative referred to. These are new things that are coming about, which is why obviously we need to have safeguards for them as well. So how important is this constant overhauling and modernization of our legislations from time to time?
So in New Zealand...
And what about New Zealand? Yeah. How recently did you do that?
So in New Zealand, because we have this very fast lawmaking process, it means that we can modernize laws quite quickly, and we have a well-digitalized system of all of those laws as well. In terms of two comments I wanted to make in relation to the other questions as well is in terms of, I agree with what everyone has said about the importance of politicians and being respectful of the courts and not getting involved. That's one important thing, but also how the courts communicate, because of course most people aren't out there thinking, most people, and it might be different in India, but in New Zealand, most people would not know who the judges were. And so how judges communicate themselves is important. And we have a chief judge of our district court in New Zealand, so the lower court in the hierarchy, and he is very clear in what he is calling te ao marama, which is looking to the light, about simplifying court processes so that those involved understand what is happening. So we don't use lots of fancy Latin terms, which I'm a former lawyer and have been guilty of that you use simple language and you have community people in the courtroom as well. So I think that's another important thing to be doing in terms of modernising how we think about the law. It's how people interact with it is very important, as well as how much there is of it and how we go about writing it. But in terms of the AI issue, my observation is that it's very important that politicians are making the decisions on policy. And that is what politicians are there to do. We're there to argue the pros and cons of a different policy. So should we have a speed limit of 50 kilometres an hour or 100 kilometres an hour? Let's argue about the lives that will be saved. That is a job for politicians to do. The actual drafting of the law and the searching of the law, that is a different issue. And how we scrutinise the making of the law, I think there is a role for both human, and I'm sure there are many efficiencies that can come with AI as well.
That's an interesting point that you made. Mikhail, taking that to you as well about this, constant overhaul of our laws, and she raised a wider point, the Honourable Representative from New Zealand, of who should have the final say in certain matters. Should it be the judiciary? Should it be the legislature? What is your take on that? On specific matters of policy? Should the judiciary have the final say, or should the legislature have the final say? And also, how recently in the Maldives have you overhauled your laws, your legislations, etc.?
I think that when it comes to legislation, belonging to the legislature myself, I think my opinion would be quite biased. However, since, I always...
Saying it in front of the judiciary.
I always advocate that when it comes to who should be implementing the law and who should be making the law, it should come from the people and from elected representatives. And so my opinion is quite biased. However, I also believe that there are certain constitutional matters that should be left to the judiciary, and as is the case in the Maldives. And in 2028, coming back to your question, in 2028, 45% of our electorate will be young people. So we are realigning the People's Majlis, and we are going fully digital. And we have also recently introduced an e-petition system. And so I think we are now harmonizing the ways of the Majlis to align with the needs of the young people.
It's quite interesting that you say it's a people's Majlis. So is that another re-emphasizing of the fact that the people should have the final say?
Absolutely.
Dan, coming to you now on the point, of course, of arbitration versus litigation. It's a very legal sort of question, but we have seen this push in India at more arbitration over pure litigation, because there's a lot of pendency of matters in India. Of course, the size is there, and the judges' strength, of course, all that is being overhauled, and efforts are being made, and we have seen, of course, record number of cases come down in recent times over here. What is the kind of pendency numbers in the UK? How fast are cases disposed there? And is there an emphasis on arbitration over litigation there too?
I wouldn't be qualified to answer that question, but in the end, the courts operate on the laws that the Parliament passes. And I think when it comes to technology and AI and the challenges that we face as politicians on behalf of the public, in the UK, unlike New Zealand, where you are, Rachel, law feels like a very slow. It takes a long time to pass legislation through the House of Commons, through the House of Lords, through government. And so I think that I would be willing, I wouldn't be able to say exactly how it would look, but I would be willing to look at how we speed up the passing of legislation to keep pace with the technological change that we're all living through. And I think Britain needs to do much more to get laws up to date and protecting the public when it comes to this transformational change.
That's a good point, and in fact, we would vouch for it as well. India has signed a free trade agreement with New Zealand. We have signed one with the UK. We have signed one with the EU. We hope for one with the Maldives too. But it takes its time, because it has to be ratified, and only then does it get implemented. So these things should hopefully move faster. All right, we're almost out of time, so I'm going to quickly end by going across the panel and getting one last thought from you, or one big trend that you see coming in the future of legislating the laws. I'll begin with you.
Maybe I will say what I said before, but I think that we should cooperate with people. We should cooperate with civil society, with non-profit organizations. We should focus also on minorities, because our democracy is as strong as we take care of these most weak people in our society. So this is a challenge, I think, at this time when we face a lot of disinformation and populism in politics, especially on social media. I don't know if you have it in India, but in Europe we have a lot of hate speech and disinformations. So these are challenges, and we have to be with people, as I said. As Václav Havel said that he believed in people and they loved him. We have to cooperate with them.
Yeah, so going back to my point about policy being decision making, and that politicians need to be talking about that and communicating, I think there is a lot of opportunity to do better communication with community, with the voters, with the people, using tools such as citizens' assemblies, but I'm sure there will be some opportunities with new technology in that as well.
I think in the future, I think the onus is on increasing accessibility a lot. I think it started off with COVID, and now we're expanding on that. And with that, I think a lot of our parliaments are now more accessible, and we'll be working on that even in the future.
Thank you. I think the 4 countries, nations represented here.
And 5 with me too.
But
I'm not a representative. Yes, go ahead.
Although India is perhaps ahead of us 4, I think we don't have the United States here, we don't have China here. We have to be conscious that we are renting a lot of what AI is doing from the United States and from China, and we have to start building it and owning it and controlling it ourselves, or at least having alliances and competition in that, because this is like the Industrial Revolution. You have to create and invent and own the fundamental tools of automation, of AI, of technology, in order to be able to really offer the protection that we need to offer to our publics.
Well, to conclude, I think we've made some very, very important points. And of course, yes, these are all challenges that are coming up in the future. Social media, AI, these are all things that are already, of course, have gained a lot of traction. Safeguards are important as well. And I think we can sign off on one note by saying that I think the future of legislation and legislation making is quite secure if we continue to have as progressive and erudite a panel, a representation as we saw today in all 4 of you. Thank you all very much for joining us at NXT 2026. Thank you.
Well, a round of applause for all our legislators, the lawmakers who just gave an insight into what the future of legislature, what the future of law should look like. All right. From the future of legislating the law, we are going to move on to innovation. And what is the future of innovation? And in the NXT forum, the next session is an important one, an insightful one, and an invigorating one. We have with us Mr. Sriram Natarajan. He's the founder, director, and CEO of Mole Diagnostics. I would like to welcome him on stage. And we also have with us Dr. Namit Choksi. He's the CEO, Tend Health, and he's going to be moderating this session.
Very good evening once again, everyone. Such an honor to be with you, sir. Let me start by saying that, in the Silicon Valley, when people talk about disruption, they usually mean building a new app that helps you order your coffee faster. Mr. Natarajan chose to choose a more difficult problem, which is, really diagnosing and helping people here. So, sir, on that note, let me actually start with tuberculosis. Tuberculosis remains one of the world's deadliest infectious disease, and India carries a good chunk of that disease burden. Technologies like TrueNat have truly helped bring molecular TB testing closer to primary healthcare settings. In your view, what will it actually take to eliminate tuberculosis in the coming decade, and what role would decentralized diagnostics play in achieving that goal, sir?
Thank you, Namit, for the introduction and the kind words. And thanks to the NXT team for inviting me to come here. Now, coming to the point about tuberculosis, yes, it is the #1 killer of people because of infectious disease worldwide. And India contributes 25% of that burden. So India is the largest TB country in the world. I don't know if you people have, generally living in cities, we don't come to see people affected with TB, but it's a very debilitating disease. And people really have to sell everything to get treated. And it's a big problem. So while we have had this program called the National TB Elimination Program for a long time, TB has never come down, and fundamentally, the realization is that this is fundamentally because people are not getting diagnosed properly. The diagnostic that was being used, called smear microscopy, was only half effective, which meant half the people never got diagnosed in time. And these people were the ones who kept giving TB to other people. And that's how TB has been always growing instead of coming down, although a lot of efforts have been made into free treatment and free care. So that's where we come in the picture. So fundamentally, the idea was to ensure that everybody gets diagnosed properly with a very reliable technology, which is close to 100% compared to the microscopy, which is only 50%. So TrueNat that we innovated and developed is a platform which can do TB right at the microscopy centers. These are all called as primary health centers, which are really in very, very remote areas and with very, very minimal infrastructure. And we have been able to make these centers to do TB testing using a molecular platform like TrueNat, which was earlier unthinkable. With this, now we are able to now ensure that more and more people get diagnosed early and get treated. The fact is that if you are able to diagnose TB patients early and put them on treatment, then you can treat them 100%. It's a completely curable disease.
Absolutely,
right?
Yes. And I mean, sir, to your point, right? Like, TB is a communicable disease, and to your point, if it doesn't get diagnosed, it only keeps kind of growing. And to echo your point, it's an easy treatment, really, as long as it gets diagnosed. Exactly. So really kudos to you, sir, on kind of building. Sir, switching gears a little bit in terms of your founder journey. As a venture capitalist and private equity investor, I've seen a lot of founders build in software, in AI. What convinced you really to in building a hardware-driven biotech company here in India? Or what inspired you?
I think the big gap still is hardware.
Sure, sir.
Right? AI will come always on top of it. Even in TB, AI does play a role, especially in terms of X-rays, which can be interpreted through AI and so on, but not without an hardware. So you still need a hardware. In the X-ray, you still need the X-ray machine, and the X-ray images are read by AI. In our own case in TrueNat, although AI doesn't play a direct role, but AI does play a role in terms of integrating all the information and providing a common platform to be able to monitor patients on a long term. So hardware is number one, and the AI comes on top of that. So AI by itself cannot do much in the healthcare space, at least. So that's where we are. So somebody has to do the hardware part, and so that's where we thought we should come in the picture, because definitely there were a lot of issues and required innovations to solve them, and so we thought we should be playing that role, and that's.
I think so. Very well said. Thinking of kind of hardware and where you're at, how do you think that point of care molecular diagnostics will evolve over the next decade?
So TB is an example, but people suffer from multiple diseases, right? And infectious diseases. And all of them are killers in some way or the other, whether it's dengue, whether it's typhoid, whether it is malaria, all of them are killers, and all of them need early diagnosis. So the beauty of the platform like TrueNat that we have, although we are putting it for TB diagnosis right now, but the same machine can do 40 different diseases now. So right at the community level, right at the primary level, people can now look for 40 different conditions. And all these diseases now can be diagnosed early, and people can be put on right treatment. So first of all, it helps the patient because the patient survives because he got diagnosed early and he got the right treatment. But it also ensures that he stops transmitting to other people, so you also cut down the transmission of the diseases. And at the same time, these people don't go to now tertiary centers, so the cost of treatment on these patients, which we are all spending huge amounts of money on, doesn't have to happen because people are getting diagnosed early and treated.
That's very, so if I can dive a little more into what you just said, that one of the most powerful aspect of MolBio's work is that technology, to your point, reaches small towns and rural health centers. As a founder, how does it really feel to see this high-tech innovation directly impacting lives on ground and in small rural parts of India and creating impact?
No, that's what motivates me and that's what keeps me driven all the time. I absolutely feel so satisfied for all the work that we did. It took us about 14 years to get this technology to the market. But now I'm seeing that we are saving thousands of lives. That's what makes me sleep peacefully. And that's what makes me get up with a lot of excitement in the morning. And every day is a new day, and every day keep looking for what we can do to make things even better.
So that's such an inspiring, line. My mom often tells me that, do things that make you sleep well at night and that make you jump off the bed next morning. And I think you echo that. So switching gears a little bit, India is increasingly becoming a hub for biotechnology innovation. As someone who's seen, all ends of this spectrum, what structural changes have enabled this? And what more still needs to happen?
So yes, there's a lot of momentum now. So especially post-COVID, a lot of startup companies have realized that they can actually do a lot more than what they thought they could do earlier. So they're all coming up and trying to do a lot of innovations from their side. Plus the government is also recognizing the startup culture and the need for startups to be enabled. So there is a lot of schemes and a lot of money now getting available for these startup companies to move forward. Earlier, that was a major bottleneck. So things are looking quite positive. Only thing that can improve now is all these efforts must be more consolidated and more focused, because every department I can see is acting in silos. They're all doing their own small bits here and there, but that doesn't really, that doesn't really create that kind of an impact. So I think all these efforts have to come together, and we have to work with one common vision and ensure that these startups are taken to the right level. That is a major gap. So that's why you see a lot of startups are also closing down nowadays, but it's very unfortunate, just because they're not getting the ecosystem and the support function. And another problem in India is also, innovation has never been in our culture, right?
Yes, sir.
We have never been taught to innovate from the beginning, and to fail is punished.
Yes, sir.
So people are afraid to fail. So that's the difference between the US, for example, and India.
Yes, sir.
That in the US, you can fail and you can start again, and you still get supported. You still have people, backing you up. But in India, once you fail, that's the end of it. I mean, you're completely finished. And that's the problem. So that mindset and that ecosystem has to change. There has to be more enablement, and people should be made to innovate freely and not worry about, getting wiped out completely.
So if on that exact note, two questions for you. Looking back as a founder, what has been the most difficult decision that you've made? And second, what is really your message for budding entrepreneurs, who are maybe currently in a lab or in an incubator trying to build the next small bio?
So innovation comes with a lot of sacrifice and commitments that you have to make. So you have to be prepared well in the beginning that it is going to be a hard journey, it is going to be a long journey. You must have that conviction and that kind of commitment to take this through till the end. You will have to go through a lot of hurdles. Many times, as we call them, you will encounter valleys of death. But you should know how to come out of those valleys of death. That is where you become different. So in my own case, I can say that we really had many valleys of death, and many times we started questioning ourselves. Are we really doing the right thing? Is this what the world wants? But we had that conviction that yes, this is what the world wants. We must do it. We must keep going. So against all negativity around, we still continued, went on, and that's how it works. So people should be prepared for it. In our case, we didn't have so much of a supporting ecosystem, but today ecosystems are getting better. So I think startups have a good time, and they just have to ensure that they know what they want to do. They clearly define the impact that they're going to create, and just keep doing it. That's all.
Well, sir, on that note, thank you very much for joining me this afternoon, and such a pleasure. Keep doing the good work and inspiring many around. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Well, that was, yes, indeed, a very thought-provoking session. Some sessions, of course, do lead you to think, and of course, hopefully take some of those ideas forward and imbibe them as well. All right, well now, coming up on stage, we have a special keynote address. We are, of course, switching our segment. We are going to be now focusing on next in global foresight. And to delve more on the global foresight and in particular on the freedom of action, the building of strategic opportunity in a disrupted world that we live in. We're going to be hearing from the senior partner of Kearney Foresight and global head of the National Transformational Institute, Mr. Rudolf Lomea III. Could we please have you on stage, sir? Let's keep the applause going. Let's get the energy up in the room. And over to you. Thank you.
Good evening, good afternoon, everyone. Could I ask you to all please give our amazing Master of Ceremonies a round of applause for the amazing energy he gives to everything. You know, I grew up in New York, and in New York, we deeply appreciate energy. And so with that spirit, I have a question for you. Before we start. So this is a multiple choice question of which I'm sure you are excellent. Think back to the year 2016, 10 years ago. Barack Obama was president. Can you hear me well? Barack Obama was president. The Paris Accords had been just, there was no TikTok, there was no ChatGPT. I like you all. By the way, everyone, the young ones in the back, think about this period 10 years ago until now, and please think about the sheer volume of change we have seen in the world in that time. And now I'd like you to think, if we think 10 years ahead to 2036, do you think that the magnitude of change we will see will be less than we've seen in the last 10 amazing years? About the same magnitude of change? Or do you think we will actually see more change in the world than we have seen? So I'm going to ask you to raise your hands. Those who think, by the way, it's perfectly reasonable, we've had an unbelievable 10 years. Those who think there will be less change in the next 10 years, please raise your hand. There must be someone. Okay, then perhaps we could hypothesize that change is relatively steady. So how about those who think it'll be about the same? About the same over the next 10 years. I mean, this is a reasonable possibility. Okay, well, I guess just to make sure you're listening, if you please raise your hands if you think we will see even more change in the next 10 than we have seen in the last 10. You in the back, what do you think? Okay, well, we have not just a majority, but complete unanimity, which is rare. Switching back. Okay. Let me say, Your Excellencies, honored guests, ladies and gentlemen, young, amazing men and women, it is a great honor for me to be here with you today. And I would have to say, painfully, the subject of this talk really couldn't be more appropriate. Painful because of what's happening in the world right now. As you all have seen, as you all have heard, leaders are confronting a world in which the pace of change that they are seeing is beyond the scale of our institutions to keep up. It's an extremely difficult period, and we just simply struggle to keep pace with, sorry, the slides are not appearing, dear gentlemen. There we go. And this period is one of intense adaptive pressure. This is Charles Darwin, of course, and Charles Darwin taught us that periods of intense pressure, adaptive pressure, are of course the engines, the very engines of evolution. But that is a ruthless and difficult process. Those who cannot adapt fail. Those that can adapt to change, make use of it and thrive in it, of course, survive. And what is true of nature, we know is true of nations, it's true of businesses. This is the world that we live in. Now, the private sector has mechanisms of adaptation built in through market forces. But even and especially the most successful private sector organizations themselves can become embedded in their inherited ways of doing things. And those who are still in their inherited ways of doing things and cannot adapt, they will fail. And we're seeing, you know, as a consultant, I can tell you, we are seeing this manifest itself in spades. So, why? How do we understand this? We are in the midst of what historians call a critical juncture. Now, lately I've been hearing the phrase critical juncture bandied about quite a bit. It's actually a relatively formal construct of historians. Darren Acemoglu, for example, refers to it very often. It refers to a compressed period of time in which a disproportionate amount of structural change occurs. And critical junctures are, by their definition, intense periods of adaptive pressure. But they're not all negative, and something that really distresses me greatly, those who speak about the future that's coming, we tend to focus so much on the challenges and the threats and all that could go wrong. It is certainly true that we are watching an international order, not just that the institutions are decaying, we are seeing multilateral institutions being intentionally dismantled, intentionally disrupted. That's what makes this period so different. Human beings have built up institutional architectures over time. We're in a moment where those who have even built some of those architectures are dismantling them intentionally. That's very different. But on the other hand, and we haven't discussed it too much at this amazing event so far, the advances of artificial intelligence, machine learning, and this will accelerate with agentic AI and with world models, are also enabling a transformation of scientific discovery and knowledge creation. So we are on the cusp of a period when our ability to solve the most important problems in the world will be exponentially increased. That's not delusional Silicon Valley. I'm a Stanford guy, but I tell you that's just the fact. In fact, if you look at the Nobel Prize won by Demis Hassabis, he won it because of applying this technology to a domain of science where he and the DeepMind team exponentially accelerated the time it took to get to results in protein science that was previously possible. So this is not science fiction. So that's very important. We are in the midst of a critical juncture, and critical junctures create decision points. Well, what are decision points? A critical decision point, the phrase emerges from the military, are moments in space and time when a leader must make a decision, allocate resources, or take action in the context of rapid change. Well, Germany entered 2022 facing a deep structural exposure to Russian pipeline gas. When those flows were curtailed at the beginning of the Ukraine war, it had very, very few options, and the options that it had were extremely costly. It had fallen into a structural concentration on Russian gas. This was a function of contracts, but it was also a function of pipelines. So there was an infrastructural lock-in to Germany's position at that time. 55% of their gas, 35% of their oil, and 45% of their coal came from Russia. And then the shock occurred. By the way, to make matters worse, they had not that long before decided to curtail nuclear power for environmental reasons following Fukushima. And so when the shock occurred, they were in a state of extreme dependency. First, Russian flows were curtailed. Then, as you know, 2 of the pipelines were sabotaged. As a result, Uniper, their largest energy company, collapsed. It had to be nationalized by the German government. And energy-intensive industries in Germany, remember, it's an industrial powerhouse, were severely hurt by this. Some had to relocate. They had to reduce production. Ultimately, the European Union did find a resolution, but it was at enormous, enormous expense. Germany launched a $200 billion euro protective shield, which was very effective. They bought time, but at a massive, massive cost, in which industrial capacity was lost, of course. Now, to Germany, as a proud German American, I say, to Germany's credit, they built an LNG, a floating LNG facility, a terminal, in record time, in 200 days, something that normally should take 3 years. Germany did it in 200 days, something about which they should be proud. But the fact is, this crisis response, it shouldn't have taken a crisis to unlock that speed. And so the key lesson is that Germany found itself facing a critical decision point in which it lacked options. And remember, it didn't just lack options for its energy security. Because of it, it lost geostrategic leverage in the most existential crisis that Europe and therefore Germany has faced, which was the invasion of Ukraine. And so it was vulnerable. So the cost of not having optionality is measured in billions, and many times it's measured in lives, but for countries, it's also measured in sovereignty. And we'll return to that in just a moment. So that brings us to, what do we mean by strategic optionality? Strategic optionality refers to the extent that a decision maker, that an organization, that a leader, facing a specific circumstance, has viable options at their disposal to respond. So Germany is a superb example of a moment when they had almost no optionality. Optionality refers to how many viable choices do you have. That's the essence of what it means. It's the ability then, because of having options, to adapt more quickly and to keep up with the pace of change in real time because one is ready. And so to understand its importance, it's critical to understand the relationship between leverage and time. When you are ready for a significant change, when you have the capabilities you need to respond ahead of time, you can shape how events unfold. When you're not ready, when the response is therefore delayed, you lose leverage and you incur costs. This idea has its roots deep in the literature of strategy, of which is so important to me in my career, as you can imagine. But even going back to Clausewitz. Clausewitz, who famously said, war is the province of uncertainty. I think in Iran, we're all seeing that right now, all too clearly and painfully. It is not only the province of uncertainty, however, it's also the province where what he called branches, sequences, and reserves are so absolutely critical. Similarly, the great master of strategy, Sun Tzu, famously said that the essence is, of course, to not allow the enemy's will to be imposed upon you. And this is itself about building optionality. Sir Lawrence Friedman, the great Sir Lawrence Friedman, speaks about strategy as creating power, doing more with the balance of power in a given moment than is made possible by its sheer logic. Strategy transforms the equation of power relations to create power. Optionality is central to that. And I've learned that Chanakya, in the Arthashastra, illuminated this idea with exquisite beauty, of course, in the Indian tradition. So many of the most brilliant and important ideas we find deeply embedded in Indian culture, of course, and that was the case here. So, by anticipating future circumstances, by anticipating the choices that our leaders might have to make, by understanding the options we would want them to have when facing that choice, and then building the capabilities that they would need to respond, we are creating optionality. So how do we do it? It begins, of course, by understanding the baseline strategy. I took here an example for your benefit of food security. So the process begins by first understanding the intent. Where are we? What is our desired end state? And what is the central course of action by which we will achieve it? That is the starting point, of course. And, of course, optionality without intentionality is just pure chaos, pure optionality with no direction. But direction without optionality is rigidity. It's brittleness. It is what breaks when the world changes. I'm grateful to see a brilliant woman in this table who understands what I'm saying. I want to thank you for that. You need that. So I hope you're able to follow this. Okay, let's move on. So when then we encounter change, whether those change are structural shifts that have passed a certain threshold, So big patterns of change where a threshold has been crossed, requiring us to make a decision, or a strategic shock, a specific event. We're in the midst of yet another one right now. These are the things that require us to then say, given the baseline, how might we have to adapt? That's what these lines of this I-shaped visual represent. And when that occurs, we will face a decision point. The essence of this approach is to anticipate those shocks. And so once you anticipate them and you understand the pathway, the alternative pathway that they would require, should they occur, that's not enough, of course. The next step is to understand the options that we would want to have in response. And so this is a representation of 3 options that we would want to have with respect to our food security strategy if extreme weather events passed a certain threshold. But of course, knowing the options we would want is itself, needless to say, also not enough. We need the capabilities to respond. What do we call it? A dynamic engine. And this methodology we developed in partnership with the Prime Minister's Office of the amazing United Arab Emirates, a beautiful country that was my home for 10 years and is still a home of my heart, and for whom we are praying these days because they are under incredible duress. I hope you'll all join me in keeping them in your thoughts and prayers, that beautiful and amazing country. A dynamic engine is a constellation of capabilities that allows you to do something, to achieve an intentional outcome in changing circumstances. It's the substance of strategy. You are, in any given moment in time, you are either enabled or constrained by the capabilities that you have. And so once you understand the options that you would like, you then find the capabilities that you would need to respond. But of course, you cannot build all of them. And so, and by the way, this methodology requires artificial intelligence, of course. Once you understand that universe, you have to optimize for what are those capabilities that create most optionality across the broadest range of circumstances. And so this then is what a plan looks like that has baked in optionality. It is responsive, it is living, it is adaptive. It is crystal clear on its intent, but has baked optionality in. And doing this in a world like the one we're in is not just about resilience. No, no, no. It is about sovereignty. Because if you have strengthened this capability, you have effectively strengthened national sovereignty. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Rudolf Lomea III, of course, addressing us there. And thank you also for your appreciation for me earlier as well. Okay, well, we are going to be pausing for a second our conversations to just quickly take a moment to thank those without whom NXT 2026 would not have been possible. Our partners, sponsors, Adani, SPS Construction India Private Limited. Session partners, ACE Group, Bhutani, BLS, Granules, Insurance Deco, M3M, Molbio, Niramai, NSE, SPS Realty, Tourism Finance Corporation of India, Trident, NTPC, Bhago Mobility, HNS, state partners, Uttar Pradesh, Delhi, Rajasthan, Haryana, Uttarakhand, Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh. Institutional partners, Delhi Tourism and Transportation Development Corporation, International Film Festival Delhi, American Jewish Committee. Realty partner, Green Circle Homes, Ambala. And with that, it's time to turn to our next segment, Next in AI. Yes, the conversation on artificial intelligence. And we are going to be focusing on policy making for AI in this next session, for which we have with us a Power Pack panel. We have MP Timo Haraka with us, member of Eduskunta, Finland. Could I please have you on stage? Welcome, Member of Parliament Timo Haraka. Also with us is Madame Deputy Laetitia St. Paul, Member of the National Assembly, France. Member of Parliament from France. Welcome. Also joining us for this panel is Mr. Malcolm Byrne, Member of the Irish Parliament, Tecadela. Malcolm Byrne, welcome. Thank you for being with us. And to moderate this panel, we have a very erudite voice from the Indian Parliament. Member of the Lok Sabha, Member of Parliament from Bharat, is Sri Manish Tiwari ji. Manish Tiwari ji, I invite you on stage. And of course, today you will see him in the avatar of a moderator for this special panel. Let's keep the applause going, ladies and gentlemen, as we turn to this next session titled Policy Making for AI.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It's absolutely a privilege to be in a different role today. Usually, we are at the receiving end, and today I'm the exception. May I welcome all our colleagues from parliaments of various great democracies. And the idea today is to have a conversation. And so essentially, feel free to jump in at any point in time, but just try and keep it crisp and short so that we can cover as much ground as possible. So let me start with the first question. Every industrial revolution has generated concerns, apprehensions, ecstasy. It has been transformative in almost every aspect of its transgression into human life, be it the first industrial revolution, which gave you the steam engine and which gave you mechanized textiles, the second industrial revolution, which brought about mining and the telephone and various other innovations. And of course, the third one in the late 90s, which essentially was about the internet and was about digital technologies. So my first question to each of you is that how unsettling do you think that the fourth industrial revolution really is in the context of artificial intelligence? And since all of you are colleagues, anyone can start.
Right, thank you. Thank you for the invitation, and I think it's a hugely important topic. And there's a lot of hot air around AI, and I think two aspects might be separated here. First, we almost always talk about large language models, which is obviously something that we as users of ChatGPT or Claude or Llama or others are facing daily. That's one issue, and that is a consumer interface which concerns content moderation, disinformation, misinformation, all these things. And these might have a very, very transformative and negatively transformative effects on societies and democracies. But then we very often forget the other aspects of AI, which is scientific use of AI. And this is something that might be even more transformative than the large language models. So we heard about, just in the previous speech, we heard about advances in medicine, advances in all sorts of science. And And this is something that is certainly on the positive side of AI. So I would say that we talk too much about this communication AI and too little about scientific AI, which could indeed help us solve the huge problems of humanity, including the climate crisis.
So I would agree that at the moment, there's a lot of hype about artificial intelligence. But I would say for any new technology, it's always overhyped in the short term and underestimated in the medium to long term. And you make the point about the Industrial Revolution and so on. So I'd say to the students who are out here in the audience, so all of the students, you're probably going to be working until sometime in the 2070s. So you think sort of 40 to 50 years from now. So let's go back. So think about the way that technology was in the world back in the 1970s and 1980s. All of you who are currently on your mobile phone, because it's more interesting than listening to us, if you were back in the 70s and 80s, it wouldn't exist. In fact, methods of communication back then were far less available. The idea, now that we can phone anywhere in the world or contact anywhere in the world, we just accept it as normal. And the pace of that change is going to be very rapid. And naturally, as humans, we tend to be a little bit conservative. We like what we know. We can be a little bit frightened of change. So I think part of our responsibility as policymakers is we see this change is happening. We know it's going to happen. But it's about how we prepare our citizens, and particularly in terms of the students here, and get people involved in that decision-making process over the next number of years. And I think it's just going to be the pace that's going to surprise people. And I entirely agree. It's going to be in everything from agriculture to transport to healthcare. And we need to debate where it is appropriate and when it is appropriate to use artificial intelligence. And I think I made the point last night. We've got to always see technology as a tool, not as a goal in itself. Our job as legislators is how can we make the lives better for our citizens? How can we provide policies that will improve outcomes for all of our citizens? And if that means using technology, then we put the frameworks in place to do that.
Good afternoon. I'm one who is convinced that AI is an industrial revolution, not just an evolution, not just a new tool. And maybe because of my defense and security background, I see especially side effects. So first of all, when I think on policy making, I think on ethics. For instance, a businessman will make money till Elon Musk. A researcher will research till being able, like Dr. Frankenstein, to create a monster. And as politicians, our role absolutely is to create the good framework, and this is made by ethics. And we worked especially hard on this topic within the Inter-Parliamentarian Union. This is a kind of UN for parliamentarians. And because we don't especially, but the US have the key of the black box, then making and taking good decisions here between democracies is crucial.
So therefore, let me just try and break it down and unpack it. Taking off from what Malcolm said about young people who have a working life of, let's say, the next 5 decades or so. About 8 years back, along with some other colleagues from parliaments around the world, we were trying to do a project looking at the future of work in the context of digitization, automation, robotics, its impact on manufacturing, the job replacements that would, or job disruptions which would happen as a consequence. So as policymakers, my question to the three of you is, how much of disruption in the global employment market do you really see as a consequence of AI? And the reason why I say this is because I had a friend come and see me, and he works for one of the global IT majors, and they have a huge stake in AI, which is being developed. And he said to me that you policymakers do not even grasp the fundamentals of the transformation that is taking place. So therefore, my question to you, the three of you, is if we were to extrapolate 1 decade down the line, what would be the future of work in the context of AI?
So it's quite a big question, but just to say there is going to be huge job displacement, and it's already starting to happen. And we're seeing it particularly in white-collar employment, but certainly if you talk to people in law, in accounting, in the creative industries, we're seeing displacement. But the evidence is also that we're seeing a lot of jobs being created. And right through history, that tends to be what happens. So if you look at when the car came along, or motor vehicles came along, yeah, if you were a coach rider, you know, if you had a horse and coaches, you were going to go out of work. But there's a lot more jobs provided as a result of the invention of the car. And that's similarly what's going to happen with AI. And I think what we need to start to think about is that if you're working as a doctor, it's not that robots are going to replace doctors, but doctors who use AI are going to replace doctors who don't. Lawyers who use AI will replace lawyers who don't. Architects who use AI will replace architects who don't. So it's about getting those basic skills on board very early on. I can mention just from an Irish perspective, just very quickly, 2 things we're doing in Ireland. We're setting up, as part of a skills observatory, a specific AI observatory. So looking in real time in all areas of the employment market where, you know, jobs are being displaced, and learning from that as to what we need to do. And then on the second side, rolling out micro-credential courses in partnership with our universities and training providers for everybody in society. So ranging from simple courses, what is artificial intelligence, to support for SMEs about how they can safely embed AI in their business practices to deliver better services to their customers. And I think our job is about, it's happening. Their jobs are being displaced. We've just got to ensure society is ready for that.
Just for fun and for argument's sake, Malcolm here presented the optimistic case. I wholly subscribe to the possibility of a more pessimistic view. And I attended the very, very successful India AI Impact Summit 2 weeks ago. And I was woken up by the statement by Mr. Nilekani, who's the founder of Infosys, who said that he thinks it's quite possible that there will be a revolt of white-collar workers, because until now we've seen the revolt and consequences of blue-collar workers, or the yellow vests in France, that are protesting this transformation. And when you think about the white-collar workers who kind of reached the middle class, being software engineers and so forth, to drop down from that achievement may be very painful. But there is a kind of a silver lining. Being an ex-employment minister, I think we have a good opportunity to retrain, upskill and reskill white-collar workers who are symbol analysts, who are readers, who are educated for other works. But there is a possibility that there's a dramatic allocation of wealth in the world that will consecrate the wealth to the wealthy already. And that's why very often universal basic income and also capital gains tax are also very often in the discussions when we talk about the societal effects of AI.
I totally agree with you, and I will share with you my own example. Last year I had the worst trainee ever, and I asked him to sum up in English one of my huge reports, and he did it so perfectly. I told him, okay, how did you manage to do this? And he told me, okay, I asked him about what could I advise them as a mother, as podium replaceable, because many white-collar jobs would disappear. But those who are at the top level, but we can't all at the same time be at the top level, and just find a way where you can't be replaced.
So if we can shift gears a bit and talk about a regulatory architecture. All of you would recall that when the internet started growing critical in the mid to late 90s, and by the time we came to the 2000s, there was concern around the world that there is a need to put some agreed rules of engagement onto the cyberspace. But at every forum, it was very, very vehemently opposed by the first freedom absolutists, the Silicon Valley and its various clones around the world. And ultimately, agreed rules of engagement around the internet could never emerge. And therefore, you've now seen the balkanization of the net actually being almost divided into spheres of influence and hegemony. Then there is the dark net and the deep net, the more pernicious parts of the internet. And now you see a similar kind of debate around artificial intelligence. Many of the countries whose companies are at the leading edge of this innovation are resisting any regulation, even opting out of joint statements like what happened in Paris. So in your experience and learning from the internet experience, how do we really try and bridge this regulatory gap? And we'll start with you, because I know you're very passionate about that, Madam Letitia.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, I worked hard on this topic of AI and cognitive warfare, and I went last summer to the US to meet the MAGA administration. And when I talked to them, I said, okay, it's very much like on traffic. We need traffic laws. And they told me, oh, you in Europe with your Digital Service Act, you can't drive more than 5 kilometers per hour. And I felt that in the US it was like Westerns, the conquest of the West, and without limit. And we see the consequences of politics with no limit. They go till the end, till no border. And what I suggested, and it has been implemented in France, is a digital majority before 15 years old, because I'm convinced that so many info from anyone, anywhere is not a success for our kids. And I propose an algorithm consent, because we are all consumers of digital, but we don't know why we read some infos, we don't know why they reach us. So just being the key as citizens, okay, do I consent or not? And this is what I propose, really, to protect our democracies, because many dictatures want to divide us.
Yes, I think it's really important to talk about algorithms. So that is the bridge between the old internet and the new internet, and also long-standing AI use in social media. So I was very proud of being one of the 27 ministers signing the Digital Services Act, which actually gives a minimal content moderation. Only illegal or hazardous material is not allowed on the internet or any digital platform. And this has been really a sticking point for the US. And they've gone so far as to deny access to US to Commissioner Thierry Breton, who was a leading civil servant in the European Commission. I think it's absolutely unacceptable. It's shameful, because he was a leading civil servant, but it was us, the ministers, who signed that law. So I think in solidarity, I'm not planning to go to the US in the near future. And this kind of blackmail from the big data platforms is absolutely unacceptable. And I think also within the DSA, there is also some minimal regulation on algorithmic democracy, as you just portrayed. But it's really difficult to kind of explain the algorithm to outside sources, but it is there, and there must be also the platforms are required to provide an alternative if someone would go as far as to kind of want to have her or his own algorithm as a recommender. But I agree that we are not implementing that existing regulation as it should be, and I think there's a lot of space to do what we already have legislated. I'm very proud of that legislation. I'm hoping very much that India, for instance, and other parts of the world, of the democratic, sensible countries, would join us in this legislation.
I just wanted to add a few words, because I agree, and I have summed up it this way: what is illegal offline in the real world must be illegal online. It's not simplistic, it's just simple, that everyone can agree and understand, and this is the way we try to act in France.
So let me start with a note of optimism first. And because it's not like the Irish guy to be an optimist and the Finn to be a pessimist. But
you have all the headquarters of these platforms in Ireland, so I can hear you.
But I think one thing that is important that we also recognize, that artificial intelligence can be an empowering tool. So if we look at, for instance, in areas like education, for those who are neurodivergent, to allow for individualized learning, it can be really transformative. It can allow an SME to suddenly have a strategic advantage over a big player. So we shouldn't underestimate, the potential of AI in trying to tackle some of the challenges that we face. And I also think for us, there has to be a sweet spot that we get between supporting innovation and appropriate regulation. I actually don't think that the difference between the approach that's been taken by the European Union and the United States is actually that different. And I think where we need to think about this is how all countries, including India, but most countries look at when a new product or service arrives on the market, we have our rules around product safety. So our regulator looks at it. So if you develop a new type of food or a new drug in the United States, It's regulated by the FDA. That's similar in Europe. It's similar in India. In most countries, you have a regulator who decides before it goes out on the market, this has to happen. The difference now is we have AI-enabled products. And I think what is critical is that our regulators are equipped and upskilled, that they understand how AI operates. So if you're designing a financial product or a foodstuff or a drug and AI is involved, that they understand that process. I think the American fear is that at European level, we'll introduce another super layer of AI regulation, which is what I don't believe that we should do. I think, though, coming back, the point Letitia has made and others is, a lot of it is going to be about our values. And I'm really passionate about this. It's critical that democratic values, human rights, the rule of law, human-centric values inform how we allow all of these products to be rolled out. I mean, it particularly applies in defense and security areas, but in so many other areas it applies. And my concern will obviously be that for those of us in democracies, whether in the European Union or in India, we will have a more human-centric approach. But there is certainly evidence already, particularly in places like China and Iran and Russia, that AI and other technologies are being used not in the interests of citizens, but more in the interests of the state. And that's something we have to be very concerned about.
Well, that brings us, I think we are almost at the end of our time, but to a final question about AI and warfare. Everyone, I think, has been following what's been happening between Anthropic and the Pentagon, and Anthropic being classified as a supply chain risk by the US Department of Defense, or the Department of War, as they like to call themselves now. But the more serious question is about the marriage between artificial intelligence and autonomous weapon systems. For example, it is believed that the US airstrike, which took out 196 school children in Iran, was a consequence of targeting decisions actually being in the autonomous mode and AI enabled. So therefore, under those circumstances, when you have a very rapid proliferation of the use of artificial intelligence in offensive technologies, how as policymakers do we really try and put some kind of an ethical framework around it, to use your expression? And Madam Letitia, would you go first? And we'll just try and keep it short, because I think the gentleman is there reminding us that we are running out of our time.
The question of autonomous lethal weapons is much older than it didn't start with AI. And this is one of the topics we talked last time within the Inter-Parliamentary Union, because when some countries just want to expand, don't respect any law, then we choose to be weakened when we refuse to have some drones. For instance, in France, we didn't want drones during years because we thought that that the last decision must always be taken by human beings, that AI or any autonomous weapon can't target any human beings without human decision. But with the Ukraine-Russian war, we've seen that drones were used so much, and with AI they were able to avoid jamming, and we worked hardly all together, because this decision about use in bellum, le droit de la guerre, must be taken at the international level, and the pressure must be high enough not to see those autonomous weapons able to target on their own. That's not the future I wish for the students present today.
Yes, thank you very much for bringing up this concretely existential threat that is facing us, and we all follow this quarrel between Anthropic and the Pentagon with heavy hearts. 2 points. Actually, first of all, the danger here is that the AI is very capable of perhaps causing massive destruction and also collateral damage as well. But the other threat is that it isn't, that if your large language model, if your chatbot is hallucinating, saying that my wife is the Princess of Monaco, that's not very dangerous. But if it's hallucinating on the war field, it could be lethal. So the minimum we need right now is a kind of nuclear proliferation treaty, kind of international treaty to disarm these capable and dangerous weapons. But the chances of that happening are rather slim, because US is resigning from all international treaties as we speak. And this is very, very dangerous. This is something that we would need to align ourselves and really to present our case very strongly, that we will not accept unlimited, unrestricted use of AI in the warfield.
So I agree. I might make 3 very quick points just to support that. I think we look at where state actors will misuse AI. There also is the big fear we have to think about non-state actors. So if some of these autonomous weapons fall into the hands of non-state actors, there are serious dangers and consequences. I think the second is because we've moved, warfare has moved beyond the traditions we think about, and so much of what is going on now is hybrid warfare. It's in the gray zone. I mean, the reality is Russia's illegal invasion of Ukraine is not just about the boots on the ground. I mean, European countries can talk about how Russia is effectively engaging in a hybrid war against Europe at present. And our concern is obviously about the deployment of technology and some of those tools. I think the other just final, which is related to all of our discussion, as policymakers, is the concentration of power now in the hands of a small number of individuals. And it has never been, if we talk about economic imperialism, there are a small number of predominantly white men with broadly the same political views, where there is a huge concentration of power. Amazon's overall income last year was greater than the GNP of Finland. The tech sector spends more money lobbying the European Union than all other sectors combined. So there is a real concentration of power, and I think our challenge is, as legislators and policymakers globally, and particularly in democracies, how do we ensure that we maintain the interests of citizens at the heart of our discussions? And I think critical coming from this conference is that we ensure that those values that we all share that are really important, human rights, the rule of law and democracy, are at the center of this.
Well, I'm afraid we'll have to end with this because we could have gone on till the morning, but thank you, lady and gentlemen, for an absolutely fascinating discussion. It's been really great. Thank you very much.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you indeed for that discussion, of course, and also some very thought-provoking points about the way forward in terms of artificial intelligence, which of course is becoming something which is being used in our day-to-day world much, much more than it was a decade ago. Okay, let me turn now to another session which is part of this segment of Next in AI, For a keynote address on AI and regulatory challenges, I want to call on stage Ms. Maria del Carmen Alva Prieto, Member of Congress, Peru. Welcome, ma'am, and thank you for being with us. We are looking forward to your address.
Distinguished parliamentarians, authorities, and representatives. We are living in a decisive moment for humanity. Advances in science, technology, and innovation are transforming our economies, our institutions, and our daily lives. Now, more than ever, the international community must reflect on how to harness these advances to build more just inclusive and sustainable societies. Science, technology, and innovation are powerful tools to address the global challenges of our time, from climate change and food security to public health and education. At the same time, these developments bring new risks and challenges that require responsible action from governments and especially from parliaments. Artificial intelligence, in particular, represents one of the most significant technological transformations of our era. Its ability to analyze vast amounts of data, automate processes, and generate innovative solutions offer unprecedented opportunities to improve productivity, strengthen public services, and promote economic development. However, we must also recognize that the rapid expansion of artificial intelligence raises important questions for our democracies. Artificial intelligence systems can affect fundamental rights such as privacy, freedom of expression, and equality before the law. They can also amplify risks such as disinformation and digital manipulation. For this reason, parliaments have a central responsibility to ensure that technological development is guided by ethical principles, transparency, and respect for human rights. In Peru, we are fully aware of that challenge. In 2023, the Congress of the Republic approved law number 31814, which promotes the use of artificial intelligence to support the country's economic and social development. This law establishes principles and guidelines for the responsible use of AI in areas such as education, healthcare, public security, and public service. In addition, Peru has launched a national artificial intelligence strategy aimed at strengthening our innovation ecosystem, promoting digital talent, and encouraging the use of emerging technologies to improve the quality of life of our citizens. Nevertheless, global technological development still faces major structural challenges, including the digital divide between developed and developing countries. Millions of people around the world still lack access to the internet and the benefits of the digital revolution. If we do not act responsible, artificial intelligence could widen these inequalities even further, concentrating technological power in the hands of only a few members of society. This is why international cooperation is essential. The governance of artificial intelligence cannot be addressed by countries acting alone. It must be built through global dialogue involving governments, parliaments, the scientific community, the private sector, and civil society. At the same time, we must promote regulatory frameworks that strike the right balance between innovation and the protection of the fundamental rights, avoiding both the absence of regulation and excessive restrictions that could hinder scientific progress. Parliaments must also strengthen their capacity to understand technological change and legislate based on scientific evidence and informed debate. Artificial intelligence should not be seen only as a technological tool, but as an opportunity to build more human, equitable, and sustainable societies. From Peru, we reaffirm our commitment to working with the international community to promote the responsible, ethical, and inclusive development of science, technology, and artificial intelligence. But the future of legislation is not only about artificial intelligence. It also addresses environmental sustainability and intergenerational justice. And this topic is important because currently we must only think about solving present problems, but also protect the rights of future generations to live in a healthy and balanced environment. In the case of Peru, there are already laws that reflect this approach. For example, the General Environment Law establishes that everyone has the right to enjoy a healthy environment. Likewise, the Framework Law on Climate Change seeks for the state to adopt measures against the effects of climate change. There is also Water Resources Law, which regulates the responsible use of water and forestry, and Wildlife Law, which protects our forests and biodiversity. All these regulations show that the country has already taken important steps toward more sustainable legislation. However, the great challenge for the future is not just passing more laws, but ensuring they are effectively enforced. This is where intergenerational justice comes in, which means acting responsible today to avoid harming those who will live tomorrow. In other words, when the state regulates water, use, protects forests, or sets obligations in the face of climate change, it is legislating with future generations in mind, not only those who live today. Therefore, the challenge moving forward will be to strengthen these laws, improve their compliance, and ensure that sustainability stops being just a general principle and becomes a real obligation in every public and private decision. In conclusion, legislating with an environmental focus is not only a present necessity, but also a duty to future generations. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Maria del Carmen Alvar Prieto, talking, of course, about AI and regulatory challenges there. All right, with that, we come to an end of the segment Next in AI. We're going to quickly now shift our focus to our next segment that we are going to be discussing and focusing on this evening, the second day of NXT 2026. And we are now going to be focusing on next in curing cancer. This is certainly the need of the hour. And first, we are going to begin with a keynote address on Namo Shakti, the world's largest breast cancer screening mission. So for her keynote address in this session of Next in Curing Cancer, I want to invite on stage Chairperson of the Sunday Guardian Foundation, Dr. Aishwarya Pandit Sharma. She'll be delving more light on this largest breast cancer screening mission of its kind in the world. Let's welcome her with a loud round of applause.
Namaste. This Namo Shakti Rath, the world's largest breast cancer screening mission, is a crucial step towards helping people fight cancer. When we thought about this initiative, we were thinking because cancer was one of the most prevalent diseases in the country, and it is a silent killer because it is knocking at everyone's door and comes in silently and is increasingly stigmatized and has generated a lot of fear. It was important to get fear out of the window. Because whenever one thinks of cancer, whenever any household thinks of cancer, whenever you hear that your mother, sister, daughter, or mother-in-law or daughter-in-law has cancer, the whole family is in, the first reaction to it is of shock. The second reaction is of reluctant acceptance. And that is an important aspect that one has to remove if we have to fight cancer. Because the shock of a family member having cancer and the ways to deal with it is the part of the problem. And Namo Shakti Rath was an attempt to at least go past that level, to at least screen people before cancer strikes and before it surprises you. In India, there are about 2.3 lakh new cases which are reported with respect to cancer, and 25% of all cancers are breast cancer among women. Nearly 60% of breast cancer cases in India are only detected at stage 3 and stage 4. When the treatment becomes far more difficult, mortality rises, and surgery is the only option. So, especially with rural India, what we saw, there was a huge gap because a lot of rural women initially did not know about the importance and urgency to screen. When I visited different camps, which we organized under the Namo Shakti mission with Nirmay and using thermal technology, a lot of people were skeptical. A lot of older women were skeptical because they had never been to a cancer screening before. They'd never been screened before. No one had even spoken to them about self-examination or the importance of screening. Although the Anganwadi workers and the district health center workers did kind of acquaint them with the importance of self-examination, what we realized is not many women in India were doing self-examination, which is one of the best ways to also identify cancer. There was a lot of stigma. Those who did identify lumps in their breasts did not tell a family member due to fear, due to worry about the cost of the treatment, because cancer treatment can be very costly in India. With the Ayushman Bharat scheme, the government has completely transformed the system of healthcare in India. It provides treatment for up to 5 lakh rupees in Indian rupees for treatment for any of the deadly diseases that are prevalent across the country. That was a huge cover. We just had to make people aware that that cover was available, you could avail it, and cancer could be cured. Because the cost of the treatment is one of the most daunting things that comes before when anyone is detected whereas cancer is concerned. They deal with the issue of who's going to pay for the treatment. So we made people aware of the fact that there is a Ayushman Bharat scheme. Then they worried about how do we get ourselves screened. There was a big question about privacy. There was a big question about technology. A lot of them were averse to screening. So with Nirmay, which developed this technology, and Dr. Geeta was kind enough to help us with the early stages, we were able to convey this message about the fact that cancer could be screened with a non-radiation, non-invasive, no-touch screening method. This was a game changer as far as rural women were concerned, because they saw this as an opportunity to come forward. We encouraged them a great deal. There was a great degree of awareness programs that were created for them to encourage women to come forward and get themselves screened. It was a huge task, but with awareness, with the district administration in different states across India, we were able to achieve that purpose. NXT is about community. And I realized through the Namo Shakti Rath mission that cancer also required a community of women to come together to get themselves screened and to spread message about the importance of screening. Whenever the world has faced any kind of crisis, it is always the world community which has come forward. We've seen that in COVID, because in COVID, when COVID struck all of us, it came as a surprise. And with the speed that the virus was spreading, it was a huge concern for everyone. The entire world got together in the race to find the vaccine that could cure COVID. And guess what? We found a solution to it. There may be side effects of the COVID vaccine, but we saved a lot of lives. And I always tend to look at the positive sides of things. The same approach was with Namo Shakti Rath and the early detection that we were trying to achieve through this mission. I feel that early detection, which I've spoken to a lot of doctors, Dr. Geeta has spoken extensively about it at different platforms. The WHO, the World Health Organization, stresses on the importance of screening early. So I think whether it's cervical cancer or breast cancer or all types of cancers, one thing is important to realize that as much as people in this room might worry, the fear gets larger and higher when you confront women in rural India, because they don't know how to deal with the stigma concerned with cancers. There is a financial aspect to it, and that's where the Ayushman Bharat scheme comes into the play. No longer you have to be concerned that who is going to pay for the treatment, because there is a treatment up to 5 lakh rupees which can be availed, and women can get treatment on time. Why women are the focus of the Namo Shakti Rath? Because women are the caregivers of the family. They're the center of the household, they're the center of the world, they're the center of the universe. And that's an important thing to realize. Women have a great deal of power. They juggle many jobs. I myself juggle a couple of jobs. And all the women sitting out in this room must realize that we are very strong people. Women as a community are very strong people. So if we all come together and work towards screening, raising awareness, which Namo Shakti Rath aims to, I think we'll have a greater success at making the world cancer-free. I think everyone has the right to dignity, freedom from cancer, and everyone has the right to get the treatment on time. That's what Namo Shakti Rath is all about. Thank you. Namaste.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sharma, for that address and, of course, enlightening us on the thought behind this mission and, of course, how it's managed to achieve so much in so little time. But we're going to stay now with this segment, this theme of curing cancer, because it's time now to turn to our next panel. Staying with the theme, as I said, of curing cancer, which is the need of the hour in the century that we live in. From technology innovation to ground impact is the next topic that our panel is going to be delving on. And for this, I want to call on quite a power-packed panel, actually, that we have put together for you, from the lengths and breadths of not just the country, but the world. So first, joining us on stage is Dr. Vaishnavi Sawant, postdoctoral fellow, John Hopkins. Could we please have you, Dr. Sawant, on stage? Welcome, ma'am. Professor Bijesh Kumar Biswal, Department of Life Science, NIT Rourkela, is also joining us live. Welcome. Dr. Prakriti Tehalia, Professor IIT Bombay, also joins us on this panel. Let's keep the applause going. They're working towards curing cancer. I'm sure we can do better to encourage them. Professor Deba Pratim Das, also with us, Department of Chemistry, IIT Guwahati. Dr. Geeta Manjunath, founder, CEO and CTO, Niramai Health Analytics, is also with us. Dr. Geeta was just, of course, referred to by Dr. Sharma in her address. And Dr. Anurag Srivastav is also with us live, retired professor and head, Department of Surgery at AIIMS. And this panel will be moderated by senior news editor of NewsX, Devika Chopra. Well, you can see all of them, of course, on the stage now. So without further ado, let's begin. Devika, over to you.
Thank you so much, Uday, for that introduction. And it's just my request to two of our panelists to just share the mic. My apologies for that, but it's a large panel, and the topic, of course, deservedly requires a panel of this size as well. It's a panel that is very, very close to me. simply because I am a cancer survivor, as I was sharing with all of our panelists earlier as well. I completed 5 years in remission this year, in fact, on the 7th of March. So I'm a living and breathing example of someone who can fight cancer. And there have been several cases of cancer within my family as well. In fact, 4 members in a single family. So I understand the impact that cancer has on a person, that cancer has on people, that cancer has on families. And it is thanks to all our doctors and researchers here that we are all sitting alive, breathing. So can we have, once again, firstly, a huge round of applause for all the work that they do to ensure that the rest of us get to live. Thank you so much for that. Let me begin with, Dr. Sharma just gave us a very important presentation on some of the cutting edge work that is being done. But I want to begin with Dr. Srivastav. You've spent decades at AIIMS, sir. What is the single biggest shift you've seen in how we treat breast cancer in India today compared to 10 years ago?
Thank you, Devika, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, we have observed a paradigm shift in the care of our mothers and sisters inflicted with breast carcinoma. Now we consider systemic therapy targeted to specific molecular signatures on cancer cells, along with immunotherapy and anti-cancer drugs as the mainstay of treatment initially. This results in complete resolution of tumor in about a third of ladies, enabling us to preserve the breast. And the other remarkable paradigm shift is that newer version of PET-CT scan for the metastatic workup to know where the tumor has spread with specific isotopes targeted to receptors of estrogen and HER enable us to facilitate a specific treatment to these metastatic foci in vital organs like brain, lungs, liver, and bones. So these are 2 important paradigm shifts that we observed in last decade.
Thank you so much for that explanation, Doctor. And I want to bring in Dr. Geeta at this point in time, whose research is what has enabled what Dr. Sharma was just presenting to our audiences as well. Dr. Geeta, before I ask you a little bit of a more specific question about Nirima and the work that you're doing, of course, the background of it was the fact that as far as certain cancers are concerned, especially breast cancer, which is one of the most prevalent forms of cancer amongst women, traditional screening can be a little bit intimidating and also inaccessible for many women. How has your approach and your breakthrough, powered by AI, now enabling more and more women to get screened? And if you can just share some of the data with us in terms of how many tests you've done and how many results have come out positive from that data.
Yeah, thank you very much for having me on the stage, and super thanks to Dr. Aishwarya ma'am and Kartikeya sir for running that Namo Shakti Rath. It's helping millions of women, starting with thousands, but I'm sure we'll reach millions very shortly. And it's an amazing, socially concerned, technologically oriented, and really impactful drive that you're all doing. Congratulations on that as well. So coming to what are the specific gaps and how do we sort of address? What I have seen in the last few years of research in breast cancer screening, first and foremost, the statistics is alarming. Breast cancer is the top cancer killer in 159 countries, and in the rest is the second. That's it. So every day we are losing 2,000 lives globally. In India, it's 276 lives every day going, and it's one of the most curable of all the cancers. We have the specialist here, but it's one of the most curable of all the cancers because it is a soft tissue cancer, right? And you could just remove it, for example, remove the breast, and if detected early, that's the question. That's the key thing, right? If it is detected in stage 0, stage 1, you can have 90–95% survival beyond 5 years. Whereas if it is detected stage 3, stage 4, it can be as low as 10% survival beyond 2 years. This is the statistics. So we wanted to try and see how can we enable women to detect early, and what are the problems? Why are they not detecting? And there is a recent study by Dr. Badwesar, who is a very famous oncologist from TMH, ex-director as well. 1.3% of women in India, only 1.3% of women do a mammographic screening. 98.7% are mostly detecting the problem with hand. This is a technology era, and this is not what we can see. So coming back to specific things, so there are 4 A's that are needed to make breast cancer screening really adaptable in people. Affordability, accessibility, accuracy, obviously it has to be accurate, and last but not the least, acceptability. This is my own 4 A's, okay? So we try to address this at Niramai by using completely a different method of screening, which is primarily enabled with AI. So we use infrared imaging device to measure the temperature variations on the chest and convert the infrared map or temperature map into a cancer health report using 25 different machine learning algorithms working in conjunction. Of course, use of infrared imaging is not my idea. It's been around for some time, but it was not used because it's extremely hard to interpret an image which is all red and yellow. So how do we use AI to extract biomarkers which are new and convert that into a breast health report? So quickly coming to the 4 A's, affordability. You're able to now do a screening test with 10% of the cost. The equipment cost is less than 10%. The operating expense that's needed is also 10 to 15%. So we eliminate the cost of screening, and hence, of course, we can transfer that to the end users. Second, affordability, accessibility. It is extremely portable. We can hold the test, put it in a backpack, take it out and do the screening. We are doing the screening in Meghalaya, hilly areas, Uttarakhand, right, which is a lot of, so you can actually take it out and do the screening in corners of the world. Because it's just portable, it is radiation free, so you don't need a lead protection, walls and so on to do the infrastructure. You can just put a curtain, put it inside, and the lady can actually start do the screening. Accuracy, we have done several clinical studies today, 56 publications, where we have shown that we have high levels of sensitivity and high levels of negative predictive value, which means that when we say no, it's pretty much a no, but when we say yes, it means that she needs to go for further diagnostic workup. It's meant for a screening test. And finally, acceptability. People don't want to remove clothes in front of others, don't want to be touched, don't want to have those pain, because once they do the test, they run away. So we made it completely privacy aware, where we keep the device in front and click, 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 just like these cameras, we take thermal images instead of visual images, and that's about it. Before that, we blow cool air. And this is done in complete privacy in a full curtain, like a changing room. So no one sees or touches the person during the test, and no compression, no test. So by attacking all the 4 A's, I think we've made a lot of difference to many women, and close to 5 lakh women have already benefited from this test.
That's such an, I mean, it's such an important breakthrough in terms of just accessibility, I would say, because there's such a stigma around certain, especially around breast cancer. But Dr. Geeta, I also want to understand, one is detection, the first step is detection, and the second is treatment. So talking about that a little bit, does the thermal imaging then ultimately help a surgeon like Dr. Srivastav plan a surgery better, maybe go for a lesser invasive procedure? Is that the future here?
Yeah, so thermalytics is a screening test, right? To screen, let's say, 100 people and say, who are those 4 or 5 people who need to go for the next level testing, which is more diagnostic imaging, where a mammogram or an ultrasound or an MRI can be done, effectively. There we actually even enable, let's say, an ultrasound, which is a radiation-free test, can be used for screening, but it's extremely subjective. So, but thermalytics basically marks the area of likely malignancy, or left breast, upper outer quadrant, 10 o'clock position. So with that, now ultrasound can be focused on that. And for the treatment, we are just looking at a few use cases, which is primarily when a person has a big lesion found, instead of directly going to surgery, typically there is something called neoadjuvant chemotherapy, and Sir can explain more, where chemotherapy is done before the surgery is done, right? And so that we can reduce the size of the lesion itself,
yes,
and the surgery itself will be smaller and less of the breast is actually affected. And so it is more acceptable for the lady. And here, what we have just started is a clinical study on it right now. The technique is there, where it's called longitudinal check monitoring. So can we figure out how the lesion is progressing or regressing? That is it becoming bigger or smaller over time? Just like you monitor sugar levels with a glucometer, can we use this thermolytics for monitoring the breast health? So with that, we know when possibly to stop the chemo so that you can immediately know like there's no need to add more to this. So this is one. And a couple of other things like vascularity marking so that we know where to sort of clip the key blood vessels which are feeding the lesion and so on. So
Yes.
these are potentially new use cases because it's yet not fully clinically proven, but these are some exciting next steps that we are looking at.
Well, that's remarkable work. And with that, I want to also bring in our other panelists who are also doing cutting edge work as far as finding cures is concerned. All very esteemed professors with us whose research then enables people like Dr. Geeta to take that forward into finding a cure and finding other things. And then, of course, the next level is Dr. Srivastav, who goes in with all the medical expertise. Dr. Tayali, I want to bring your work into focus here, ma'am. Your work, as per our research, focuses on hot and cold tumors. Is there a way that we can trick now, or through your research, have you been able to find a way that we can trick the immune system into seeing and attacking a cancer that it previously ignored?
Thank you, Devika, for this question and also for setting the stage right for me to be able to answer the question through answers from Dr. Srivastav and Dr. Geeta. So as they've mentioned, the typical treatments of cancer have been either chemotherapy or radiation or surgery or combinations of those depending upon the stage and type of cancer, right? But as many of us know, typically after surgery, feel if we go through chemo or chemotherapy, chemotherapy typically kills the cells indiscriminately, where because of that, we see side effects of cancer such as losing hair and having nausea, vomiting, and so on. But of late, what we have is immunotherapy. So immunotherapy, which actually can, so if we know that cancer in general, cancer cells are the type of cells that actually somehow are able to evade the immune system. Right? So immunotherapy is a type of therapy that is able to teach the immune cells to do what it is supposed to do, or basically to kill the cancer cells. So the hot and cold cancer types are basically those cancer types, typically solid tumor cancer types, where they are either infiltrated with immune cells or not so infiltrated with immune cells, which means they have a natural propensity for the immune cells to come in or not. Now, immunotherapy can actually help treat those tumors by actually specifically changing those immune cells or teaching those immune cells to be able to treat cancer. And you may or may not have heard about the latest CAR T-cell therapy. So within immunotherapy also, there are multiple ways in which you can teach the immune cells. You can either have like an antibody-based immunotherapy where the cancer cells are sort of tagged with a particular antibody, or the immune cells are tagged with a particular immune antibody, and so on, such that the immune cells are able to recognize cancer and kill. The most latest one has been the CAR T-cell therapy, which is a cellular-based immunotherapy, or an adoptive cell therapy, wherein the cells are taken out of the body, they are manipulated ex vivo or genetically engineered ex vivo outside of the body, and then reinfused into the body. So this involves a lot of regulatory or operational costs, and this therapy has been very successful for hematological malignancies such as acute lymphoblastic leukemia, non-Hodgkin's lymphoma, and so on. So all the liquid cancers or blood cancers have been very well treated. Not all, but some of them have been very well treated with this therapy. But for many solid cancers, that's not the case. What we are doing in our lab is basically doing an alternative of CAR T-cell therapy where we can actually use a material-based approach, like a hydrogel-based approach, an injectable hydrogel, or an implantable scaffold material-based approach, where we can actually implant these materials and teach the immune system to, sort of get manipulated, and then, recognize the tumor cells on their own. So we are working on, sort of an alternative to CAR T-cell therapy, which will be useful for both solid tumors as well as, liquid tumors.
You just spoke about injectable hydrogels, ma'am. So on that note, I want to bring in Professor Das as well, because that's his area of expertise as well. Professor Das, as someone who's been through a very tedious chemotherapy regimen myself, and has first-hand experience of what undergoing chemotherapy feels like, I know that your work and your research will be really a game changer for the future, but how close are we, sir, to a future where chemotherapy only hits the tumor and leaves the rest of the body untouched?
Okay, so every time I see a cancer survivor, we feel that, or I feel that we are doing good. So congratulations on that, and thanks for having me on this stage. To answer your question, let me explain briefly what we are doing. We are trying to avoid the side effects of the chemotherapeutic drugs. So we all know that what is cancer in a very layman's language is an unwanted and uncontrolled growth of cells. So whatever drug we put in our body are basically poisons, killing the cells, and that's exactly why you see so much side effects. You lose your hair, you must have experienced all these things. So what we thought that for certain types of cancers, more which are tumor-based cancers, can we localize, deliver the drug localized way? But to deliver that, you need a vehicle. It should stay there for a long time. So we put it in a hydrogel. Luckily, we got a very interesting hydrogel, very small peptide-based hydrogel that we have made. And we incorporated a drug in that. It's an injectable gel, so we directly inject it on top of the tumor, and it stays there. This is the best part. It stays and breaks only in presence of glutathione, which is overexpressed near the tumor. So as the glutathione is expressed, the gel is breaking, becoming sol, and releasing the drug. So far, we got that after 18 days of single injection, we got around 75% reduction in the size of the tumor.
Wow, okay.
Now, you may say, why not 100%? It's a very time-consuming experiments, and we did all these studies during the COVID, so it took us almost 5 years to complete. My understanding that even after 18 days, when I see the gel remaining near the tumor, so within 30 or 36 days, maybe it would have been gone completely. But the beauty of this is that even if it is reducing 25%, what ma'am was telling, sir was telling, the surgical process will be very easy for many cases. Some tumors simply cannot be removed because of the way they have grown. So if we can reduce it by 25% or 30%, then the openings will come. Now coming to your question, yes, it will come. I'm very hopeful that in the near future, something like this will come up. The only issue is the very expensive clinical trial. That's a major challenge to break, and especially talking about India, Indian pharma companies are mostly concentrated towards generic medicine. They are not really interested in investing on new molecules. That's a big challenge that we have to overcome, but I'm very, very hopeful that we will be able to do that.
Well, that's absolutely amazing, body of work that everyone here is doing. Professor Biswal, bringing you into the conversation, so I want to just understand from you that while, yes, several of our researchers are finding some of the newer ways to introduce drugs to reduce the impact, your work focuses a lot on drug resistance as well, which is a very heartbreaking reality for many patients today. how is your research into exomes now helping us predict and in fact entirely stop a tumor from becoming, one can say, immune to treatment?
Thank you for the questions, and thanks Kartikeya Sharmaji and his team for setting this wonderful platform. And regarding your questions, currently for cancer treatment, a lot of therapies are available, and patients also respond very nicely to these current available therapies. But what happens after a while, means these therapies do not work, means these cancer cells become resistant to this treatment. Okay. So that's a big challenge for these clinicians to overcome this chemo resistance. Okay. So recently we found that in these tumor cells, they secrete small extracellular vesicles. They are called exosomes, which acts as a microscopic messengers. Okay. So they carry specific biomolecules like some protein signatures and some genetic variables, so which could act as a molecular signatures to predict when and how these type of cancers, whether these are sensitive cancers or these are chemo-resistance. So these will help the clinicians to set up the clinical status, which type of treatment it should be given. Next is these exosomes not only used for the predictions purpose, they can be used as a delivery vehicles. Okay, so we can use this current available therapy, and what we can do is a next generation therapy is not a monotherapy, it is a combination therapy. Okay, so we can combine two drugs together. Okay, in currently we are using like phytocompounds also as alternative therapies. So with the chemotherapy, and we combine with the phytocompounds and encapsulated into these small vesicles, exosomes, then deliver specifically to the patient. Okay, and what Mama told that the immune cells, okay, so we can also derive these exosomes from these immune cells, that is called immune cells derived exosomes, and these exosomes can be used to train other type of cells to fight against this cancer. So in that way, these exosomes could act as a next generation molecules to fight against the chemo resistance type of cancers.
Okay, all right. Again, once again, thank you so much for your work. And I know the amount of effort it takes to be a researcher, a doctor, and Dr. Srivastav, you've had such a glorious career, sir, and thank you so much for your service to humanity via AIMS as well. Dr. Sawant, I come to you. So we've spoken about detection, about treatment, about drug resistance, but looking at your body of research and work with precursor lesions, is the ultimate cure for cancer going to be the ability to finding it before it becomes a malignant tumor?
Thank you for the question, Devika ji, and thank you for the honor, Dr. Pandit Sharma and Mr. Sharma ji, and thank you for this opportunity to share the stage with such august scientists. So as a physician who now works in clinical trials, let me first give you a bird's eye view of what precursor lesions are. I had the opportunity to work in the field of pancreatic cancer, screening subjects who had an IPMN. An IPMN is an intraductal papillary mucinous neoplasm, which is more often than not an accidental finding, which means you don't have any signs or symptoms and you go in for a regular screening or other GI problems and you accidentally happen to find an IPMN, which is again the biggest unknown or the dark side of pancreatic cancer, is that we find it at a very late stage. So it is correct that an early detection is going to be our ray of hope when it comes to such cancers. And the tripod on which the regime of pancreatic cancer currently is based on is screening, monitoring, and follow-up via monitoring. So these three things are critically important, and we are still working a lot, and like I said, there is so much unknown about this disease than there is known. I'm hoping that AI, with the help of gene sequencing and vaccinations that are in the pipeline for other cancers, lead the way to pancreatic cancer and help us find a cure. And I hope that in the next few years, very soon, I can sit here with you and discuss the cure for pancreatic cancer.
I hope so as well, as always. And Dr. Srivastav, before the conversation started, you were telling me that we don't use the word cure in medical terms, but hopefully there'll be a future, sir. where the word cure will be medically accepted as well for cancers. I've run out of time, but I'll take the liberty of just extending this panel by just a few minutes, because I want to pose one last question to the entire panel. Vaishnavi, we'll start with you. If there's one common myth about cancer that still persists in the Indian public's mind, or generally in the public's mind, what would it be and how does one dispel it?
I think the biggest fear about cancer is that when you get diagnosed, you're counting your days. And I think that is the inbuilt fear in humankind that we need to change, that there is a lot of advancements that we've made and you haven't lost the battle. You are a fighter and you will be fighting it. It's going to take some resilience. It's going to take help. And like Dr. Pandit Sharma said, we have to build a community. But the biggest myth is that that is the end of your life. And we together sitting on this panel, along with everyone else, with a public-private partnership and the government of India doing such wonderful work, is going to fight it together.
Professor Biswal, same question to you, sir.
Yeah, so for this one, what happened is first we have to remove the fear among the public. Okay, so that's the first things. Second is what ma'am is doing, like screening. Okay, and screening, if we take the invasive, that's again fear will not go. So if we can do like a non-invasive screening, like ma'am is like thermal screenings or like extracellular body fluid, what we are now targeting the saliva or like urine. Okay, so that type of non-invasive screenings will help for early predictions, and fear will automatically go. And if early predictions is there, treatment will definitely be much better.
Right, absolutely. Professor Tyaria, just 30 seconds, ma'am, one common myth.
So the one myth, again, one is that, you know, there is a cure for cancer. It's not like completely incurable, at least for some of them. However, the thing that people have to know that there is no one thing treats all kind of a thing. It has to be much more personalized for each person, each individual, the type of cancer, the stage of cancer. So the treatment has to be different for different people.
All right. Professor Das.
So the myth is, if detected, I'll die. And we are trying to break it. That's it.
Absolutely. Dr. Geeta.
While I agree with all the comments made, as an AI scientist, I want to say in this context, AI will not replace doctors, but doctors not using AI will get replaced by doctors using AI. So we need to collaborate together, and we can definitely fight cancer.
That's a great way of putting it, ma'am. Dr. Srivastav is the senior most person on our panel. I leave the last word to you, sir.
Of Asian patients in India, in Nepal, in Bangladesh, they think that biopsy and cutting the tumor will cause a spread of the tumor. And without biopsy, we cannot initiate any treatment. So that's the dilemma we face. So that's a myth that we have to dispel.
Absolutely. On that note, a huge round of applause for all of our researchers, our doctors, and everyone who's doing cutting-edge work in curing cancer.
Thank you all. Thank you. What an inspirational panel that really was. And such change that is happening really also makes, I'm sure, our audience feel very motivated as well to do their bit. Okay, well, we are shifting our focus back once again to AI. And in the segment of Next in AI, we are going to now turn for another keynote address to a very respected voice. An academic, someone who, of course, has big ideas himself, but is going to be speaking to us about the big idea, imagining a digital economy for all. I welcome on stage Dean of Global Business at the Fletcher School, Tufts University, Professor Bhaskar Chakrabarti. Could we have you on stage, please? Let's keep the applause going for Professor Chakrabarti.
Thank you, Uday, for welcoming me to the stage, and it was really inspirational to hear this conversation at the intersection of digital technology and healthcare, perhaps two of the most significant technological transformations of our time. My talk is going to be about the digital economy and artificial intelligence. Of course, we know that the digital economy is enormously important. And just to give you a sense of how important it is, here are a few stats to consider. The digital economy is going to be close to 12 to 15% of our overall economy very, very soon. It's growing at 3 times the rate of the regular economy. It is enormously powerful in terms of the impact that it can have in our lives and in our economic lives. Just the introduction of digital payments alone adds 3% to the GDP of emerging nations. And as we think about the next frontier of artificial intelligence, there are a wide range of possibilities, and some of the more optimistic ones suggest that artificial intelligence can increase GDP by 7%. So there's a lot that is held in terms of promise of the digital economy and its implications more broadly. Now, this digital economy is not entirely available to everybody. So we still have somewhere between 2.2 to 2.6 billion people who don't have internet access. Women are disproportionately on the wrong end of that lack of access. Then we have children who, about 2/3 of children in the developing world don't have internet access at home. And as we go further into our societies, we find that much of the lack of internet access happens in the rural areas. And even though in India, there's been some tremendous development in terms of providing increased connectivity to the rural areas, we still have 1 in 6 rural households that do not have internet access. As we think about the impact of artificial intelligence, that is likely to drive the gap even wider, make it even wider. Largely because it's going to create a wedge both within countries and across countries. Countries that are at the advanced end of the spectrum are likely to see the most job displacement, but they do have the safety nets, they do have the ability to manage the risk. The developing world countries are likely to be less affected, but the jobs that are going to be affected, many of the jobs that several of you are thinking of taking up, I see several students in the room, many of those white-collar jobs for which India has become, that's become the growth engine for the country, many of those jobs are going to go away. And new jobs are going to come in place, but we need to be able to manage that transition. And most developing countries have some challenges in being able to manage such transitions because the focus has been on development. So as I think about where we are on the digital planet overall, here's a quick map of where 125 countries in the world are. The further to the north you are in this map, the more digitally evolved you are. The further to the right you are of this map, the more quickly your digital economy is changing and moving. And the 2 countries that are at the very top of this listing are the United States, that is the most digitally evolved, and China, which has the greatest digital momentum. Now, where is India? India sits somewhere to the right and to the bottom of the map. The good news is it's to the right of the map, which means it has one of the most strongest forces of digital momentum anywhere in the world. And when I think about the European Union, it is at the other end of that momentum spectrum. It has got relatively low momentum, even though it is highly evolved. Now, where do we go next? There's a lot that's changing in this digital economy. We are creating artificial intelligence. Some people say we are creating God. Others feel we are summoning the devil. Yet others, Sundar Pichai, says we are doing something, creating something more profound than the invention of fire. And then, of course, right here in this very venue, we had the prophets of the world of artificial intelligence leading us to the future without the capacity to even agree or even hold hands. And I tried to sort of fix that, tried to see whether there's some way to get either of the AI machines, whether it is Claude or ChatGPT, to get the 2 of them to hold hands. And somehow they inserted some random person because even the AI models don't want the AI prophets to hold hands. So I inserted myself in between and tried to see if I could fix the problem myself. So today's wired belt In terms of how we think about what artificial intelligence might do to us, we have just released a study focused on the United States. And what we are finding in the study, we'll see the same patterns play out across the world. So in the United States, the parts of the country that are likely to be the most vulnerable are the most advanced parts of the country. So the United States is likely to lose in the next 5 years an economy the size of Belgium because of jobs lost. The United States is likely to lose the equivalent of the economy the size of South Korea if adoption happens even faster, if agentic AI, for instance, takes off. The major centers of artificial intelligence, the major metro areas, the parts of the country that are making artificial intelligence happen, they are the ones that are likely to lose the most. 40% of the jobs are going to be lost in 5 states. And the biggest losses, and this is important for the audience here, the biggest losses are going to be in information technology, in finance, and professional and technical services. All of the sectors that are the white-collar growth engines of India. The same patterns are likely to play out here, just as it is playing out in the United States. Now, this means that we are creating, on top of existing inequalities, the technology is introducing a new form of inequality, which I would call artificial inequality. And this artificial inequality is not just an inequality in incomes, because jobs are going to be lost, maybe new jobs are going to be created, but currently we don't seem to have a plan as to how we get from the job losses to job creation. This income inequality is only part of the problem of inequality that we are baking in. There's going to be inequality because of data, inequality because different users are going to have different capacities to use artificial intelligence and get productive output from it. There's inequality across the world. Developed nations will have a different ability to gain from artificial intelligence than developing nations. There's going to be inequality because of the nature of the industry that's bringing AI to us. It's no more than 6 companies that pretty much are going to deliver all of artificial intelligence in the coming years. So if you imagine, currently a lot of our focus is on the Strait of Hormuz. Think about this as the Strait of Hormuz for where AI is going to go. If that strait is a very narrow bottleneck, that creates a lot of potential inequalities as to who gets to benefit on the other side of the bottleneck. And then artificial intelligence has an enormous impact on the environment and on energy. So there's going to be an energy divide because of increasing use of AI. But I have some better news. A few things to keep in mind. Countries like India are far more trusting of AI than countries like the United States, which means that there's going to be a greater ability to adopt artificial intelligence if we can create a bridge to the needs that have to be addressed through AI. So one way to think about this is, why don't we think about AI not in terms of the way we read about it every day, the big AI, billions and trillions of dollars being spent on it, but small AI, AI that's targeted to very specific users. So solutions to specific problems, not solutions to everything, designed for resource-constrained environments, using less computing power, preferably computing at the edge rather than computing that happens in the center of a network. It's stable, that it can work even without continuous internet access or even access to electricity. You want low upfront investment and easy way in which people can get access to knowledge and information about it and be able to use it. So what this means is you're developing artificial intelligence with very few parameters relative to hundreds and thousands of billions of parameters. The training costs are much lower. We are developing artificial intelligence that are good enough, not artificial intelligence that basically rebuilds superhuman intelligence. And then we use narrower data sets, local inference, and instead of trying to crawl through the internet and grab every piece of data available everywhere. What this means is that there is an opportunity for building AI for purpose rather than AI for power. Currently, all of our focus seems to be AI for power, including right here in India. And if we were to turn the tables and focus on AI for purpose, that could make a difference. And there are many ways in which this AI for purpose could be developed. Currently, we are studying and we are developing a number of different pilots for application of AI in agriculture, very specific targeted needs in agriculture that can be solved very powerfully with AI. We are exploring opportunities for women to get access to artificial intelligence. It is very inspiring to listen to Dr. Geeta and the work that she is doing in using artificial intelligence for female healthcare. So if you think about what can be done to solve the problems of women in the developing world using artificial intelligence to solve for problems, say, during maternity or other situations where there are healthcare needs and there aren't healthcare professionals available. To solve for problems of literacy. So there are children around the world who have the barest minimum in terms of education and literacy capabilities available to them. So this is a very powerful tool that what it can do is introduce just enough knowledge so that you can make a big swing in terms of people's lives, livelihoods, and well-being. And that swing can bring a massive productivity gain to a very wide swath of the global population. We are currently looking at trillions of dollars being spent for artificial intelligence in Silicon Valley, and corporate America is looking for quote-unquote use cases. And so far, it's not really found too many use cases and people willing to pay for it. We have use cases all around us right here in India. So what I'm suggesting is instead of focusing on big AI, we go to small AI. We use fewer resources, smaller data sets, less energy, but solve for many, many people's problems. And these are problems that I'm not going to go hunting for those use cases. They're right here. In the process of trying to set up these pilots and trying to expand our learning, we are going to try and understand what are the barriers that stand in the way. There are a number of different barriers, and these are the barriers that are going to affect the use of artificial intelligence, not just in the small way, but in the large way. But if we can overcome these barriers, infrastructure gaps, literacy gaps, data scarcity, model drift, integration, user, overcoming the barrier of user distrust, inadequate regulation and inadequate safety guardrails, if we can include more women into the digital ecosystem, if we can build pilots that ultimately scale and most significantly get over our political and institutional barriers, we can truly make a digital economy work for all. So imagine a digital economy for all. That is the big idea. Thank you for your attention.
You've left us with an idea, and an idea whose time has come, as the saying goes. Okay, well, now we're going to quickly, as we build up to our next segment, Next in Trade, where we, of course, will be joined very, very shortly by the Union Minister, Government of Bharat for Commerce and Trade, Shri Piyush Goyal ji. We're expecting him any minute now, so stay tuned for that. But we want to quickly play out, because as I was telling you yesterday on day one of the summit, we have, of course, a lot of dignitaries physically present here, prime ministers, members of parliament, speakers, of course, from across the world, but some of them couldn't make it physically to India. But they have virtually sent us their best wishes. We played some of those out for you yesterday. We have another special message now from Giangiacomo Calovini. He's a member of the Chamber of Deputies, Italy. Let's play out what he sent for us.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, let me start my short speech by thanking the wonderful forum NXT Summit 2026, my friend, the Honorable Kartikeya Sharma, for the invitation, and all of you who are listening to me. I'm truly sorry that I can't be with you to explain how is important the relationship between Italy and India in this historical period. When we speak about Cotton Road, we are not only referring to a historical image of trade between Europe and Asia. we are also referring to the way in which the new economic partnership can shape the future of global trade. In a period of transformation of the international economy, the economic relationship between Italy and India could be a particular strategic relevance. In recent years, the global trading system has entered in a new phase of structural changing. Scholars of international political economy have increasingly shown the global value chains are evolving. For many decades, production networks were organized mainly around efficiency and cost reduction. Today, however, government and firms are also paying increasing attention to resilience, diversification, and economic security. Recent geopolitical tension and disruption in supply chains have demonstrated how vulnerably highly concentrated production networks can be. In this changing, India is emerging as one of the most important actors in the reorganization of global value chains. With its large domestic market, strong industrial growth, and an expanding technological sector, India is increasingly positioned as a key hub in the global economy. For European countries, and Italy also, have good and important economic relation with India means participating in this broader transformation of global production networks. And in this context, the bilateral relation between Italy and India has significantly strengthened in the recent years. In 2023, our two countries elevated their relationship to the level of a strategic partnership. At the center of this partnership remains the economic dimension. Trade between Italy and India has grown in recent years, and bilateral trade now exceeds 14 billion euros. At the same time, more than 800 Italian companies already operate in the India market, contributing to the development of industrial cooperation and investment flows between our economies. From an economic perspective, one of the most interesting aspects of the Italy-India relation is the strong complementarity between our production system. Economic studies and Europe-India relation often emphasize that India is becoming one of the most dynamic manufacturing platforms within global value chains, while Europe continues to maintain an important advantage in technology, advanced manufacturing, and high-quality industrial design. Another important dimension concerns economic connectivity. In recent years, several initiatives have made the strengthened economic corridors linking Europe, the Middle East, and South of Asia. These projects reflect a broader recognition that infrastructure, logistic networks, and transport corridors play a crucial role in shaping the geography of international trade. Strengthening economic connection between Italy and India, therefore, also contributes to the development of the new trans-regional trade routes between Europe and the Indo-Pacific. In this broader perspective, the India of a cotton road becomes particularly important. Historically, trade routes between Europe and Asia were not only channels for goods, but also for knowledge, technology, and cultural exchange. Today, new economic links between Italy and India can play a similar role for the future of our country and all the world.
And now let's have a round of applause, please, because our next special guest has arrived at the venue of NXT 2026. Joining us for this next segment on Next in Trade, we have with us to discuss FTAs and beyond the Union Minister of Commerce and Industry of Bharat, Shri Piyush Goyal ji. Let's welcome him with a round of applause, please. Shri Goyal ji, thank you very much for being with us today. Welcome to NXT 2026. And this will be moderated by Editor-in-Chief of NewsX, Rishabh Gulati. Also joining him is Megha Sharma, Senior Executive Editor of NewsX. The floor is yours, Rishabh, for this much-awaited evening session.
That we need to have. Thank you, Uday. It's always a pleasure to be sitting in conversation with Piyush. Piyush, I love having the policy conversations, the technical conversations with you, and perhaps this is the perfect podium to have those conversations. Over the course of the past 24 hours, we've had nearly from 40 countries sitting parliamentarians who have come. They've come from 30 different global universities, students, professors, academicians. The trade landscape in which India is operating has changed so dramatically in the past 6 months. What can you summarize for us of all that has happened and all the FTAs and all the ratification that's taking place?
Well, I think it's great to be a part of this international engagement that you've put together, Rishabh. Congratulations. Congratulations also to Karthikeya for bringing all the illustrious ladies and gentlemen from around the world. And I do hope such engagements will help forge better partnerships and showcase the India story to the rest of the world going forward. When you ask me about the last 6 months, I think if one has to summarize it in one sentence, we have emerged out of the shadows of the past and are today forging new relationships from a position of strength, full of confidence about our ability to engage with the developed world on fair terms and conditions, offering to the world trusted partnership of the world's fastest growing large economy, which in the next 22 years, by 2047, is aspiring to be a $30 trillion economy, offering the world the greatest opportunity that mankind has ever offered to grow, to expand business, to develop. And I think this delta of $4 trillion economy growing to a $30 trillion economy is today India's biggest strength.
What are the industries, sir, that you see ramping up for trade in India? We talk about semiconductors just starting off. We're not just the soft power. There's a hard manufacturing power now.
I think India, with 1.4 billion aspirational young people, is today a land of opportunity across sectors. We recognize that we need to be self-reliant, what we say Atmanirbhar Bharat, but we also recognize we cannot be a powerful economy working alone. We have to work with friends. When we talk of India first, we appreciate that it will be India first along with our friends who will also have offerings to give to India and for whom we will have many offerings to offer. And therefore, for us, the next few years are going to be full of opportunities across manufacturing, across the services sector, in the digital space, in soft sectors like health, education, and tourism. To my mind, with a young population with an average age of 28.5 years, that demographic dividend that we always were worried about is today our biggest asset. And with the internet having an all-pervasive influence on our people. You know, we have 1 billion internet users in India. We have probably the second largest users of ChatGPT, showing the growing engagement with newer technologies that our youth are actively involved in. Clearly shows that this young aspirational India is seeing what's happening around the world today, wishes to have a better quality of life for themselves and their families, and that is what drives India and powers India to this fast growth that we are seeing.
I have a question for you. When talking about ease of doing business, ease of living, and we talk about Atmanirbhar Bharat, how are they related and what efforts are underway?
When Honorable Prime Minister talks of ease of doing business or ease of living, he very clearly recognizes that we have, over the years, built up a lot of baggage which is unnecessary in the lives of the common man, the lives of small businesses. Of course, we inherited a British ecosystem where the bureaucracy was pretty much all-pervasive. They left behind several laws, rules, regulations, compliances, processes, procedures, which are not conducive to doing business with ease. There were complications. For minor misdemeanors, you could be hauled up in court. Jail sentences were prescribed for very small mistakes one may do. It was almost a threatening relationship or an adversarial relationship between the stakeholders and the government. Some of it also relates to the fact that we were under colonial rule. We were subjects of the British Empire. And therefore, they had to keep us under a constant fear. Or also, there was a trust deficit between the citizens of India and the then colonial rulers. What Prime Minister Modi is doing is dismantling all these barriers to comfortable life, to doing business without fear or favor. And towards that end, we are in a journey where we are reducing compliances, eliminating many parts of law which provide for criminal action for small misdemeanors. We are simplifying processes, procedures. We are making the life of business easier. We're making the life of the common man easier. Let me share one small example. It was small enough for the government to implement, but had a transformational impact on the lives of the people of India. Very earlier on in 2014, when Prime Minister Modi became the Prime Minister and our government came in, one of the earliest decisions was to eliminate the requirement to get a notary public, to certify a Xerox of an original document. Now, at that point of time, I think all of us were much used to going to a notary public, paying him, I think it used to cost 25 rupees or 20 rupees. He would put a rubber stamp and sign, saying that, yes, this is a photocopy of the original document. Now look at the cumbersome nature of getting a certification for something which you are submitting to any government department. Prime Minister Modi eliminated that and said, I trust the people of India. If they are signing and certifying a document and saying it is a Xerox of the original, I trust the citizen of India. Now it seems to be such a small thing, but can you imagine billions, seriously, billions of documents needed to be notarized for day-to-day working, for many licenses, for, you go for a driving license, you got to submit documents. You go for a ration or for an income tax number or anywhere you go, you need to submit documents. And that meant so much paperwork was added, so much effort was added. A small step like that actually has saved billions of man hours and a lot of money of our common citizens and a lot of unnecessary hardship.
Piyushji, I want to come back to the big subject because the talk of the town for the past 6 months, as I mentioned, has been the trade deals. The UK-India, you've had EU-India, which I know still needs to be ratified and it'll be accelerated because, you know, the political will is there. When do you see the impact of this? Because obviously a trade deal is signed, then the companies have to come and then actually have to sell goods. When do you see a trade volume impact really hitting?
Well, I got a little late coming in here because I had a call with my UK counterpart. And amongst the various things we discussed, one was the operationalizing or bringing into effect the UK-India trade deal. Now, Rishabh, I don't know if you're aware that in the past, any trade deal that the UK has entered into has taken years to ratify. They have a very, very elaborate process there. Procedure is cumbersome, goes through both houses of parliament with a lot of opposition and a lot of problems before any trade deal comes into effect. The people of India and the people of UK are so committed to this deal, and it's so complementary in nature. It helps both economies, because of which it sailed through Parliament in UK, and we signed that trade deal on 24th of July last year, and we were discussing dates of middle of April or end of April, in the second half of April, when we will be bringing into effect a massive and pretty transformational trade deal between UK and India. In a short period of less than 8 or 9 months, a deal of such significant consequence, which otherwise would have taken many years. The European Union, over the years, has entered into many agreements. But there have always been some states supporting, some member countries opposing. They've taken years. The Mercosur agreement, for example, was agreed in 2019. It's still struggling to come into effect. We only entered into that agreement, that is the in-principle agreement, during the visit of Her Excellency Ms. von der Leyen, the EU Commissioner, on 27th of January. The legal scrub is proceeding very fast, and we are looking at bringing that into effect within calendar 26. Now, it will probably be the fastest trade deal that a 27-nation bloc has approved. It only goes to show that India today is the flavor of developed countries who look at India as a trusted partner, who want to have India in their supply chains, who are looking at India as a partner with whom they would like to share technologies, they'd like to build their manufacturing base in India, because Indians are extremely talented, very skilled workforce is available, young people in India. We never steal anybody's technologies, so they know when they co-produce in India or co-design a new product in India, their technology is in safe hands. India is respected and reputed to honor somebody else's intellectual property. They recognize that our people are very hardworking. So the other day, the Apple people were telling me that their output in India is the best compared to any other manufacturing facility they have anywhere in the world. And 80% of their plant is run by our young women, our women of substance. So the capabilities that we offer are truly a very compelling case. And the 9 free trade agreements that the Modi government has finalized are all with developed and prosperous nations. Amongst them, Mauritius is the only country with a little lower per capita income. But they are into financial services and tourism, which complements our economy. They are no threat to us. The rest of the 37 countries are relatively much, much richer countries, with per capita incomes ranging from $30,000, $40,000 to $200,000. So we complement each other, and therefore we are able to bring a balance, very often by having a overlay of some other component. So when I did the EFTA deal with Switzerland, Norway, Liechtenstein, and Iceland, they are all put together a $2.5 trillion economy. We are a $4 trillion today and will become a $30 trillion in the next 22 years. So I said, look, we have to bring balance with some other element. And that's where the element of $100 billion foreign direct investment, long-term capital, not money into the stock market. That's not counted. If Norge's fund puts 100 billion into our stock market, that's not counted. It's FDI from these countries enshrined in the FTA, and should they not bring that and create 1 million jobs, I can claw back concessions. That is the level of commitment. So these countries have invested barely $10 billion in the last 25 years, but have committed to invest $100 billion in the next 15. New Zealand, they've invested only $70 million in the last 25 years in India, FDI. But they've committed to invest $20 billion in the next 15 years. Look at the transformation. And that shows that India is becoming a very attractive destination for investments, for manufacture, and to capture global markets when you produce at scale. And with a large domestic market coupled with doors being opened across the world, we have 2/3 of global trade covered by our FTAs today. So we really become an integral part of supply chains amongst trusted partner countries.
I have a follow-up question on that. Of course, there has been a lot of talk about whether there is going to be a trade deal that will happen with the United States of America. We were on the verge of completing it, but of course it has been a little vague, especially in wake of the developments that have taken place in the United States. So what's the status?
Well, I think there's some absolutely baseless reports circulating since today morning by some news agencies, which you should trash. They have absolutely no basis in it at all. We have a very good trade agreement with the United States of America. We have been able to protect all our sensitive sectors. So agriculture, all the products of India's interests have been safeguarded. For example, no GM products can come in, no rice, wheat, corn, no maize, no soy meal. So all the products and many, many, many more which we are sensitive about, no dairy, no poultry, they've all been kept out. It's a very powerful agreement. It's great for India, it's great for the United States of America, as should every deal be. It has to be a win-win for both sides to benefit from. It'll help us get the best of technologies from America so we can become the data center of the world. We can have large investments in data centers post the successful AI Impact Summit. We are looking at diversifying our energy resources, and the current war only goes on to prove that that's very essential for our long-term economic stability. We are looking at much greater engagement with market access on a preferential basis compared to most of our competitor countries. So it's a very good trade agreement. We have to build in this preferential benefits that are available to India under this trade agreement. And that process is underway, and we are working with them on that.
Usually, but it also depends on trade routes, right? I mean, a lot of transformative things are happening in India. You have the Visakhapatnam port now. Another major port is coming up in Maharashtra, which is a home state from where you are elected.
Vadhavan.
Internally, our logistics cost as percentage of GDP has gone down thanks to the efforts that happen in the railways, roadways, all of that contributes to trade. But what do we do about conflicts? There is a conflict that is going on that is potentially disrupting trade. What do we do about it?
Well, I can't do anything about a conflict that's between two other countries or set of countries. It's a fact of life, and we all have to accept that. But India has shown resilience in the face of the biggest of challenges in the past, and we will continue to be resilient in the face of any challenges that conflicts throw up or problems around the world throw up. India has a lot of strengths within the country, and we have a lot of powerful relationships around the world. And I'm very, very confident that under Prime Minister Modi's leadership, India will emerge from the current international problem, not of our making, stronger and better.
Okay, quickly, sir, before I know we're short on time. On the specificities you mentioned, we are now thinking of 6, gigawatts, 10 gigawatts, 20 gigawatts of data centers. Small modular reactors are coming in potentially to power them. We've already crossed 50% renewable energy or non-fossil fuel energy in this country. The roadways are coming, the highways are coming. Which are the specific areas, the AI Impact Summit you mentioned, which are the specific areas that you're seeing? Space, I can keep going on and on, which you see as next generation industry drivers, that they might be tiny industries today, but 10 years from now, they're going to be the nerve center.
In multi-answer questions, there's always a last point, all of the above. I think you've listed out several sectors which will all have significant relevance for India in the future. Just think about it. 1.4 billion dreams have to be met. A $4 trillion economy is going to grow to a $30 trillion economy. So every element of our economy has tremendous potential to grow. If data centers come in, and you're right, we are aspiring at least $200 billion investment in the next 5 years in data centers alone, which could mean anywhere between 15 and 20 gigawatt of data centers. But why do the data centers find India a great place to do business? Because Prime Minister Modi, when he came in 2014, had the sagacity to convert several regional grids in India into one national grid. Now that we have one national grid, which is upward of 530 gigawatt today, and expected to grow probably to 1,000 gigawatt in the next 7 years, you now have a very powerful grid which can handle the spurts of power that are bound to happen in a data center. Now, not many countries in the world will have such a big grid, interconnected grid. That also allows intermittent power, like solar energy, wind energy, in a much bigger volume to be fed into the grid because of the sheer size of the grid, which means it opens up the doors to larger investments in solar and wind. We are, of course, looking at green energy through green hydrogen or green ammonia, or to power our future needs, or nuclear power to further our future decarbonization efforts. All of these will bring enough and more capacity, providing redundancy, which is required for data center. I'm just picking one example.
Yes.
A data center, they look at 3 levels or 4 levels of redundancy. All data center companies are looking for green power to power them. And energy costs in India is amongst the lowest in the world, as are data costs. So and as is real estate cost. Our data centers will involve building the data center infrastructure. Labor goes into that, creating millions of jobs. It will involve investing heavily in renewable energy, again creating millions of jobs. All of this giving us data centers where large amount of foreign exchange will come in and investments will come into India. Finally, they will provide service, cloud service or other processing service to the rest of the world, earning us large amounts of foreign exchange in India. In fact, very often I get amused at some of the people who don't realize that how Prime Minister Modi thinks in a very holistic manner. Whenever he plans something, it's not a linear thinking. It's a multi-dimensional plan that he builds up. So it's not just about data centers getting tax benefits up to 2047 when foreign companies invest in India to provide cloud services internationally. It's a very holistic vision which will seed millions of jobs, provide employment to our young men and women, provide opportunity to our innovators who will also be needing data, earn us large amounts of foreign exchange either as initial investment in data centers, in the related infrastructure, in power transmission lines, in green energy. So the investment will not be the 200 billion in data centers, probably be $500 billion in green energy and data centers and all of them put together. Create millions of jobs in the whole ecosystem, right from construction up to green energy, and then managing the show. And then continue to earn us foreign exchange through provision of services. Encourage our innovators and startup ecosystem, for which we are also providing $12 billion through our RDIF fund or the startup fund of funds. That $12 billion in India is equivalent to spending $150 billion in Europe or Switzerland or America, because our costs of innovation are much lower. Coupled with the private sector funding and the academia, the powerful IITs and all that we are looking at a $500 billion of innovation in the next few years, being seeded by $12 billion of RDIF funds. We'll be doing an equivalent of a $500 billion innovation being done in Europe or America. So it's the thinking in the Modi government is never ever unidimensional. It's always multidimensional.
Well, you made it very, very exciting, and it's certainly exciting times. Piyush Goyal, as always, sir, thank you for your time and giving us so much energy and detail late into the evening. I know you have a flight to catch. Thank you very much for being with us on
Thank you
NXT.
very much, Rishabh. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much for joining us there. Piyush Goyal ji, Union Commerce and Industry Minister, Government of Bharat, speaking on the Next in Trade segment at NXT 2026. Thanks indeed for your time. All right, let's quickly turn our focus now to our next segment, where we're going to be speaking about next in global affairs with our panelists who, of course, have assembled here from across the globe. To speak about regional perspectives on the New World Order, I invite on stage Mr. Jason Isaacson, Chief Policy and Political Affairs Officer, AJC. Mr. Isaacson, welcome to NXT. Could we have you on stage, please? Also with us in this session is India Practice Head for Eurasia Group, Pramit Pal Chaudhary. Pramit Pal Chaudhary, welcome. I invite you on stage. And moderating this session will be Director, Asia Pacific Institute for AJC, Shira Lornberg. Shira Lornberg, could we have you on stage? And I will hand the floor over to you to speak more about regional perspectives on the New World Order.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. First of all, I'd like to thank Kartikeya Sharma and the NXT Summit for the invitation. We're all honored to be here with all of you. I'm going to dive straight into the subject of our panel to talk about the New World Order and the regional perspectives on it. Over the last 2 days of the summit, there have been several speakers and discussions that have referenced the New World Order. Speaking about the New World Order as though it is something that actually exists. Now, of course, the deterioration of multilateral institutions, the rule of law, global governance, that has been I would argue, a decades-long deterioration. I worked for the United Nations almost 30 years ago. There was talk then about reform of the United Nations. I know that there has been criticism of other international organizations as well. Where I'd like to start is really to frame our discussion about what the New World Order is. We can start with you, Pramit. Are we in a New World Order? We can perhaps agree that the old order is gone.
So I think we're in a new world disorder as we're transitioning from a post-World War II structure that we're very familiar with to something we're not very clear where that's going. And at the heart of it is, as the Indian Foreign Minister, Dr. Jaishankar, has said, that the two superpowers, the United States and China, in effect will no longer underwrite the global order. They are no longer prepared to try and keep it or invest in ensuring that it develops, that it runs on the basis, if you would call, a rules-based structure, and no longer prepared to invest in multilateral systems beyond a certain level. They are now extraordinarily, should we say, self-interested. Prime Minister Modi, when he speaks in Hindi at least, refers to a world of selfish powers. And in that system, therefore, what does the rest of the world do is the question I think almost every country is asking.
And he laid out, Dr. Jaishankar laid out in January last year in the Palkiwala Memorial Lecture, that India would pursue a strategy of middle power cooperation, something we've now seen echoed by a number of other similar countries, most prominently the Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney at Davos later in the fall. So for India, I think it's reasonably clear. We're now looking especially at a relationship with Japan that has really been accelerated with the Economic Security Initiative signed in the fall of last year. We've now seen a huge pivot to Europe. We've seen the heads of Germany, France, Ursula von der Leyen, Poland, and so on come to India in just the past 2 or 3 months. And the FTA that we've been talking about is really the first step in a much larger degree of integration we'll see between Europe and India. The Canadians, a country that's been on the fringes of Indian thinking, will now be brought in. We'll see the FTA be done by the end of this year. But again, we're looking at much more. And then beyond that, we'll be looking at a bunch of tier 3 nations, which are important, each of them bringing something to the table. This includes Israel, the United Arab Emirates, Australia, and you can go on. India is working its way through all of them, and they are doing the same thing across the board. This doesn't mean you get rid of the superpowers or decouple from them, but you basically hedge your bets in a new international order or disorder because you're not quite certain who is going to be where. As Dr. Jaishankar said, we will no longer have alliance cultures in the world anymore where you are with one country 100%. You will have a set of frenemies. You will be friends with that country, or you will agree with them from points 1 to 5, be neutral with them from points 6 to 8, and then 9 and 10 we violently disagree with them. And that's just going to be the way nations are going to have to work together.
So you mentioned at Davos that Prime Minister of Canada Carney spoke about this New World Order and a call or an appeal to the middle powers to look at the world as it is rather than as we wish it would be. And calling it, I think, a New World Order. If you could comment on that, Jason, are we in a New World Order, world of disorder? What's the framework that we're talking about?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Shira, and probably fascinating what you have just recounted. And let me also just add my own thanks to Sri Kardashia Sharma for hosting this conference. By the way, it is head-spinning to sit in a conference like this and go from a discussion about cancer care to artificial intelligence regulation to trade, and now to have this discussion about the New World Order. First of all, I'm trying to remember what the old world order was like, because we have been a messy planet for as long as there have been human beings striding the earth. And when I also think about what's happened just in the 8 decades since the establishment of the United Nations, when we were supposed to try to put in place a certain degree of order in the world, a certain degree of international law ruling the behavior of governments, we have seen again and again a breakdown of that order with the Vietnam War and the Congo-Rwanda conflict, which displaced 7 million people, and the Iran-Iraq war, and on and on and on and on. So it's not as though we're entering into a new world order that is going to be somehow more disorderly than what has come before. It has been a mess for as long as we can remember. I believe, just as Pramit has said, that yes, it is. We have to face the fact that we have 2 superpowers, or 2.5 superpowers, that are governed by strong-willed, unrestrained leaders who are pursuing agendas that do not necessarily follow the script that we've all been taught has to be followed. Breaking things. We have in the United States, of course, January 3rd of this year, the Venezuela action by the United States. We have what commenced on February 28th in Iran. But of course, it wasn't only the United States that has broken this pattern. We had Russia invading Georgia in 2008 and seizing Crimea in 2014. And now, of course, what's happened in the last 4 years, full-scale invasion of Ukraine. So we are in a very dangerous time, a very precarious time, and again, a call for focusing maybe less on a world governed by these two superpowers and more on the necessity, as Pramit was just saying, to focus on middle power, regional cooperation, partnerships. Certainly the India-Israel relationship is an important example of that. The India-Gulf relationship, there's now an FTA with the GCC and other steps that are being taken to expand those regional partnerships, breaking away from the idea of the world being governed or misgoverned by the great powers.
So let's take that further. If we are in a position of, or a situation of transition, we're not yet in the New World Order, whatever that will be, if there ever is any order. As you rightly pointed out, the last decades have seen many breaches of the world order. Whatever situation, whatever you want to call it, the situation we're in now and foreseeable future. We'll start with you, Jason. You have been traveling to the Gulf region, to the Middle East, to Israel for decades. How do you see the situation, or this, I'll just refer to it as the New World Order, impacting developments in the region and particularly with Israel?
I think it's really exciting what we've seen over the last number of years. But I don't want to ignore the positive reality of the relationship between India and the United States, which has been in an upward trajectory for decades. Even with challenges from time to time, and of course the tariff issue, the taxation issue has been a difficult issue. But going back, the India-U.S. Civil Nuclear Agreement of 2008, that was a strong relationship, a milestone of that strong relationship that we are seeing continue to strengthen from administration to administration in a bipartisan way. But going to your question about the region, yes, the IMEC, India, Middle East, Europe Economic Corridor, which on this stage a year ago, AJC had a chance to discuss with some of our friends and colleagues from the region, is another example of that changing dynamic of India and neighboring countries working on common problems together, seizing opportunities together. The India-Israel relationship, which was, again, on full display in the Prime Minister's visit on February 26, 27, where you have now the prospect of a very significant increase in the defense relationship between India and Israel, but also 16 other agreements that were inked in the course of that visit. Another strong bilateral or regional agreement that is flowing from this new reality that we're all facing in the region.
Pramit, could you comment on the regional impact of that and perhaps also address the relationship between India and the Middle East region?
So we're seeing as part of this middle power reaction, which sometimes incorporates the falling apart of the multilateral structure as we know it, you're starting to see experiments in minilateralism, plurilateralism. So, for example, the most famous one that India is involved in was the Quad, which was India, Japan, Australia, and the United States, looking at cooperating on strategic technologies at the heart of it in response to concerns about China. And as Jason correctly said, you saw the United Arab Emirates decide that I need something in my Persian Gulf area, so I create ITU2, which brings in Israel, the United States, and India. Saudi Arabia produced a complementary version called IMEC, which brought in the European Union as well. And these were built around connectivity, but fundamentally it was about building a regional architecture. And now now the number of sort of trilateral, bilateral agreements moving into these different areas is now really head spinning, partly because nobody's quite certain which one will succeed. It's literally an experiment. We create them, some of them will die. The BRICS, which is almost a joke when it was created, right? Vladimir Putin just read the Goldman Sachs report and said, oh, let's create a body on this. I attended a couple of those summits with our previous Prime Minister, Manmohan Singh, and I remember on the airplane flight, he was an economist by training, and he said, this is a ridiculous organization. You can't base it on a report by an investment bank. That's not how the world works. And today, suddenly, the BRICS is becoming a reasonably important organization. Still got deep divisions, but it's now clearly part of the international firmament. So you're seeing all of these, and that's just the multilateral side of it. You're also going to be seeing, as some of the other speakers have mentioned, on the technology side, you're seeing the divisions on where do you go on AI regulation, where do you go on data flow, where do you go on undersea cables. A huge part of global infrastructure now today is about how do you defend and build undersea cables, for example. And it goes on, and these layers that are coming in, little bits and pieces. I think Carney had a word for it, I think regional strategic geometries or something. But a lot of other governments have the same thing. So you're seeing that putting together and then trying to see which ones work, which ones complement each other. And if you're lucky, the superpowers come in and say, actually, we like this. We'd like to support this as well. And that's where you're going to be going. And you'll notice that, according to media reports, the American National Security Strategy, the unpublished section, talks about the creation of an E5, which would be the US, China, Russia, Japan, and India, where you basically have 5 largish countries, which are not the traditional P5 countries of the UN, acting as a sort of international coordination body. Now, at the Munich Security Conference, interesting, the Chinese popped up with their version of it. I think it was a Core 5, which was very similar, minus Japan, however, because they're not a great fan of the Japanese. So you're seeing, again, experiments even by the superpowers. How do you rework an international system that clearly is not working right now?
So the last year may have seen an acceleration of the deterioration of international institutions and rule of law, but the U.S. still plays the U.S. does play a primary role. Could you talk a little more about the role of the United States now and what you expect it to be? Still, it's not an ally. There's no alliance between India and the United States, but it is a very important relationship for both countries and regionally here. Could you comment on that?
So I think that we're now, we finished, going back to the George W. Bush Jr. administration, there was a famous statement by Phil Zelikow, who was the U.S. Secretary of State's senior advisor, where he made a comment, he made it at a press conference. He said, the United States believes that the rise of India is fundamentally a positive to its own strategic interests, and America will invest in doing so. Now, you saw at the Raisina dialogue recently, Landau, the U.S. Deputy Secretary, says, actually, no, we're not going to invest in your rise, but we'll maintain a relationship, but America will no longer in the business of building up other countries because we've had a terrible experience with China. So that, in many ways, brackets a specific 20-year period in which the U.S. and India were strategically very deeply converged. But what America is saying, that we'd retain a relationship, but it becomes more transactional. And that's where we're going to be going now, and that's the new relationship we'll be defining. It'll still be very important. America is our #1 strategic partner in terms of all the economics, FDI, FII, remittances, the biggest Indian diaspora and most successful one in the world. And even Trump, with all of his concerns about our trade policy, is very clear. Modi's my friend, and India is the country I still want to work with.
Can I just add something to Pramit? I know we're running
Please,
out of time.
and then I'm going to ask you one more question.
But it's important to recognize, as you know, that U.S. policy is not only the policy of the current president, it's a long arc. And we've had, unfortunately, because of our democratic system, lots of changes in U.S. foreign policy. But the long trajectory of the relationship between the U.S. and India is solid, and it will continue to grow. And we will continue to work on that in partnership with our Indian-American friends.
Thank you. One more question? Okay. Could you reflect on the same question but applied to the Middle East and especially to Israel? The U.S.-Israel relationship in whatever transitional period or new situation we're in.
Indeed. I mean, it's an alliance of democracies, shared values. It's going through a tense time right now in public opinion in the United States, of course, in light of the last 2.5 years of war, but the fundamentals of the relationship very strong. The U.S. and Israel both have similar needs and concerns, fears about the region, want stability in the region, want peace in the region, want to expand the Abraham Accords that were put in place in the last year of the Trump administration. We're continuing to work on that, as you know very well. And that is going to continue even as we go through this very complicated time. The war in Iran will be over. The region, we hope, will be more stable in this post-war period. We'll still have issues to deal with, but the long-term interests of the Gulf and of the Levant and of Israel and the United States will continue to move in the same direction, I believe, by the way, I hope in concert with India's interests and concerns and the opportunities that India will seize in the region.
Finally, could we talk about the India-Israel relationship, which both of you have mentioned in different contexts, the importance of that? Recently, Prime Minister Modi was in Israel for a successful meeting. I think there are 9 or 12 agreements that ostensibly came out of it.
So one of the key elements I think we're now seeing with Israel, it's recognized within the Indian establishment, is that it is now becoming our #1 dependable defense ally. Whether you go to almost every conflict we have had with India, Pakistan, India, China, including Operation Sindoor last year, Doklam, Kargil earlier, it has been Israel that has been the first responder in every single case. Russia has also been there, but it's really been Israel that has done more than anything else for us. And in many ways, Israel may not build fighter aircraft or warships, but every single one of our fighters, aircraft and warships has key Israeli components, weapon systems, and so on. We just did a poll recently with the German, the Friedrich Naumann Stiftung on Indian attitudes to the rest of the world, and it was striking that Israel, when it was asked who is your most dependable security ally, Israel was #2, Russia was #1, but for a younger generation, Israel was actually way up there. So that's one element of it, and that's going to be very important in an international system that will be increasingly violent. The second part, and it's important to realize that one thing Prime Minister Modi knows about Israel is that it is the water superpower. And in a water-distressed nation like India, Modi privately has said, there is no country that is more useful for India than Israel when it comes to water. They are the best in terms of any kind of water technology, recycling, wastewater management, even detecting leaking pipes. They're a quantum level higher than everybody else. And then finally, the technology side, which is again the startups and so on. Israel, as you know, is actually superior to India in many ways in that front.
Right.
And then lastly,
last word.
On not only on water, on energy, on food production, on the agricultural centers of excellence that Israel has set up around India, that I believe in the latest visit by the Prime Minister will expand from, 46 to maybe 100 over the coming years. Mm-hmm. So the opportunities are vast in that relationship between India and Israel.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you
so much. Thank you. Unfortunately, we are completely out of time, but it was a lovely session. Thank you very much. We can go on, of course, and we will go on off stage as well, as some of our guests, I'm sure, will have some questions for you. I will just, put out a polite request to all our guests coming up to just keep their presentations to the time allotted to you, because, of course, we are running a bit late. Okay, let's move on now to the next in innovation segment, where to talk about Future Congress, Latin America's premium platform for scientific outreach, we have with us member of the Senate from Chile, Senator Francisco Chauhan. Welcome. Thank you very much for being with us, Senator. Senator Chauhan, thank you for joining us on NXT, and we are looking forward to your address.
Hi. I need Durante millones de años, la vida en la Tierra cambió a un ritmo invisible. Hoy, el cambio sucede en segundos. La inteligencia artificial, la biología sintética, la crisis climática y la hiperconexión están reescribiendo lo que significa ser humano. En medio de esa aceleración, Chile decidió hacer algo distinto, detenerse a pensar juntos el futuro. En 2011 nació Congreso Futuro, un espacio creado para acercar la ciencia a las personas y convertir el conocimiento en un bien público. Lo que partió como un encuentro de divulgación se transformó en algo mucho más grande, un modelo único, donde se reúnen la ciencia, la política, el mundo público y privado, la academia y la ciudadanía, para mirar juntos hacia el futuro. En estos 15 años, más de 1000 pensadores y pensadoras han compartido sus ideas en Congreso Futuro. Han pasado por sus escenarios más de 30 premios Nobel y más de 50 premios nacionales, en conversaciones abiertas, gratuitas y disponibles para todo Chile. Este modelo no se queda solo en las ideas. Ha impulsado propuestas concretas que se convirtieron en políticas públicas. La ley de neuroderechos, la ley que establece 60 minutos de actividad física diaria en las escuelas, la creación del Ministerio de Ciencias. Un modelo que acerca el conocimiento de frontera y lo traduce en acciones e incidencia real a través de Proyecta Chile 2050. Es una iniciativa convocada por todas las instituciones de la educación superior de Chile, la Academia Chilena de Ciencias, Congreso Futuro, la Comisión Desafíos del Futuro del Senado, la Cámara de Diputadas y Diputados, SOFOFA, CPC, Fundación Encuentros del Futuro y Fundación Chile, que busca construir colaborativamente una hoja de ruta que proyecte a nuestro país para los próximos 25 años. Lo que comenzó en Chile hoy se proyecta al mundo. El modelo único de Congreso Futuro se ha internacionalizado. Hemos realizado encuentros en Argentina, Bolivia y Marruecos. El 2025 dimos un gran paso con Congreso Futuro Iberoamericano en Madrid y estamos preparando nuevas versiones en Brasil con Congreso Futuro Panamazonía y en México con Congreso Futuro Mesoamericano. La 15ª versión se levanta bajo una pregunta que nos interpela a todos. Humanidad, ¿hacia dónde vamos? La respuesta la construimos entre todos y todas.
I would like to thank the NXT Foundation, Mr. Sharma, for the invitation for this forum and tell you about the Chilean experience in creating the Future Challenge Commission and later the Congress of the Future, which has become the fourth more important scientific event in the world. It's the only one organized by a national congress and which already has 15 editions. In 26, President Bachelet had the opportunity to visit Finland during a state visit and witness the work of the Committee of Future of Challenge in this country. We observed how they established a common framework that enable them to make a qualitative and quantitative leap in development, allowing Finland, starting in 1983, to move beyond being the country with the worst quality education level and income distribution in Europe and become a leader. This process fostered a forward-looking perspective on the future and generate the political will, methodology, and institutional framework to legislate based on evidence and evaluation of public policies and necessary adjustments. Parliament produced a future-oriented report that is discussed with the ministries, and each bill must include a future-oriented report and in addition to a financial report. Upon my return to this trip, I founded this committee in our country. First, in the Chamber of Deputies, and then in the Senate. Being the second commission or committee of this kind created in the world. From Chile, we have promoted this integration of other countries. And in this moment, there are already 17 committees around the world, and we have held 3 world summits to generate local response to global issues. In 2010, as we commemorated the bicentennial anniversary of the Republic of Chile, the idea arose with the Academy of Science of our country to create a dialogue platform that will democratize access to information and knowledge. The Chilean Commission on Future Challenge is unique, legislative committee, unlike the other which are merely advisory. The Chilean committee brings together the academic of science as permanent members, the National Science Prize winners, and all public and private universities with which we have a future council. What we are, Congress of the Future is a meeting platform that democratizes access to knowledge through Latin America's most important science and knowledge dissemination event held every January. It promotes the impact of science in public policy making, strengthens democracy and champions human rights. At the same time, it reinforces humanist values such as collaboration, solidarity, altruism, and empathy, essential principles for building the society of tomorrow. Our story, since 2011, Congress of Future has brought together more than 1,000 thinkers and innovators sharing ideas that inspire change and broaden horizons. In a complex global landscape marked by extremist narratives, the rapid advance of technological acceleration, the impact of social media on democratic dialogue, and our perception of reality, institutional erosion, and declining public trust, platforms like Congress of the Future are more essential than ever. This is our key metrics and very important for the size of our country. And 4 million users rated through social media, and almost 3,100 total streaming views across Chile, Colombia, Ecuador, Paraguay, in the others. And when I was the president of this committee, we obtained that this forum, this platform, in all our country and 16 regions, and we have to collaborate to democratize access to knowledge. And in this moment, we are working to export the idea and brand. We had a dialogue of future in Bolivia. With Bolivia, we don't have full political relationship, and through the soft power, we beginning to have a relationship with Bolivia. In Morocco, we had a Congress of the Future, and we aspire to have a dialogue with all Union Africa. And we had a Congress of the Future in Madrid, and in the future we are working to have a Congress in Brazil, in China, in Mexico. And in this year, we have 15 editions, and we are thinking about the humanity. Where are we going? We wanted to address the impact of artificial intelligence, and how we ensure that massive data flows don't treat people as a residual importance. And remember that we are the first country in the world to protect human neuro rights, and that we are also proposing the rights to human authenticity as a new fundamental human rights. Regarding the protection of neuro rights, in this moment, 12 countries have already followed Chile's example and seek to protect people, mental integrity, and safeguard their autonomy in decision making. And this is our event, and we have different topics. 30 Nobel prizes went to our country, and all these people came to Chile free, to collaborate with the science and dissemination knowledge. And I have a dream. I am from a little country in Latin America. And we are the more open country in the world. We have 36 trade agreements with 88% of people, global people. And we have a dream. We need a new relationship with India. And our dreams, including, for example, close our trade agreement to be or to create a Chile and a hub to investment, India investment for all Latin America. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We certainly hope your words will augur closer India-Chile ties, sir. Thank you very much for your address. All right, let's quickly move on now to the next keynote address, which is actually going to now talk about India and Sri Lanka. To talk about future of sea trade and transshipment, role of India and Sri Lanka, we have with us Member of Parliament from Sri Lanka, Honorable Sujiva Senasinghe. MP, could we please have you on stage, sir? Thank you very much for being with us at NXT.
Good evening. Namaste. Your Excellencies, colleagues, friends, students, and friends of India. Ms. Sharma, thank you very much for organizing a wonderful summit, and congratulations to your team. So when you talk about sea trade and transshipment, I would like to take your mind to the history. Very interesting topic. Our human race is about, I think, 250,000, 300,000 history. Written history is about 10,000. And sea trade is about 3,800 years. And I would like to ask a question from you. When you talk about history, sea trade originated from a country. Can I ask you which country? A wild guess. Vineet, my friend, sea trade, where it started from, 300, 800 years ago. India, like many other things. South India, it started through South India, taking cinnamon, pepper. It was called the incense route. Hugging the Indian coast, it went to Arabian Peninsula. And they didn't use the Red Sea, they used the land, they must have used camels. 1800 BC, before Christ. And they went to Petra, modern day Jordan or Israel. And they made it, that's Petra, the trading center. And today is also, it's very important now, Israel is the main focus. And during that time also, it had been very important. Mediterranean Sea. So from there, Egypt, Mesopotamia, that's Iraq, started trading. And then 300 BC, Alexander the Great conquered Alexandria. And that became the first warehouse in the world. Started trading from the Mediterranean Sea to the Indian Ocean. Spices were taken. And then Cleopatra's death in 30 BC, before Christ, just before Christ. And Roman Empire started expanding. And they came through Nile, came to a very important place, Axum. That was part of Egypt. They were champions of navigation. So Roman used that technology and started conquering around the world. And 250 AD, they made Constantinople the capital and started trading from the Mediterranean Sea to the Indian Ocean. It's flourished. Normally, it happens with conquering, the trade also takes place. 700 AD, pepper, silk, porcelain from China. And China started also trading. In 200 BC, they started trading tea for horses to Kazakhstan and that area. And then they started, for the first time, they traded with the horses. They started trading silk. They were very protective about silk, but they started for the first time trading silk. So the silk route started to the Arabic Peninsula. And then in 800 AD, Arabs started conquering vast areas in the Middle Asia. And they